gradient.
Where'd you
Hold
get
on.
those analytics?
I haven't finished yet.
Where'd you get those analytics? You're pulling them out of your backside. Where the
Okay,
fuck did you get them?
would you like me to
Well, you're
DM it to you
90%.
or?
Listen, 90%. You're invoking a size here, so now you got to give
Yeah.
us the volume.
Yeah,
How big
just
is it?
post the link in text if you would, or give it to somebody that can, please.
There's
Anybody
some
wanna
Mickey Mouse
volunteer to
fucking
get it?
analytics you got going on there.
And yes, listen,
Battle mod, I'll send it to you.
the temperature is the reason that it separates. Without a temperature differential, there cannot be a pressure gradient. It's gradient of temperature. So gas in kinetic theory only can do whatever work it can do. Once its energy is gone and it's cooled off, it can't rise no more. So it just falls. You don't need gravity. You don't need shit. Just kinetic energy. People say, why wouldn't an apple float? Well, that's easy. An apple has no possibility of energy, no potential, no kinetic energy. It can't do work in a system.
Aha, but the cold air cannot penetrate.
Do we have any experiments or
Cold
demonstrations
air falls, hot air rises.
matching this pressure gradient where 90% of the
Post your fucking
pressure
Mickey
is at the
Mouse
bottom?
analytics singularity.
90% of the okay, well, I just can't do this.
If you took thermodynamics, you'd know everything on Earth has a
No,
temperature
I'm telling you to
gradient.
post the analytics
Because
that you're
I sent it
spouting
to
out.
Battle Mod. I'll send it to you as well.
No temperature is constant on Earth.
I'm gonna post them once you give
It's
them to me.
due to convection and thermal factors, exchange of heat, heat exchanges. You'll never have a constant temperature. So even in containment and settling, you see gas on top in the tank, moisture or liquid below that, and below that will be heavy metals. Anything that was present that's a heavy metal will be on the bottom of the tank. You have to have your tank cleaned out for these. They'll separate due to pressure, because liquid pressure and gas pressure will never be the same. And there'll always be a temperature differential between the bottom of the tank and the top of the tank.
If that's true, we should be able to measure the hottest temperatures at the top of the firmament.
Well, you can. You can measure the temperature at floor level in the room you store your tank in, and temperature at ceiling level where the tank is. Even in a room, listen, you got a heat source and heat radiates from that source. There's never going to be a constant temperature. It's always going to be radiated down to a smaller temperature.
Why don't we find the hottest temperatures on Earth at the highest?
Hang on, Rob. 1 second. Hey, look, these are the analytics that what's his name
We
posted.
call those high pressure systems.
Fucking singularity. These are the look in the text chat. This is what the analytics that Singularity posted.
High pressure systems are warm fronts. Cold fronts are low pressure systems. And that's a dynamic thing because of convection and radiation.
Thank you, Battle Mod. So let's look at this image. 90% of the overall pressure of our atmosphere is contained about below that 10-mile marker. 50% of our overall pressure of our atmosphere is contained below that marker around 5.5.
Yeah, that's
do we have any? And my question was, looking at this image as reference, what kind of experiment can we do of gas pressure in a container which matches this pressure gradient in a sealed container? How can we replicate this?
It's already replicated in containment. Gauge pressure won't reflect overall pressure of the tank. It'll reflect the pressure at the very top of the tank.
Right. Well, at the very top of this hypothetical tank, it would be next.
We know the pressure is greater on the bottom of the tank because that's where the liquids form. So it's obvious statement.
Look in the chat. There is a link for you.
Yeah, he's dropping something in there for you to look at. Good time for all.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I see it all. Okay. But we see this in containment. That's why we call it gauge pressure.
Yeah.
Not absolute pressure. Because it's a pressure only at the gauge, which will vary through the tank due to temperature. Now, it matters at the gauge because that's where the flow comes from. So we want consistency in flow.
You put the bottom of the tank in the ice.
May I ask the person that just sent this video, this gauge that's measuring the gas pressure, which part of the container is this? I don't know, so I'm asking.
Well, there's two gauges.
Yeah, there's two gauges there. One in the
oxygen
bottom
and acetylene.
Wait, I can't hear him.
Okay.
There is two gauges there. One in the bottom of the tank, and the bottom of the tank it's put in the water and with ice, with cube of ice.
Oh, that's that one.
The tank, there is one single gauge, in the top of the tank, and you when you put the top of the tank under heat, you will have the gas will go to the bottom of the tank because it's cold there. It's inside ice, and the top of the tank, because of the heat, you will have the difference of pressure.
Is there a temperature configuration where we can get a 99% to 1% pressure ratio like we are on or in Earth?
Where's that in your link? 99 to 1?
Yeah,
You
so
sent
like
me
that image that Alpha Veritas posted, that's basically showing the red. You see how it goes towards the bottom? It's increasing in millibars pressure. So it goes towards that 1,000 at the left hand
Yeah,
side.
but before you jump the gun here and already making a blanket statement that this is an ideal condition, it's not. That graph is showing something of like and it's kind of like an average. You're never gonna get something
Here's
to
the
be
thing.
that specific. It's not gonna be that specific.
Yeah, listen, and here's why.
It's not.
Because, listen, you're containing gases in the warmest part of the atmosphere, right here at ground level, and you're expecting to see the same thing you would see at upper atmospheric levels, but we're not at that temperature. So temperature and pressure are greatly related. There's Charles' law, Boyle's law, PVT, pressure, volume, temperature, they're all related. If you change the temperature, you change the pressure and the volume of a gas, any given gas. It'll only remain constant at a constant temperature. That's Boyle's law.
And you
But we
can
don't
never
have that.
repeat
Yeah, but we don't
the
have that condition on Earth because it's a dynamic system. So there's always going to be fluctuations in temperature.
Yeah, we'd almost
pressure.
have to freeze the top of the tank.
Yep.
So, yes, we could probably do this if we froze the top of the tank, cooled the middle of the tank, and heated the bottom of the tank. I'm sure we'd be able to do this, but we'd have to have a multi-gauge setup like that tank has. And that's a good
Necros,
video. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of your explanations. Necros, the videos that you posted, I don't see any of these at any point that shows anything close to what we experience in reality.
No, but it shows the difference of pressure right under containment from bottom to top.
Yeah, the argument
and
was
it's a large differential.
Yeah, the argument
is it
the gradient.
99 to 1%
No,
differential?
singularity. 1 second, bro, because
We
you're
just
trying
covered
to.
that though. It's
You're
not
trying
going to
to.
be because of
1
temperature.
second.
I can't hear when both of you are fighting.
Yeah, because you're interrupting. That's why. So it's simple. The demonstration was to show gradient pressure can be achieved in a contained system because that was the argument at the time. Can you have a gradient pressure in a contained system as a demonstration? Good Times for All did it. He did a demonstration that you can have a gradient pressure inside a contained system. So it is possible. The conditions that you're trying to replicate over the system of this Earth, because we have an Earth so big that we don't understand like the size. Nobody does. Nobody can give me an exact volume of this Earth to then say that the dynamic pressure and temperature is going to be the same or ideal to give even the graph that you posted to be the same. So you can't replicate what the Earth is doing in a lab, but you can show that there is a gradient pressure to be in a contained system. That's for sure. You can demonstrate that.
Well, that
but as
graph
far as the
is
Earth goes, you're not
quantified.
going to. Yeah, I was going to say that graph that he posted, Battlemont. It's not.
It's
you
a
can't
quantification. Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody went up to the atmosphere that high up and did it. But for us to replicate it, we need a temperature gradient as dynamic as the one in the atmosphere. So we'd have to replicate the temperature gradient. If we could do that, if we could replicate,
I would really like to respond.
If we could replicate the temperature differential, then yes, we could show the 99 to 1.
The issue is not the lack of a pressure gradient. Clearly, there is a pressure gradient. Even
I know it's the ratio.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
It's
a
ratio.
That's what we were saying. That's why I agree with that. That's a ratio. Yep.
Yeah. So to match that ratio, we'd have to perfectly match the temperature gradient because pressure gradient is absolutely due to temperature. Cooler gas has a different fucking pressure than warmer gas. Warmer gas is more excited. It has more movement. It has higher pressure.
Does anybody between these two kind gentlemen want to try answering my question so I can try to answer it?
But hold on a second, because I think you're not getting the bigger picture. There's a bigger picture here, though. Right?
I think you guys did a great job explaining it, and what you
Singularity.
explained.
1 second, man, because Yeah, but just 1 minute, man, because I think what you're doing is you're trying to put this
Mm,
example as a one for all kind of like demonstration. What I'm saying with the Earth though is you're going to have the dynamic system of the seasons, right? So in this whole entire system, you're going to have the northern and southern hemisphere, right? There's going to be different temperatures, different ranges, values are going to be fluctuating. You're not going to be able to get this ideal setup to say that we're going to have this like linear fucking system here that we're gonna say, okay, from here to here, we're gonna have this pressure, from there to there. You're never gonna have that. That right there is a ratio. It's like what we're gauging more or less. So you can't, because of the fact that even on the whole Earth, you're gonna have variances in temperature and also pressures. It's gonna be almost damn near impossible to do what you're trying to ask for on the Earth because it's always different. But you're gonna
Constant
get close.
temperature.
Yeah, you're gonna get close to like some ranges that you can work with. However, like I was saying, you're never gonna get to the point where you're like putting these exact little fucking
Listen, listen,
uh
Mickey.
yeah, go ahead.
The fact we can't demonstrate it, which I'll give you that. I can't demonstrate it because I can't replicate the environment, but that doesn't prove anything. The fact that we can't, at our current state of technology, that's not an evidence.
so
Lack
then,
of proof is not proof in of itself.
But wait, I have a question.
would anybody else like to give it a
I
try besides those two kind
can I,
gentlemen?
can I ask a question?
I mean,
Hey,
Why
I
you're
the
was,
coming
you
you're
know,
coming in
think
really low,
I'm
Necros. We can't hear you, man. But go ahead.
I just want to ask a question. Why his critical thinking is working against the flat Earth, while we just throw to him experiment for gas pressure inside the container and the gas pressure gradient inside the container, while he can't provide only gas pressure inside outside the container.
Yeah, he's because he's looking for an answer
well,
for
gentlemen,
his
I'm
specific
not able
question.
to speak. You guys are kind of speaking amongst yourselves. So, I mean, is there anybody else I could speak to about this? Because I'm not able to speak with you two not allowing me to speak.
Necros, I don't know if you want to answer him, man. We did the best we could.
Yeah,
I think he wants to
I,
speak to
I
somebody else.
Yeah, you can speak if you want to speak to show me that you can have gas pressure without container. Yeah,
So I don't have
I'm
an issue with the
I'm
container, and
okay.
I want to
Just
appreciate you for the kind video you sent me. I did go through it. The issue is the ratio of gas pressure in the system at the bottom and incrementally going higher and higher as matching the Earth. The diagram that I posted is only up to 30 miles. That's not very high. The issue is the majority of the gas pressure is near the very bottom and not going that much higher, maybe about 50% higher, you're getting to very little gas pressure. And
okay.
the video that you posted with the gauges, one at the top and one at the bottom, they don't come close to matching how Earth actually is.
Okay. The video I showed you, it's not to match the Earth. It's just to provide to you a proof that we can have gas pressure gradient inside the container. It's the simplest one, and you hear him. I don't know if you used the audio of the video. It's the first experiment he did, and he have another one. I didn't verify for the latest video he uploaded in his channel, but those two experiments, the gas pressure inside the containers, following the law of gases, and the second one for gas pressure in the gradient inside the container, those just for you to show you that we can have gas pressure inside the container and we can have gas pressure gradient inside the container. So now you put your critical thinking against the flat earth away from the moment, and you try to use your critical thinking. How can't you provide a proof that you can have gas pressure without container?
Okay, so the
And the
issue
gas
is not
pressure
the issue.
listen,
Sorry, you're
listen.
still going. Sorry
Gas
about that.
pressure gradient and gas pressure gradient, like the experiment I did, just a simple one with the simple gradient. I don't you to put
Well, before we do this, may I respond, please? Because I don't want to
accurate
get lost on
here.
everything you just said.
Yeah.
So the issue is not the lack of being able to prove a gas pressure gradient within a container, because your video clearly shows that. It's the issue is unable to get the proper ratios of gas pressure in a gradient. Alpha Veritas did mention that, during the seasons, the conditions change, but the condition on Earth is at the near bottom. In the graph that I posted, below 10 miles is 90% of the gas pressure of the entire atmosphere, and going above that is the remainder 10%, and it's a very steep drop. I'm not aware of any experiment. This is my final sentence. I'm not aware of any experiments that can come close to matching this gas pressure gradient. Not there is no gas pressure gradient. There is matching the gas pressure gradient of Earth. I appreciate you letting me speak. Thank you.
You're welcome. But
Yep.
like I said, the title of the video, can we have gas pressure inside the sealed container? We don't. We were not trying to simulate the gradient of gas pressure in the like we have in the atmosphere. We are showing and experimenting and showing and to people that it's repeatable. It's an experiment that is repeatable. We can have gas pressure gradient inside a sealed container. That's all.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I'm going to review what all three of you have said. Thank you very much.
You're welcome,
And
man.
like I said, try to ask yourself, like you tried to ask us for that simulation of the gas pressure like we have in the Earth. We didn't ask the globers to provide that. We didn't. You didn't ask the globers to provide you an experiment that we can have gas pressure outside the container.
Necro, à quel pays êtes-vous? Algiers, Mark?
No, English, guys.
Yeah, English, please.
You can talk. I mean, just because the moderators need to be able to know what's being talked about. That's why. Okay.
Okay.
It's nothing that being ethnocentric or whatever.
Okay.
Thank
Hey,
you.
all right. So we got some other people that are joining our chat right now. If you guys want to chime in with any evidence for the Earth being a globe, please do so. We'll take your questions, and also we want to talk to the new people because I see some old people that's
Yes,
just
I
jumping
got
in.
it. Yes.
New people. So if anybody new is coming in here that wants to talk about the shape of the Earth, you can go ahead and do so. If not, we'll go with the people that have been here for like ages. McToon's in the house, so is Brenda. Debates. But yeah, like we're gonna check real quick before anybody else hops in. If anybody else wants to jump in.
It was Simon Dan's lawyer. Simon Dan's lawyer was here a couple days ago.
In here? In the
Yeah. Remember the dude who was going to sue all the flat Earth for defamation?
Really?
Apparently, yeah, he found us over here and followed us here to let us know that the court case is still pending. Any day now, the shoe's going to drop, and we're going to be out of house and home.
Yeah, for sure.
Remember that character who was on the 24/7 actual? Simon Dan's lawyer? Yeah.
They would love nothing more to shut this down. That's the only thing they want because they can't. There's no way they can topple any of the arguments. So their best bet is to come at it a different angle. With a gimmick and such. It's fine. It's fine with me.
Yeah, it's like online social warfare, and they can't seem to ever really get to a full conclusion. And even great philosophers in the past have told them, if you make it a conflict, the first casualty is the truth. And that was their goal. They don't care about the truth. They don't give a shit what shape the earth is. What they want to be able to do is control thought. And it's not okay if you disagree with their worldview, which they just change willy-nilly anyway. It's not really based on any sort of logic, reason, or science. It's based on pure manipulation. And the second thing is that inside their globe model has built-in mechanisms for disagreement. Is control and thought. They deny all that science. If you disagree with their worldview, they said there's no built-in mechanism for them to explain away any disagreement. Therefore, it's either a problem with their individual globe model, or it's a problem with them. Their globe model has built and they need to fix it. And nothing you can do. There's no help that you'll be able to take because they've already determined that flat earthers don't know anything. And then their proof of that is to ask you a bunch of questions to prove that you don't know anything. Therefore, it's either
Must
a problem
deny.
with their individual
And the
globe
second
model,
thing is that
or it's a problem with
inside their
them.
globe
Yeah, was
model
it
see,
exterminate?
built
And they
in
need to fix it.
mechanisms
They're
to do
Darwins. Yeah,
There's
they're
no help
basically
that will-
a
and they
because they've
deny
already
all
determined
that
that
science.
class tier 1 class villain from Doctor Who. Single-minded. That's why you hear them always talk about we. It's very rare to get a globalist to actually articulate their worldview from their point of view. It's always, we went to Mars, we are going to Mars, we're on the moon, we've shot rockets, we've done all these great, amazing things, and they're miles from it. They're not even close to anything having. The closest thing they get to is when they play these Kerbal space programs, and their Kerbal somehow survives, another day.
oh, Brenda's calling you out, Crit.
Yeah, I know. It's because of House of Hands. We did this joke with crap. I'm trying to blank on his name now. His old name.
You got it
Oh
all figured
shit.
out, Kurt. You got it all figured out, man.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Yeah, it's easy to figure it out because I started where you're at. I'm used to be kind of ashamed to say that I was a toxic anti-flat earther, and it finally took me to actually listen to what flat earthers are saying, and I'm like, holy shit! It was all an ego-driven, American-centric, jingoistic point of view. I had nothing to prove the globe. All I had was like how great America is. Wow, we landed on the moon. We're so powerful. We're so like no other country can touch this shining beacon on the hill. At the same time, I consider myself to be liberal, and I thought it was stupid when you'd hear right wingers talk about the same crap. And until I saw the solar eclipse in 2018, and I wrote down every observation I had, and none of it connected back to a heliocentric globe model. Nothing I wrote down was even remotely related to what I thought it would prove. And even then, I was hard-headed. It took me another 4 months to admit it. See, Brenda will see a role on the server that just says, hey, Globe Believer or something like that. And she will use that as her full firepower as to if someone's a flat earther or not. Like a role color. Like really. Like Brenda, those roles can say anything. It can say Galga Friction. It can say like, Taco Tuesdays Wednesday. Those user defined roles don't mean anything, dude. They're just for fun. I mean, Discord explains this on their website.
Hey, Crit.
What, Rob?
Do you guys have any like people like a Globe Earth version that comes in here like your usuals? Like we would have like our Johnny and Pete. Do you have like in Jin? Do you have like your version of those for Globes?
Scott Mackey.
Yeah, we got all kinds of fans. I mean, Scott Mackey's always wasted. I mean, he's like so wasted he forgets when he blocks and unblocks people. It's like you should have like a notepad of account actions taken each day or something like that.
Scott Mackey has me muted, so he can't hear me.
Yeah, I know. It's hilarious. Like, Rob, can you unblock me, dude? It's really tearing me up, man. I thought we had this really cool thing going on. You had talked to me in the past on YouTube, and I guess you forgot. And then come across you again here on Discord. Like, it seems like you remember stuff, but then you forget. Like, what exactly did I say that was so harmful that you had to like block it?
It ain't nothing personal. I'm just a lone wolf, bro. I don't play well with others, man. It ain't just you. Don't take it personally.
Yeah,
dude.
I guess okay. Maybe I misunderstood that shit because at first I was thinking that I was, hey, all these people at Gems constantly making fun of you, constantly bullying you, but yet somehow you kind of knew, hey, there's people out there who think like you, dude. They might not have all the same conclusions and the same, methods and practices, but you're coming at it from, hey, I can do an experiment in my garage.
Yeah, I'm just gathering information for my story, man. And this is a story of the internet, and I'm gonna be on my YouTube channel, and I'm gonna tell the story of everybody and what the fuck's going on.
Alrighty then. Who else we got in here?
How about the old country guy? He spurred up pretty hard last time.
Yeah, let's see
David,
what he's got going on.
give him a certain chance here.
Of course, we're all about second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth chances until they
Yeah, every day is a
cross the
new
line.
day. You guys can use the heliocentric model to do something different. It should be the heliocentric model was said to be in the 1970s is going to spark an instant cognitive shift of all of humanity, a new renaissance, a new age of enlightenment. That all of humanity was going to come together and explore space for the betterment of all. Yet what it just fell flat in its face. As soon as Nixon's outed from office, man, spaceflight abruptly ends, and all his negative stuff continued to this day. Domestic surveillance, like shitting on Native American treaties, sugar added to food, all the shit. I mean, a laundry list
Right.
Okay,
That's
go
a
ahead.
good
Jump in.
point. Well, that's a good point, right? Because you actually mentioned a lot of things that have been like that are pretty provable, right? And pretty non-controversial, right? Like everybody acknowledges, for example, that, the food industry like covered up like studies relating to like fat, right? And they just basically there was like a conspiracy to sell more sugar, right? So they ended up like putting out some bunk studies that said like fat was unhealthy and we need to drink low fat milk and blah 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 blah. Right, when in reality we know that like good fat is healthy and that sugar in fact is much worse, right? And it's like all this stuff came out and there was like a bunch of investigations, right?
Yeah, but even more to that, once you really dive into that, you'll find that that's just the tip of the iceberg. They
Right,
did this
right.
because
There's a whole bunch of stuff. There's Operation Paperclip. There's Operation like Northwoods. I mean, there's a million. Right, the Bay of Pigs. I mean, there's a million
Yeah, see, I believe in
awful
all that shit.
things.
the reason why Nixon added sugar to food because he thought it would domesticate people. A high caloric, low nutrient diet would turn people into zombies, and they would just do whatever the government wanted them to do. They based that on MK Ultra, unethical medical experimentations done by World War II Germany. They saw if somebody was so ramped up on sugar,
Let's not
they
bring Germany into this.
at first they got nervous, like you're a sugar high. But when you stay at a high sugar level, a high blood sugar level, you become like a farm, just a fat pig ready to be harvested. And they did the same food. They studied this. They gave farm animals high sugar diets to see what they would do. And basically they would eat and lay down, eat, lay down, eat, lay down. And they thought basically the whole plot line of the movie Firefly. Where
Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get this wagon back onto the flat Earth if we can, sir.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Like what? What do we go by now? What's a new name?
Alpha Veritas.
No, not you, Mickey. The old No Country for Old Men. So what do you got for flat Earth today?
I mean, do we have to talk about flat Earth? Is that like a necessary?
Yeah, it is a topic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I mean, basically, my point was, right. You're probably not gonna like what I have to say, but like, if there's so many other like conspiracies, right? Things that have a much more immediate material, economic, social impact on our lives, is it really valuable to try and character assassinate and attack people just for defending around Earth and call them globers and call them scum?
Yeah, but let's not
Right.
play the victim here because as far as I remember, you came in here firing your guns as well. So let's not play the victim because that's not becoming of you. No country.
Right. So okay, so for example, so like the other day, for example, I said that a lot of people here don't really think the Earth is flat, right? They think that it's not round, but they don't really have a good reason to believe that it's flat. They just think it's not round, right? That's the real argument here. It's not.
Well, I can tell you this: No Country for Old Men. It's what it is that it's more than that. It's not about being round. It's more so believing in things that you're told to believe.
Right. I get that.
Oh man, he was trying to build because flat and round are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, and I'm with you, old man. It's just I'm trying to explain to you. If you
Sure, I'm listening.
That's it. That's truly what it is. I answered your question, I hope.
It's just simply rolling back the clock to before the Catholic Church took over cosmology. That's where flat earthers are. They're just not buying that. Okay, no one's going to say something completely changed their whole cosmology to fit the Catholic Church claims from a couple hundred years ago. Just roll the clock back to when science was still science, naturally observed phenomenon, and start there. This is why when globalists come in here and they want to burn the church, they want to fully debunk all of flat Earth. All they've done is completely burn books because now they don't have a pathway getting back to their globe model. They have to start at flat and stationary and then show and explain how the Earth is a globe and matches that. They used to call locally flat, or humans are very small, the Earth is very big, everything's relative. All these explanations are built into the globe model to explain flat Earth, but the globalist has somehow triggered that flat Earth means something other than basic observations, measurements, practical use. It means somehow you're a conspiracy theorist, which is odd as shit because most of the anti-flat earthers are atheists. Atheists in the
Okay.
1960s were constantly punching up at the federal government. Now today, you ask an atheist, a third wave atheist, can the government lie to you? They'll say no. It is not possible for the government to lie. Individuals might lie in the government, but the government as a whole is too big. It's too many
Right,
people
but
who have to be in on it.
right, but does if the government lies, does that necessarily mean the Earth is not a sphere?
No, it would mean that don't use their information as your intellectual firepower because you know it's based on some other thing than science, logic, and reason. It's based
Is it
on,
though?
yes,
Do you think, hold
100%.
on, do you think, wait, do you think that the model of a round Earth is not based on any science, any logic, or any
Dude,
reason?
dude.
None of it. No, it's based on mythos. It's a Catholic
No, Crit,
Church
what are you
creation
doing?
myth.
No, Crit, no, Crit. He's on the internet using Discord, using different currents that he doesn't understand. Why are you doing this? You know their
What are you
views.
talking about?
What?
Crit was
It
at a
sounded,
good point. Crit, you were at a good point.
yeah. Yeah, like this is the whole gag where globalists think the internet comes from outer space. Like, what the fuck?
But hold on, so are you saying that the model of the Earth being round is a weak model?
It's no model at all. It's a conceptual idea of the Catholic Church creation myth.
So you don't think that the round Earth model like helps us in
Okay, how
our
about this? Maybe we're talking past each other. Post a model. Let's see what you're talking about.
No. I'm just saying in general, right?
Maybe
Like
that's
if
what I'm saying.
you
Maybe we're talking past each other. What model? Because I'm talking about this conceptual ideas where you open up an astronomy book and you got some pictures and diagrams and
right,
okay,
yeah, exactly, right. So we have
okay,
all that stuff, right? We have all the pictures and all the diagrams and all the theory that we use to conclude that the Earth is round, right? We have all types of stuff, right? You can say some of it's from, the olden days when the Catholic Church was in charge, right? Some of it was pretty recent, with regard to aircraft design, right? So for example, like when we design like super expensive modern fighter jets, right? And we have to design like GPS systems, right? We have
You're
to
going too far,
design.
country. Well, hold on, country. Let me ask you a question. Prove that. Prove it.
Well, okay, so are you saying, okay, so you're
Prove
saying
that.
you want me to prove that GPS systems are not based on a round model of the Earth?
Not quite. Not quite. I want you to prove that your model is as
Exist.
or more tangible than my model. I
So hold
want
on.
you
So
to
then wait, okay. So then answer this
yes,
question. Are you
yes.
saying that the GPS systems and all the most advanced,
This doesn't
like,
matter. This
no,
doesn't
but
matter.
hold
This
on.
could be a false.
Let me ask the question. Just let me
Go ahead.
ask the question. Do
Go ahead.
you believe that all of our most advanced GPS systems are based on a round model of the Earth?
This is not
Why
coherent
can't you answer
to
that
the
question?
conversation. This
no.
is because I'm
Let
trying
me
to
let me try that.
explain to you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to explain to you.
GPS are generally called in the army Blue Force Tracker is based on a flat Earth, a coordinate planar system. What they do then is it's an advertisement gimmick. The people who developed the GPS for commercial use or civilian use said, "Here is space age technology in the palm of your hand," and people are like, "Wow, wow!" I mean, look up how it works. Apparently, they tell you that Satellites don't communicate with your handheld device. They communicate with a ground station that then that's what you ping off. And when you hit 3 different ground stations, they draw those 3 circles, and you're roughly in that same area. Then they overlay it onto a local map. So if you're off, like by
Hold on, but
100.
you realize that before we had modern computerized
Let him
GPS
say-
systems.
No,
Sorry, what?
no, you're missing
No,
the
go ahead,
point.
drive on.
You're missing the
So
point.
I realized what before modern.
Before we had computerized GPS systems, you realize that people navigated using stars, right?
Yeah, and that was plus or minus like a very wide range. They didn't have to use local landmarks once they got closer, lighthouses and whatnot.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Don't let that opportunity pass you by. He said, yeah, we used to use stars to navigate. What was the tool that we used? Was it called a sextant? Isn't that an interesting thing?
They
Right,
would
but
use
that's
elevation
okay. So hold on. So
elevation angles, and if you get 3 elevation angles, you can triangulate your position.
Yeah, go
Just-
ahead, Orion. Pick this up.
Yeah.
The sextant isn't really one of the arguments I really go to, but a lot of other people do. So I know that, or Jedi here too. Jedi's got some real good stuff for that.
But yeah, it's very simple. I mean, you can't have a curved adjacent, on a triangle. You can't have a triangle with a curved side. And we use line of sight to the horizon when we use these sextants. And so since that's a straight line of sight to the horizon, and that line is part of a triangle, you can't have a straight line over a curved surface.
Sure, no, I get that part. I get that part. I guess my point was, I'm not like some expert, like, I don't know how to navigate by stars per se, right? I mean, I have an idea of how to do it. I don't think I could do it like in real life, but so,
The biggest
okay.
The biggest
But
talking point on flat Earth side is this wasn't even an issue until other flat earthers brought it up as their intellectual firepower for why the Earth is flat. Then suddenly the globalists are like extremely triggered that flat earthers had to pretty much slam dunk proof that
Well, no, no, no. So
demonstrates
it's
Earth
not
being
that you.
practically used at local level to navigate. Practical use, a practical use demonstration of how to use the surface of the Earth to navigate. And
Sure.
then,
So, but hold on. That wasn't my point.
okay,
My
go ahead.
point was that was a terrible, maybe it was a bad intro, right? But like from my understanding, right? Like, how do you explain a couple things, right? How do you explain, for example, like the precession of the equinox, right? Where the constellations change throughout the year and then they repeat every year. It becomes like a cycle, right? It's like a
Dude,
cycle,
old
right?
man,
Where
I'm trying to
people
tell
can
you, bro.
observe.
You're
Yeah, the
wrong.
I could
skies,
explain
right?
it.
You're wrong, dude. And I'm a glober. I'm trying to tell you that you're going too
I could
far.
explain it for him.
Because like from
Very
my
simple. This
understanding, let me just finish because just so we're clear, right? I haven't even, if I'm standing in like the South Pole versus standing in the North Pole, right? I will see two different sets of constellations, right? Like there has to be, I'm sure, right? I'm not an expert on this, but I imagine that there's people in like the southern hemisphere who can see certain constellations at certain times of year, right? While people in the northern hemisphere can see different constellations at the same time of year, right? And so it's not difficult for them to like call each other on their cell phone, right? Like it would be an easy experiment to run, right? Like two of you from this server could, like, one of you could go to like some northern part of Canada while the other one goes to the southern part of South America, right? And you both take pictures of the sky facing northward and southward respectively, right? And you would, like, what model do you guys propose, right? Because the round earth model accounts for that discrepancy, right? And I don't know of any other models that can account for that discrepancy.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. Right?
What's the point?
The model that you believe in, we believe in, does not necessarily need to be accepted by other people. They don't have to accept this model.
No, they don't have to, but do they have any
So that's
good
what you're
reason to not
arguing, but
accept
that
it?
it doesn't matter because what they're arguing is that based on what they actually know, this is wrong. And this is, do you understand? That includes mathematics, any of these things, these concepts. Do you
I would say that
understand
your
me?
logic.
Wait, go ahead. Sorry, you can.
Well, I would just simply say you're probably logically approaching this from the wrong direction. So just keep in mind that models are good for some things, but they're also not good for other things. And when it comes to this particular subject, the subject of the surface of the earth beneath your feet, and determining whether it's a sphere or not a sphere, models are effectively useless. Like they're I'm not saying that they were entirely useless in every scenario here moving forward, but here now in this point in time at this stage in human history, they are completely and totally, utterly useless, 100%. And I'll explain why. So you see, you can have a model. I could have a model of the Earth as a cube, and I could have it as the center and the sun just orbiting around it in the vacuum of space. That'd be a model, and I could just hold it up to someone and be like, "Oh, look, I have a model. Believe in it," and they'd be like, oh, "Okay, I believe in it because you have a model," And it's like that doesn't demonstrate the Earth to be a cube and the sun orbiting it in the vacuum of space. See, that's just
Right,
a
but
model.
what demonstrates the Earth being flat?
Well, first of all,
Like
you
where's there a
observe it.
picture of the flat Earth? Like where's the edge?
Every picture you have,
Observation.
technically. So first of all, you observe it with your own eyes that the Earth is flat. Am I wrong about that?
Where's the edge?
Well, hold on. Edge. We want to be careful and very specific with our words. Edge. That word implies something like a cliff, something you can drop off of and fall off of. Is that what you mean
No,
by
it's
edge?
just no, it's more of like a increase in the rate of curvature. Substantial increase in the rate of curvature.
Wait, when you say edge,
He
are you
just
talking about?
confessed that he
What are you
thinks the
talking about?
horizon is an edge. He's a baller, bro. He does have an edge in his.
Well, I'm just saying, like, where is this evidence for the edge? Like,
He,
what can I observe that
you're the
indicates
one.
there's edge?
You're the one that
Hold on,
has
hold
the
on.
edge
Let's ask you.
that boats
Are
fall
you?
off of.
What edge?
Do you mean an edge of a ball or an edge of a flat Earth? Which edge are you talking about? The two different edges.
Okay, maybe I misunderstand the flat Earth model.
Yeah, are
What
you
is
thinking like
No,
a
that's
Dude,
my
old
point.
it's a
country, I'm
Listen, buddy.
literally
That's the point
trying
I'm
to
trying to make
tell
to
you.
you. There is no
Listen,
flat Earth model. There is no flat Earth model. Anyone telling you there is a flat Earth model is talking out their ass.
But
So
they
There's no
showed
flat
him
Earth.
is the
listen, they
title
showed him a disc in space, and now he thinks we need an edge.
well,
yeah,
so
it's
hold
a
on. So
disc.
you're saying the Earth is not flat.
Are you saying? Are you
I don't
thinking?
even believe the Earth is in space.
Yeah, are you thinking a disc? Are you thinking the Earth is a disc in space, like a third?
Yeah,
Like it's
I'm
it's
asking if you think it's a disk in
no. Well,
space.
what do you think
No,
when
we
you hear
don't.
someone say flat Earth? What do you come up with? What is your model or your visual representation in your
Listen, we
mind's eye?
already know his model. He wasn't asking nothing. He implied that we believe Earth to be a flat disk floating in space.
No, I was asking.
Third
I was
disk from the
genuinely
sun.
asking, dude.
This moron took the flat Earth and put it right in the center of his heliocentric model.
Why are you calling
He
me a
seems to be
moron?
a
It's just a
beginner. Let him
question.
just get an
Because I
idea.
like to do
Okay,
that.
guys, let's answer the question directly, guys. So
If it
I'll answer the
wasn't
question directly
demonstrated
to
fact,
myself.
it'd be ad hom.
Yeah. So anyway,
Let's see.
no, I don't. If you're talking to me, the answer is no. I don't believe in the vacuum of space at all. First of all, I don't believe the Earth resides in the vacuum of space, not as a sphere or a disk. Okay. So does that clear that up?
So you're saying the flat Earth tag is just like a misnomer? It's a troll. It's a light troll.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. I mean, it's a concept, but concepts are not necessarily reality. So that's another thing I wanted to point out to you about this term model. So what I meant by the word model and the concept of a model is useless to you right here, right now. What I meant by that is, reality is one thing, models are another thing. You should just be focused on, what you can prove in reality yourself, and not just focus on what model some idiot or another idiot puts in front of you. Because you can
Sure.
blindly believe models, but knowing yourself firsthand what reality is a separate thing. So what I'm saying is,
Sure.
you can measure the Earth yourself and make observations over bodies of water yourself with long-range optics to test the surface yourself. You don't have to believe someone's model.
Right. So obviously you have to like believe certain models, right? Like you implicitly believe in John von Neumann's like design for, you know, a circuit like a circuit like a circuit, like an ALU circuit or like a
Well, yeah, yeah.
CPU,
So,
right?
like I said, sometimes models are useful, sometimes they're not. In that
But
case, yeah, models are useful, but it's not a question of believing it or not. The model works in that sense and is functional and is functioned as a useful tool. So it's not really a question of belief in that sense. You don't need to
so
like,
you would say the round Earth model is a useful tool.
no, it's not. It's just a
It's not
blind belief.
useful at
It's
all?
just a story. It's no. How is it? Tell me, how is it useful? Tell me, how is it useful?
I mean, how is it not useful? I mean, okay, so maybe I
Well,
can't tell you.
tell me how is it. I'll tell you how it's not useful. It lies to people. It convinces them to believe something that's not true, and it makes people think they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when in fact they're not. I would say
Well, hold
it's
on.
the
So
opposite of useful.
okay, I would say this, right? Just to push back on that. Okay, the cycles are an inherent part of our perceptual experience, right? Like the year, the day, right? Like the idea that it's dark and light or hot and cold, right? Like this, you know,
The
human
surface of the earth under your
observation,
feet.
right? But I'm saying that like cycles exist, right? No one here is debating that cycles don't exist, right?
There doesn't need to be a model for that at all. There's no
Well,
model for that at all.
sorry, go
Who the
ahead. I
hell?
didn't
Who's
mean to
that?
cut you off.
No, there's somebody else in here eating with their mouth full, or talking with their mouth full. Who is that? Anyway, all these
You
cycles,
guys
none of
continue.
them have
I'll keep
anything to
looking for.
do. Nothing has anything to do, or the cycles, the things that happen above your head, have anything to do with the surface of the earth under your feet. So it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's just bad logic. I understand what you're saying, but to model it, especially when it doesn't comport with reality, is sort of useless.
But how
Does
is
that make sense?
looking at the sky, how does that not comport with reality?
Looking at the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the earth underneath your feet at all. It's an affirming the consequent logical fallacy.
But
It's a reification fallacy.
you're just picking an arbitrary point in space, which is under your feet, and saying that's a valid observation, but somehow for some subjective reason, looking up away from your feet is not a valid observation.
Well, hold on. Let's be careful with our words here. So, when you say you're looking up, when you say you're looking up and you're observing something, tell me, what are you observing?
You don't even have to look up. Just look straight, look forward.
Yeah, okay, I know. I get that. Tell me what you're observing. Can you do that?
I mean, you're essentially observing light particles bounce off of other things.
Let's fast forward through this. You're observing stars, yes or no?
Sure.
Right? Yes. Okay.
Celestial
So
bodies.
you're observing lights in the sky, right? Correct?
Well, I mean, if you look kind of at like a 45-degree angle, you're looking at also part of the earth, you're looking at the tops of trees, and then you're also looking at the sky.
No.
Lights are not even human.
I'm trying to get to a point here. Listen,
okay, sorry.
Try to follow me here. I'm trying to get to a point here. So the point I'm trying to make is none of us in here are saying that you're not making any kind of observation at all when you're looking at the stars. Technically, you're right. You are making an observation. You are observing lights in the sky above your head in the nighttime sky. All right? And you're just observing lights in the sky. But that's just it. You don't know the composition of them. You don't know what they're made out of. You don't know how far they are, or how big they are, or technically what the dimensions of them are. So what I'm trying to say is, just because you see a light in the sky and somebody tells you a story about these lights in the sky, doesn't mean that that story is true, and it doesn't mean that you should believe it. Keep in mind, thousands of years ago, people were telling each other that, you know, the lights in the sky, the stars in the sky are the souls of our dead ancestors. You know, that it's an equally valid thing to say, is saying that they're big balls of gas millions of miles away, and they're residing in the vacuum of space. You know, that's an equally
Okay,
valid thing.
but
It's
but isn't it kind of lazy to just discount? Because, like, for example, like, physics is a high level subject, right? It's not easy to become an expert in physics.
yeah, physics is a
And
different thing though.
well, it's a physics is a high level framework and language, right? For measuring observations, right? And recording
No,
observations and
no,
writing and trying
No.
to
no,
it's not?
no,
What is
no.
physics?
Physics is the study of the physical world. It's a science. It uses the scientific method. You're talking about a philosophy. It's not a
He's talking about
philosophy
math.
at all.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
he
talking
thinks
about
math
math too,
is
right? Like
physics.
math and
Yeah,
Math is
physics are
not a
kind of
science. Math is
math is not
math.
physics.
No,
No.
no.
well, if math is
To
an
be fair, guys,
abstraction,
to be fair, guys, I'm not actually 100% sure if physics is science. It may be, it may not be, but I'm not sure. Just remember, if it doesn't
It
involve
is.
a scientific method, it's not. But physics
but
just does involve the study of, you know,
A
the
physical
physical
analogy.
world. But you remember, a physicist is not a scientist unless the physicist is conducting a scientific experiment.
Fair
Physics is
enough.
science,
okay.
not math.
But that's okay, but do you agree that physics is useful?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Telling
we
you
all
what something in the sky is, you'd have
At
to
No.
anything.
actually
Do you
touch it
think physics
physically,
is
right?
useful for anything? Do you think
If it
What
physics
uses
what
is
kind of
scientific
question is
persuasive?
method,
that? Like, is
yes.
that a serious question, dude? Like, yes, physics is very useful. That's why we have
Big bomber
computers
crack.
and cars, etc.
Right. So on a physical basis, do you think the people who are subscribing to the round earth model, do you think that they're somehow less informed than you guys?
No, they're either, well, they could be less informed, well indoctrinated, or absolutely lying, because physically, measuring the Earth physically, there is no curvature. So what does it matter? I mean, the condemnation is the physics itself, right?
L- Let's not appeal to an authority. Do you have any specific physics examples that you want to talk about?
I mean, nothing specifically. I was
I
just
mean,
talking more in general, right? Like, do you believe that no expert should be? I mean, so yeah, because I don't look at this is a point, right? Because it's just becoming pointless. Like, back to like cycles, right? Essentially, again, I don't understand how you
mute him.
can mute me.
Yeah, mute.
Hey, since you brought up the topic of physics, I think I'd let you know that there is actually one part of the second law of thermodynamics that sort of functions as an argument in our favor, that there is no vacuum of space. So the second law of thermodynamics, there's three parts of it. It's hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, high charge moves to low charge. When it comes to the second one, high pressure moves to low pressure. The thing is, the way that they describe the vacuum of space, it's not really realistic. And a little bit beyond that, more importantly than that, in the definition of gas pressure itself, it simply states the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So you see, we observe high pressure moving to low pressure in, everyday life. That's why we have wind. High pressure
Right.
moves to low pressure as the sun heats up one area more than another area, as the sun moves
Okay.
above our head. And so what I'm trying to say is there is no vacuum of space, because in order to have the consistent X value of gas pressure that we breathe, 14.7 psi at sea level, that's the X value that we breathe. In order to have that, we have to have two things: a container and a fixed volume, changing volume.
you're roboting.
Yeah, I think your mic's messed up. Wait, who said to mute me? Why? What did I say to get muted?
No, I don't think it was you.
I said mute you because it's the same old affirming the consequent over and over and over again.
I don't think that's what I'm doing. I'm just
Country,
having a conversation.
Your words
Country,
mean things.
what's your experience with flat Earth? Are you just trying to? You want to know more about the topic?
I'm
Is there?
just trying to like see where my misunderstanding is, right? So I'm just asking questions to clear up my misunderstandings, right? I mean, is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong. Maybe you could ask like, what are the top leading reasons why we may think the Earth could be flat?
Well, I already am. I'm like familiar somewhat with like the the black swan event thing where you like measure the. It was like
Okay.
the difference in distance of some oil rig in the ocean, right? And like I don't remember exactly, but basically there's like some discrepancy between like the distance with respect to the
So
perspective in the picture.
you got to understand, there's different people that come with different ideas of what flat Earth is. Some people never ever heard of it. Some people have been involved in the debate. Some people, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I've
So
heard
is
a
there something
few
specific
reasons.
you're trying to learn, or you're trying to get in a debate, or?
Well, I mean, I'm just asking questions to clarify my understanding of this model or this non-model, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Like, what specifically? Like,
Well, so like for example, like
what?
how do you explain like cycles, right? How do you explain like the annual cycles and the seasonal cycles and
You don't.
how like how like the earth
So,
changes temperature,
That's the sun.
right, with
so,
respect to the time of year.
That's the sun.
so without getting too in depth and without proclaiming too much, the Earth is stationary. You've got a sun overhead. It's acting like a local light, and it's orbiting around the Earth.
Right?
And the
Is
area
there
that it's, I mean, you've never heard that part before? You've never
is there
heard?
an explanation for how that
It's
would
the
work?
same. It's the same model that you've got. We just don't have the Earth spinning and tilted on an axis when you're talking about seasons. So within your model, for example, when it is summertime in the north, that's because the closest area of proximity to the sun is the Tropic of Cancer. As in the Tropic of Capricorn is furthest away. That's why it's winter in the southern hemisphere, quote unquote. Within some flat Earth conceptions, it's just a circular path of the sun throughout the year, rebounding between these two areas. So when the sun is circling over the Tropic of Cancer in the north, it's obviously summer in the north and winter in the south because of proximity to the sun. 6 months later, when the sun's crossed over the equator, it's southern extremity to Tropic of Capricorn. So therefore, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. It's the same idea within your model. We just have the sun moving instead of the Earth spinning.
Right.
But how do you express that mathematically? Does
We
it
don't
not, can it
express
not
it.
be, so it can't be expressed mathematically?
What do you mean express mathematically? It's just the observation of what the sun does.
Right, but because it follows a pattern, right, there should be a way to express that pattern somehow, right? I'm sure
Yeah, possibly, but I
you
wouldn't be
realize
able.
that.
Yeah, probably, but I wouldn't be able to put it out for you.
Yeah, it's
Can
been
you
done. It's
can
called
you
a
express
calendar.
mathematically within
Oh,
your model?
someone mentioned something. Wait, say that again. It's called a what?
A calendar.
So
There you go.
So there is I don't have it, but there is a mathematical transformation from the globe
I'd be,
to
yeah.
a flat. So I mean, you seem to be representing
I'd be
yourself. Hold on,
interested
hold on.
to see
You
that.
seem to be representing yourself as somebody that's
Okay,
never
I
heard of
got you.
flat
Hold
Earth
up.
and they're new to the idea, but you're clearly not new to the idea. You've been involved in the debates and you're asking for more complex, abstract answers. So
Well, I'm
can you?
not new to the idea of models of the universe, if that's what you're
Okay,
asking.
here's that math. Cartesian coordinates converted to polar coordinates. Just look up the correction equations for Cartesians to polar coordinates. Corrections. And you'll get those equations that'll take you from two-dimensional planar Cartesian coordinates into three-dimensional spherical coordinates. So
Right, but you don't believe we live in a
it
two-dimensional.
doesn't matter. The point is that in both models. You can convert to both models.
It's
If
it's
the
it's
observation works in one model, you can convert it to the other and it works. So no observation becomes exclusive only to a sphere.
dude, and it's not two-dimensional. It's three-dimensional. Where are you getting two-dimensional from?
What, planar survey,
No,
Cartesian
no.
coordinates?
I
No,
asked
he
him the other
said
guy.
he said two-dimensional.
Yeah,
That
I
was a
said
great
that
point.
there's a
That was a great
conversion rate because those two convert. So nothing in one model is exclusive to that model because it can be converted into planar coordinates too.
Right, I understand, but the planar coordinates wouldn't change the path, right? It would just be the same path expressed in a different coordinate system.
In a different geometry.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, it's still the same
Not
three-dimensional path.
you were
So I
no,
don't know
it'd be
where you
a
got the
path in
3D to
any
2D.
coordinate system. Here, listen. It's distance. Of course, it's distance. Point to point, distance. Okay? But whether
Right.
we map it in polar coordinates or in planar it'll be straight line, in polar it'll be a curved line because it'll be a spherical coordinate system. So no, that's not true. The
Okay, no,
path will
I see what you're saying.
it depends on the coordinate system you represent. We can use a hypercube to make a cubical Cartesian coordinate system, and it'd still be straight line points. So, in other words, we can make a flat multi-dimensional Cartesian coordinates box out of multi-planes of planar Cartesian coordinates. This could be a hyperbolic representation of a coordinate system that would work for anything, any amount of area or space, time over distance and travel. That's all it is.
So you guys
Point to
basically
point.
think that the round Earth model is just a useful tool for extrapolating,
No, it's a
whatever.
mathematical expression of what it would be if it was a sphere.
Yeah,
It's
it's a mathematical construct.
it's a
There's no
spherical coordinate system. Hold up. And if it was true, then a geoid model wouldn't be defined still as a theoretical model.
Yeah, there really is no globe Earth model per se. It's broken up into many segments of like different use cases for the different type of models, like a geoid model, the oblate spheroid model, the WGS84 model that is currently or what they're using for the what is it surveying, Mike? The WGS84, the planar surveying, the one you were
Yeah,
describing,
yeah.
and then
GSW84 or the
yeah,
North American datum.
so there's many
NOAA.
different models for different specific reasons. There's they got the atmospheric models, oceanic models. There's different models, but there's not one globe Earth gold standard model that has explanatory power for many different things. Like some people might think when they come into this arena, they'll say, "Well, the globe, that's a model." No, it's not. Not according to like the model that people would have a use case for us, like a scientific model. It doesn't do that. So, in accordance to like what you might think a model is, especially when you're explaining things with the globe, you want to get specific on what type of model you're talking about and for what use case. So, and that's all dependent on what you are specifying. So yeah, it's not just a one and done. I got a globe Earth model, which is usually the fallacy that people come in here and talk about. So we have to correct them and ask them, what type of model do you mean? It's what globe Earth model are you talking about? And usually, most of the time, I would say they don't know. So, and that's not really no fault to them. They've been taught or told that the globe Earth model is the thing that sits on your desk, and that's incorrect.
Right, but I know
So,
the difference, right? When I sit
well,
here
you
and
you
like I
do, but
tell you
I'm saying other people don't that come in here. They'll say when we ask them for the model, they'll post the globe Earth that sits on your desk. That's what they do.
okay, so you don't even think that there's any usefulness to any of these models?
Yeah, they're not talking about the land geographical specified area of like curvature and that. What they're doing is they're superimposing the celestial sphere over
Listen,
superimposing that over the land. So using
we
the
can
celestial
answer that practically, Mickey. No, it
yeah, but
doesn't do it. It's not beneficial for anything. We don't use it for travel or navigation, and it doesn't make human life one bit better.
yeah, of course. And I was just getting to like the difference between why they think there's a terrestrial sphere but there's not. The sphere that they usually talk about in regards to longitude and latitude have to deal with celestial. So everything has to deal with like celestial navigation, celestial northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere, has everything to do with the celestial sphere. And that has nothing to do with mapping out something on the ground as far as like the actual rotundity of the earth, because it doesn't conform. What you're doing is you're using the celestial sphere to pinpoint places geographically on the earth, which is why the confusion happens. That they're why people from the globe say, "Hey, I can look at the stars," because that's how you map out the celestial sphere. Celestial navigation is used in this regard, and so on. So the confusion happens when you're trying to look at the celestial sphere and thinking it's the terrestrial one, even talking about longitude and latitude. So there's a lot of like work
Hold
that
on.
the
So wait. So
Globerger has to do.
are you saying
Yeah.
that in celestial navigation, the spherical model is useful?
The celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. That's different. And yeah, just do a quick Google search on what that is. That's usually because the celestial
those
sphere.
are known ground positions of stars and their known position in the sky. The sky
Yeah,
is
it's
a
all in.
celestial sphere.
It's just to deal with the heavens. It has nothing to do with the
Hey,
ground.
look, that kid sent me like 30 fucking NASA links. You guys really triggered Singularity. I wanted to let you know he's butthurt, so notch that one up in your belt, boys.
Yeah.
So
did
so
you have another
maybe okay.
question?
I guess my point was like, because I actually appreciate like the couple people that talk to me, right? Because a lot of the times, I just get like yelled at, cussed at, muted, right?
Oh,
So
get the fuck
maybe,
out of here, dude. Seriously, the victim
oh, there
status
it
isn't
is.
going to work.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I
Okay,
don't see
if
the
you feel
usefulness of
hold on.
that.
Let's pump the brakes for a second. If you feel victimized, what
Hey,
should you
thanks
do?
for that concession, bro.
If you feel like you're being victimized or your voice is not heard, you're not able to speak, do you A, hang out and try to gain some sort of social credit about how poor you, or do you just fuck off and just get the fuck out of here and go do whatever you want with your life?
You see, this is what I'm saying is I feel like
Shut the fuck up.
maybe the
Shut the fuck up. I love comfortable silences.
Yeah, the odd part here is like
Look,
he
you ain't
thinks
QE,
somehow that
stop.
flat earthers
You're
get
gonna
to
have
go.
to get a lot louder than that, or quit impersonating QE.
Yeah. Like go to any channel, just steel man the position. Go to another channel and say, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," and just see what they say to you, and then come back and be like,
Put the shoe on your foot, buddy. See how many times you get called
wait.
retard by some pompous ass that won't even hear you out.
"Yeah, won't even hear what they won't even know anything you have got to say. You've said nothing at all."
Wait, Crit. Wait, hold on, Crit. Don't say that, Crit. Because think about what you're saying. Like you're telling a glober to go somewhere else and pretend to be a flat earther. Is that really a good idea?
Yeah,
well,
just so he can get
listen.
feedback on his
Yeah,
victim
listen.
status.
Don't talk
No, I
shit to
know,
me
but I mean,
unless
think
you're
about
willing
that.
to
Like,
listen. Don't talk shit to us unless you're willing to walk a mile on our shoes.
It's kind
oh
of
no,
like
no,
me as
no.
a
Like, I know,
Christian,
I see
though,
what you mean by that
telling a
sense, but I'm just
guy
saying, like,
to
I
pretend
mean,
to be a
like,
Christian to know what it's like to be a Christian.
Yeah, listen. The moment you do this, you take this onto yourself. You're like a non-Trinitarian going into a Trinitarian church. You're nothing but a heretic. But in the entire fucking world, to your mama, your daddy, your cousin, your brother. So if you absolutely believe in this or the principles of it, then you're destined to ridicule, insult, and ad hominem. At least when I call somebody a moron, I've demonstrated it through their own logic. So it's not really a ad hominem; it's a fact demonstrated.
whatever. I guess at this point in time, what difference does it make?
None. Do unto the others as you would have them do unto me. You're going to call me a retard. Well, then what makes you think I shouldn't return the favor? I'm not the one that said it was cool in the debate. I just played by their rules.
I think that guy really did leave. So
Yeah, he tried to go meta.
Oh,
Like at the
hey,
very beginning.
Singularity said those are all NASA gifts that are, or links that are in favor of flat Earth somehow. So I guess I'm gonna have to relook through that.
Yeah,
That guy
no,
wasn't triggered.
no country tries to play it at different angles when he comes in here. Sometimes he's like cool. Sometimes he comes in hot headed. You never know what you get with him. It's just a roll of the dice.
Yeah, it's really some sort of emotional
Only like
state you're trying to
50
parse out.
Well,
Like
maybe
what?
he's a drug addict. He just ain't got no weed today. See, I'm always in the same mood because I grow my own marijuana. If I had to chase it down, I might be an asshole sometimes.
Hey,
I think
Belamod, I
they
think
were
that's what got. I think
hey,
that's what got Gem shut down. They were talking about medical misinformation about street drugs being legal, safe and legal. So we're trying to keep it away from that.
Oh, you think they were talking about medicinal marijuana?
No, because if you go to like the CDC website and whatnot, and DEA and all those, still to this day, they've got on there that
That's a lawsuit.
marijuana use causes schizophrenia. So you had people
Yeah,
on that
listen,
server talking
it's a
about,
lawsuit. My state
oh,
said that they don't have any of that. They don't have any of that research. That's what my state said. They failed to produce it, and that's why my state made it legal for recreational use. So, in my state, I will file a lawsuit in a Michigan court against you if you go against the laws of my state and police me on something federally. I will sue your state, and that's a guarantee. My civil liberties only stop being active the moment I'm unaware of them.
All right, we do have the normal
what?
rat in here, and we have some other people that are in here, like K. Gilbran. K. Gilbran, if you're in there, go ahead and chime in and say what's up. Got some new people in here. We got put him on mute. Brendan just jumped back in, who kind of went out the back door yesterday because it's getting kind of hot in here. But what's up, Brendan?
I
Uh,
needed some water,
Put 'em
but I
on
fell
mute.
asleep afterwards.
Put him on mute.
Uh,
Nah, it's cool, man. But yeah, we still think that you think that time dilation is real. It's all right. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
that's
joking,
all
man.
right.
Relax.
We'll agree to disagree on that.
It's a party in here. We're
No,
bonding.
we're actually we're trying to get a conversation going with the new people that are coming in. There's a few people that we haven't seen in here, but then some old faces, new faces, I guess, that are in this channel. Like we got Orion. Welcome, Orion. Thank you for joining the fray here on the politics server. Who else we got? I think Bushel. Bushel, I haven't seen you here.
Show, what's up, man?
And Zen Arte. I see you at the bottom there. What's up, Zen? We know you from 24/7, so.
Howdy.
What up? What up? If there's anybody else that wants to chime in, go ahead. The floor is open for conversation about the topic of the shape of the earth. Any questions, guys? We had McToon kind of slithering around here earlier, and Brenda as well.
Nah, Maggie, you're wrong.
McToon was in the house. Yeah, you
Brenda.
Globers would have been like McToon.
they didn't though. No one really gave a shit.
They didn't know who he was. If they did, they would have been all over his jock, dude, like a superstar.
Yeah, we had him on ADL, and this Glover said, "I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm trying to talk," and he didn't know what to say. I thought it was funny. I was like, "That's your prophet. You're gonna talk to your prophet that way? Peace be upon him, bro."
Dude, you're wild, bro.
I mean, right? That's McToon. That's your Mick motherfucking prophet.
That's McToon, man.
McToony, baby.
Yeah, slapping women, right? Is that the guy who slaps women?
No, he's his one of his I don't know which article it is, but it's second on Google's search list. Which one did he?
Me and Shane we're doing FTFE, Craig and McTwo's and their other buddy for like every week. They'd come in and say like FTF versus an entire flat earth server, you know. Me and Shane would take up most of the time and then just open the floor after that and let everybody in the room crack him. And he kept saying, "Dude, I'm the guy in FTF, Craig." And so like 5 dudes are like, look, I'm not your fan. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking. And that dude gets really mad. McToons, he takes it well. You know, he's like, okay, I'll let you have the floor. But FTFE, he wants to get in the, you know, the insult game with you. He does it for ratings. That's his living, you know. He wants the insults and all that. So he'll sit there. If you call him a dumbass, you're going to argue with this dude for an hour. He'll just keep going. Damn. That dude had a heart attack after getting, you know, one of those shots that's supposed to prevent one of those things. You know what I'm saying? And he had a.
Oh, COVID.
Well, I'm not going to get into medical misinformation, but then he had a heart attack as a side effect. You know, because it caused another condition, but I don't know. Maybe it did cure the one condition, but it caused another one, and so now dude is in a wheelchair and can barely fucking about to have a heart attack, but he'll literally go to stroke level with the insults. And I'm thinking, man, dude, do you need to pay for your living and your family so much so that you're risking your health every time you get on there? But
you know what I
Can
found
I
out? A way to
speak?
prevent the
This is not
myocarditis
medical
is
advice.
Can
but
I speak?
prior. No, shut
This
up.
is not.
Prior to the
This,
myocarditis, you watch the
yeah,
Ultimate Warrior workout video, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah,
myocarditis.
myocarditis. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
This is not medical advice,
But I think it's sad that guy has.
Do you guys trust the pharmaceutical industry?
We're not going to get into
No,
that.
we're not going to talk about that. Switch off the topic.
What are we talking about
now?
right
now? Listen,
we're talking about
now.
We were talking about Craig.
We're talking about
now.
canola oil. Canola
we're talking
oil
about Craig.
You guys will start getting some red mutes if we don't switch to flat Earth, guys.
We were talking about Craig, fight the flat Earth. We weren't talking about medical shit.
Canola oil is great for you. This is not medical advice.
But the guy does go to stroke level on his shows. I'm just.
So I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I need a 9-letter word for rate of drop of slope. Anybody?
Tangent.
Curvature.
There it is. That works.
Oh. Damn.
Oh, one letter off, huh?
Thank you.
All right, we got well, he just left. I was gonna call him out. And the George said, but he took off. We got Booney, who I think is a Glober. If you want to chime in and ask your questions. We got Jedi in the house, and we got Battle Mod. We'll take your questions. Fiona's just joined us. Fiona, how you doing? Welcome to the room.
What up, my dude?
What's going on? We got Hit Uzi, or whatever his name is.
I got nothing significant to contribute, but I'll listen.
That's fine. We're just acknowledging everybody in the room. And we got Nonfiction. I've never talked to you. Space Goat, what's up? Space Goat, Coast to Coast. Owlishness, what's up, Owlishness? Penelope's joined us. Professor
Hi.
Pale. Quad's a part of the chat right now. Resolve, all the way from Australia. Riding on Eggshells is over there with you. Singularity, who just chimed in earlier. We got Says Who, Subdued, Superfluous, Sensei. This is Glat. Remember Glat? We got Tech that just joined. We can unmute him. I don't know if you want to talk to him or not.
Are you a Twitch streamer?
TOS UK, who's been recording us this whole time. So we're always on YouTube and other platforms, guys. Check us out on Rumble and whatnot. We have the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have our own server as well, but we're being hosted here with the Politics. We do appreciate the Politics server for letting us have space here. We got Battle Mod down there, and we got the normal rat, the other Taylor. Trinity loves you on mute and deafen, and Zen Arte. Welcome everybody. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. If you have any questions about the Earth being a globe, or you have any evidence, please bring it forward.
I do have a question though.
Sure.
I was looking into some, well, I'm joining the military here pretty soon, and I thought it'd be smart to brush up on what everyone else is up to outside of North America. And I was shocked to find out that places like India and these other countries that I wouldn't have, I kind of assumed they all worked with NASA, or that NASA was outside of U.S. like it's its own thing, and everybody kind of came together. But it's weird seeing an Indian rocket and like these different countries having their own space race going on. Are they all kind of mistaken, or is it like the government trying to get money from its people?
Yeah, you're asking overall, like, what are space agencies if the Earth is flat? Is that kind of your question?
Right.
Well, you could ask probably Crit that. I mean, if we're going to get into the economic part of it, but there's things where money's not always going to the certain organ. How new are you to economics and things that like the way the world's ran? Are you fairly new to that whole concept? Because like, if I throw you some ideas, you'll probably be like, "That's not possible." So I don't know if you just trust the government on like spending and all that kind of stuff. Because I mean, obviously, everybody has a level of like understanding of when it comes to government. So I don't know where you're at with it, but um, we do know like when we contribute like our taxes, like it goes to government funded sources, right? So we can't follow usually the paper trail where it goes to, but organizations usually have other subcategories of things where they have like other people that donate and such. So there's people that get like payouts of things from our from our tax dollars. So sometimes we don't know usually that the organizations that are fronts for other things, I'll just say that there could be a possibility that something else is being funded from the money that's going to these organizations other than the money that they get for specific types of research. Like I wouldn't say that we're not going to go anywhere to outer space. We're not developing technology to take us to another planet, if that's what you mean. These organizations can't be doing that because we live in an enclosed system. The system would not allow for that to happen. So they're obviously not going to that place that they are saying they're going. It doesn't matter what country you're in. So there's just more of like it's like a dog and pony show, let's say. It's a theatrics. That's all it is. So you're seeing a big it's just a big show they put on, right? With all the trimmings of like video production and getting people to believe ideas. But what we've broken down over the years that we've been looking into this, the research that we've poured into, it's that most of the idea that we live on this earth is actually practically understood as a flat and stationary earth. Like when you talk about navigating over the ocean, uh, pilots that fly airplanes, everything that we can think of, right? Satellites, everything is happening within this enclosed system. There's nothing that's going outside, of the enclosed system. So what we understand is that everything can and is being used practically as a flat and stationary earth. Nothing gives us the impression that there's space agencies going out into the vacuum of space, or as they would kind of show you that it's a cosmic vacuum. And so things like landing rovers on Mars and sending satellites far past the solar system and all these things are just it's all theatrics for your mind. And since they put up the video that we have like looked into, like in the beginning of all this, when everybody started talking about the information, we have videos that actually show how they've been pulling this off. And it just shows a lot of like edits, things where you see people in space that are supposed to be floating around where things fall down, uh, you know, bubbles there's a buoyancy pool where NASA actually trains their astronauts. Well, there are certain shots in the spacewalks of the ISS where it looks like bubbles are coming out from the helmets. So there's little bit of things that we can point to that because we're keeping an eye on them. Like other people are oblivious to this, right? They're not looking at what the space agencies are doing. They're just taking them for full credit, like that. They believe them what they're doing because why would they lie? So we've been studying like every move that they make, and so all the stuff that they propose to the public cannot be true like what they're saying. They cannot be doing the things that they're doing. First of all, you have to look at the material from going to the places that they go to like actually the technology that's actually designed for being in such a place that they're saying that they're in. Everything is inconsistent. It doesn't line up with them being in the place that they say they are, whether it's men on the moon or men in the thermosphere, flying around in a tin can going 17,500 miles per hour at 90 minutes around the earth. Every 90 minutes they'll do an orbit. There's a lot of things like a decaying orbit for over 20 years falling around the earth. It's too fantastic. of a thing. And I'm not saying just because they can throw some mathematics at it that it's not real, but because of the fact that they can't ever explain the things that we talk about in here that we understand. Like, I don't know how new you are to this topic, Zenarte, but I thought I saw you in 24/7 actual. So that's the reason why I said hello to you. But we would say that you can't have gas pressure without a container. There's not possible. It's the gas pressure is defined by the four walls of its container, force per unit area inside this container. So if this is true, right, as a conditional statement, you can't have gas pressure unless you have a container. It's conditional. So therefore, if you try to say I want to define gas pressure without a container, like let's say gravity, right? Then you would have to show a demonstration of how gravity is containing gas pressure. And nowhere in the earth is gravity containing gas pressure, because we can obviously know that the gas pressure on the surface of the earth moves freely omnidirectionally. So if that is true, then gravity has no hold on gases. Gases move freely in this dynamic system. Therefore, if that is true, gases move freely and they're not held down by the vector of down with gravity, then gravity is not a container for gas pressure. And then we understand there's no other explanation that they have that gravity is holding anything into the earth. So if you don't have a container containing the gas pressure in the cosmic vacuum, it would just disperse into the available space. This is something that's true, right? Therefore, it can't be negated. It's a natural law. So you can't negate natural law unless you have proposed an idea of what could be negating it. But in this case, um, it would have to be something that you'd propose that could negate that. But the problem is that we have here is that the mainstream consensus, the scientific community, they are saying that it's an open system because matter and energy can leave the system. So we have an issue because the mainstream consensus would say that something within this ecosystem of the Earth being a planet, and then you have the atmosphere with different layers. That once you exit the exosphere and leave with the escape velocity, 25,000 miles per hour, somewhere around there, they will say that the ship, whatever it is, would actually get to escape velocity and then be able to cruise at orbital speeds in a decaying orbit and such, like around the Earth. But if you don't do that, then you'd get pulled back down, right, by gravity. But like I said, with gases, because gases move freely and omnidirectionally, that's not applicable to gases. So what we see and what they're telling us doesn't line up with the physical and natural world. So it's not possible that you can be saying that you're going to a place that would be breaking the second law of thermodynamics, which entropy would take hold, right? Where gases expand to fill the space, high pressure moves to low pressure. That doesn't occur because obviously, in this open system of the Earth being a globe, gravity is containing, right? Or at least that's the answer. But then you don't see a demonstration. So how can that be the case? Because we see in this system, gases aren't held down by gravity. Gases move everywhere they want. They freely and move in every direction. So it's just not possible that you can negate that. And there's been a bunch of mental contortions in this room because people are trying to reconcile that. Like it is possible. You just haven't thought of like the actual container because perhaps it's something that we haven't thought of yet. Another substance. But we understand that gases are defined by the walls of its container. Otherwise, you cannot have gas pressure. So the thing in contention here is those space. I'm going back to the point that you made. Those space agencies that are around the world, right? We're gonna say everywhere, wherever they are, and they're propped up. Are they actually going into the vacuum of space, the cosmic vacuum? And the answer is no. Very clearly no, because they would have to get around the fact that gas pressure is contained by the walls of its container. So you can't get away from that. No one can. You're going to have to be able to figure out how that's going to be negated, or at least demonstrate how gravity becomes a container. You can't say, well, we have to have a planet size example because that's not going to work. Because obviously you could demonstrate gas pressure with a container as how we understand that it's defined. Now, if you're saying something else becomes a container, that something else is going to have to be put into a demonstration or an example so we can see how it's negated without a container. But that's never been done. So we're stuck with the impasse of saying until you prove the evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container, the air pressure, then there's no space. You can't have the cosmic vacuum. So it's not a conversation to we can't get into that conversation and be like, okay, let's talk about moon landings and why that wasn't possible, or let's talk about how satellites are orbiting the Earth and how that's possible. That those are derivative topics to the main topic that people can't get away from. In other words, you have to provide evidence first of how you can negate the second law of thermodynamics, the natural law that we understand, gas behavior. And so I guess that puts it into perspective. You can't have space agencies say they're going to the vacuum of space without first negating the fact that the second law of thermodynamics would have to be negated first.
Couldn't you say, for instance, gas requires a container as it's tested, but if you commit to the idea that all gas requires a container, then and we don't observe any container maintaining the pressure on Earth, because obviously no one could obviously say where the container is or if there is one because we can't see one, right? You know, I'm appealing to senses here, just like how we were talking about earlier is an important thing to do. Then either one of two things would be the case. Either one, the laws of thermodynamics have been suspended, right? In which case that would be, you know, quite unlikely because then we've debunked the law of thermodynamics. Or that this definition of gas requires a container is not what's the word? It's not a
gold standard?
exhaustive. It's not an exhaustive definition, so it's not a universal definition for all sorts of gas pressure.
Right, but then what would be required would be the standard, right? You'd have to define it in a different way. It could not ever be used in the way it's defined now. So in order for that to be the really is level, like you'd have to define it in the way that we understand. That is not the case for gas pressure. It is not a conditional statement any longer. It wouldn't be because you'd found something else that could negate that. So the conditional statement wouldn't require the container for the force per unit area that the gas would exert on the walls of its container. It wouldn't be that anymore. It would be defined as you would bring forth new information. But that's
or it
never
could
been
be
negated. So,
or for instance, it could be because obviously the point of a definition is to create an account for the world, to describe the world, right? That's the point of the
sure,
definition. The
and
better,
you know something
yeah.
that's uncovered new information or something that we could understand that wasn't previously understood. But as it is, the physical and natural world stands to be the laws that govern this world. They're pretty solid, right? Like, and for the another point of what I'm going to bring in, things that stand for themselves, like the law of gravity, little g, right? Little g, the effect. It stands for itself. You don't need to say don't need to tell anybody about it. In the medium of air, an object and medium relationship will always have an effect, right? If I drop a rock, it will fall. If I drop a ping pong ball, it will fall. However, you switch the mediums around. If I drop a ping pong ball in the medium of air, it will fall. Once it hits water, it will stop on the top of that water. However, the rock will keep going underneath the water because it's more dense. So the object and medium relationship is a real thing, right? We can quantify that, and we can change the medium. It'll change the object's direction. So we can work with that. We can't work with something that like the causation part of it, where we don't understand the fabric of reality. That's the thing that everybody wants to discover, right? There's what is it, the quantum particle, the God particle that they're talking about. They discover that it's like unmasking God or whatever. Like they say all these fancy things in science, right? But it's not what we're looking at here is the fundamental rules of nature. So we can't. There's no way to negate that. And I know a lot of people that are on the Globert side would like to have a field day negating the fact that thermodynamics is been negated, but it cannot be because it's a law, right? So
Yeah, I
these
think
things
that
are laws.
Globertha would say that the laws of thermodynamics haven't been suspended. What they would
Well,
probably
yeah,
say
but
is that the definition here isn't fitting.
yeah,
Isn't a
but
universal definition. It's just something we'd use in practicality on the
but see,
ground.
that's the
Right?
thing though. If you're using it in practicality, that means the rules and the law are intact. They're not negated. There's no other thing that's going to make it be gas pressure. If you're saying, yeah, there is something else that's going to make it gas pressure in a certain area contained, because then you're going to have to start saying, where do we see that in nature? You're going to have to point that out because it hasn't been discovered. The only thing we understand is when you see gas pressure in an area, it's held by a container. And
Don't
in
most
any,
people infer, for instance, I mean, I'm sure like you've already heard of the straw thing, where they say that there's only so far you could create a vacuum to adjust the pressure, for instance, a liquid, um, before it can't go any further. So I think, um, yeah, like the same principle would be applied to air, right? So you could only pull up the air so far before it just before the effect is so weak that it has no more, against a theoretical gravity, can't go up any further. So like on both sides you have an explanation here, and both sides they're depending upon an unobservable. On the one side, the flat earthers are talking about an unobservable container that they're inferring based on a definition. Definitions aren't laws, right? And then on the other side, you have the globe earther who's talking about theoretical and observable being gravity, to explain that the sucking up a straw phenomenon, creating a vacuum, right?
yeah, the definition in and of itself is not a law, but it follows a law. So the definition itself would have to be a part of the law of nature, right?
Yeah, you're trying to
So
describe the law, right?
definitions, yeah, it describes. So like if you're saying, I'm defining this by what we understand the second law of thermodynamics to be, right? High pressure moves to low pressure. So that right there is when you say, okay, now I'm going to define gas pressure. How can we define it? Well, in what way is it practical in our reality? I can only say in a conditional statement that every time we try to achieve gas pressure, we need a container, and it's defined by the four walls of its container. So it has to be contained in order for you to achieve pressure. Like you have to have volume, you have to have a force per unit area exerting pressure on the walls, and once that's happening, then gas pressure exists. It becomes something. So it doesn't become something when there is no container. It becomes something, and it's defined by the walls that contain it. So if you have a container, then you put some gas pressure in it, then you're defining that gas pressure because there's walls around it. But when there is no walls, you can't define gas pressure because there is no pressure to define. You know what I mean? There is nothing that you can't. You have to be able to have a containment for there to be gas pressure, and that's why it's a conditional statement. Otherwise, you can find some other way to describe it in a definition. So the definition itself describes or is attributed to the second law of thermodynamics. Because if you are using the definition to describe second law, then that's fine because it's a natural law. You're not in any way violating the definition portion of it. Like, because if you say, well, every time I have gas pressure, I have to have a container. How can I define that? Well, in a conditional statement, you can say, every time I have a container, I can achieve gas pressure because now I have a container. Because before, I couldn't have gas pressure. I need gas pressure. I need to have it. But how can I have it when there's no way to achieve it? So, what do I need? A container. And then now I can get gas pressure because the gas is being exerted on the walls of its container and I have gas pressure now. Otherwise, you can't define it. So that's the paradox. If you're trying to say it can be done without the container, then that needs to be shown. If you're saying no, you can do it without the container, then you've just created the paradox where it can be and it can't be at the same time. So you just can't do that. It either is or is not defined by the walls of its container.
Now, where I'm confused is what are wait, so there is a container, we can put pressure in it, and I assume we can also make a vacuum in this container because that has been done too. What
Sure.
exactly can't be done with the container?
The container, if you say that there is no container, so the argument is for and against, right? So if you want to achieve gas pressure, what would you need? What is the requirements for gas pressure?
There would have to be more matter in a specific location with less empty space for it to occupy, and so the
Right.
entropy would.
But that's still not giving it a defined, because let's say you have, how could you achieve gas pressure like in a rate will it will keep it will keep expanding. Like you can't just. It would have to be increasing, right? You couldn't decrease. You have to keep increasing gas pressure in order for you to understand we are achieving gas pressure right now. For example, if I have a balloon and I put air in it, I'm pressurizing the balloon, and as the rubber kind of gets expanded when I'm putting more pressure in it, what's happening is there's more pressure being like tightened inside that balloon. So more pressure, the higher the differential from the inside of the balloon from to the outside. Outside super low, inside is going to be a much higher. When I let go of the nozzle of that balloon, the air rushes out. I understand a simple fact from that as soon as I have a high pressure, low pressure differential, the air will always move into the lower pressure. Always. That's the law.
I might be misunderstanding this test, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. But is the test for demonstrating pressure without a container the idea that you get a tube, right? A
Yeah.
tube that's about let's say, for instance, it's a 100-kilometer tube, right? And you create a vacuum with your mouth, and then you know, the gas pressure would at some point you adjust the gas pressure with your mouth, and then you by creating a vacuum, but the gas wouldn't go all the way at 100 kilometers to your mouth, right? Even though that there is room for it to move.
I'm not understanding your example.
I
I'm
don't know if
trying to
I've
grasp
worded
it.
that awfully, but
100 kilometers straw?
yeah, like not a straw, but like a tube, right? I mean, it could be a swirly tube, but it doesn't really matter. And the idea, because I've only ever heard this used as in a liquid form, right? I've not really heard it used in a gas form, so it's hard
You're
for me
talking
to
about like a
articulate
vacuum
it.
pump? What it sounds like you're doing?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
what it
no,
sounds like.
you're confused. You're never creating a vacuum when you suck in the straw, because there is another end in the straw. If you block the other end, you can't suck. You will create a partial vacuum, yeah, but there will be no air entering the other end. The same thing with the 100-mile tube you will put. There will be another end. When you suck from the first end, there will be air that will compense the air you sucked that enter the other end, and there will be no vacuum. You will not create a vacuum or difference of pressure.
So it would be equal all the way through the tube.
Yeah, there will be a flow of air in the pipe.
Okay. Well, I don't like look. Put gas to one side. Why doesn't that happen with liquid?
What do you
It
said?
does happen with liquid, doesn't it? In the straw.
No. So you could. Someone
Straw
mentioned
in the
it earlier, which is why I googled
straw.
it to see what they were talking about, right?
Sure.
And
When you put
I'm a Google Earth fundamentally. And as far as I'm aware, if you had a straw and you did that effect that was long enough, there would be a limit to how far.
Yeah, you're talking about a vacuum pump. I think I know what you're looking at. I've seen this argument before. The one you're trying to make.
Yeah, well, I only heard someone mention it earlier. I had no idea what they're referring to. So I had to Google it to see what they were saying. Yeah, like if you know what I'm talking about, what's the response? I guess like if you know.
They were at a different. It's like a vacuum pump that's at a different. Okay, so they were trying to siphon water. They were trying to find the most efficient means to get water from. I think there was a lower area. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to draw water up.
Yeah.
Just kind of like you would have if you're drinking a liquid out of a straw.
Yeah.
Like the amount of pressure you would. Is that what you're talking about? Because I think
Yeah,
that's someone's argument. Fuck, who brought that argument in once? I want to say it was Danny
I got it from
57.
Scott
Danny
Mackey.
57.
Okay.
Was that him?
I don't know. I'm just I'm talking about what Scott Mackey said. And I searched gas pressure without a container, and this sort of came up with like barometers and mercury and so on.
Oh man, I want to
Listen.
see how he framed the argument. I remember one morning we were talking about it.
Yeah, but the problem is, listen, the straw or the plumbing for the pump become the containment.
Yeah, I don't think. Look, I don't think I'm going to word this. I'm
It's
doing
a
the argument
pressurized
justice. So
chamber or orifice.
I feel like I should wait until I've got the
But
actual
fluid
verbiage of the
pressure and
argument down.
gas pressure are two separate
Ask-
categories. Even
ask
though
Danny.
gas displays fluid movements, it's not in a fluid pressure category. It's in a gas pressure because one is
Man,
compressible and one isn't.
how did the argument go? I'm trying to think of it now because he was trying to phrase it in a way. It was about a farmer, I think, that was trying to get this. No, I'm getting it wrong. I'm
It's
not.
all right.
I'm not gonna. I'm not
I'll
gonna
come back
attempt.
when
You
I have
find
the
it.
verbiage
Yeah,
correct. When
find
I
out.
have the argument.
You're gonna remind me though whenever you talk about it because I'm
You
gonna
get
remember it.
fluid pressure just through a tube in an orifice. You're just pumping it out of a tube in a power washer. Is an example.
Because it's meant to be demonstrable of gas pressure without a container, right? I can't remember how it's
not,
phrased.
because
Hmm.
you're saying that gas and liquid are both fluids, and that's not true. They both display fluid movements. They have the ability to move fluidly, which
Yep.
is not the same as being a fluid or liquid. So they're not comparable. They're two separate categories.
So,
I can get fluid.
yeah.
I can increase fluid pressure by increasing pump pressure or air pressure and lowering the orifice through which I force the fluid through, the liquid. And it becomes a power washer. I can strip my house with it or I can gently speckle it, depending on how much pressure I feed through what size hole.
Okay.
That's not comparable to having gas pressure. The only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is through containment as man. We can do this fluid pressure all day long. You can use a squirt gun and show me fluid pressure without a container, but that's not what we're asking for. And you're
One
making a
second.
category error.
If you don't mind, would Scott Mackey be able to articulate it? Because I think he was the one who was
He's
saying.
going to say gases are fluids too, and he's got that wrong. See, they tell you in physics that gas displays fluid movements. That does not put it in a category with liquids. You say, I understand that, but you then attribute water pressure to gas pressure. So you don't understand it.
Yeah,
liquid is liquid.
Almond,
State of matter. Listen, fluid
when
is
you
in
say
a
I don't
state of.
understand it, I never claim. Like, do I sound like I'm confident in the verbiage?
No,
of what
I'm saying I didn't say you didn't. I said Scott doesn't.
I think he's speaking to the royal you, Beta.
Oh, right, I see.
Yeah, no, I'm speaking to Scott. Fluid is not a state of matter, but liquid is. Gas and liquid are separate, but gas and liquid both have display fluid movements. They move fluidly. That's not calling them a liquid. It's a description of their ability to move at will throughout the entirety of the volume independently.
I
That
mean,
means it's not a uniform medium.
So in gas and liquid, the difference also in pressure, you can achieve pressure with liquid in just the cup. With the open, the container can be open. With gas pressure, the container would have to be sealed to achieve gas pressure. And otherwise, like with liquid, you need to have you can pour water in a cup and have the same pressure. Pressure would be exerted on the walls of its container, but it could be an open container.
And like
You know what I mean?
Bottleneck said, you can use liquid as a container for gas because a bubble of air in
momentarily,
water heats gas pressure in water, and so the gas is exerting force on the walls of its container. So on the liquid, the surface of the ocean or the surface of lake, there
Your
is gas.
microphone is so shit.
It is. That's why it'd be nice if you didn't talk when he was talking.
Are you, by the way, are you far away from your mic, Necros? I don't know how close you are, bro, but
is it good now?
Not much, but that's fine.
So the gas is exerting force on the surface of water. So and
Booney's getting triggered, Necros. Go ahead. Who's gonna talk about this? Somebody who's gonna.
I really don't understand why I mean, a liquid and a gas have the same, like the entropy is there, but the liquid obviously is made of a substance or an element that has a different quantity of protons affecting its
Yeah, liquid isn't compressible
intensity
where
of the
gas
random
is.
movement.
They're not the same state of matter. You can compress gas, you can't compress liquid. Well, you can, but not at a rate you can gas.
Was
So they
Scott
both
Mackey gonna chime
explain.
On
in?
the
I mean,
environment, though.
Yeah, I want to hear because I don't
Listen,
want
you
to hear like.
guys make that mistake
well, I don't know. He
because
hasn't chimed in yet.
I
hold
kind of
on.
want to hear like what the globe birther says
In
because I don't
engineering,
really
we
understand the
describe
argument for myself.
both
I
liquids.
can't just go off the argument based on what everyone on the other side think, right?
Let's consult the oracle.
Yeah, the oracle.
Go ahead,
What
Scott.
do you? Give me my Google search. I'm ready.
Or maybe Yakubian. I don't know if Yakubian knows what I'm talking about.
Dude. He's gonna take us to the 1 in 60 roll. We don't want to hear that shit for another 3 hours. Go ahead, Scott.
I like how they
If you
took.
could kill 1 million Jews by repeating the Holocaust, would you do it or not?
Look, Scott just said, I think you should ban him for that. That's an attempt to take down the Hold on. That's an attempt to take down the politics server. Now, these guys here, they're not flat earthers. They're kind enough to let us do this in their server, but they put a lot of work in here. And we, as flat earthers and globe earthers, should show them a little respect for their server. It reflects on both of us in here, not just one of us.
Scott, you there?
I'm here.
What's this malarkey with the fluid stuff? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about.
With
I
permission.
was eating dinner.
We were talking about the straw thing, right? With liquids and creating. I don't know. You know, the straw thing that you mentioned earlier. I don't want to try and say it again because I sound stupid every time I try and do it. And they said, well, you know, liquid's not like a gas; they're not both fluids, and therefore, you know, when people say that, the vacuum of space, you know, the gas will only go 100 kilometers up before it sort of like fizzles out into a gradient and disappears, stops basically at zero. You know what I'm saying? Help me, Scott. I don't know what I'm talking about.
They
no,
did
it's
a
true.
vacuum.
The gas, you know, the further you go up, the less gas you have piled on top of
but then
itself.
so the gas pressure without the container arguments is, as far as I'm aware, demonstrated with the straws thing, right? With the liquid in the straw, right? But how far you can go with the how far you can suck with the straw, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Am I sounding retarded? Mercury barometers, help me, Scott.
Yes,
I don't know what I'm saying.
yeah.
Here's a video.
There's a certain length of a straw you cannot suck the liquid up through.
There's a video of that done by Action Lab.
Because you don't, you know, you can only go.
I guess Scott's got me turned down, huh?
I heard you. You said
Then
something
why are you
about a
still
video.
talking, dude?
Wait,
Because I was answering his question.
Huh?
But go ahead. I'll stop now.
Would you want to win that game though? Whoever could suck the longest straw. That's kind of like you actually be admitting that you're gay in a way, wouldn't you?
I am gay.
Yeah, I was gonna say he'll suck the hell out of that straw, bro.
Do you see the video there?
You would be obligated
Brit.
to win then.
It doesn't make him any less of a man. Let's keep going.
No, I'm saying he would
Could
be
I slam
obligated
the-
as a gay man. He would be obligated to
I'm
win.
sorry,
the game.
did I say
Bro.
that with a straight face? Can we move on?
Anyway, the point is that Scott is, and this is why I was kind of trying to get to ask you because, I feel like because you confirmed what someone else was talking about the straw thing earlier on. Is meant to be an idea of demonstrable, well, analogous to gas pressure without a container. I don't know if it actually is repeatable in this whole way.
No, because the thing is, if you had a straw which was not maybe, we had a straw that was an inch cross section. I mean, exactly an inch cross section. You're at 14.7 pounds per square inch. You could suck up enough water into that straw.
Relax, Booney.
You could suck up 14.7 pounds of water into that straw, and that's all you could ever suck up. Because that water is actually being pushed up by the atmosphere, and it will displace 14.7 pounds of it. if you created a vacuum on the other side of that thing. And that's the best you can do as a pure vacuum. And no matter how hard you suck, you're not getting any more water up in that straw.
And how would that be analogous to gas pressure without a container? If you don't mind explaining that. I don't actually know how it is.
Oh, I don't know if
it
it
is.
is. I
If
would
it is,
say I would say you're demonstrating gas pressure by the fact that it's pushing water up into the straw, and the water can't be considered a container.
Yeah, well, the straw's a container, and what you're actually doing is creating a suction through pressure differential. You're creating a pressure differential. This is like first year college physics with the straw.
Right, don't shit on me too hard, right? I
So
never did
what-
physics in college.
Nah, this yeah.
Yeah, you're creating a
What is
vacuum on
this?
one side and allowing the pressure on the
No,
side to.
you're creating a pressure differential of a lower and a positive and a negative pressure, and the vacuum is created there in the differential.
I'd love to hear
Yeah,
Scott
so many
finish.
words to such a simple concept.
The differential is the difference between the surrounding air and the vacuum. That is the differential.
Yes, it's specific though in physics. That's all, Scott.
Yes, it's specifically the
I'd have
vacuum.
got marked
Wait.
down. Yeah, I'd have got marked down if I put it.
Wait, pressure gradients without a container. Don't we have high and low fronts right next to each other, differing pressure gradients with no immediate container around them?
Straw. You're sucking water to a straw. It's contained. It's in the glass in the straw.
Hey, there's a pressure gradient without a container right there. High and low wind pattern gradient, literally right there. And they collide into each other,
winds.
and we
Listen.
have a weather event.
Listen.
Well, hold on, mate. This is information that
No,
people
we
should
already
know about.
covered
Stop
this
that
with
guy,
you.
man.
Listen, we already covered this with you, guy. That is temperature
You're right.
differential within a given pressure that already exists. Before you can have a gradient and winds, that's a wind isn't a temperature, isn't pressure without containment. It's temperature differential. It's created by the difference in temperature, which creates differences in pressure, which creates winds, but pressure already exists. You can't have delta P without delta. Delta is pressure. You first need pressure, then you can have delta P depending on temperature. Only at a
Let me
constant
ask you.
temperature does the pressure, volume,
Delta means
and
change.
temperature
If you're talking
stay
about scientific delta.
constant.
Wait, what you just said is not wrong, but I mean, we live in a world where everything has a temperature. So
Wind
just
isn't
because
pressure.
there is it, again, here we go. I'm speaking and I'm getting overspoken.
You are. It's just not the example of containing pressure without containment. It's the moving around of pressure by temperature. It's energy and temperature that creates the movement. But you already had pressure. Where'd the pressure come from? That's the question. Not the wind in the pressure, not the differentials in the pressure, but the pressure itself. What you guys keep straying off of delta. Just stick with pressure and stay the fuck away from all those variations of pressure that you first need pressure for. We need to worry about pressure first.
Yeah, the answer is not in the differential. The answer is not looking for some other explanation. The answer is for right in the beginning how you achieve pressure in the first instance. That's where the $1 million question is, not anywhere else.
Keep your hand on your gun. Pressure's number one.
Hey.
I got bars for weeks. I'll be here all month. Leave tips in the jar by the bathroom. Take a
I got a
cookie
question
if you're a
about
bozo.
Apex Predator. Is that should I believe in the flat Earth or the round Earth?
So
what?
He said he's an apex predator.
You guys far away. Well, if you get closer to your mic, we can.
Should I believe in if I'm an apex predator, which I am, should I believe in the round Earth or the flat Earth?
I don't know, but you better get going because I'm preying on you. I only eat predators.
I don't know. You decide. But stay in here for a couple of sessions and then make your decision.
I have a question.
What's that boy's name? I smell meat. Where's he at?
You know, I'm just
Hey
trying
man, don't get gay with me. I play gay chicken, man. It get kind of weird in here.
You're the one came in with the predator. I only prey on predators. I don't like
Hey,
prey.
you ever play gay chicken to see who can get gayer first?
No.
It gets kind of weird.
It sounds weird.
It already sounds weird.
I can say that with a straight face because I'm straight.
All right, then. Somebody had a question?
Delta. We're on Delta, bro. Don't let them switch the subject.
We can try Battle Mod, but someone's gonna come on with it. What
They
about
keep
Delta
going to
Hex?
everything that has pressure at the antecedent,
Yeah,
right into heart.
for
You
sure.
need pressure for everything you bring up, and we're asking where the pressure goes, and you're going to the effects of pressure and temperature and
All
volume.
right, I have a short query. So if the high and low wind patterns, which are pressure gradients, right next to each other, wouldn't work
It's
because
not a pressure gradient.
wouldn't work because that it would be all technically contained within the earth, which could be contained within the barrier. We can't use that
Listen,
because it would be implying okay, so you guys get what I meant. So in that same version, could we also not be able to create a vacuum and consider what's within it no container because it's also within the
you do
container of the
that.
earth?
We're looking for the cause of pressure. You do that, though.
Which ultimately then would lead to what can we test as a control where it would be like outside of a container. So for example, let me give you an example. Would the stars up above, which for all we know are just lights,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
would those also fall within the container of the earth?
Oh, I see what you're
You
saying.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, shit. No, we're
NASA
talking
says
to.
they're in the atmosphere.
Well, look,
I don't
So
know
the
man.
the
moon.
answer, so don't
So,
feel pressed
so
to
the
answer.
moon, right? NASA says they all exist within the atmosphere.
Yeah, but like what he's asking is like if we could find the answer in another location, right? So if we're gonna say, fuck, let's look at stars or the sun or the moon, then we would say that we can't use that as an example. I mean, I know where you're going with that, but there's just no information we could gather from that inf- from looking at the sun or the moon or the stars. I mean, there's people that talk about like we can look at spectral lines and see what we can garner from the what element that we see through those lines, right? But that's the issue is there's just too many variables in between. Like you can't just say that all of the universe operates on a single type of element, or like what we know here in a controlled environment is going to be the same we see up there. So there's way too much that we don't know about that what's up there, and then for us to assume that between us and there's nothing to interfere with that, right? So it's just too. There's would it be way taking a you'd be taking a like a fucking wild stab in the dark of an educated guess. Like it would just be way out there. Like if you did,
I'm with
because
you on that.
I
So
don't know,
why do
but
ships
I see what you're
disappear over the
saying. But
horizon? Like I don't
what's that?
understand. Why do ships disappear over the horizon? Like you
Ships
can't
just.
even do the most basic logic.
Oh, you're brand new. Okay, sorry. I thought you were somebody we already been talking to. All right, so you're thinking that ships disappear over the horizon, meaning that are they going over the curvature of the Earth, though?
And how is that? There's
Are
just
they?
too much fog in the distance. They just suddenly
No,
disappear.
no. It sounds I know it sounds laughable. It's okay. You're brand new to this whole topic, and that's fine.
Okay,
Uh,
well, I mean, you're respectful, so it's fine.
all right.
But
Well, I mean, because I don't know who you are from Adam, so if I engage you and I find out you're a dickhead, then I'm really gonna come down on you. But I don't really care because you sound like a nice dude, right? But check this out. When we first start engaging with new people, we like to ask them some questions pertinent to what knowledge you have. So I don't know what you know, so I'm not gonna assume. I just want you to
I'm an
tell me.
artificial intelligence specialist. I've studied physics. I've studied
Excellent.
higher
Well, you
level
know what?
mathematics.
At least you'd be somebody who could give us a good answer. How about that? Like, I mean, you're not going to be somebody that's just going to give us a shit answer. So, um, all right. So the question I would ask you then is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, though, any time in history, like the drop over the distance or elevation change? So, if we're going to say that from where I'm standing relative to my position to a target distance, what would be the drop rate over the distance? So, who's ever measured this to find out that we indeed have curvature on this Earth? Do you know?
Yeah, anybody who was involved in like the launch of a excuse me, not a
Hmm.
nuclear missile, but well, that's probably also true. But I'm talking about like NASA, like how
Okay.
would you be able to calculate the launch of a spaceship?
Yeah, you're
Um,
talking about garnering the radius value, right? So what we're
okay.
well
Cool.
in this arena, what we have to establish though is a foundation. The foundation would be the knowledge that you have to support the claim that the Earth is indeed a globe by giving some facts about how it has been measured, who's measured it, and I'll tell you this that we already have public information. If we search on Google, what is the radius of Earth, we're going to get back a value. What is the diameter, the circumference? So we do have some definite value size to this Earth. So in order for us to understand how did they get that, we want to ask the question, how was it measured, right? So we want to get to the meat and potatoes of understanding how this was done. And if you have that information, that would be great. But it kind of sounds like you're deferring to an agency that you're not really sure about the information. Am I getting that incorrect, or do you actually know such an individual who has measured the curvature of the Earth, or an organization that we can actually look into? Because if you do, though, just you're not obligated to say it, but if you do, I'd like to know the primary source, the citation for that information, and also a demonstration of said information. But
But
if you
that
don't,
wouldn't work for a person like you. That's the whole point. I mean, I
well,
could go find them, but it's like
a
then I'd just
person
be
like me, I don't know
deferring.
what that means. See, that's kind of a little derogatory slight to me. But see, I'm not gonna allow that to enter.
No,
I'll
but
give you
so
I'll give you a mulligan.
I'm
I'll give you a
also a
mulligan, right?
statistician,
Hey,
and so
hey,
That's
is he
fine. That's
talking
fine. I'll
thing
give you
about
a
is,
mulligan.
Hold
That's
on,
fine.
is he talking about Mexicans or flat earthers,
I don't
bro?
know,
Which
but
one?
I'll
I
give you a
don't know if
mulligan.
I should be mad yet.
No, I know. I'll give you a mulligan. Let's do this way. Can you
Maybe he's
identify
talking to
somebody
most
who's
Indians.
Love it.
yeah,
yeah, I
guys,
could. I mean, if I went
guys, if
back
you
and
allow
looked,
me to have the conversation with Doe, please let me have it. All right, so
but the
go ahead, Doe.
problem is that wouldn't work for someone like you. And what I mean by someone like you is that it's like that would just be deferring to another uh authoritative source
Yeah,
that's
I
not
don't care.
God
Like, no, I don't care. But what I'm asking for
or whatever it
is something very specific. If you have the information to support the claim,
Yes,
I would appreciate that.
statistics. Okay, so
Statistics.
yeah, so like they probably have actually measured the curvature of the Earth and exactly like based on mass. Like you plug in all these variables into the equation. You've got the mass. You can see. You can measure gravity at 9.8 meters per second. You can so like well, if we were to imagine that, and there's no such thing as a perfect circle or sphere either. But if you were to imagine that that's the gravity of the Earth, and you then can calculate like how much mass is involved if there's a center point, and then you test this theory by dropping objects at different heights and see how fast they're going. You know, when resistance is not a factor, um, you use all these different experiments and then you combine them together. It just becomes obvious over time when you combine all this information. It's not like somebody is only looking at one piece of information at once and then saying, "Oh, well, that proves it." It's like tons of different kinds of experiments.
Okay, I'll let you kind of be a little abstract to see. I'm gonna try to see if where you're gonna go with this. But who has ever got the information of the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth?
Dude, you can do that on a piece of paper. What do you, huh?
Yeah. How do we
Oh,
achieve the measurement of the Earth that we're standing on?
okay. So if you have a theory that's just completely off the wall, like let's say that gravity works exactly this way, and that would require uh, the mass of the Earth to be this much, and then you do different experiments, like you drop something on the top of a mountain, or you drop something at the bottom of a mountain. You know, well, that amount of distance, mass of the mountain is negligible compared to the mass of the Earth. Like, you have to be really a special kind of like clueless to not put together all this information, or you're just not privy to that information. You didn't study it. You're not educated. Like you didn't have an education.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
was that the long way around to say you don't know? I'm listening
no,
to you, but
I'm
it didn't
saying
sound
you
like you
don't
gave me.
know.
Well, you don't either.
No, that's not how this works. Like by that logic, I could say tomorrow the sun isn't going to rise.
Okay, so the sun's gonna rise tomorrow, but you don't
Most
have the
likely.
information. But you don't have the information to support the claim.
You can't bulletproof prove anything.
Oh, so we
It's
don't
all
know.
based on inductive reasoning. We don't know
Right, so
that
we
the
don't.
sun's going to rise tomorrow for
So
absolute
how did we
certain.
wind up?
Even
How did we?
on
Right, Doe.
on
How did we?
full determinism and everything
Doe.
that we know is true, a meteor could hit it from behind where we weren't
That's
looking.
wonderful. That's wonderful and not wonderful for the Earth at the same time. But how did we achieve those numbers, those values? How did we get that?
By measurement, by empiricism.
Okay, that's great. How did we do it?
Which one? Which number? Like they all tell the same story.
Okay, all right. So how big is the Earth's
Same
radius,
story.
though?
We
How big
just
is the
want
Earth's radius? Wait. How big is the Earth radius? Radius. How big is it?
Why am I supposed to know that off the top of my head? It's not even
Because you're in a
relevant to the
24/7
conversation.
Flat Earth channel. I don't know. Maybe you want to talk
know
about. You want to talk about the
Here's the
Earth being a
thing.
globe?
Here's the thing. What your argument doesn't make any sense philosophically. You're like, oh, you're applying, you're appealing to an authority, which I totally understand. That's a fallacy.
I'm
But the
appealing
point
to an
is,
authority.
it doesn't matter what anybody says. That this person did that. This person proved that. This person proved this. You know, I got to cite his
You're
name or
waffling,
something
brother.
like from 50
You're
years
waffling.
ago. It wouldn't mean
relax,
anything
brother.
to you. Because you would always
Let
just
him
say that's
finish.
an appeal to authority.
Who said that, Ed?
That's you.
Have a seat,
That's
Ed.
you in a nutshell.
Listen, every flat earther in here knows those numbers you don't know.
Well, but the thing
Because
is
you're
this,
trying
though.
to defend a ridiculous argument.
All right, we're not going to listen to any more bloviating. Now we're going to start cracking down. We're going to start cracking down on Doe. Doe, the answer is really simple. Do you know the information? Yes or no, Doe? It's a yes or no answer. Do you know the information, Doe? Yes or no?
Yes, of course I do. Do you
Okay,
think
please
I'm
support-
going to recite it to some idiot on
All right. It's so simple, Doe. If you know, lay the winning hand down and tell us how you know, Doe. So simple.
You can't deny a thing you don't know, and you can't grandstand a thing you don't know.
He's gone.
He left. I seen him. I'm watching him. I know
For
when he leaves.
everybody listening, we know your model because we test your models by the parameters and numbers that it's given. You know, those are
God, that's excruciating to listen to, man. When they don't give it, just say you don't know.
yeah,
Fuck.
those are our tolerances, and we know them because we don't deny a thing blindly. We know it.
Oh,
that's why.
Go ahead, Ed. Do you want to say something, Ed?
No, I'm playing Wii Sports, bro. I'm just listening.
All right. Yeah, the guy. We get this a lot, right? Maybe they're too smart on certain aspects, but not on this one. And if they're coming in here, they believe the Earth is a globe, but there's no evidence to back up any of the claims that support it. It's just that simple. People think they know that the Earth is a globe and their confidence level is at 9,000. But when you ask them questions pertinent to the information, they come up tits. There's nothing that they know about it. It's like, what? I thought you said you knew, bro. And his escape was, why would I tell someone like you? Well, then fuck off. How about that?
He said a guy like you.
You were trying to say, is he talking about because you're Spanish or fucking flat Earth or what the fuck?
Yeah, we could do that for hours.
What do you mean, you people? You know?
Yeah, if we said that, man, we'd be racist leftists. We'd be voting for Trump because we said,
dude, fucking.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and listen,
snubbing his nose up.
They say Trump isn't down with the M-bombs, but you know that motherfucker's orange, right? He's a new kind of N-bomb, the orange one. A tangerina, you know.
Tangerina? Orange man bad.
Right.
Right, Allisness?
What?
Orange man bad?
Tangerine racist, right? Tangerine racist, yeah.
What? Yeah.
Damn orange people.
I'll say Orange Man bad because he fucking believes in. Well, doesn't believe. Promotes the space life.
He created Space Force. Let's see. Oh, we got some new people here. We got.
He did create Space Force.
You see, you should at least commend him for that.
Shit, you should have
I
a
mean,
Donald
do you know
Trump
what Space
card
Force
in your
does?
collection.
No, I don't really carry. Well, yeah, kind of. We were doing a little digging into all of that when he like proposed it, because Flat Earth was like around the time where all that stuff was going on. It was pretty funny.
I got a George Bush card.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know what Space Force does.
The Desert Storm.
isn't that just another branch of the Air Force? I'm just saying.
No.
It's a little like a broken off
Technically,
piece.
yes.
Yeah, because
No, it's not
Technically,
quite.
yes. They're sanctioned by the Naval Command and DOD. Yes, same as the Marines. You're right, Mickey.
not
I
unless
mean,
you
they
work
are,
for
but
them,
they do.
owlishness.
They
Are you
listen. They will
working for the
answer
man?
to the. They will answer to the highest ranking naval officer, no matter what the fuck they tell you about. They're not Navy.
You filing
They'll
paperwork for
answer.
them dudes?
Anybody
They
will.
will answer.
Are you filing paperwork for them dudes, owlishness? Is that what you're doing?
I work
You
with a
get-
lot of military people.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you know basically what that is, what that whole.
What do you do? Hold on.
I bet
What
you did.
ser-
I bet you.
what
I bet you
service?
did ask them, right? Like, hey man, what's all this Space Force business? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. It's classified.
No, I did ask them.
37-17. You
Service
can't
are you
ask.
offering
Don't
that
tell.
service? What
No,
would ser-
I did ask them.
Were they pretty gracious and tell you what it was?
Were they
Yeah.
Navy,
Well, what is it?
Army, Marine?
No,
What?
they just
General?
it's not a secret. You can
I
literally
know.
just join Space Force and find out. They just basically protect satellites.
Yeah, it's another
So they
cyber info war. The data. They protect the data.
yeah,
It's
the
just another
legality of
branch.
different. Well, yeah,
It's
it's the
another branch
legality.
of naval cybersecurity or ELIN, electronic intel. But it's
You mean Air
focused.
Force wasn't doing that previously?
It's focused.
Not
They were.
really.
It's a
What
joint.
the fuck, dude? We had satellites. We had
It's a
satellites for a long time now. What do you mean? Who was protecting them before? Nobody.
ELIN,
Well,
which is a coalition of multiple services. My daughter just came home from the Navy. She was in ELIN. I know.
The
This
best
is a
part of Space Force is they already had their sex scandal out of the
We
way.
don't work for the military. We're ex.
Yeah, that's not fucking great, man. You. Hey, well, you missed it, man. Did you hear the guy that was in here before you came in?
Yeah, I heard you talking to him. He's got, I'm all educated and I know all the answers. Okay, can
I'm
you present
surprised-
some answers? You won't understand it. I'm like, well, you're not educated then. With education comes, believe it or not, articulation.
No, they don't have that.
that was like the
And
guy
then-
the other night who posted the mathematical equation for what was it? I don't remember. He posted some mathematical equation and he was like, "You guys will never understand this. You guys aren't smart enough to understand it." And it like literally broke down the entire equation in the image that he posted. I don't know, it's the truck driver dude.
Oh, Boogie.
Oh wait,
yeah.
it's a time dilation. It was time dilation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Brendan.
Boogie.
No,
Boogie,
Brendan.
yeah.
He kind of explained it. He went, "Oh, I know math. Math's my language." And he's like, "Dude, there's no gravity equation and there's no gravity in here." It's like,
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
The equation was literally explained. This equation was literally solved in the image. And he's like, nobody will understand what this is. And it's like, literally, it was solved in the image. It literally broke down the whole thing. What do you mean nobody will understand it? It literally gives you the answer.
Yeah, he drives truck and he contemplates the mysteries of the universe all in one.
You were like, he drive truck.
Well, but check it out, dude. Like he was talking to us one day and I almost got in a crash, dude. He was arguing with us and it was like, dude, keep your eyes on the fucking road. Like, don't be driving and fucking talking on Discord. It's not good for you. Because he was getting heated in the conversations.
Anyway, why did you call me out? I just heard my name and like time back in. What are you talking about?
Oh shit, I
I
forgot.
was like half listening. All I heard was Orange Man bad, and I was
Oh
like,
yeah, because you always say Orange Man bad. That's why.
Have I ever said that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. I don't remember saying that. But yeah. That sounds accurate.
Okay. Then I wasn't wrong.
No.
Okay.
I just don't remember ever talking about it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I must have been drunk or something.
Possibly.
Maybe. I don't know. Possible.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we got the Veritas gang. We got Alpha Veritas, Beta Veritas, Gamma Veritas.
Yeah, I was thinking of changing to Charlie Veritas.
You see, I told you, man. It's like you don't mess with the Veritas unless you want to get that smoke. That's me trying to be hip and funny. This thing on? Anyways, I flew in from Chicago, and boy, are my arms tired. Hello, tough crowd.
Ha 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 ha.
Man,
It's
stick
a
to
real
being
laugh.
old
It's a
man.
real laugh. I just sound
Yeah.
awkward when I laugh. That's all.
Let me see if I can get a real laugh out of you guys. So a horse walks in a bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, why the long face?"
I'm
No?
smiling.
Someone
Okay.
make cricket
I kind
noises.
of smile. I'll
Someone
take
make
the smile.
cricket noises.
That's some of the dad jokes. So how about this globe Earth information, guys?
Crickets.
Which one?
All of it. Oh, I forgot. They can't talk to me because people like me can't know that information. When I, he was like, people like you wouldn't understand this.
That was
What the
literally the
fuck?
Secret King role.
People like me? What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
that
let him
sounds kinda
talk though,
racist.
because you know, every now and again, you just want to let somebody just get it out. All right, go ahead, man.
No, I don't want to talk about anything because I'll get muted.
You won't get muted.
Yeah, I will.
You'll get muted.
Put her on mute.
Ed, do
my
you have
God.
any globe proof today? Any
Why?
globe proof, Ed? Yeah.
No, not today.
Is
He's
it
playing
over?
video games.
Is it over? No, it's not over. I still think the Earth's globe.
He's playing Wii Sports.
I am, and I'm beating the level 2000 and level 1900 because I'm a little tryhard. It's actually fun as fuck. You guys
You
need
had
to get your Wii's back, man. Play the Wii.
You had your fucking
Bro, this is a family channel. Stop talking about playing with your Wii.
All right.
Now, if he
Funny.
was Scottish, that would have been a little funny, but that's not. He wasn't. He isn't.
How are you guys' day today? Any good?
Fucking
I'm talking
excellent.
to you.
Every day on Flat Earth is amazing.
That's good to hear, man.
No, I worked my ass off today and I'm really tired.
Bro,
Tough day
I
at the
can
office,
relate
huh?
to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really work, quote unquote, at the office since I'm a hardware tech. So I'm installing equipment all day.
Do you do that alone, or do you work in tandem with someone else, or how's that work?
I usually work alone. I mean, unless I have somebody running with me that day, I usually work alone. So I'm installing computers, pulling floor tiles, running copper, fiber, staying underfloor.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Long day though, like you said.
Yeah, I work 410, so I have off Wednesdays, so I have off tomorrow, so it's not that bad.
Cool. Sounds cool.
Well, the bewitching hour is happening in 30 minutes, so we'll see the freaks come out at night. And hear
The
Oh.
bewitching.
You know what happens at that hour? It gets pretty crazy.
What happens?
People come out from every direction.
Oh, really? What, a lot of people
Yeah.
join the call?
It's like the you remember the Michael Jackson Thriller?
Yeah.
'Cause this is Thriller, you know, zombies and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone comes out all surrounded.
Yeah.
Bro, these
we-
motherfuckers aren't giving up. I'm telling you right now.
Let's go.
Trying to win this set. There we go.
Although we got President Orion, he's another 24/7 Flat Earth member. Come over here. He's joining us today. What's up, President Orion? How'd you find out we were over here? They tell you from over there?
Hello.
Yes, no. I guess he's not there.
Yeah, someone mentioned it in the live stream voice text and the other one.
Yeah, we got Glad's in the house. Battle Mod. Like we got Trinity's in. Well, Trinity's deafened. Space Goat is a new guy that's been hanging around for a while. What else we got in here? You know the old buddy, Heretic, Flatsy, Flat Level Water. What's up, homie? Flatman B.
Who's that, bro?
Chilling, dude. Waiting on the world to change. I got like about 50 tabs open in one of my browsers.
Why?
Because all the information that I have to pull up when we're having our conversations. There's a lot of stuff to talk about within like the subtopics, derivative topics. I don't usually go into the derivative ones, but every now and again, just want to let your hair down. Of course, I don't have any hair, but
Why not?
I'm 46, man.
Really?
Yeah.
You sound like you're like 25.
Really?
Exactly.
Oh, shit, dude.
Yeah.
I thought you were around my age.
Really? No, it's a compliment. Thank you.
You're
Thank you very
only as
much.
old. You're only as old as your heart is.
Yeah, I'm a kid at heart, man.
I feel that.
Nah, you're still an old man.
I'm probably as animated as I am in real life. Like if I meet people.
That wasn't a bad really, by the way. That was like a surprise. Like, wow, really?
Yeah, like, oh shit, dude, he's fucking boomer over here.
Take pride in it that you sound young.
Well, it takes hard work and perseverance, but you can too be 46-year-old that sounds like a 30-year-old.
That's okay. I sound like I'm like a child.
I don't know. I guess I'm cut from a very different piece of cloth, man. I'm not like the rest of the Joes, the Spanish people like me.
I'm not like other girls.
Well, man, because they paint you in a specific light whenever you say that you're a Spanish person in your 40s. You just automatically. If wherever I go, they're talking to me in Spanish. I'm like, no, I'm all right. And they're like, oh, you speak English? Oh, yeah, for sure. But it's
Well,
good
you're
to
not fluent Spanish.
Nah, not fluent.
That's
Just I talk. I can understand it.
Yeah.
Speak it a little bit. Yeah, that's probably not.
Don't cuss in this channel in Spanish.
DJ Caliente.
Rita, por favor.
Motherfuckers.
Oh, we got credit in the
Say
house.
bad
Credit.
words in this channel.
Look, the flat earthers bilingual.
Oh,
Are
hey.
Glovers?
Am I hot micing? Sorry.
No, you're not hot micing. I just seen your name in here. I'm trying to get all the new people that are joining our channel. What's your position on the topic of this room, Credit?
The flat Earth hypothesis. I don't really know much about it.
Can I ask questions?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Can you make the case for me for a flat Earth?
Well, I mean, I could, but like, is there any questions that you want to ask? Because it doesn't matter how. It just depends who you are, right? But like, if you come off sounding like a cheese dick, then I'm gonna cut you off at the knees. But if you're a really cool dude, I'll answer any questions you want. Doesn't matter how dumb you think they are.
Oh, I would say that my dick comes in a variety of levels
Smells?
of cheese and cleanliness, depending on my mood.
Levels of cheese. What the fuck?
I think I might be a bit.
Okay,
I think I might be a bit cheese dicky tonight, but
Listen, we
I
won't
think
be
I can try to be
accepting no
respectful.
schmegma
All right,
from
then.
you, Richard. No schmegma, Richard. Will
right.
not taint us like that.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question, Credit.
Shit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really have anything prepared. It just seems to me like I don't really understand how the claim is supported that what we're taught in science class isn't true, I guess.
Okay, what do you think you were taught at science class? Just give me a brief overview. You don't have to get in depth. Just what do you think they told you?
Oh yeah, like the Earth rotates around the sun and that the Earth is a sphere, and that seems to make sense to me. That kind of thing.
In any of the classes that you took, did they tell you how to examine the Earth that you're standing on? As in, how can you verify that it is what they're saying it is?
Oh, I think there are a couple of experiments, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Things like ships disappearing over the horizon. The way that they do the math for airplanes flying. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Interesting. What? How does it? Can you tell me a little bit about that if you remember it?
No, I
What
don't
did they?
remember it. It's
Okay.
been a really long time since I've looked into it.
That's cool.
But I've done a little bit of cartography stuff too, like just like
Oh
data
wow.
data
Okay.
work with that, which is pretty interesting.
What? In what regards are you in a field that deals with that, or like what are you
Yeah, but like
mapping
not in
out?
a way. Yeah, like I used to do fleet analytics
Okay.
for a fleet of about uh, 20, almost 30,000 vehicles. So that was
And
fun.
these are what are they? Just military ships, or are they just regular civilian ships, or what?
No,
What
this
are
is
we
like
talking?
utility style stuff.
Okay. All right. And
So that would be the mapping, but like I didn't do a lot of like international stuff. Like it was mostly just
local.
continental. Yeah.
Okay.
So
With
I
that,
actually don't know if there's any relevance to the topic,
well,
to
that
be
was just gonna
honest.
ask because I'm interested that if since you dealt with this specific field, what type of mapping would you say was done from like what area? What's the range of area you would deal with? Like what's the maximum range you dealt with at one given time working with these systems? Do you know? Like we could talk
Like the
about that.
maximum range. Well, like I
Like
would
square
do
miles,
like
like
yeah, like I would do like mapping algorithms to build like drive time polygons that you'd plop on a map, stuff like that. That was pretty fun.
okay. And in any
Um,
of this information, what was this helpful for the for any of the captains who navigate on their ships, or like what information were you supporting that is essential to their navigation, or like what were you
no,
doing?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like most of it would be like fuel management,
Oh.
determining like um, how many miles of driving we would expect from a given vehicle depending on its location and the kinds of services that it provides, breakdown on the vehicle over time, stuff like that.
Oh, you were
So
dealing with more of the hardware of like the wear and tear, kind of like what would you expect to if the vehicle traveled a distance and you were giving it like a ratio or something? Sounds like.
yeah, like I would do budgeting, right?
Okay.
So we would say, okay, well, um, vehicles here that are active drive this many miles. Vehicles that are of this make and model year tend to have engines break down um, at this particular year. It's very likely that they have an engine breakdown, so we would expect to have a replacement. So we'd have to factor that into our budget for maintenance, stuff like that.
Oh
It's
fuck!
pretty fun stuff,
I was
but
talking
it
about
wasn't really.
nautical. I was talking about nautical ships, man. You actually mean like vehicles, automobiles.
Yeah, like
Oh
yeah,
fuck!
like vans and
My
stuff like
bad.
that.
And so any of this mapping, did you have to deal with anything as far as like using the globe for it? Like, did you have to map, you know, an area to that you had to factor in any, longitude, latitude, like globe
I did
information?
I did a lot of lat lawn work, but I didn't, again, like I said, I didn't do anything that would go over over an ocean. It was all continental United States stuff. So that's why I said it wasn't particularly relevant, I think, to some of a question like this. And most of the time, I think like curvature of the Earth and so forth would not be something that would be part of that calculation.
Well, I mean, you're talking about basic things that you learn like in school and that, right? You're not really talking about pertinent to your job, your skills for working the job that you're working.
When I make the claim, like, yeah, I kind of learned about like geography and like not astrophysics, maybe that's not the right term, but like how the solar system functions and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I learned in school, I guess. And to be honest, I was going to come in here, right, and I tend to carry the opinion, or I carry the opinion that what I've been taught is true. However, I'm actually genuinely interested to hear what the responses would be, or what like the case would be, or whatever. Because I don't think I've actually, anytime I've ever heard the case made, it's been some kind of a derivative thing, or it's been some kind of like mocking video or something like that, and that's not really how I want to learn about it.
Yeah, you're hearing it straight from us. We've been kind of seasoned in this argument for quite some time now. I mean, years. So I would say that we pretty much have a good perspective to tell you if you want to know and ask any questions, right? So from the cosmological aspect, I would say I would have to ask something of you to suspend your information of what you think you know about the Earth, because I'll give you a cosmology to kind of put a comparison to what you already know. But just for now, kind of just put that one on the shelf so I can tell you this one. So the cosmology aspect of it is that if we were to tell you about the flat Earth, it's a point of view of saying that we are the floor of the universe. Like right now, you're standing on the floor of the whole of everything in existence, right? Everything that you see above you, that's all that there is. There is no other uh, exoplanets, quasars, black holes. All these sorts of things are what we consider to be lore, and lore from the globe Earth, because the globe Earth has given a lot of fantastic ideas about what the cosmos is and it encompasses, right? So from our aspect, what we say is that we see all these lights in the sky, all these lights, right? Some of them they attribute like names like Jupiter and Mars. Like, they would be considered wandering stars, in our opinion. It would be more of things that we would say are not able to be known. Anything can't be known about them except for what we see. Like, we can only tell you what we look at, like let's say using telescopes or whatever information. That's about the best we can do. Images, whatever it is. But as far as what they are, nobody, like, our position is nobody can actually tell you what they are because nobody can get there to those places. Another thing is, from this cosmology aspect, from the flat Earth side, is that we live in an enclosed Earth because of the fact that we have gas pressure that requires containment. We are in an enclosed system. The dynamic enclosed system that you and I exist in has a containment on it. So there's no way to exit the system because of the fact that it is contained. So we are within this contained system that right now that you and I are in, and because we are the floor of the universe and we are in a contained system, there is no other planets or outside of this place. The only thing we have is this place. It's very unique. It's special. It was intelligently designed and created by a creator. So there's many people in the flat Earth camp, let's say, that wouldn't ascribe a specific name to the deity, like they, because it falls under any and all religions of a higher power, right? So it's not just one category of people; it's just everybody under this creation story, right? That there is a creator for the creation.
Is that? Can I interrupt with a question?
Sure.
Is that fairly universal for all of the flat Earth stuff, or is that just like your view, or just like the view of the people
the
who are
majority.
here?
I would say there's a large. I would say the overwhelming popularity of people in flat Earth would say that there is a creator. There's a very tiny minority that would say there is no creator. but that this all can be explained by a natural process. So I won't discount those who do say that, right? Because there are some in the arena that would say flat Earth and all of that. It still exists, but we have a small minority of people who would say that was created by a natural process. So I'm only telling you from the group side of it, right? So there is within the group people who would say that a creator created it and a natural process created it. So it was still created either way, but it was on the one hand created by a natural process without a creator, and then the other side, people say the overwhelming side would say that the created place that you and I live in is by an intelligent designer. So,
how important is that detail to the case?
right, we would say that it for us in the arena that side with the creator, we would say because it's specific to a creation. Because a Jedi's here. Oh, you're good that you're here because he explains it a little bit better on the dichotomy of creation. I don't know if you want to pick it up, Jedi, or if you're busy or.
No, can you hear me all right? Is my microphone okay?
Yeah, we're speaking with credit right now.
Okay, so when we're talking about the creator, we're kind of dealing with the ontological primitive. You've kind of got two choices when we're talking about creation, right? Created things are either intelligently created or with regards to the other idea, then nature would spring into existence all by itself. One of the most common questions that we get asked within the flat earth topic is why would they lie? My answer, and I know that many of my colleagues on the flat earth side kind of and are about giving this answer because it starts to build straw man ideas, but my answer is when you get a globe Earth model, you get a new creation story. You get the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxies all coming from the Big Bang cosmology where nothing kind of created everything. Now, we can debate that maybe God put this process into action and also maybe put the process of evolution into action. But we have to understand that both of these ideas of, say, evolution, not scientifically validated, and obviously things don't spring into existence for no apparent reason, so again, not scientifically validated.
Is there anybody in this space who takes the position of the non-theistic view?
Yeah, so God or not, the Earth is not a globe.
God or not, the Earth is not a globe. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, like, what's the important? I guess I'm still kind of like lost on what the importance of that is, but
Of
I
which
guess we
part?
can move on to the. It doesn't seem. I guess if like you can accept it either way, right? Like if I could accept the proposal.
Hold on, you don't have to go there. I can accept it either way because it's the truth. So it doesn't matter what someone believes about God. The truth is the Earth's not a globe. Does that make sense?
Yes, what you're saying makes sense. I'm just saying that well, I mean, something can be true and somebody might not accept it despite it being true. That happens, right?
Yeah, we argue against globers all day.
Right. So I guess the point that I'm making is just like it doesn't actually matter whether it's like created by a deity or it was spontaneous, right?
Well, I think if you
But at
want
the end of the
to,
day, like what really matters is whether it's true that it's a plane or a globe, right?
exactly. So it should have nothing to do with a creator, creation, none of that, because the fact we showed up here and it is not a globe. We were told it is, and it's not, and that's why I'm here. I'm not here to talk about God. I don't know any of that stuff objectively. What I do know is objectively, especially in my empirical experience, it's not a globe I live on. So, you know, there's that. So God or not, right? There could be a God, there could not be, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Earth isn't a globe regardless of any of that.
Okey-doke.
That's my stance.
Well, I wanted to go over with you the cosmological aspect. So just to finish on the point, right? So if there is a cosmology that's introduced by anyone, I would say because of the fact that we're in an enclosed system, there's no information that can be garnered other than what we can see. So the best anybody can do is visual representations of what we think is out there, right? So we can see things, but that's it. There's no science behind seeing things. There's only the fact that we can see things, right? and we can, with our observations, there's people that make guesses at what things are, but that's not nowhere near close to like saying I know what that is, right? So the best that anybody can do, and we've heard this by cosmologists and astrophysicists and of the like, because we've talked to these guys, and they all say the same thing, that they only can tell you what their best guess is because that's how science works. So it's
Yeah.
never going to be
Well, that
something
would be
with a
true
definitive.
for that would be true for either globe or flat Earth, right?
Well, that's the issue, though. Nobody on flat Earth is ever going to tell you. They will solidify at a point on what the sun is, or what the moon is, or what the stars are. That's not going to be our, because it doesn't matter to us. We're inside of a contained system, so it wouldn't matter either way. Like you're not going to win somebody over by saying, "Well, the stars are a big ball of burning gas on flat Earth." Like this, it's not a point of contention for us because we're in the system, right? Together. So what good is it going to do if I tell you what I think the stars are or what the sun is? It's really a like there's nothing there, right? Like what are we going to get from that, you and
I? Yeah, I guess I can see what you're saying in terms of some of the claims about what is actually happening
yeah, other than what we
above our
can
heads, so to speak. But what I
yeah,
would
other than
say
what we
is
can
that
know, other than what we can know about the energy that we receive and things that can be quantified, outside of that to say what it is that generates it, that's outside of the realm of our understanding. We can only say, well, this is what we can detect, the type of light, everything. We can know that much. But as far as like what it is, that's without the you can't attribute any kind of like causal mechanism, if you know what I mean.
causal, yeah, like
Mechanism.
we wouldn't be able to make a decision about what the oh, you mean the causal mechanism of like what's causing
Yes.
the inputs?
What generates the sun doing what it does? For us, it could just be reasoned as maybe it's a conduit, maybe it is an actual point source of energy. Perhaps it's something else, like it's metaphysical. Like we wouldn't be able to tell because we're never going to be able to investigate that.
Okay.
We're inside of this enclosed system. So and as far as the cosmology aspect, are we floating like a bubble in space? No. The cosmic vacuum is another story attached to the claim that we're in an ever expanding universe, which of course cannot be verified or even put into thought because we are in an enclosed system. So there's no like satellites going to space to do the research, or you know what I mean. It stops
Oh, okay.
right here.
That's
With
so that would be an interesting claim to me, I think.
yeah, and there's a lot.
Because
Yeah,
do
go ahead.
all flat earthers concur on that point that this is like an enclosed system that you cannot exit?
Yes. As far as I
Yeah,
know.
pretty much. Yeah.
I don't think anybody could think they could leave
Yeah.
this place because then we'd have space and cosmic vacuums, but then
Well,
it
yeah, I
wouldn't be
mean,
a
like a
closed
glober,
system.
like a person who's a glober, as you would call them, would say
Yeah,
that
it wouldn't be
you
an
can do
enclosed
that,
system.
right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be an enclosed system like we're saying it is with gas pressure, because the gas pressure has to be understood that it's a conditional statement. When I say gas pressure is defined by the walls of its container, then in order for you to understand how gas pressure is achieved, you would need the container, right? Like if I say, okay, give me some gas pressure without a container, would that be reasonable and logical, or would it be more logical for me to say, okay, give me some gas pressure with this container that I'm handing you? That would be
I think if you move really fast, then
yeah,
I
but
think that the pressure in front of you is higher, right? Like one of the
yeah,
things that I heard before, this is a long, it's been a really long time since I've interacted with this topic at all. So it's kind of refreshing to just try on something new, right? But that's like sort of not something that I've really dug into. But like my understanding would be that like if I'm moving really fast, then that would compress the molecules of air in front of me and cause the pressure to be higher, right? Like that's kind of how planes work, is like differentials in pressure.
yeah, but you got to remember it's already with this inside of the system that's enclosed, so you have the pressure already present. So there's no need for trying to explain how you can achieve gas pressure without a container within this system, because everything in this system is already contained and pressurized. So you know what I mean?
Okay.
So
I
you're.
see what you're saying. I don't think I
It's like
agree
a.
though.
It would be like the Russian doll. You know, like it's within inside of the other one. So you'd already be doing something inside of a system that's already has pressure on it. But regardless,
I guess
have a
the reason
question
why
for
I
the man.
invoke that is it sounds like it's something that I remember where there was like one view on flat Earth where the idea was that pressure and gravity were created by the disk moving upward in space or something like that.
Yeah, that's Flat Earth Society nonsense. Now, I do have a question for you, real quick.
Okay.
Do
So
you
it's that you guys all reject that. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure
No, we
that
do. Well, I
there's
mean,
nobody
I'm not
here
going to
who.
speak for everybody, but I certainly reject it. I have a feeling, sneaking suspicion that that a lot of people here do. They reject that as well because that is ridiculous. But you know,
Okay.
everybody thinks what they're going to think. Now, I wanted to. My question for you, sir, is: do you think we are an open system adjacent to a vacuum?
An open system adjacent to a vacuum? No, I don't think there's like a bubble line. Like I think that there's a continuum of the thickness of the air particles as you go up. That's what I
Okay,
think.
so does it become less and less dense until poof, we're in space?
Well, it becomes less and less dense, like I think into perpetuity. Like my understanding of space is that there's still like particles, but just not very many of them.
So is there do you believe there's a demarcation between Earth and space, or is it a vague gray area that allows you to stay comfortable in your belief because you can't falsify it?
I think it's. Is it a vague area that keeps me from falsifying? No, I think the way that you would test that would be that you would be testing, I guess, air pressure, right? Like the higher you go, the pressure would go down, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So we go from sea level 14.7 psi. We're just going to go up and up and up and up and up until the pressure is 0, and then where is
I
that
don't think it
uniform
gets to
everywhere?
0, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. We can't recreate the conditions that we're supposed to have in space on Earth. So I'm not sure how we tested any of this stuff to actually send it out there. It's kind of magic how it all just worked. But anyway, that's not what I was asking. I just wanted to know if you thought that there was like because there's something called the Kármán line, right?
The Kármán line.
Yeah, there's something
I've
called
never
the
heard of
Kármán
that
line.
before until now.
It's supposed to be a demarcation between Earth and space, or someone correct me if I'm wrong about that. But
the Kármán line is said to be about 62 miles above the Earth's surface, right above the.
Guys,
Right.
I just want to let you know
It's
the
very.
Earth is round.
Thank you very much for that.
Appreciate
so,
that.
like, what we would say
I mean,
is
technically a coin is round, right? So.
Yeah, but that's a little diversion. So what we would say is,
I'm just
the
kidding
Kármán
around.
line is 62 miles above the Earth's surface. It's almost like an ambiguous kind of area in between, like where they say space begins, because and I looked this up before, but they would say that it's almost like 12 miles or something of like in between that area. It's like a range where you can have. It's not really.
Am I allowed to post links in here? Sorry. Am I allowed to
yeah, I
post
think you
links in
can.
here?
It's not outer
Dude,
space yet, but it's not Earth either.
It's not. Yeah, it's not outer space, and that's the place where they were saying that the Space Force was going to patrol because there's no jurisdiction there. It's like maritime law, so it's like a place where it's like no man's land. Let's say that's what that area is.
And this
The
is what
Kármán
y'all are
line.
talking about. I just started
Yeah, the
looking at the
Kármán line.
chat, by the way. Sorry.
62 miles above the Earth's surface, somewhere like that. I think I could be.
Yeah.
There's different. There's different.
Changed over recent years as well.
Say again, Jedi?
It's
If
changed over
Einstein's
recent.
elevator.
I think it's about 50 now.
So the reason I
I've
brought
never
it
heard
up.
of Einstein's elevator either. That's interesting.
Check this out. The reason I brought that up was because if there's a 12-mile area of ambiguity, or however big it is, whatever, that what happens in that ambiguity is the opposite of what we've always ever seen in physics on Earth, right? It all of a sudden becomes not physics, right then and there. Because we live in a contained environment, right? And every piece of we live in gas pressure. That's what I meant to say. We live amongst gas and air pressure, and within our world, all we know is the physics here so far, right? We just know these physics, so you can't have a closed pop can. Let's see, you can't have the cola pressure, the pressure in the cola to have pressure at all without the can around it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm trying to say? The tire has to, if you inflate the tire, that's the only way to get PSI, because
Right,
it's
'cause
pressure against the walls of a container.
Yeah, if there's an opening, then the pressure drops.
Correct.
To
Well, yeah,
be
correct.
to
Entropy.
match like whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll try to equalize. Right. Exactly. And anyway, so
I hope this
hopefully
doesn't.
my point.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I hope this doesn't come across as like a gotcha, but it's just the first thing that comes to mind for me is if it's a sealed container, right? When we have sealed containers, generally speaking, the pressure is equal, right, on all edges of the container. If you were to like measure it at the top and the
Okay,
bottom
so
and the
you're
side,
going to
right?
talk about a gradient?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like what the explanation for the gradient and pressure from like sea level up,
Well, it's simple. Actually,
like
you
how
don't
that's
even
explained
have
if
to.
it's like contained.
You don't even have to explain the gradient, like why there is a gradient, because whether or not you have a gradient, you have the word pressure still involved, so there still has to be something upon which the air and gas press to get the pressure at all, gradient or not.
You can gas pressure gradient within inside a container if you vary and manipulate heat. So we have to understand that within the Earth system, it's a dynamic environment. The atmosphere is inhomogeneous. And within the globe Earth model, it's not necessarily gravity that gives us the gas pressure gradient. It's actually radiant heat from the Earth's surface. And as you get further away from the Earth's surface, obviously the pressure decreases. We understand the effect that heat has upon gas molecules, makes them more
Yeah, it
excited.
speeds them up. Yeah.
For example, yeah, exactly. So, for example, we get the story of you go up to Everest and there's less gas pressure up there. Yeah, it's really really cold up there, and obviously this has an effect on the gas. Obviously, at 35 to 45 feet, much
It is to
colder.
a point. From my understanding, like when I look at a breakdown of the atmosphere, and I actually don't know where this is gonna like play out, but at some point there's the heat actually increases.
That's the thermosphere, yeah.
That's the thermosphere?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
So
at
I think that
85
we just
kilometers. It says
yeah,
on
I
this
think that's
page.
just above the stratosphere. So it's the troposphere, stratosphere, thermosphere. I believe, if I've got my
Yeah.
orders, and then another one in the exosphere. Might be a mesosphere in there somewhere as well.
So I would think
You'll
that
get mesosphere as well.
if the pressure is derivative of the temperature, but the temperature up there is higher, then wouldn't that mean that it should be
There's
higher
less gas
pressure or?
molecules. Well, there's not a lot of gas that gets up to that altitude anyway because heat differentials down here. Specifically, we also have to understand that the majority of the gas is produced down here at ground level. Chemical,
Yeah.
biological cycles that take place on within the surface of the Earth. And that's cyclical as well. So the nitrogen, oxygen cycle, the water evaporation cycle primarily take place down in the troposphere. So yeah, when within the model, and we have to understand that we're working from the framework of what they tell us is happening up there. When we get into the thermosphere, there's not a lot of gas molecules anyway for heat interaction. Even though they say the temperature increases, there's not a lot of gas molecules to absorb that heat. But
Right.
again, we are working within that model when they tell us what's.
Right, and we're going to say that the thermosphere is that going to be something that's out of reach or no?
Well, this is the area that the International Space Station is. It's a low Earth orbit. Anything that is beyond the stratosphere is low Earth orbit, which again is beyond that Kármán line area of around 70 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Kármán
The
line
International Space
does enter the
Station.
thermosphere, I think.
Yeah, again, this is that grey area of before you get to the thermosphere. I think the International Space Station orbits about 230, 260 miles above the surface of the Earth in the thermosphere.
Are you looking at the wiki page like I am?
No, I've just got the picture memorized in my head. I've spoken about it so many times.
Got it. Yeah, I'm looking at the wiki page and it's consistent with what you're saying there in terms of like what's where. So
Yeah, we're just working within the framework of that model.
okay, so would the argument be, or would the position or the thought be that this gradient of pressure is true, that it is driven by heat, but also driven by like molecule volume or molecule count, right? Or air atom count. Okay. So I
Yeah,
guess
I
that
think
kind of
it's
still leaves.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
pressure,
think
volume, and temperature are all related. So if the volume is lower,
The temperature or the pressure will be lower. If the temperature is lower, the pressure will be lower.
the volume will decrease. But it depends on how much gas, how many gas molecules are present. It's all dependent on how much is actually there.
Yeah, so I guess that's what the thing is like, I think I was understanding
By
that some,
kinetic theory, 90% of gas doesn't have enough energy through temperature to reach those higher, because in between average temps on Earth and the sky and then the ionosphere and the stratosphere, where it gets hotter, you have a cooler region where gas cools off, so it doesn't have energy and it has less pressure at a cooler state. So, hot air rises and cold air falls. So it's just a continuous cycle. That's why I stick with kinetic theory, because at a certain point, it doesn't matter what the temperature is above that. If you've already got a continuous cycle where it goes up, it can only reach this point due to temperature, and then it loses all its energy, so it starts to fall down while warmer air rises up. So it just keeps mixing, and that's why they call it fluid, because gas has fluid movement, which means it's not uniform, because temperature can never be uniform. But above that place, it doesn't matter what the temperatures are, unless you bring a warmer temperature down to that cutoff point. Then you will increase the entire ozone or atmosphere, because you put a higher temperature, and now it can rise for a longer time before it cools off. But once it gets to a certain point, gas can't do any more work. It has to fall. That's thermodynamics.
okay.
How much work can a thing do in a system? Well, it can do whatever its potential is for kinetic energy. Like they say, the apple doesn't float because of gravity. Well, in kinetics, we just say the apple doesn't float because it doesn't have any potential, or any potential for energy or kinetic energy, so it couldn't do any work if it wanted to. It's an inanimate object. It just falls.
Wait, okay, so there's actually another aspect of this that I'm curious about, which would be, do we reject gravity as a concept? Is that a thing?
Not as a concept, but a given cause, I would debate. I don't believe relativity, warping space, causes anything. And I don't believe every atom or particle attracts each other. I think we already moved past that with relativity. We already abandoned that because we can't demonstrate it to be true universally.
Okay, so in terms of, so we do.
Things fall at a given rate. We observe that. Why, we don't know yet.
Got it. And we feel like that doesn't affect air particles, or it does, or
No, it
No,
doesn't.
no. Kinetic theory
Observably,
says
it
there's
doesn't.
no attraction on particles, no gravitational pull. I just described to you how gases move, and they move independent of any preferred direction. They can go both up and down depending on the amount of energy they have. They can even go diagonally if there's a higher pressure volume over here, the temperature's cooler, but over here the temperature's riser. You'll get things that flow sideways because they flow with the heat, and the cold air will create like a wall, where cold air and hot air create walls of pressure. That's temperature differential. Two different pressures meeting each other, it'll force it to go one way or the other. Gases can move exponentially. They don't
Okay.
have preferred directions. It depends on the amount of kinetic energy they have at the time. Their absolute numbers on movement would, now that'd be a product of the potential, kinetic potential. So but it's got a lot of air.
I see. So, okay. I don't know that I captured all of that, but I guess what I'm
You don't need anything outside of
It's very
kinetic
quiet, Mike.
theory to say why gas stays on Earth and doesn't get a certain distance above. That's because it's so cool up there. That's just it's a Kármán line. It's just they can't go any further because all their energy, which is heat is energy, all their energy is expended. It has nothing to do with escape velocity and everything to do with their potential in kinetic.
so what about
Potential.
yeah, but what about the hot molecules that are the hot air particles that are or
They
atoms or
eventually
whatever
cool off.
in the
That's what
thermosphere?
well, yeah, there's a blanket in between Earth and the thermosphere. It gets hotter up there, but there's a cool pocket in between, and the gas has already used up all its energy before it got to the next level of heat. It'd have to get more energy, so you'd need a hotter zone. Are you with me? Once they've traveled so
You're saying
far,
that once the ones that get up there are the ones that are hotter, is what you mean?
no, I'm saying not very many at all would make it to the thermosphere because it's too cold by the time they get even close to it for them to have any more energy to move or rise. Kinetic potential. They're at the absolute end of their kinetic potential, and the only thing they can do is fall back down and get recharged again.
So what are these hot particles in the thermosphere though?
Actually, that's ionized. So we would say that's from the sun. It's a layer of heat from up there. Not all of it gets in here now. Now that's radiation. This is all thermodynamics. But not all the heat from the solar winds comes in. This is why we have temperature differentials, and it's not just 300 degrees on us because we're in your solar system, very close in the vicinity of the sun. Relative size and distance is not much when the sun is supposed to be 109 times the size of Earth. That means we're a small ass planet floating around a big ass gas ball.
How do we wait 109 times? Is that you're saying that's what
It's
physicists
your
say,
number.
or
Well,
is that what you guys are
they're
saying?
Google's numbers, NASA. No, we never come up with our own numbers for Earth. We know your numbers. Listen, how can I deny your model or refute your model if I don't know your model? Think about that. So we've educated ourselves in your model. And every explanation there is, because there's no one entire model that we can look up the scientific model of globe Earth. You guys don't got that, even though you act like you do. You got to get these little subcategories and research and all this, and then compile it together yourself. So you don't have any scientific model theory or anything for Earth or modeling, but you have individual subcompartments of modeling. So we learn those. And then we say whether they work with reality, do they comport with certain laws, gas laws, the laws of thermodynamics, observable truths. Like, no, we don't deny. Little g just says every time on Earth things fall, it falls at this rate. Why the fuck would we deny that? We observe it.
Well, I mean, I didn't accuse you of denying that.
So we might deny the given cause, and so if you come at me like I'm a heretic and I have to absolutely follow the given cause, even though it's still theoretical, then I would tell you your science isn't science, it's religion, because any fucking science that I can't challenge, it's not science. Science isn't 100%. Why? Because we know there's room for error and growth. So you can't leave room for error and growth, but then say it can't be challenged. If it can't be challenged, it's not science, it's a belief system. Science is meant to be challenged.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not totally sure what. Yeah, okay. You're not coming at me like that, I expect. You're just talking about in general.
No. And yeah, the emotion is more passion for the subject, nothing to do with
Got it.
it. Sorry if I came across strong.
No, that's okay. I just didn't know if I was like
No,
saying
you're
something
not.
offensive or something.
You're not treating me. Plus, listen, I'm smoking weed too, so when I'm holding the hit in, it kind of sounds like I'm
Yeah,
straddling.
chill out.
Word. Okay, so we have this I guess we have this theory that you've presented, like this thermodynamic theory of particles losing energy as they rise.
Well, that's kinetic theory. It's not mine. That's mainstream science, but it is part of thermodynamics. Yes.
I guess what I mean by yours,
So
I mean by
kinetic
this is your
theory
explanation
and
for
thermodynamics unify, wherein the standard model and gravity don't.
standard model and gravity don't. Can you tell me how that is?
Well, how would you comport that the standard model does unify from megascopic to microscopic with gravity? You got causation for gravity?
Oh no, I didn't make that claim. I think the claim that you made was that it doesn't, and that yours
It
does.
doesn't unify. Gravity doesn't unify with the microscopic realm, but the standard model covers the microscopic realm, atoms, particles. This is atomic theory, right?
I think gravity is. My understanding is that
I'm
gravity
talking
is
about
still
the standard
happening.
model. The standard model we're specifying.
Yeah,
Standard
like I
model
think
of
everything that has.
atomic theory.
I think everything that has mass is affected by gravity.
Well,
that's my understanding. I mean, I could be wrong, but that was my understanding of how that worked.
Everything that has mass is affected by gravity. Or are you saying that mass attracts mass?
Yeah, that's Newtonian in a relative.
I was asking him, like.
Yeah, I know. Well,
What's the question? Sorry.
Are you saying that you think that the gravity today is mass attracting?
What I'm saying is that mass, from my understanding, is that mass is what determines how much gravity a thing has.
Yeah, so I kind of understand
or how
what you're saying.
how much gravity a thing exerts or produces or.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Mike is kind of getting at. We'll all understand that we can observe things falling to the ground. Like you pick up a rock and you drop it in it goes down. So this is the effect. What comes along very quickly afterwards is an assumption of what causes that. People will say that the mass of the Earth is pulling the mass of the rock down towards the Earth because the Earth is of bigger mass. That's kind of the simpler old way of putting gravity. We understand that today's gravity isn't kind of described as that. Today's gravity is the mass of the Earth, for example, sitting in the fabric of space-time. Because it's bending and warping that space-time, the rock will fall down to the floor. So I'm just trying to figure out which gravity that you're talking about, because they're pretty much two very different things.
I think they both function the same way, right? I mean, or at least they both have the same outcome that we're observing. Right? I think we agree on that.
Yes, we will always have the effect of the rock falling. But mass attracting mass and Einstein's bending and warping of space-time happen completely in different geometric spaces. Newton's idea, mass attracting mass, works in usual 3D Euclidean geometry. Einstein's works in 4D pseudo-Riemann geometry. The causes are attributed for different reasons. The Newtonian
I
idea
am so sorry to interrupt. I just didn't I don't know if it's the mic or the clarity or something, but I didn't catch the aft part.
Yeah, you're kind of muffled, Jedi.
I do apologise, buddy. Was
some
I
of the
too
other
far away?
explanations that you put forward, I just didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
But it's okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Basically, when I say I believe in gravity, the model that I have in my head about that I was taught was that it's a matter of mass sort of exerting an attractive force towards other mass.
Yeah, that's
that was
classical.
my understanding anyhow.
That's classical mechanics, yeah.
So I'm not sure what other ways of approaching that exist, but That's my understanding.
Relativity.
Yeah, I just spilled water everywhere, so I'm gonna go. I gotta clean this up.
Oh, you don't have a dog or a cat? No, that's a joke. You spell something here, like 2 dogs junk on it. You gotta fight them and not let them drink
Hello?
it while you clean it up. Hello?
What's up, Battle Mod?
What up, Indio?
Would I come in, everybody, please?
Hi, Indio.
There's an
Hi.
Indio in the wild.
Yeah, y'all, not looking for y'all, though. I'm looking for the Globe Champions.
Aren't we all?
What's up, bro?
We had McToon slithering around earlier and Brenda in here.
I had to read fan mail, you know, them Glovers, they send you fan mail.
Fan mail. Is that what we're calling it now? Fan mail?
Oh, yeah, it's less stressful, you know. They're entertaining, dude. You know they are.
Well, I'm gonna just start calling them love letters then.
Yeah. Yeah, this kid, you know, he talks like, I think I'm the dumbest person in the world, but he keeps following me around from server to server and talking to me. I'm wondering why he interacts with what he believes to be a fool. Does that make you a fool?
Have we got somebody new that joined the channel? Sophia, if you're there, welcome to the channel. Do you have any questions about the conversation?
You don't want to speak to Elite, Sophia.
We don't?
I mean, I just joined, so I don't even know. I have to listen to know what the conversation's even about.
That's fair.
It's about where are you?
Do you have a globe proof, Alethes?
A what?
A proof of the shape of the Earth?
Oh, because this is the Flat Earth channel. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have
Did
any
you click the
globe
wrong
proofs?
thing? You're like, oops, I ended up in a flat Earth. You know.
Look,
She took a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
I know that there are people that go into rooms and then they just like immediately start talking, even though they don't know what's going on. I'm not one of those people, so I'm just going to listen a little bit because I have no idea. Yeah.
Well, you're probably the smartest person to enter this chat then in a long time.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, that's actually reasonable for once. Thanks for that.
Hi, I'm the 50th smartest person in this channel.
Oh,
And as there are only 40 people in this channel, that means I rank really low.
That's not fair. I'd put you at least 48.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Well, you'll move up if Dogs Are God or Riding on Eggshells joins the chat. Or Dogs Are Gods, quite honestly.
Wow, thanks, guys.
Yeah, he should be back with some hardcore stupidity any minute.
He's always a barrel of laughs.
Could tell us more about his schizophrenia.
I always tell him that. You said you could be schizophrenic, right? He's like, yeah. Aren't you? No. It's immediately. Nope.
He said the horizon in the Black Swan is blocking the oil rig, even though it's behind it. And he said what's behind it isn't the horizon because he defined horizon as something like a clear line or something like that. He gave his own definition. It was pretty batshit. It was funny too.
He'll come around. They always do.
I think with him, like, he doesn't really give a shit, like, how crazy what he's saying is. He's just gonna go ahead and say it. He's gonna wait till he gets muted, then he's gonna declare victory. He's like trying to wind you up. He's a wind-up artist.
Yeah, but he just talks and talks and talks.
I'm telling you, that kid is snorting his Adderall.
Yeah, and probably other people's too.
Yeah, I only snort my own.
Well,
Good for you.
that's the only Adderall you're legally allowed to snort.
Well, did you buy them from other people?
No, I mean, unless you count the pharmacist other people.
No medical talk.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's keep the topic light. Let's talk about Gaza.
Yeah, that's probably a worse subject, a worse topic than what I just said.
Yeah, that was your sarcasm detector's broken, man.
Yo, Owlish, it's 11:30.
No, it's not.
What time do you got?
I have them all.
She's 12:30. I think she's an hour ahead of me.
Yeah.
Oh, but you don't go in tomorrow. Oh, okay.
What would you watching out for me for
Yeah.
my
Because
bedtime?
you're always like, hey, I'm not supposed to be here because it's late and I work tomorrow. I get up at 6 in the morning. Remember you said that?
I do, yeah, but I didn't think anybody else paid attention.
You say
Look
it
at
like
that.
all the time when you go to work in the next day. You're like, oh, okay, you're leaving because, yeah.
Yeah, because I lose track of time.
I'm gonna have to point it out because of my father. That flat earther, he pays attention. He's got your best interests at heart.
Yep.
So, yeah, you gotta admit it. You're just hypnotized by Jedi's smooth tones, huh?
I mean, he's not even talking, but yeah.
Okay.
You should see what Jedi looks like.
He's a handsome devil, that one.
Is that true?
Jedi, drop
or-
a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen him.
Yo, drop the pic.
No.
Oh, here we go.
He's got enough
What
fan
does he
mail
know?
for okay. We
More cowbell, less fan mail. Who's got proof of axial rotation?
So, did the bait flat earth and more diaspora come in here? Now that they've been exiled, now they're wandering the wilderness for 40 years.
yeah.
Shit,
Hey, dude, I
what the
seen that.
fuck?
I seen
Fucking
that.
India.
They got a new server now.
Speaking of photos, do you all know that one dude, the guy who comes in all the time and says that soap is a sin?
Yeah, we know the pee
PD?
drinker. The pee drinker.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
apparently,
he's well known.
in a different server, he apparently turned on his webcam and somebody took a screenshot of it.
Is it as bad as everybody thinks?
I've
Yes,
seen him
I'll send it
before.
to you.
Oh,
He's
God.
a big guy. Listen, we need a fucking forklift to get him out the house, bro. Maybe a
Is
I'll
he?
send the picture as well.
Bay City crane or something.
You gotta cut him out of his house with a chainsaw.
Yeah,
Am I
we'd
gonna
have
be
to
disturbed by this? Fucking.
have to take the wall down.
I mean, it's not
get a crane.
It's not that like it's okay. I'll put it this way. It's not
Not a
inappropriate.
D-pick or anything, right? Okay.
No. Oh God, no.
I was gonna
It's,
say like, you guys
Well,
got him.
it's safe for work. It's safe for work.
Okay.
Well, is the Garden of Eden in the background? Because he said he was in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay, hold on.
God.
And he thinks
I'm
pee
only
is
DMing
living
it.
water.
I'm not posting it in chat.
He does say that he lives in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, he says pee is living water.
What a smart guy.
Do we have anybody in here with globe proof?
I mean,
No,
someone
that's
named
how we
Little
got on
T,
this.
shouldn't they have
Go
gravity
ahead.
proof?
No, well, let's just say what they think is globe proof.
Bless their hearts.
We can just start fishing.
It's bless their little hearts, Miggy.
Ah, you gotta ask the little. Okay.
Oh, he's so cute when he says it that way, though. And precious.
He's so
Bless
stinky.
their little hearts.
Them are
Stinky.
insults, you know. No, we ain't got no new people in a minute, huh?
Yeah, I wish we could change names in here.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, they don't let you mess with the names. At least you're here. That's cool.
Borrowing no brain cells sounds pretty good.
Why is riding on eggshells like chat skanking?
He loves to hate flat Earth, like with a passion.
He just wants to have a logical conversation about some stuff you just refuted, and maybe get reasonable doubt for the globe.
He's not logical at all.
I know, but that's what those dudes do after they know they've been defeated. They try to keep reasonable doubt where they can say there's a possibility yours could be wrong and theirs could be true.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Yeah, they just dynamite reality, man. It's like, maybe I'm schizophrenic.
Well, I thought burning the
couldn't
house down
believe he said
fallacy,
that.
right? Like if they can't win, they're just gonna take it all down with them. Like, fuck it. If you can't win, I can't win. Fuck it. Or well, I said it backwards.
Nobody
If I
can
can't win,
win.
you can't
There's
win.
no such thing as winning.
Yeah. What is winning? If I can contemplate words and shit, reduce the argument to absurdity. So, well, what define winning? Like, fuck, dude. You're going all the way down to the roots and shit.
They try to make the idea of objective truth an absurdity. Like, that idea itself. Like, that's absurd.
Like, I don't know how he was trying to justify that this morning. I mean, the fucking mental contortions that he had to go through just to.
That T dude, he was out of his gourd.
Yeah, just like. Man. But sometimes you don't know. Like I said, in 30 minutes in with with the conversations, you're like, oh fuck, dude. You deny that you know anything. Like, yeah, we can't know anything to be true because our senses are flawed. And
Yeah, the
therefore,
imperfect senses guy. Like, that's
yeah,
a different argument. No, it's just,
That's
it ends up at the same place, man. It's the same argument.
and then he's like an ambassador for fucking Globe Earth. He's like, well, we all say like fucking no, we all don't say shit, dude. You say, fuck. I hate that shit. Well, we don't think that. Like, no, that's what. Maybe you don't. They do. For fuck's sakes, dude, I have recordings of these guys.
It's live streamed all day. It's recorded all day.
All fucking day, dude. Every day. 24/7, baby. I don't know why I just did that. That was weird.
Because you're a cool guy. That's why.
Perhaps. I have been known to be
Yeah,
cool.
that was recorded. Now everybody knows that you said something weird.
All right, someone clip this, edit in chat.
Put him on mute.
Ugh. So I heard
Crispy,
earlier.
when are we gonna hear you
What?
throw some bows, man? We got to get you in here. Get you some of this globe action.
I don't know. I'm not confident enough in my debating skills yet.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, man.
I'll have to do it on someone that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Listen,
So.
you'll
Everybody.
become.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You gotta cut your teeth, man.
Just throw the inhibition to the wind and do it. You'll become more confident at it.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it in the past, but you know, got my ass handed to me a few times. You know.
I've
Look,
been doing this
just don't
so.
overthink it, man. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, listen. I've been doing it so long. I've learned you don't have to be right to win a debate.
Yeah, only way to get get better is to do it more. So yeah.
Well, most of these people don't understand what they're talking about in the first place. So you just let them talk more, and then you show how everything they say is wrong.
Well, the thing is, I'm hearing new. Well, it's not probably not new to you guys, but I'm hearing new stuff every day. It's the thing. So I feel like I'm gonna pick the fight with the wrong guy, and he's gonna say something I have no idea about. I'm like,
Hey, like Battlemod said, just let them talk. Eventually, they'll just take both positions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
yeah, and
Indio's known to get people to argue with themselves. He's done it before with Zenik.
I did it with Nate, with both of those guys, with T and the other guy. They all
They
both
started
ended up
arguing against their own
contradicting themselves.
position in the middle of the arguing with Indio. He's like, "What the fuck? That's my position." He's like, "No, that's mine." It was like, "What the fuck?" He's arguing with
It's funny.
himself. It's happened, dude. Like, yeah, they get lost in the sauce.
yeah, that's how you do it, man. Listen, you got to give them room to hang themselves. That's one thing that it isn't done enough here. You got to let them talk more because we're only beating them down with a portion of the stupid or ignorant that they have in them. We could use the full spectrum and get a way better annihilation, fatality, even maybe a rage quit. Seriously, if you let them talk more.
All right, we got some new people in the chat. We got Enraged Post. Enraged Post, if you're there, go ahead and chime in. We like to talk to new people that are joining the channel. Anybody else?
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? So, why do y'all think the Earth is flat? Like, I'm just curious.
Oh,
Good
sure.
question.
Jedi, go ahead if you want.
All right. So the flat earthers will kind of make this statement for all new people that come in. We observe and measure and practically use with regards to aviation, engineering and navigation the Earth to be a flat, stationary topographical plane. We observe it, we measure it, and we practically use it as such. So if the Earth is observed, measured and practically used as a flat, stationary plane, it can't be a ball that moves. That's the primary reason why. Now we can break that down into individual aspects and we can talk all day about those individual aspects. But to keep it simple for you, it's observed and measured and used that way.
Okay. Sounds intriguing to me.
Oh my.
Where are all these smart and honest people coming from all of a sudden? This is weird, man.
Here's another question. Why would you think it's a globe?
Good question.
What are you
Based upon
talking
like
about?
your life experience, right? Say you never turned on a TV or opened a book and nobody ever told you anything. Why would you think it's a globe?
Well, I mainly think it's a globe because you're all faggots and like dick.
What?
That was
I could sense it. Something was wrong with the force, man.
That was weird. Okay.
I knew we was in a Twilight Zone video. He P Mars'd us.
Don't we have to like shit can him for doing that? Because he used the F word.
Yep, he's got to
Oh,
go.
he cut off for me.
Yeah, he's got to go, man.
Oh, if I
Yeah,
use the F word here, then politics guys are gonna ban me. Okay, good.
Not the 4-letter word, the 3-letter F word.
Oh.
Yeah, go look at look around the channels. This is kind of
Okay,
like
okay. All right, yeah, I'm with you. So I can say fucker, cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can say fuck all
You
day
can't
long.
talk about cigarettes.
Yeah,
Hey.
listen. I can say this with a straight face because I'm straight, but I'm with you, bro. I am with you.
Can I say it with a gay face?
I mean, the BC
No.
above us is like 24/7 queer, isn't it?
What?
I felt dirty the first time I came in here. I was like, man, I gotta walk.
Only the British guys and like got the cigarettes joke.
Yeah, I did. I really did, man. I got it.
You got a fag I can bomb?
That's
I'm gonna gently bump it on its butt.
that's a different VC, buddy. It's up there a little bit.
I want it
That's the
gently
Rainbow
bumping on
Coalition
its
VC.
butt so I can pack it real good.
He even said I can bum, so which made it much worse.
All right. So we
In,
got
in
anybody new in here? No.
Anyone here to defend the globe?
You're gonna stop LARPing, Britnut?
Never. That wasn't even me, by the way.
Oh, good.
It was me. That's why I muted.
I need to hear somebody, or I need to do it myself. Use the bad moon shadow argument.
Quantum Eraser done another presentation on that today, didn't he?
Yeah, I was in there. And
Oh
he
yeah, I was
played
watching.
the end of the show. I had to just listen to it.
With the
Do
moon
you mind?
dials.
You
So
Go
that
on.
was pretty cool. The moon dial and the other one, I actually saw one a couple of days ago. Apparently, there's some statue or something in India, and it's got like these wagon wheel things, and they discovered that they're actually sundials, but they don't. And you can actually tell the time down to like 3-minute increments because it like has beads like wagon wheels. I'll post a link to it in the chat, dude. It's pretty mind blowing. But there's like 24 wheels on this thing, and nobody knows like what the other wheels do. Like they're there for a reason, right? They're stone. It's a carving, right? So it's a big carved thing, and when the sun shines, you can tell the time. And if the sun is like on the other side of it, they have a wheel on the other side, you can tell the time. But there's other wheels. It's like a 24 wheel. They look like wagon wheels with like beads in them. Yeah, hold on. I'll get a link to that shit, man. It's pretty mind blowing, man. Yeah, and there's no globe involved in any of this.
Maybe when they built it, they were just wheelie excited.
How does a girl tell a dad joke?
Listen. That's a mom joke. I was gonna say that. You need to have kids. You're ready.
No.
Bad jokes and all. Yeah, you can tell them bad jokes. You'll be straight. You'll be just fine.
What was I didn't watch the thing because I was working, but what was the bad shadow? What was it called?
Bad moon shadow.
Yeah, what was that?
It's about moon dials. There's moon dials instead of sundials.
Yeah.
So if the sun was 400 times farther away than the moon, they wouldn't work. Because one has parallel rays, one has diverging rays, and they couldn't actually work.
Well, moon dial shouldn't work.
Yeah,
Unless
so
it's its own source of light.
A sundial would work just fine during a full moon. It would work the same as the moon dial with the because it does account for the phases of the moon, but you can still use it. But when it's full moon outside, it works just like the sun during the day. It casts the same shadow as the sun does. So either you can make a case for a lunar central universe if you wanted to, but you can't say that the sun and the moon are like one's doing parallel rays at that far distance and being that big. You can make the case that they're the same size, same distance, but it would work if they were both the claim size of the sun and being 93 million miles away. You can make the claim that they're both that far away because they cast the same shadows. That's why it's called bad moon shadow. Stretching across your path.
Are you okay?
I
She's
really
not.
enjoy the song. It's a good song.
Wait, was Flatsy about to serenade us with a song?
I was not serenading.
Dang, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
So I heard someone was trying to sue you guys or something, or someone was filing a lawsuit.
Who was it? Was it Simon Dan's lawyer had come in or something like that? Was that correct?
I heard that. I don't even know who the guy is. Like what happened?
What? I haven't heard of this.
I heard there's like
knows about it than I do.
For what? Defamation of character? Like what would
Yeah,
it be?
something stupid like that. Yeah.
Someone call him a dick with ears or something?
That's funny.
You-
He got mad, so he
how are
filed
you
a
so-
lawsuit.
Yeah, like how are you so offended online that you filed a lawsuit?
That's a triple down. It's not a double down.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this: it's cheap to file a lawsuit. Why not if you might win?
Is it really? That was expensive.
It's more like the slap suit. So you just sue the other person to make them spend a shitload of money.
Oh boy.
I mean, but who would he specifically be suing? You can't just sue a Discord server.
No, sue a person. Yes, you can. You can sue an entity, a private entity too. Yes, we can sue a company. Yes, we can sue Discord.
He's suing Discord? Who's he suing?
But I would sue the person. And
How would you know who the person
company.
is?
Yeah.
There's ways.
Like, they're gonna write down your username and then like what? DM it to you?
Well, no, you can get law enforcement involved, and they can identify your fingerprint and then track you to who you are and who pays the bills and who most commonly uses it at that time.
No,
Then
they
we can
can't.
be given the name for purpose, a legal
Look,
purpose.
you sue Discord, you serve them, say reveal the information or we're gonna sue you.
Exactly.
Right. And if you do sue them, then you can get discovery, then you can force the information out of them, and then you go sue the, whatever account, and then you can do like you can make them give you all the IP addresses where they like the computer that logged in. Then you can find out who owns that IP address, and they'll be like Comcast or whatever. Then you go to Comcast and say, hey, we want the user that used this IP address at this time. And then then they'll find out the modem it was hooked up to. Now you have their address and their name, who pays the bill, right? But the hard part is proving who was actually using the computer at that particular point in time.
Yeah.
So moral of the story, use a VPN.
It's called forced discovery.
That's one method. Or just fucking have your Wi-Fi open and be like, dude, man, there's no security on my Wi-Fi. Anyone could just roll up outside of my house and use it.
The old public library defense, huh?
Exactly. Or McDonald's. There's so many open Wi-Fi's, man. You can just do whatever you want, bro. Like,
Who was that kid that was always talking to us? That he was homeless and he said, "I'm sitting in the Wendy's parking lot. They got free Wi-Fi."
oh, what's his name, man?
Oh, poor kid.
The bumper sticker kid.
Yeah, he went to the Catholic place where they let you hang out, whatever that's
I feel
called.
bad I can't remember his name.
Monastery. Yeah, the monastery. You know who I'm talking about. As long as we both know who we're talking about.
Yeah. He always comes in like he's fucking geeked up on meth.
Yeah, that guy. I'm out in Wendy's, man.
Dude, you're way too excited, man. Way too excited.
Talking about Smurf?
Nah, not Smurf.
I wonder if Simon Dan's going to use the law of reference frame to sue.
The kid that he's brought his friend on. Remember, he's brought his friend on a couple times. He's at some friend's house and he has friend talk over the same mic.
Yeah.
What the hell's his name?
Oh, Lo-Fi?
No, not him.
Oh.
He did that
Yeah,
when
it
he
was Lo-Fi Indio. Lo-Fi.
No, but yeah, I know Lo-Fi's done that, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Oh.
Lo-Fi isn't homeless. That I know of. Might be now.
I could have sworn he was. I'm sure he was the same guy.
was living out of a tent when he wasn't staying with the monastery or the Catholic. Yeah, that's the guy. It's been a while since I talked to him, but the last time I talked to him, it was him and his buddy sitting out in the rain drinking beers at a truck stop because they were home. Truck stop had an outlet where they could charge the phone. Sit out there all night and talk to the kitchen people, man. They give them free food and stuff. I thought that's cool. Cook at a truck stop like you're homeless. Yeah, charge the phone there. Here, I'll give you a meal. Homeless people can't find a safe place to sleep. They can put their stuff down anywhere and sleep, but not somewhere where somebody's watching over them while they work their shift or something. It's cool.
So can you measure the angle of a shadow with a curved adjacent?
Shadows curve. Yeah, that sundial thing. I'm gonna read on that, man. I'd like to know what those other wheels are for, or even what they suspect they're for. Because it looks kind of like some Antikytherium shit, or some
Yeah,
Aztec
I
shit.
bet you it's probably like eclipses and planets and things like that. Did you watch the whole video?
No, I watched about
So
half.
part of the video was like some yogi came up to it and like read the time, and then they're like badgering him, like, "What do the other wheels do?" And he like just walked away from them.
Right. That's funny because the Aztecs used concentric wheels too to do all that stuff.
Yeah, it like and the funny thing is like it's actually not that amazing considering they didn't really have that much shit to do back then. Like what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're
Like
not
say
fighting.
if you get enough food and water and shelter, right, to last you like 3 months, like now you have nothing to do for 3 months. Like why not stare at the frickin' sky?
Well, that depends. How old am I and how many women are in my recent vicinity?
Well, I mean, never
Once you
mind.
get
I'm
old,
not going there.
yeah. Once you get old, now you're chiseling statues. But yeah, it makes sense. Just a bunch of guys who get together when there's abundance. Yeah, and we just do stuff. It's like today you can get 10 guys in a garage building a hot rod. Same concept. You fill up your time. I'm with you.
I don't think they were trying to make it last long back then. I think they were going for like attempts. They weren't going for like how long it lasted. They weren't trying to go into overtime. They were just trying to like play lots of games in the shortest period of time.
Right. That is a hell of a thing, though, man. They break it down to 3 minutes, and then so you can figure one bead is 3 minutes, but the shadow creeps across the bead, so you can keep track down to the minute. Cut it in third. That's pretty damn good.
Gonna last longer than a watch, that's for sure.
Yeah. You'd have to wonder if when they built it there, was it the only structure around it? Was an entire community built around it? They like built a time piece, and then they knew how many hours they had each day, so they could cut up their activity by the hour and say, "That's how you get more stuff done. We'll work on our housing while this many hours. We'll work on our food. We got to work on our water storage or wells." So you divide it because you divided the day up, and you know how long the light lasts. I mean, mean, if you're gonna
Done
survive,
already? You only lasted for one bead.
huh?
Nah, man. Having
Oh.
sex, they're keeping time by beads, right? They're like, you only lasted one bead.
Beads, huh?
That's how they're gauging like how long sex lasted, right? Like how many beads did they last?
5 beads. It sounds like some shit with them beads on a string, bro.
Oh no.
The hell do they call them?
This is a family channel.
Yeah, it's supposed to. I don't know, really. Let's go up to that next VC. I bet they'll talk about those beads. Oh, wait, no, that's a Christian chat. It's a couple up there. It would be nice that, a community always needed to be on the same time. You could have functions, community functions, daily functions, hourly functions. Wake up and fish till there's a shadow on this
I don't
beach.
remember where they said that was. Did they say that was from the Indus civilization?
No, I didn't catch that either.
Let me see.
It just says ancient. So this thing does tell time at night off the moon.
Yeah, my favorite part of that video is the fact that it looks like it was filmed on a camera.
Well, you watch some of that History Channel stuff. They go to the
What does
third
that mean?
world.
It looks like it was filmed on a camera? What is it like?
Oh, it looks like the video that was posted was filmed in someone's living room with a camera. Like they pointed their phone at the TV.
Oh.
Oh yeah, probably.
Okay.
They might have.
Yeah, could have been a History Channel program or something.
Well, the copyright things, because it's an actual. There's a full-length video of it. I was just looking at it.
Oh.
It's called the Black Pagoda.
Black Pagoda. So it's a repo.
It sure is quiet in here tonight. Usually you got Globers with diarrhea of the mouth in here.
I don't know, maybe everyone got scared away. I have no proof, globe or otherwise, so sorry I can't contribute.
And yet you still believe Glob.
Look at the detail on that, man. Someone's carving that for a long ass time.
It doesn't mean anything.
What doesn't?
so fucking dumb.
Bro, who are you talking to?
Not healthy to talk to yourself.
To myself.
What? Is that you, Timbo?
I did say something. I said it's not healthy to talk to yourself.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was you. But I know I was specifically talking to what's his name? Hecht.
It was ticked. Yeah.
Yeah. I detected that he said something. That was a really
I
funny
am.
joke. Everyone should laugh. Are you talking to somebody in particular or specifically?
Tech, she's talking to you.
What's up? Hold on. What's up?
What's up? Hold on.
Bro, are you
I
talking
don't
to
know. You
somebody?
were saying something, and then you didn't say anything, and then you didn't reply to anything, and then you said something, and then you didn't say anything.
No, I haven't said anything for a while now.
That's not true.
I mean, unless I was saying something and I didn't realize it. You know what I mean?
I think I heard you say the Earth's a globe.
Yes, it is.
And then I thought I heard you say, I have proof.
I don't know, dude. I've actually worked with like Landsat shit where I'm getting, satellite photography and trying to measure certain problems over time or like something that happens like a wildfire. I understand that you want to feel special about that shit, but like I've
Who does?
actually done
You
good
do, or
stuff. Yeah, well, not anymore. Like nowadays, I do different things.
so? Where were you getting the satellite photos from?
You know it's public. Do you not know it's public?
Is it public? Where can I get it from?
Yes, it's public. You can download it right now.
Cool. Where's that?
Okay, so you have to go.
Let's pretend I'm dumb.
All right, you know what? No, fuck that. I did that as a TA for too long. Fucking figure it out. Figure it out, dude.
All right.
No, I was a TA. I fucking did GIS shit for way too long. You do it yourself. Figure it out.
Cool. All right. No worries. Thank you for
So
the information.
you were a TA, like a teacher assistant?
Yes.
So like at a school for anger management, is that why you were fired?
Oh my god.
It was like 10 years ago. And also, when it comes to professional sort of circumstances, I am actually nice and I don't act like this.
You've been sipping the Kool-Aid.
You mean
Hey, a real estate agent named Bavina. I want to buy a house from you.
Anyway, so where are these satellite photos?
No, he said, fuck you, you can find them yourself. That's what he said.
You not believe in Landsat?
I just want to look at the photos, man. That's all I wanted. I don't know why you're getting so defensive.
I believe you're inebriated.
What led you to that decision, Battle Mod?
Prove me wrong, I'll wait. He's like, I ain't like this here work. I'm a chipper fella.
Keep going.
Oh wait, I remember you. You're the guy who said you
professional.
You worked for Landsat, right?
No.
Yeah, and you stitched the photos together?
No.
What?
No.
You said no.
No. You're making shit up at the moment, which is fucking. Oh my god. You're a piece of shit as a human being.
Hey, you can't say the N word in here.
God.
He's not like this at work. I know him. I work with a guy.
Damn. He said, how fucking dare you accuse me of something I've said in the past?
No.
When I was drunk.
How fucking dare you call back to
No,
a
this
conversation I had previously?
How am I supposed to remember that? Drunk.
This is all making it up as you go along. It's great.
Hey, do y'all think Ray Comfort ever used the banana in the other way?
Who's Ray Comfort?
What?
Hold on. What banana? Who's Ray? I guess it's better than the drunk guy.
So,
Oh
if I recall correctly,
You
this is the
heard
guy
me,
who
you
said he
drunk. It's better than you. A banana is fucking better than you.
Are you listening to yourself?
I fucking heard you, you dumbass.
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, this is the guy that said he worked for Landsat.
I didn't say that.
You
just made that up.
Listen, Landsat employees
No,
get
no, no.
drunk and
You just
inebriated
made
and
that up,
they
and it's
berate,
fine.
they
You
berate
want to
women on
make
the
it
internet
like
while they're inebriated.
sensationalized. It's okay, but you're a fucking retard. It's fine.
You're inebriated on the internet berating girls, and I'm a retard.
Is this like?
Can I tell you what I tried to get a girl to do on OnlyFans?
It's so. This is so weird.
Put him on mute.
Yeah, can you put him on mute so we can kind of compare?
Should give the girl moot power. She would have mooted him 10 minutes.
It involved the LED light bulb.
What?
I haven't even said most things. It's fine.
You haven't said most things?
Yeah. Just anything.
Is he a globe earther too? Is he on your side? This doesn't look good for the globe.
No, I'm just wondering because there was somebody here who said they worked for Landsat, that they would take images from Landsat and stitch them together. Taking images from like satellites of farmland for surveying.
Wait, do you think that doesn't happen? No, are you that retarded? Holy fucking shit.
No, it wasn't.
Dude, yes, obviously.
I don't
do
think
that.
you can make a
Oh my god,
coherent sentence.
it's fine. No. I get it.
Hey, buddy.
Fucking retard theater is
Go back
right
to
here.
Timmy's and get another two.
I am going to be signing off of this dumb fuck theater. Holy fuck.
Later.
Bro, you're like a 7. Bring it down to a 4.
Give that dude a banana.
Why is this like the most dramatic thing ever?
I don't
Besides,
know. Like
the whole flat Earth thing is just a distraction to distract from how the Earth is really hollow.
Well, it entertains the drunks, I guess.
God damn it. God damn it.
I mean, how else would you distract people from finding out the Earth is hollow? You distract them by telling them that there's people who believe it flat, and they'll spend all their energy in trying to dispute that it's flat.
Can I ask you a question? You think we live on the inside of a sphere, like a Dyson sphere?
Oh no, we live on the outside. We're not the lizard people. We don't live on the good side.
Oh, so either way, you're plagued with curvature. Can you show us that curvature?
Hmm. Sure. Exhibit A, your mom.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys are obsessed
one
with the
would be a
curvature, dog.
concave, and the other would be convex.
Yeah, dog. They're obsessed with the curvature, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. Oh yeah,
I'm
gotta
saying
have that curve.
Somebody had the Dyson sphere in there, inner and outer Earth, and I just wanted to know where the hell the curvature was. That's all.
I think calling someone's mom having curvature is like a compliment.
It didn't bother me.
That's not
walk,
really the
walk
way
past
you
it with
think
me.
it is.
Here, grab my hand.
How come this woman's not funny? Women try to be more funny.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk right past that. It was a funny your
I'm
mom
sorry.
joke. I gave him
Which
points,
women,
and I
me or
moved
you?
on.
Dude, you flat earthers are pathetic. Losers.
Okay,
This is why women can't do
don't let
comedy.
insults and bad jokes stop
Yeah,
us.
bad jokes are one thing. Insults are another, bruh.
Your mom
Yeah,
likes
y'all
my
insult
jokes,
people
so
all day, dog.
your moms love
Like
my
all
jokes.
you do, you call people retards for not believing in your crazy conspiracy.
Really, the drunk guy is a glober. He's been calling everybody a retard for 10 minutes. Everybody, even the other globers.
Calling somebody a retard is racist.
I mean, I look up at the moon. I don't see any curve. It looks kind of flat to me. I look at Mars through a telescope. Looks pretty flat to me.
So, are you drinking beers with that guy? That's all I want to know, globers. You globers drinking beers with this dumb fuck? And are you mad that I called some motherfucker a dumb fuck that called me a retard? Which one,
Look,
liberal
man,
pussy?
flat earthers use beer, round earthers use PCP. Get it right.
This is why women are funny.
The girl's better.
Picture trying to tone police in a flat Earth discussion.
Well, he's just inebriated. He's yelling everything he's saying.
Oh no, that guy left.
He's just inebriated, bro. You sound like a retard.
Do I?
You know that, right?
I was making fun of him.
Why are you making fun of people, dog? You want someone to make fun of you?
Besides, consider this.
I really don't care. It doesn't wound me. I'm not thin-skinned pussy.
Man,
Well,
Q's
consider
fucking
this.
proper. Q's fucking proper irritated by the flat Earth. Good. We ain't going nowhere, dumbass.
How the fuck did they convince you of
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, easy. Because we all had the map.
No, here's what we're gonna do.
Man, I'm gonna talk at some point.
Nah,
No,
not
you
really.
ain't. No, you ain't.
You're not.
Did you guys know the
No,
moon
you're
is a sticker on a dome?
Shut the fuck up, Naps.
Put 'em on mute.
Back to Q. So, you're proper irritated. I like that. Do you have any information that the Earth is a globe, Q?
Dude, everything points to the Earth being a globe. Literally nothing but your immediate perception points to the Earth being flat.
Do you have any information
That's your only measure.
to support the claim that the Earth is a globe?
He just gave you something supporting that it's flat instead for some reason.
Q, I'm asking you a question. Do you have any information
Hard
to
to
support
talk
the
when
claim?
there's 5 of you
Q!
monkeys talking at the same time.
All right.
Irrelevant. Provide your glove evidence.
Apparently, he's not. Let's go to Naps. Naps, do you have any information that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
Go ahead and support
I
it.
do. I've actually walked around the planet. And
This guy's an idiot.
So when I
Another
so
clown.
when I stand in the northern hemisphere and I look at the moon, yeah, and then I travel to
Begging
the
the
southern
question.
hemisphere, it looks upside down.
How do you
all you
walk
got,
around the
Max?
ocean? How do you walk on water? Are you Jesus?
Yeah,
That's
but
none of your business.
who measured the curvature of Earth, Naps? Who did it?
I did.
How did you do it?
I just looked at it. I
What's
just
the
looked at a
drop rate?
photo.
Did you
You
take
just
a
looked at the
picture?
photo.
Actually, if you all Google photos of the moon,
Shut up. Let's see who's next. Security Worm, you're up. Who measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Go ahead. Security Worm. Okay.
Most of these people are waiting for me to say something else so they can say women aren't funny again, because that's the only shtick they got.
All right, let me unmute him now. Since they have no evidence,
No, you mute us before we
Pussy.
give you it. So you're a
Dude,
baby.
y'all are fucking pussies. How are you gonna
You
ask
just
me a question
monologue.
and then
It's
mute me?
brilliant.
It's stupid.
So
Look,
I want
that
to know
woman
your answer,
is,
Mr. Veritard.
Well,
let's
actually,
let's
we give you mic time to provide evidence, and you wasted on that
Dude,
bullshit
this is
instead.
like a flat
Excuse
Earth
me, I've
circle
made a
jerk.
point.
There's like
Can you answer
10
it,
of
please?
y'all like
look.
fucking
Even that
sucking
real
each
estate
other
agent
off.
Barvina is funnier than that woman talking.
Like, it's actually stupid. No
You
one
guys
on
are
the server
highlighting
takes
your
it
lack of
seriously.
globe proof. You're
Huh?
highlighting your lack
You're
of
Yeah,
globe
highlighting
y'all
proof.
your
are
lack
like
of
y'all are
ability
like
to listen to
obsessed
basic
with this
points.
flat Earth monolith that doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay, you're highlighting how schizoid and ADD you all are while you talk over one another
That's
and
an
not
ad
provide
hominem.
any globe proof.
Me.
I can't
No, it's
provide
not an
glow
ad
proof because
hominem
I'm
because the point was
Muslim.
that you don't provide globe proof. The
No,
argument
but my
wasn't
point
that you're
was
a
that I'm
schizoid.
giving you a point and you've ignored it to then call me
You haven't
schizophrenic.
given us any proof that
Dude,
the
if
Earth
we
is a globe.
actually
You're
Alright,
here
can I just
fucking
have your
complaining.
answer to this then? I
Not
actually want to make a
really.
point.
You're
It'll
a
take
baby.
20
Answer
seconds
the
and then you
question.
can
No.
reply. It'll take
No.
20 seconds. No?
All right, go
No?
ahead. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
You got 20
Okay.
seconds.
I just want.
Sorry, I had to do it, bro.
It's so stupid,
Yeah,
bro.
we don't give
You're
a
gonna
shit.
keep muting people that have a good argument.
Hell yeah. No, what's your argument?
Yeah, because you're fucking pussies.
What's
Fuck
your
you and
argument?
your mom.
What's your argument?
Mute
Faggot.
that guy.
Yeah,
No,
mute
I'm
your
gonna
fucking
let him.
pussy.
What's your
No,
argument, Q?
mute me, you pussy. Fucking do it. Listen
What's
to
your
the
argument?
other guy. Mute
Wait, but
me.
when I
Y'all
try
are
and
so
talk, I get
used to
muted?
muting your
What's your
opposition,
argument?
dude. Nobody on this.
Okay, so
Nobody in the
muting your
world takes
opposition,
you
that's not a
seriously.
globe argument. That's not a valid globe argument. Nobody takes you seriously. That's not a
Have your
valid
little
globe argument.
meltdowns, bro. There's like 30 of
That's
you
not a
in here.
valid globe argument. Try
You might
something
as
else.
well.
None
You
of those
might as well
work.
keep
Yeah,
sucking each other's
you might
dicks.
as
None
well
of us
blah blah
want to
blah.
talk to
That
you.
doesn't work
I'll
either.
mute
That
myself,
doesn't
nigga.
work
Fuck
either.
you.
Yeah,
Fuck
Yeah,
mute
you.
okay.
yourself.
He definitely has no globe argument. Poor guy.
That's fun. I like that you're proper upset about this. I really do. You're gonna keep coming in here. It's gonna be the same thing. There's gonna be always a lot of people in here talking, and you're not gonna be one of them, Q. Sorry.
Can we say a prayer for Q right now while he's muted?
Prayer for Q.
Who's the
No, we
dumb
want to talk.
motherfucker that keeps making the women aren't funny jokes?
Look, I said that. Barvina's funnier than you, and she's a real estate agent.
I mean,
don't know what
the
that
irony
means.
is that's not funny, right? To say that.
Let's talk to some people that actually want to have a conversation. Navy SEAL, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, brother? Hey, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I want to answer this in a way where I got to be careful with my words, but
Oh, this guy's a beta male. Mute him.
No. If you say that one more time, you're gonna get
See,
muted.
bro, you have a mental
Relax.
issue. Like you don't want people to
Shut
give
the
you proof.
fuck up, Q.
You shut the fuck up, you fucking.
Sorry, I didn't let you finish that. Go ahead, Navy SEAL.
give me a second. I'm just texting my girlfriend. Didn't expect you to ask me a question. Give me a second.
Press X to doubt.
I mean, you're the one in the flat Earth chat. Like I actually do have a girlfriend.
Well, the core issue with calling it a globe is how can we also say something's a global conspiracy without acknowledging that it's a globe? That's the core problem we've got.
The core problem is vernacular. Really? It's not
take
that. It's not
take
the
it
fact
or
that there
leave
is
it.
no. It's not the fact that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's fucking vernacular security.
I just have I do have a question.
Wow.
So, like, as we see like space travel become more and more of a consumer option, as we will see like in the next decade. Like, if you were given the opportunity, okay, whoever's laughing is wrong. But if you were given the
Keep going.
okay, so if you were given the opportunity, for example, to like go to like the edge of space, like actually see the Earth, like would you take that opportunity?
You're talking about the hypothetical scenario that space travel is real?
No, well, there have already been multiple consumer flights from like Virgin Atlantic, a couple other air balloon companies where they take you up to the edge of space.
The edge of space. How high is that?
I think it'd be the upper stratosphere.
No, I'm talking about elevation. What's the
elevation? I'm not sure the exact foot, like the exact meter kilometer.
So you don't have the numerical value for that.
No, I don't have the numerical value of the exact height that they take.
So how do you know it's the edge of space?
Because the views I've seen and the views the consumers have seen have where you can see, you're basically like on the edge of space. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
So anecdotal testimony is the only thing you need to rely
Right,
on.
you're right. It is anecdotal, but I'm asking you, like, would
Okay.
you take the opportunity to go on that own anecdotal experience if you were to do that?
Yeah, hypothetically, in this scenario, in this worldview that you're depicting, yeah, why not?
Interesting.
But the thing is, we're back in this reality where that's not possible. So
It will
and
be
that
possible, though.
okay, I know, but that's just like,
I mean,
you
it
know
is if
how
you have
they,
$250,000. Actually, you can go do that like in a month. But
yeah. There's a lot of people that say things. They're filled with words. Presidents keep saying that we're gonna have people on the moon and such. They've been promising these things forever, Navy. And if you haven't gotten it by now, it's just like kicking the can down the road. They're never gonna do it. And if you want to claim like we're gonna come back, and then whenever they do it, we're gonna be like, "Ha, flat earthers, take that." I don't matter, dude. Come back and do it that day because they're never gonna do it, Navy. They're
I'm not saying take
always
that. I
be.
mean,
They're gonna kick the can down the road. When that day comes, they're gonna tell you fucking swamp gas got in their eyeballs and they couldn't see it because the planets were out of alignment. So they're gonna be like, "Sorry, we screwed up the
well,
mission."
that sure, but I'm saying like the space flight travels. We're seeing this happen in modern day, like just
Like
like
what?
rich people, like just like not even like really rich people, just like moderately like wealthy people who
Dude,
are
you
able
don't
to.
even know the
These
elevations that they go to, so
you
you
don't,
can't know
man.
that it's
You're
space
right, but
travel.
I've seen, but they've seen it with their own
But
eyes.
they've
And they've
convinced
took
you,
videos of it.
Navy. They've convinced you of this story, and you're buying it hook, line, and sinker. And
But you're gonna be able to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Is like
I
you're gonna be
know,
able to go
Navy.
on these.
That sounds like it's something plausible, but nobody's
Okay,
ever
then.
gonna be reporting back because it's like the boyfriend that tells his girlfriend, "I'm gonna take you out. I swear, baby." And then you're like, "Okay, he's gonna take me out," and he never fucking does. It's just a fucking hoax, bro.
Well,
You're
we've seen
taken
people
in
on
by
this.
you're taken in by the fantasy, and you love for somebody to lie to you. You love it. You're just like, lie to me some more, baby. Like, who cares? They're never gonna
Well,
fucking do it, Navy.
they
Ever.
already are doing it. That's the point.
They already are. Okay. And we asked you, what is the elevation they went to? You're like, well,
Well,
shit, I
just
don't
because
know, bro.
okay, for example, like I'm a big car guy, right? But I don't know the exact like pound feet of torque my car will get like a curve that's 90 degrees, right? So I don't know the
Well,
exact foot
isn't
up
that,
to.
well,
That
yeah,
doesn't
but
mean I don't
isn't
know a
that
lot about
essential?
cars.
Navy, relax, bro. Isn't that essential for knowing how high the edge of space is?
I told
Obviously,
you it's the
it's in the
stratosphere.
name.
I
I mean, if
told you
it's
it's
in
the
the name,
stratosphere.
I know. But you said stratosphere. What's the elevation to where they got to,
The
Navy?
stratosphere is a range. Is the stratosphere to give you a range
Yeah,
of,
but what's the elevation, brother?
I don't know the exact
Then you don't
footage.
know if it's at the edge of space, bro. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
it's okay. How about this? It's high enough to where you can see the curve of the Earth.
It's high enough. Like, dude, can you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? You're so in love with
Yeah.
the lore that you're repeating things that don't have
The
any
lore.
meaning. Yeah, it's the lore, bro.
How is
It's
it
like a
lore? If people have
it's
gone up,
fantasy, bro. No, it's
if
not.
people have gone on this trip.
Anecdotal testimony is not what you need to go by. If you can't verify something, how do you know it's real, bro?
That's what I'm
Like, you
saying.
have to
Like I plan on
logistically.
taking.
Yeah, go
Dude,
ahead.
my question was, when we're able to go on these trips, like the average guy like me and you
Oh
are able
my
to go on these
God,
trips.
bro.
That was my question. Like, would you
Yes,
go on it?
dude.
I didn't even say it was
Yes.
real or not. I just said,
But
would you go on this trip?
this whole fantasy about like when at someday we're gonna go to the moon, like this appeal to the future fallacy. How
But
do
we've
you
already
know
done.
that's
But no,
ever
but the
gonna
thing
be
is,
happening?
because people do it. People are waiting in line to do it. People
No,
are getting
dude.
this opportunity to go do this.
Navy, come on, bro. You
No,
live
this is
you
just
live
Go
in
to
the
another.
space
same
with Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic's taking hundreds
Navy.
of
Oh,
people
give
to
me a
space.
break.
Relax,
It's the
bro.
stratosphere. You said that's not even space,
Dude, you're
man.
getting
Get a
hyper,
grip.
man. You need to calm
I didn't
down.
say
You're not going you're not going there, bro. No one is.
yes. The thousands of shareholders in Virgin Galactic are just all in one big psyop. Yeah, absolutely.
The thousands of shareholders. Okay, well they got golden tickets to go to nowhere. Yeah, Richard Branson and oh, what's his name? They got the Blue
The
Origin
hundreds
rocket.
of people are just
Bezos.
in on it who went on that Virgin Galactic
No,
flight over
I'm
the
not
course
saying.
of 2 years.
Listen, they can go somewhere, right? But they're not going to the place you think they're
Well, where
going.
are
They
they
can
going then?
probably high in the I don't know, fucking as far as you can go,
They're going
200,000
where he
feet.
said. They're just going up in the stratosphere. That's not
Yeah,
space. That's all they're
200,000 feet.
doing, dude.
But the thing is though, even as high as they go right now, or the capabilities that they have, it's not the place that you think that they're going. The edge of space, like they're not going there, bro.
Probably the
They can
mesosphere.
fucking people have been traveling. You know, the Concorde's flying at 90,000
And
feet when it was operational, right? It was flying at that altitude, and they were, you know, higher than any commercial airliner. But that's still not like this edge of space kind of thing that you think that they're doing. I mean, we got to be realistic here, Navy. There's fiction, and then there's this like story that you think is happening. Like fucking, it's just too fantastic, bro. And for you to be buying it the way you are, you're getting real hyper and panicky. It's like just relax, bro. They're not gonna do all that other shit.
hyper and panicky.
You are. You're like, wait, but they're gonna go. I'm telling you, it's gonna like, just relax.
I'm
like
just asking
shit.
you.
I know, but the thing is, you're coming off like you already know information about it. When asked the question, you have no knowledge, bro. You're appealing to these like guys that are telling
I
you a
haven't even made a
story.
claim. I haven't even said whether I believe the Earth is a globe. I'm just curious if you would go on this flight, and you guys are like, oh, but well, you don't know the exact feet. You don't know the exact footing.
Yeah,
That means you're
because you
wrong.
don't. Do you?
Like, bro,
Do
stop
you? Do
spurging.
you know it?
Yeah,
No, I do
because
not.
Do
you
you
don't.
know
You
it?
have no.
Dude,
You have
the
no
exact
clue where
foot,
this
the
flight is
exact foot would
going.
be
You have no.
arbitrary. It'd be
You have no
completely
clue
different.
where they're even going. You can't say how
Dude,
high they
but
even
the,
go. You
dude,
don't know
but the,
anything
I,
about your own claim.
dude, I'm not saying it's real. I'm just asking if you go on the
I'm
flight.
not saying it's real. Well, there you go. That's all you need to
I
know,
just
right?
simply asked if you'd go on the flight if you think the hundreds of accounts are real or fake.
Yeah, but the thing is, dude, like people can tell you, they sell you a story, and for you, so long as you're like, but if I could send a flat earther up there, they'll believe it for sure. Like, dude, nobody's going up there, bro.
You are hyper too. No offense.
You're very hyper. You're
If
just
you could
being
chill
real.
out a little, you'd
Bro,
probably be better in debate.
if I get any more calmer, you have to call an ambulance. Like I don't know how to explain.
Yeah.
Oh shit, dude.
So really quick, I
He
went ahead
said,
and did
"I'll
the
calm
research.
down when I
Like
die."
you guys have
Rock
muted
on,
everyone
kid.
in here.
It's
Like
going on
So
in
really
debate.
quick,
everyone in here is
I went
muted.
ahead and
Like less than one
I went
speak.
ahead and did the research. In the United States, they consider an altitude of 50 miles or 80 kilometers to be the line in which Earth ends and space begins. That's
Carmen
called the
line.
Kármán line. Yes,
Yeah,
and
good for
then
you, man.
there's a
We
different
all know
standard.
that. Thanks for
Yeah, good
catching
for you.
up. Now maybe you can contend a little bit in the conversation. You
No,
know where
it's
space
just,
peak
I
is.
didn't hear anyone make that point, but he kept asking that question.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. Maybe Navy heard you. So
I just think it'd be like such a big psyop. Like this would be just a huge psyop. Hard to pull off. You know,
no,
like
it's not, bro.
it's kind of tricky.
No,
Like,
it's not hard to pull off. People can go high in the atmosphere. That's fine.
well, no, I
But
just mean
when
like everything, like NASA, all of astronomy, all of these fields of study would be extremely hard to pull off.
it's not hard when you
He's
actually
in the
tell people,
first
when
stage.
you feed people a narrative. Listen, there's a narrative that's already covering everything, right? There's a narrative about the cosmic vacuum. There's a narrative about like space travel. There's a narrative for everything. All you have to do, the only thing you have to do is believe. That's it. Just like
Yeah,
in Santa Claus. That's it.
it's
You just
it's
gotta
very
believe.
it's very easy to pull off because we got a bunch of people like you who think that they can't be fooled. So
Yeah.
you're really easy to fool.
No, I know I can.
Yeah,
Dude,
easy.
so I'm aware of that.
Plus, you're in here like fucking JoJo the Idiot Circus Boy with a pretty new pet, dude. You're just fucking just like, oh, and we're going to space. Like, dude, chill, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Listen, you're still telling me to chill, and I just don't understand like how you're thinking of me as hyper at this point.
Listen, you're in the 7 stages of grief, and the first one is shock. Look, we're going to walk you through all 7 of these. Don't be scared. You'll finally accept it in the end. Because
shock,
it's logic.
denial, anger, bargaining, depression, testing, and then acceptance. Finally.
Exactly. So its logic is unpenetrable, insurmountable.
Yeah, you can't. There's no way you can thwart truth, man. No man is strong enough to thwart truth. As long as we have truth on our side, that's it.
That's what his
fucking
name
globe
means.
Earth is cooked, bro.
How
It's
many
done.
of you people in here even know what Alpha Veritas name means? Number 1, truth. Truth is my life.
Yep.
Most of you aren't even bilingual, but you think we have a narrow view of the world. Well, I've done a lot in my life. I experienced a lot. I've got a college education, but some things don't make sense to me. And even when I put them in the most formal, logical manner, people act like they can't understand. And this leads me to believe that they're the uneducated ones when they say we're the undereducated ones who just don't understand. So a little bit of knowledge in a subject, that could be a dangerous thing.
Look, Navy, do you have any questions you want to ask, man? Because, like, honestly, I think that maybe you could give us a few questions. Anything
sure.
Go ahead, man.
What would be, I guess, the point of lying about the Earth being round as compared to it being flat?
Control.
Yep, control.
Financial benefit
listen,
through control.
Just hear me out, okay, Navy? It's control of the narrative. So if they control the narrative, they become, and I always say this, they become gatekeepers and key masters of the information. So in order for you to know more about it, you have to go to them, and then they give you the information because they have the experts, they have the knowledge, they have everything to give you so that you don't have to worry your pretty little head about anything. They're going to tell you what's going on, right? So in that way, you have to appeal to them and go to them and learn from them and everything comes from them, right? So you're learning this narrative, this story based upon anecdotal testimony, based upon like stuff, that information that they fill your head with, right? Like cosmic understanding of the universe. So they put all of this information as you're growing up as a child, and now that you're a critically thinking adult,
Yeah, but
there's
can't
no,
we just? Okay,
there's
I
no.
guess
Go
technically,
ahead.
if you didn't believe the moon was real, then I technically, because I was gonna bring up like, oh, we can just use calculus, we can just use derivatives to like figure out how, like, if the moon angle the way
It's
we.
not about math, dude. It's not about math.
No, 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 listen.
Math is a part of it, but it's not about only math. It's
Well,
about the
calculus is correct,
story.
but well, I understand
It's
that,
about the story. So it's
what
the
I was saying,
lore that's
what I was saying is
entangled.
like, I get that, but what I was saying is that if you believe the moon was actually up there, then we could just use derivatives to figure out the actual angle of where we're standing compared to the moon,
But that
and figure out the
okay, dude.
curvature
But
from
like
there.
that's not what I
But
mean. That's Navy. That's not what I'm talking about. Because that's an
I'm
aspect of it,
assuming you
right?
probably don't know calculus along with the other
That's an
guy.
aspect that, listen, dude, relax. That's an aspect of it. That's not the whole gambit. What you have to realize that it's a fucking multi-tentacled beast, right? So what you're dealing with is not just one thing. If it were that easy, then we could just go have a conversation with somebody and say, hey, look, it's just NASA. Forget about them. Focus on something else. No, they got you thinking that you can't know anything about reality. You have to appeal to science. Science would even say that we don't ever say that we know anything to be 100% sure. So they got your mind kind of warped already, thinking that you can never know anything to be true. So
I mean,
they
that's just
give
your
you
theory. Yeah.
they give you truth, right? They support you with the truth. You all you have to do is support belief. That's it. So everything they tell you is based on belief. So if I ask you a question, who's ever measured the curvature of this earth that they say is a globe, right? What would you
Mhm.
respond to that, Navy? What would you tell me?
Me personally, who
Hmm.
measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, anytime in history. In history.
I mean, at least quote unquote what I was taught. You know, you had Galileo in late 1500s and 1600s.
Okay.
You had Spanish.
Yeah,
You
those
just
are a
you
lot
had,
of those are names and things of people, but what was the
oh yeah, that's
method
just
they
what
what was
teach
the
you.
method that they did?
I'm not too again like I'm not like trying to debate you. I'm not too sure like
I know
what
that you're
I,
not trying to debate me. I'm asking you for simple information about how you know the earth is a globe like they told you. See, here's the thing. They
dude. I
support you
never
with
said I
this.
know what the globe.
I know,
I'm just
Navy. This is the part where I'm gonna expose to your mind that they only give you so much to think about, but they don't tell you how you should know this information. So it's just like any good story, right? They don't tell you the details. They just tell you how to believe in it. And so right now you say, yeah, yeah,
that's
the
like
Earth's a
that's
globe.
everything
It's
though, right? That's like
hmm?
they like, but that's literally everything in modern life though. You're just
No,
like
no, no.
it
Specific.
is
Yeah, I
like
know.
you like
I
if I ask you
listen,
like
bro.
how like transmission fluid works right in
Yeah,
your
I know,
car,
but
you're
check
probably
this
couldn't
out.
tell me.
We're talking about this specific topic, and this specific topic is only straight to like the cosmic paradigm. So the story about the heliocentric globe Earth going around the sun, all of that stuff is just topical surface information. You don't know deep things about it, right? You don't know who
Yeah,
measured the curve.
I don't, I don't,
You
I
don't
don't.
know.
Of course I don't. I'm sure there's
Listen,
someone in here that probably did, but
yeah, right, but hold on, maybe. But other thing is too, like you would think that some of these questions that I would ask you would be so fundamentally easy to look up and know that even you or a fucking third grader would know this
well,
shit.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are fundamentally easy to know. I just
No, Navy,
didn't go out
they're
of my way and
not.
do it.
I'm trying to tell you something that even the question that I gave you right now, nobody can find the answer because there is none. It's fucking smoke and mirrors, bro. Like
Uh,
Navy, I've spoken to people about this. Nobody knows the answer. So you're going on thinking that there may be some magical scientists out there with the keys to that. They don't. No one knows, bro.
I'm sure someone here probably would.
They don't, Navy. I'm trying to fucking
Oh,
tell
you
you
everyone
something,
muted in
bro.
here. Why don't you let someone who
And
actually
so
want?
and so the reason, listen, the reason I'm telling you this because maybe like Battle Mod was saying, it's a shocker to you right now because it's a
It's
shell
not.
shock when you first hear it. Nobody has the answer to the questions that I've been giving them for over 6 years now.
Well, that's why I
Nobody.
want to come in here and listen.
Okay. So the questions that I give them is Earth curvature, right? Who's ever measured it? Who's ever found out that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Who measured that, right? The Earth's rotation,
Hmm.
spinning, and also the gas pressure without a container argument, which is the cosmic vacuum
Hey,
adjacent
stop.
to the pressure air that we breathe. So
And no one's ever
these three,
given you answers?
not the ones that actually identified to support the claim. Matthew learns. By the way, I owe you a red mute for
Maybe.
chirping for chirping.
Right.
When you left, I heard what you said. You took a jab at my third question when I was talking to somebody, so I owe
Don't
you a
mute
red
him,
mute.
bro. Don't mute him, bro.
No, I owe him that because he left. As soon as he said that, he dipped, and he thought I wasn't gonna remember. But I remember, Matthew. You don't just chirp and then leave, dude. Not in this channel. I don't forget, bro. Anyways, Navy. What I mean, yeah, what I mean, dude, is, yeah, he left. The problem that we're having here is that people get fed a narrative, right? And they don't know how to back it up. When they come into this channel, I bet you anything. It doesn't matter who. Navy, you could sit back and listen. I'm gonna ask everybody in this room who believes the Earth is a globe. None of them will give me the answer to support the claim. Not
How
a
many
single
people
soul.
muted?
Nobody in here. Well, I wouldn't say nobody in here is muted. We got
I would
Booney
say
that's muted.
the majority of the room is muted.
What, Q? No, Q is a disruptor. He was, yelling and saying bad names and stuff. So if you're saying that people are muted, you're just saying that because you want to side with the people that advocate for the Earth as a globe, but you don't even know why people are. But you don't know why people are muted, Navy, do you?
No, you have a lot more than most channels, so obviously it's just kind of like a
Yeah, but so
outlier.
let's not go to assumptions like you've been doing right now. Let's not do that.
I'm using
Because we moderate this channel.
right? Isn't that what you have to do to assume
We moderate this Navy. We moderate this channel like we need to. All right, and we do it. We do it with purpose. But like you're talking, so I just want to get your mind and heart straight, like with what's going on. So everybody here can ask questions. We'll respond to them. But if you're being an asshole, we're gonna mute you for sure. So the only thing that you got to worry about is like, hey, let me get some questions out. Let me ask what's going on, what you don't know. Basically, right now, what I'm telling you is that people have been fed a narrative, and you've never challenged yourself about it. So now that's what I'm doing. I'm challenging you.
Oh, I have. Multiple. I think this is my first time learning. Do you think this is my first time being exposed to like flat Earth theory or like globe theory?
Okay. So as far as the globe goes, like I said, curvature, that's the curvature of the Earth because it's a globe. The axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and then the vacuum of space, of course, everything that encumbers all the planets and stars and all that. So if you can't actually get to the root of understanding if what I just told you, those three things is real or not, how do you know everything else is real like they told you? If these are just simple, go ahead.
That's why I'm here to listen.
All right. So first of all, I asked you those questions, and you're basically new to this, so you didn't know how to support them with evidence, right?
Well, this is my first time coming in this specific chat, but yeah.
Right. And well, everybody would think it's a foregone conclusion. So I would ask this. Watch this. Does anybody? Yeah. Just hang tight. Does anybody in this room want to give us evidence for the Earth being a globe, supporting the claims that I asked Navy right now? Anyone can chime in. I'm going to unmute Booney, so if you can not get uncontrolled, Booney, or anybody else. If you're on the side of globe, I'm going to mute Q. Go ahead and support the globe Earth with evidence. I want to prove to Navy what I'm saying.
You're not going to prove it by me. Even if I can't, that doesn't prove your point.
You wouldn't answer the question?
I'm not here to do that. You're trying to force me into a line of conversation. You're not letting me speak the way I want to.
Yeah,
you're
go ahead and speak.
and you're controlling some evidence. The room.
Q,
you think that controlling the room proves that the Earth is flat? We all know that that's not true.
I need you to give us. Listen,
it shows
Q.
weakness.
All you gotta do is relax.
That you are cowards. You're
scared. Oh my god, dude! Get to your evidence. Shut
yeah,
the
just
hell
get to
up.
the evidence.
I told you.
What
I'm not
Karen.
I'm not a physicist. I can't give you.
You're a Karen. We know you're not a physicist.
Like number evidence, but I can give you like questions that you won't be able to answer. But
Shoot.
You won't
I
like
can
that.
give you. Go ahead.
I can give you evidence if you want.
How come
Miggy?
every single celestial body that we observe is a globe, but you expect the Earth to be something else?
Evidence isn't a question.
I already told you I'm not going to give you any evidence. I'm going to ask you a question that you can't answer.
Well, your
See, the thing is, you can't explain that, so you think the ground is a ball.
I can explain
I
it by
can
telling
answer
you that if every celestial body that we observe is a globe,
logically,
Michael.
Q, would you wait for a response, or are you just going to talk through everybody?
Of course I'm not, but I have like 8 people talking
I can
to
logically answer that
unfair.
question.
You tag team.
I'll form
Does anybody want to answer Q's question?
Why don't you try to answer it instead of
I
getting help?
can, but I want to let the room
Well,
respond,
it's a
bro.
loaded question. I mean, he's assuming that the Earth is a
You hear me?
celestial body, like these other things that he's looking at in the
I
sky.
want to
Yeah,
answer
go ahead,
it.
Mike. Mike, you go ahead and answer it because you've been trying to get in. Go ahead.
Okay, since the Earth that we live on is locally observably flat, right? When we go outside, we observe a local flat Earth. We look in the sky, we see spheres, but we don't see any similarities on what we're on between what we're on and what we see in the sky to make the logical conclusion that you're saying that we must be on a sphere. We'd have to see similarities to make that, right?
See many
Otherwise,
similarities.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
otherwise it's just like we're going in the forest and looking at a tree and saying, well, Earth must be a tree because I see trees, and we must be squirrels because they're squirrels. So there's no similarities between the two, and the question becomes, can a thing in the universe be special unto itself? The answer can only be yes.
Yeah, of course, but I would argue that it's very disingenuous to say that there aren't any similarities. That's
No, we're
obviously
covering
incorrect.
logic, son.
We
I'm not
can.
being disingenuous.
Well, can I respond? I didn't cut you
Being
off. It's my
logical.
turn. Okay,
There's
I
no
understand that you
logical
guys are very
reason to
conditioned to
infer
be
we
able to
live
talk
on
over
what we
people
see.
and mute them whenever you want, but it's my turn to respond, right? First of all, there's many similarities, right? These celestial bodies experience sunsets and sunrises just like us. The sun shines on one part of this planet, um, or actually any of the planets that we observe. They are revolving around the sun, and we've not only recorded this through NASA, but
Nice
through
story, bro.
independent
Nice story.
astrologists. You can buy a telescope yourself
Claims,
and observe
claims,
this.
claims.
See how you're talking over me, and you said that I would do
Eh,
that.
claims.
You can buy a telescope
You're
to do
so
what?
used to being belligerent and talking over people.
Yeah, it's
You're
kind of
so used to
disingenuous.
muting your opposition,
shouldn't do
although
that.
there's like 10, 15 of you
Listen,
and only
I'd
one of
like to
me.
say you're replying to me, and I haven't muted you,
Yeah,
and
well,
I
I'm
gave
not
you
done
the
talking,
floor,
so let me
you're
finish.
still
I think
addressing me.
you're pretty entitled, but it's okay. I mean, that
You
would make
spend
sense.
90% of your
I'm
time
not
talking about
entitled.
us.
I'm trying
Well,
to
I'm not
listen
done,
to
right?
you.
That's the first similarity that you can
That's
observe
cool.
this. You can observe all the planets yourself with a strong enough telescope. You don't need NASA to prove that to you. You can buy a telescope and do it yourself and see that
So you
these are
look at him. What does that mean?
bodies
Let him finish.
revolving in the sky, and that every single one that you observe, every single one is a sphere, right? Can you give me any example of a celestial
Can you prove
body?
that actually? I don't see any
Can you
parallax
hold?
of
Can I
them. So
finish?
can you
Can I
prove that
finish?
they're
Can I
actually
finish?
spheres? Well, I mean,
Can
you've
I?
made claims
You
and you just
just
keep stacking them on
can't
top of
control
each other,
yourself,
one
can
after
you?
the other.
You're
Well,
itching to talk.
it's just
You
that you've made
literally
a bunch
can't
of
control
claims and you're
yourself.
starting to
You
gish
do this
gallop.
every time. You get mad
Okay,
when you mute me.
okay.
You have no
Observable
self-control.
similarity. First of all, you
You're
said that the
actually
things in
you're
the
actually an
sky.
embarrassment to your
You
little
said
community or
that
whatever.
they're in motion, right?
No, I
That the
wasn't talking
celestial
to you
bodies are
first
in
of all,
motion.
and it's impossible to have a conversation with any one of you because you
Okay,
just
so
tag team.
yeah, that would be
You
a
use the
similarity
power
then,
of
right?
numbers. Like, of course, everyone's gonna
Okay.
have something to say.
Okay, I'm going to sit you down, little buddy. No worries. But you said that the things in the sky were in motion, right? So that would be the first similarity that it seems that you mentioned. So you're saying that the Earth is in motion then, correct?
Dude, I'm not talking to 8 people, and you're not gonna babysit me.
Okay. Well, that's a write-off.
Yeah, why not say Earth is a cloud? I mean, they're in the sky too. Like,
Yeah, but
maybe Earth is a cloud.
Boy, is he triggered.
Hey, can we hear from the real estate agent lady yet? Because I haven't heard her talk all night.
Who?
Barvina, the real estate agent lady.
I don't know who the hell you're talking about. It's not that person's not even in this chat.
What about the dump truck guy?
The cloud thing was a dumb straw man, but otherwise you guys are good.
He's talking about me. He doesn't know how to fucking make jokes. So he just says the first fucking dumb thing that comes to his mind.
There's literally a lady. Shut up, Aldous. There's literally
girl's
a lady named
angry.
Barvina. She's a real estate agent lady on here.
We got an angry kitten.
Dude, I don't even know, like, what you're even talking about. Do you just, like...
Yeah.
Why do you keep coming, when I'm talking to Barvina, why do you keep coming up, Mike? I'm talking to the real estate agent lady, Barvina.
Owlish, you type a lot in the chat.
Yeah, she got a hard on for me. Like, I called her unfunny and she can't let it go.
Do I type a lot in the chat?
Yeah.
Like I see
And then
it.
I put a picture.
You're like
All right,
ruling
guys.
over the
Put a
chat.
picture.
Let's get right
How am I
back.
ruling over the chat? I've typed like
What the hell is
All right,
this?
we got to
a
get
few
back to the.
messages
We got to
in the
get. We
past
No,
got to
you
get back.
type like
Alice,
20
I'm gonna have to
messages.
mute you. Just
You
every
type
single time
Mm.
you talk, it goes like this.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop this. We got a line of
Yeah, can
questioning
you boo
going on.
Alice this? Because she won't stop.
Yeah, but you're gonna get muted as well, Booney.
Allison, don't boo her.
We
Boo
don't
me.
need this like obfuscation. We're actually working right now. We're getting people to actually have conversations. So Navy is asking some questions. So now we're gonna ask other people to see if anybody else can support the claims that the globe Earth has curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is real. So we're gonna get some people in here who think the Earth is a globe to answer that. Anybody else want to answer that?
Can
Yeah,
we talk
sure.
about vacuums? I like vacuums.
All right. So
Sure.
who
Love
said
to.
sure? Hold on.
Me, Jen. Jen and Nick.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so it was brought up earlier that if you take a telescope and you look up at the night sky and you'll see the planets, and through your observations, most of the time I'd say you can deduce that they're fairly spherical. But there's one body in the sky that's fairly obvious that it's spherical because we see it throughout the month, and we see the light changing as it hits its surface, and it's the moon.
Okay.
So the moon, it goes from a crescent phase to a half phase to I think it's a waxing phase. And you can see that the surface is round as if it was a ball, right? And so I was
Okay.
just wondering if you guys thought that the moon was a ball or if it was flat.
Here's the thing. It's kind of like you're tossing that question back over here our direction, but I would say this. How can you verify that it's a geometric shape?
You shouldn't ask a question to a question.
Well, by
Yeah,
seeing
but
it, right?
the thing is we're trying to identify what a geometric shape is and then verifying it. Because verifying it is another thing from us making a claim. Because we can make a claim, but then how are we going to verify it?
So
That's
if
a
you,
Well, I say
that's
just look.
yeah,
Just
but
look. That's how you verify it.
that image right there was generated on Blender. You know that, right,
Wait,
Jen?
so you want me to trust my eyes again?
No, we're talking to Jen right now. I don't know why 5 people have to answer for the gentleman that I'm speaking to. I don't know why. But
Because
Jen,
there's 44 people on the channel.
yeah,
So
but
we know
I'm
what
only
the
speaking
moon
to
looks
one,
like.
right? Does
I'm
that make
feeling
sense?
left out.
That I'm
Not
speaking
really.
to one guy? Does that make sense?
everyone's like
Yeah, I think so. So Jen, that image that you just put in the chat, that was made in a computer program, right?
Are you saying the moon is fake?
No, I'm asking you, was that generated from a computer program?
I would have no clue.
I'm gonna tell you it is made in Blender. But
Well, it's
see,
definitely a time lapse.
it doesn't matter though. But what we're asking for is how can we verify that that is indeed a geometric shape?
Well, look
But I'm
at
not
the
saying
light
that
that
what it
hits
looks
the
like, because
surface.
listen, I'm gonna agree with you. What it looks like, it does look like it's a sphere. But
Okay.
how can we verify that it is one? That's a different question.
Look at it, and then
I
and
know
confirm.
that you could look at something from a distance, and it could be an image, just like one you see on your computer screen or on TV. So
wait, I have
it's
a.
not.
I
It's
don't see
something.
any evidence
Listen,
that it
hold
was
on,
an
guys.
image
I know that, but what
in
I'm
the sky.
telling you is that when you see something from a distance, you can't tell if it's an image or if it's something solid or what it is, because right now all we see is what we can see from the sky at a distance.
Wait. I have an answer for that.
All right, I'm waiting for Jen to actually answer it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Navy.
Well, I was gonna
No,
say.
I think I wanted you to answer it,
Okay.
Jen.
I had nothing more to say other than if you
Well,
have a
the problem.
bowl and you have a light source, I mean, you're gonna see crescent shapes, right? If you have a certain angle to the light source, and if you have, at like straight on to you from the light source, it's gonna be half illuminated, and then basically you can reproduce the moon phases with an object, just a simple spherical object. Like you can understand how that would work and what that would look like.
I know that. But what something looks like and what something is two very different things. Can you go and verify that it's a geometric shape and it's
Look,
solid?
I have a telescope and I
Not
can
that it's
look at the
solid,
I
but
mean,
moon.
at least
I
And
know, but I need that
there are
question to
mountain
be
ranges.
answered. Can you
wait, I'll
verify it?
answer your first part. I
It's
can't
a
I
verify.
need
physical.
him
It's
to
definitely a
answer it.
physical object. Like
I need him to answer it.
it's definitely a physical object. Like I can see mountain
How do
ranges
you
and
know that?
craters.
How do you know that?
Because I'm seeing it through my
It doesn't
telescope.
matter. How do you know it's physical if you can only see it? You can't verify. You can't touch it. You don't know if it's tangible. What if it's not?
Well, if light bounces
What's your
off it,
point?
doesn't
My
that mean?
point is you're actually
light doesn't bounce through things that
Alright,
don't have
so we have to
right?
kind of like get control of this chat now. So I'm gonna look for people who are talking. I need him to answer the question, not everybody else. It's a back and forth, so you guys can, as soon as we're done, the next person can answer.
Can I
But
go
I really
next?
want. Just relax, guys. Jen, the thing that I'm getting to right here is that when you look at that moon and you say it looks like something, and you're so certain that it is that, what if you get there and it's not that? You can't verify it until you actually get there and see what it is, if it's tangible or not. There's nothing you can do but look at it from here.
Okay, but
And I'm
that's not very
agreeing.
convincing. Like, what if
Yeah, that's fine. It could be like I'm telling you, I agree with you. It looks like a sphere from where my position is. But do I know that? Can I rest on that and say I'm 100% sure it's a sphere? No, I can't say that. Neither can you. I'm making a point. The point is, yes, it looks like what it looks like. How can you tell that it, because you, okay, so what you did was you said, okay, so we know that the earth is a sphere. What do you guys think? That's what you asked us. So it's like, what can we say other than what it looks like? We can't tell you what it is. What it actually is from what it looks like is two very different things. And
right?
so
But
I have to.
why do we think it does that? Like, why do we think it has moon phases?
It doesn't matter. Whatever it does, it's irrelevant from the fact that we know what it is. So we can't just say what it is by looking at something. We have to investigate farther. We have to know more, right? More information. We have to know if it's tangible, if it's not. Like we have to know more. We can't just say things. Now, you're gonna probably say anecdotal testimony where people landed on that thing, right? And other stuff like that. But then again, that's anecdotal. It's like somebody say, "Yeah, I have a base on the other side of the moon." How in the world are you ever gonna know that? You can't ever go to that side. But the
Why
same
not?
thing. But the same thing. It's like it's not about trusting information. It's about you being able to verify the information. And if you can't do that, it will only remain in your mind as a belief that it looks like a sphere, and therefore it would have to be one, right? But then you can never get to the point where you say, I know that it's 100% because I know it's composed of limestone or whatever. You know, you can say whatever you want once after you find out what it actually is. So my only thing to you is that it's nice to say, I look at something and it's a sphere, but there's a whole different other thing to say I actually know it is because I verified it. So that's what I'm saying. That's where this conversation gets into what it looks like and what it actually is. So therefore, when you kick it back to us and like, well, what do you guys think? It's like, well, I can only see it from a distance, just like you. But I'm only telling you what it looks like. I'm not going to be able to tell you what it is. So
Wait,
that's where the issue happens here in this chat. It's not that we're not going to disagree with you and say, no, fuck, it doesn't look like a sphere. It very well could be, but the fuck, we can't go touch it. There's no way you can investigate what it is. Anyway, that's where that conversation should end. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Yeah, I do.
The moon is fake?
Go ahead. No, dude. Fuck.
It's not real.
Well, I mean, the
No.
initial question was,
You guys missed the whole fucking point that I was saying. You can't fucking go and check it
Excuse
out
me.
or
It's
what?
not a real.
wait. To be clear, there is a way to verify the shape of the moon. I just think it's
No,
just
no.
unfeasible
Yeah, you just look
like
at
the
it.
average person. You don't really have the average person doesn't really have the resources to fly in space and like land on the moon or like get close up to the moon to like
fantasy.
Oh my
actually
goodness.
determine what the actual
They're
shape
gonna
is.
they're gonna tear that one alive. But
So
So it's like a magnet.
if your whole point is just like, oh, I don't know, I personally just can't know, then like I don't think
my God, there's a way
I
simpler
really
way.
don't think there's like a
Excuse me, can you
I
mute
think
him, please?
Yeah, I
You asked
personally
me,
can't walk
Alpha
through a
Veritas.
Wardlow into Narnia either. You know, there's all
Oh,
sorts of
fuck.
stuff like that that I can't personally do. Yeah, well, that's the
Alpha
category that you're
Veritas,
talking
you
within.
asked me.
So go on. Go on with the
I was
answer.
gonna say is we can objectively tell it's a sphere. For example, like Jupiter, we can see how its eye rotates. And guess what? If it wasn't a sphere, it would take. If it wasn't a sphere, it would the timing would be completely different from how it rotates. So we can see how the eye of the storm in Jupiter goes in a circle, right? If it was flat or was a different shape, we'd be able to tell that by the timing, how long it takes to rotate, the way the light refracts off it. We'd be able to tell all that stuff, but we could tell it's a sphere based off of the storm and the objective things we can measure and see with our own eyes. We can see how that rotates. We can see how that
All right.
turns. Yeah.
All right, you said it. But what I'm saying is, how will you ever know if you've never gone there to verify that it actually is? Doesn't matter if you say you see something happening and it looks like something. That's one thing to say it looks like this. How can you verify that it actually is what you're saying it is? I don't care if we can see it from here and it looks like a sphere. I'm saying, how can you go and verify it if you there's no way logistically to get there? So that's the issue. It's one thing to say. It's one thing to say it looks so damn close to a sphere that I want to say it's a sphere, but that's fine. You can say that all day long. It doesn't make it a sphere until you can test it. Have you seen the other side? Can you
Well, it
examine its
spins.
properties? There's no
Well, it
way.
spins. We can't. We
It
do.
doesn't
That's it.
matter.
He doesn't know that though.
Wait, you just said how can we see the other side? But I'm telling you, it spins. We can watch it spin.
Listen, you see luminescent phenomena in the sky that you can't
Heretic, your
verify
mic is
with
really
your
jacked up, brother. We
Oh,
can't
shit.
hear you.
I'm gonna bow out then. Actually, my bad.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm saying we can't see the other side. It
No,
spins.
you can't see the other side. Can you see the other side of the moon?
Well, no, because the moon spins with our rotation, but
All
Jupiter
right. So
doesn't.
what I'm telling you is on only one side of that of Jupiter is what you're looking at.
No, we can see all sides of Jupiter. We know Jupiter spins. We can see Jupiter spin.
What's the other side? Have you seen it?
Well, if I were to get a telescope and I were to record it for 24 hours, I would be able to see it.
Yeah, we
you only
see
see
both sides with a telescope. I see
All
it.
right. So you're saying that you see both sides? Just go ahead and put the evidence up
'Cause it's
on
spinning.
that, please. Yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I'm saying
Go
if you
ahead.
looked at it long enough, you would see the other side. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, throughout like course of a few weeks.
And
you'll
the
see
thing
the
is
red
too,
spot.
to give it the properties. How do we know that it's not like some kind of like image in front of it? Like what I'm telling you is, it's one
Bruh.
thing to say you see something look like something, and then there's another thing to verify that it actually is the thing you say it is. So I'm not disagreeing with you on what it looks like. I'm disagreeing on the fact that you say you can actually know that it is. That knowledge claim comes loaded with you having to be able to verify it. If you can't verify the information, there's no
But
way that you can actually know. You can only get to a certain extent with the knowledge of actually viewing
you're
it.
right. Well,
That's
I
it.
can view it, and then it spins, and I know it's a sphere. But then you just say, oh, it could be an
You
image
don't
of a
know
sphere
it's
in
a
the sky.
sphere. You don't know it's a sphere. You can think it's a sphere because of what it looks like. When you go there, it might be
Oh
just
yeah.
half. So it might
Well,
be
no,
half of
it wouldn't be
something.
half because
You
we could
don't know
then it would
that.
spin
Have you been
slower.
there? Have you been there?
No,
Have you been
but
there? Then how can you know?
because I'm trying to tell you, if it was half a sphere, we would see that it would be. What do you mean half? You mean like if it was like
You don't know what it is. You've never
you,
been there.
if
So it
Jupiter
could
was
be
half a
something.
sphere,
It
listen,
could be something
when it
else.
spins,
Well, I'm just
when
saying.
it spins, we would see it as flat on the other side.
You're saying it's spinning, but how do you know it's
Look,
not
bro,
half and in the front and the front? I'm
you're
just
getting
being real with you, man.
you're getting a
You're
little
trying.
upset. You're getting a
No,
little
I'm
upset.
not upset. Listen, because you're not understanding something. When you say it's something looks like something, that's fine. I don't give a shit. It looks like what it looks like. But when you say I know that it is, that you're attributing a knowledge claim to something you can't verify, and then saying, yeah, no, I'm 100%
Why
sure
I'm
that's
saying why
exactly what
isn't
it
it
is.
verifying? Why isn't it verifying that we could watch it
Because
do a full 360?
you can't tangibly experiment it. You don't know what the properties are, what make it what it is. There's nothing you can know other than what you see. That's the only thing you can do is look at it.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I can't
Yeah.
touch a cloud,
Well,
right? But
that's you can
I
get
can
to where
see it.
clouds are. You can get to where clouds are, but you can't get to where
Like
Jupiter is.
on a paraglider, maybe, but like,
Yeah,
but
you can get to where clouds are. You just can't be where Jupiter is.
well, not with the
Well,
technology we have
Right.
now,
if you,
So
but
then, therefore, you can't verify that information that you said it looks like a sphere and it's rotating, because what it looks like and what it actually is, again, are two very different things.
well, then
For
how is
in this
have
arena,
we
it's most important to say that I know what it is because I can verify it.
well we can. So what are we seeing?
It looks like a fucking sphere. I'm telling you, it looks like what it looks like, but I can't fucking say that that's exactly what it is, and I know it to be that, because that's attributing a knowledge claim that I can't verify. Neither can you or anybody else in this room that would chime in and say, "Yeah, I can verify it." No, you can't. Nobody
Do we
can.
not have satellite images?
Yeah, we do have pictures of it. Like
Yeah,
on
Yeah.
every
there's
side.
listen, there's images that you might think that their satellites are going there, but all that stuff is more of the lore that you're gonna read about the cosmos. And
Bro,
all
do you
that
Wait,
stuff.
believe that Antarctica exists? Have you been there?
No, we're not
Like, it's
talking
like
about
the same
Antarctica.
thing, bro. It's the same thing. Come on.
wait, I have a question.
Logistically, that's different than that. That
Couldn't
No,
I
it's
is
put?
very
not.
different than this.
Couldn't I put a
It's
GoPro on a
not.
balloon and
Yes, it
like
is.
see the Earth curve? Like if I put a GoPro on like a powerful enough balloon, couldn't I see the Earth curve?
No.
I want to
Yes,
try
you
that
could.
experiment.
The
I
No,
want
answer
to
is
no,
try.
yes.
it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because you can't get
I've
high enough. You can't get high enough with it
I've seen
with the
this
balloon.
though. I've seen this done
Navy,
on
I'm
YouTube. I think
trying
I
to
could
tell
do
you.
it.
Listen, do you know how? First of all, do you know how big the Earth is?
It's like something like 18,000 miles in
You don't,
diameter.
bro. You don't know. You don't know. Listen, and the reason why I'm saying that you don't know because you're trying to do something right now in your mind to figure this out,
No, I'm
but you're
just
not
saying
gonna
like
be able to. You won't be
what?
able to get high enough, bro. You
Let me
can't get
try
high
it.
enough.
Let me try it.
Do it. Knock yourself out. But what I'm saying is, you're gonna have lens.
What's gonna happen to my balloon?
What?
What's gonna happen to my GoPro?
What do you mean? What's gonna happen to your GoPro?
Like if it gets high enough, like what do you think will happen to it?
It will not get high enough to see the curvature, Navy.
I think it could.
It's not going to. People have done it. Listen, dude.
You're
I
right.
think
People
with a
have done
special
it.
type of balloon, I think it could.
No,
I think
no,
it could
dude.
too. Yeah, a
Okay, how high?
nitrogen
If
filled
you
balloon.
use like
for
a
those,
weather balloon,
for
yeah.
those,
Yeah.
right? Weather balloon. Okay, for those of you guys chiming in to say
Which
like
is
it
real.
can go.
We can test out weather balloons.
How
We
high?
can
How
test
high
them.
do you think weather balloons go, guys in here? Anybody?
How
How
actually
high?
do you know? I'm just
Yes,
curious.
I'm asking
How
you
high?
that though. I'm asking
How
you,
high?
how high do you think
It
it
would
can
depend
go?
on the balloon.
All right, then
It's
then
true.
give me the highest. Give me the
About
highest altitude.
it would take okay. It would be about 500,000 feet. So about anywhere from like 400 miles.
500,000 feet? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, if it's a good one. If it's a good one, it can get above
You're
500,000
fucking
feet.
crazy, dude. No, you're
What
fucking
No, wait,
crazy.
I can
cosmology is
prove it though,
that?
and you can't. Wait, I can prove this though, and you can't.
500,000
Cartoon
feet.
world.
You're
What do you mean?
fucking crazy, dude.
I can prove this though.
No, you cannot.
Nah,
Yes,
he's
I can. I can
trolling.
tangibly prove
Do you
this.
know how high 500,000 feet is, bro?
Yeah, it's about
What?
well,
It's
we
like
know
100
100,000
miles,
feet is
dude.
20 miles, so it's about 100 miles.
Yeah. There's no fucking way a balloon can get that high.
Yeah, I see, dude. We can test this out. We can seriously.
Oh
This is
my
something we
god,
could
bro.
do.
No, you don't know what you're saying,
This
dude.
says a weather balloon can rise up to over 100,000 feet.
Yeah.
That's the first
Just
search on
posted
Google.
something.
Good job, bro. Is this really the deep research you guys do? The first image on Google that says 100,000 feet?
Image, not image.
Yeah,
Guys,
show us an
Not
of
example
course
image.
of
I'm
a
gonna
Sorry.
balloon.
Google
Yeah.
it. What do you mean?
Oh my goodness.
Wait,
Show us an
wait.
example.
You
Oh my
understand this
god.
from a
Wait, am I
company?
wrong? Is it wrong? What is it? Then? What's
No,
the answer?
it's not wrong.
It is wrong
Okay,
because
why? I don't know why this guy is saying anything about it.
Because
Yeah,
he wants it to be
because it is wrong.
500,000 feet. That's why.
Listen. He read the first thing he saw on Google. He didn't even click
It's
on it.
not
He just
500,000 feet, Navy. It's
there
not.
are weather balloons that can go that high.
No,
Okay,
dude.
wait,
Relax.
where do you find that? Send
I'll
it.
show you.
Like what?
I'll show you.
Citation.
I'll show you.
That's not fucking.
Yeah, provide citation.
Okay.
Bring it.
He's not gonna. Whatever he pulls out is definitely not gonna be a weather
Okay,
balloon.
so you're automatically assuming that whatever I put in chat is not gonna be real.
At 500,000 feet.
I'm not assuming that.
No, that's not an
he's assuming
assumption.
that.
Just show us that your shit is real. Go.
And by the way, I wasn't bringing up the 100,000 to say you were wrong. I was trying to contribute. I didn't know if you were talking from memory or if you were looking stuff up.
I was doing from memory. I had to find the exact company that made this weather balloon.
Okay.
But I distinctly remember being 500,000 feet.
Okay.
We'll see how good your memory is.
Was it distinctly though?
It was distinctly.
Well, here's the problem. There's
Just
no
while he
curve
looks
to be
for it, can
found.
you see-
You're gonna send something up into the sky. It doesn't matter how high something goes. You're not gonna see the Earth's curvature.
Alpha, if just while he searches for it, Alpha, could you see the curve at 500,000 feet anyway?
No.
No. Oh, so what's the point?
I don't know. He wants to do this test.
Wants to show his
Stubborn,
weather
he's
balloon.
both- I want to let him.
Why are you
let's-
guys saying that you couldn't see the curvature at
You can see it at
500,000?
100,000 feet.
First of all,
Mathematically, it should look
Yeah.
flat even from the height of the ISS at 250 miles.
Yeah. So
Who says that? Where do you find that?
that's okay. First of all, you guys really have to research how big the Earth is, right? Just real quick on Google. Anybody who's listening right now, just look for the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth.
wait,
Radius,
wait.
diameter, circumference.
You can see this at 100,000 feet. Like there's been tons.
What the fuck?
Wait, there are
It
tons of
says-
experiments.
This guy taking a shit.
At 100,000.
Says radius of the Earth is 3,000, almost 4,000, basically miles.
Yep.
just under 4,000 miles. Radius.
Yeah, radius, diameter, and circumference. Look up those three values. Keep them
I
handy.
can't really put those numbers into.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. It's like I'm not gonna punch that into my mind and be like have a better understanding of it. Really, you know what I mean?
not
Like,
not that, but like there's certain information that you're gonna get from like the height of like where you can see Earth's curvature.
Oh, okay.
At least to where you can start to say that yeah, it's possible to see Earth's curvature from this altitude.
If the Earth has a circumference, that means it's round and not flat.
It's a claim.
Well, a circumference
And
is
that's
just a big flat circle, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. Like a penny has a circumference, a disc has a circumference, a vinyl has a circumference. Stop being an idiot, dude. Seriously.
What?
He's confused.
I think they're saying that the circumference could also be like how long the ice wall is on the outer.
There you go. So you realize what you do there when you guys invoke that.
Actually be a
When
circle.
you guys invoke that though, that's what you're in.
It doesn't necessarily have to actually be a circle like that. Nobody's actually saying that. So it's something that you brought to us.
University of what is it? Lancaster students film curvature of the Earth. How high did that go?
That's Leicester, not Lancaster.
If it's a spinning ball, which way is really up?
This says that the minimum altitude at which the curvature of the horizon can be detected is at or slightly below 35,000 feet, which is way lower than a weather balloon can go. So I don't know where you're getting these numbers from.
What's the height of this balloon? Because it doesn't show any numbers on here.
Oh, I'm not sure about that one they sent.
I don't see anything. There's no information on this. Navy.
There's no information.
500,000. Yeah, 500,000 feet is not anywhere said here. Where'd you get 500,000 feet?
No, not specifically from this one. This one was only
Oh, that's the one I don't want to see this one then. Just show me the one that has 500,000
Oh,
feet.
they said it was an altitude of, I think they said over 23 kilometers. Hold on.
20 kilometers, and you
Yeah,
can see
23 kilometers.
Q's response was that the rope was curving, and the rope was tied that way from the ground. You could see it.
I don't care about that one. I want to see the one that you
the
said.
Thumbnails are curving. Quad, you keep saying the thumbnails are rope curving. You understand when they sent that up to space, the rope was tied that way, like it was tied tight that way.
Navy, that video has.
It's tied so tight it curves. Wow.
Yeah, look at the curvature that it already has. It's not even off the ground.
Well, no, guys, it's a fisheye lens. I think.
We already know that, but Navy's new to this whole
Okay.
topic, so Navy's kind of.
You understand? So like, if so, the point is when you tie a rope somewhere, right? If you tie a rope to the bottom of somewhere and then you tie it to another place that's in a different angle, then yeah, the rope curved from the very beginning. You could see at the beginning of the video.
It's not just a rope, dude. It's the horizon. Look at how it's curving. It's not curving like that.
It's gonna blow your mind, but GoPros actually don't have a fisheye setting.
Oh
Can you
my
believe that?
god.
Well then, how does the rope look like that then if it's not fisheye?
It was tied like.
It fucking is, Navy. Just go give me the one that has 500,000.
You
I
guys
want to
know
see
that
that
the tighter you tie something, the straighter the rope would get. So
yeah, like if it's really curving like that, there's no tension on it, and there's no way.
I mean, are you looking for that video or what? What are we doing here?
I'm looking.
You're stalling.
Yeah.
500.
Trying to make us forget that we were looking for that. We're on to you. Get the citation.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm still looking for the 500. I've already found ones that have been way above 100,000. I've already found 170,000. I'm still looking for the 500,000 though.
great. Yeah, you said 5, so find 5.
I am gonna find 5, but you guys said the cap was 1, so it's already debunked.
It wasn't 1. The cap wasn't 1.
Must have 100,000.
Yeah, it wasn't capped at 1.
That's what
Who said that?
Oh, the other
No,
guy
I didn't.
No, I said like as a ballpark figure 100,000. I didn't say it was capped there.
No, someone else, not you. The other guy was just talking. He said it goes.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, you. You said it only goes up to 100,000.
Oh no, I didn't say it only goes. I like.
You said it.
You
said it goes
I
up
read
to.
I read the first thing I said 100 or over is what the thing said.
So we
would
wouldn't
rise
still
up to over 100,000.
Yeah, so we wouldn't
Could
still
be
be
wrong,
asking for evidence of Earth's curvature if it existed.
Correct.
Also, but that's not exactly true. It's
That's not
you
true.
wouldn't still be asking for it if you believed it existed.
Sorry, man,
right?
I wasn't asking. I was just letting you know.
No, I don't. Why would you say that? I don't understand.
Well, it's number one, it's
That
not
gave
funny, but
nothing to
number
the
two,
conversation.
all I'm
It is
saying is
funny.
that the fact that we have to keep asking for it and that our community keeps growing means maybe there isn't the curvature you're told there is.
Or that you just don't believe there is,
All
right?
right, so
Like,
guys,
that could
hey, check
also
this
be.
out.
It's not about
Jaybird.
belief, it's about empirical tests that we've
Jaybird,
proven.
hey, look at the
No, it's all
Jaybird.
about belief.
Jaybird,
Yeah,
look at
what's
the text chat. Everybody look at the text chat right now, including Navy SEAL.
Okay.
Look what Heretic posted. I want you to see what he just posted.
Yeah, that was by a government agency.
There we go. Not even 200 grand.
I already
Okay.
know the one. That's the one from NASA.
Okay, then.
Look, I haven't even looked. There's nothing on this article that says NASA. And how would you know that? I already know that it's NASA because that was a government-funded one. There was a private one that went up 500,000 feet. This is by NASA. Thank you again for finding the first thing on Google and displaying your intense intelligence.
Man,
Well, I mean, it's more than what you provided us. Sorry,
listen,
go ahead.
listen, you're struggling to find your 500,000.
Well, yeah, because there's a
That's
lot.
all.
I know. I will find it.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
I
it.
That's what they all say.
Well, I mean, right here, this says that this is the record, 173,000 feet, but you keep telling us that you're going to find that thing that you keep not finding. Yeah, you just keep telling us that you're going to find that thing that you keep not showing us. Yep.
Listen, my guy. First, you said it was up to 100. Now it's up to 173. And when we find the one that's 250,000, you'll see us get closer and a little bit closer.
Okay, yeah.
And then you can start to prove it to yourself.
We'll talk about that when that actually happens. We're waiting.
Yeah, because then we can, see the footage from that and see whether or not the Earth's curve is there. Pretty simple.
Again, it says you can see the curvature from at or slightly below 35K.
Wow,
feet.
that's weird. Check this out. I was in the Concorde twice in the year 2000, and
I don't know what that is.
so I went up to 60,000 plus feet, and I didn't see the curve there. So
I think you meant 30.
I know exactly what it looks like at 35,000 feet. I've been on hundreds of flights, so.
No, you
Are you expecting that we would
Yeah,
believe
no, I
you
got
on this?
pilots in my family. I'm 40 years old, and I've spent a lot of time in the air. Try again.
You're not a
You're
pilot.
expecting that we would believe that?
I didn't say I was a pilot. I have pilots in my family.
Yeah, you implied it. You know nothing about aircrafts.
I did not imply it either. You're failing pretty miserably. Why don't you just show us how the Earth's a globe, and we can call it a night?
I don't know why you talk like that, bro. What is happening?
You know
So
why?
can you find evidence for a globe?
Not
Yeah, I
anything
could
you would agree is evidence.
I can go to a
actually,
bookstore and buy a globe of the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth globe. Yeah, for sure. You look on the bottom of that thing. It says not to be used for educational purposes. Right? Isn't that funny?
Do you know why a
That's
balloon
crazy.
can't go up to 500,000 feet?
Shh, don't tell him.
Because there's not enough density in the atmosphere.
I want him to find
That's
out.
why
I'm not
weather
paying
balloons
enough.
aren't made with helium. Isn't that interesting how that works?
Here comes a joke.
You said what?
Crazy.
I said weather balloons aren't made with purely helium.
It doesn't matter.
Isn't the fact that helium could even rise, right? Because doesn't that debunk like your space container gas theory?
Oh
Are
my
you shifting the
god.
topics? We're waiting for
Yeah.
your.
No, I'm just she shifted. She asked
We're
me.
waiting for your
this-
500,000 feet.
She
Well, let's
just
go. Where is it?
asked me.
Come on,
still.
bro.
She
Yeah,
just
I'm
asked
asking if you know why a balloon can't go up that high. Do you know
Hey,
why?
I'm
You know why
saying,
you can't find it?
You're asking me to prove something I don't believe.
Wait, I'm so confused. Navy, are you a flat earther or no?
No, I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle. Okay.
So who was
I've been in the
claiming
middle.
that a balloon can go up 500,000 feet?
Me.
That was
It's
Navy.
because the helium expands and pops the balloon.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
But however, this girl will be shocked to find out that weather balloons don't use helium sometimes. So, then she'll have to like start from the drawing board.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
I'm really shocked to find. I'm really
It's
shocked to
like-
find out that you have
it's
zero
like saying,
evidence
like,
or
saying, like,
citation for
you
your
know-
claim, and that you're
wait,
still
girls,
waffling.
you know why these crowds
Okay,
don't-
so Guy, at this point you're a demonstrated clown. Okay, we're still waiting on your citation for this thing that you insist has happened. You haven't provided it. You keep stalling so that you can have all these sidebar conversations instead.
I'm not.
Why should we continue to humor a demonstrated liar? How about answer that then, since you don't want to provide the citation?
One sidebar conversation. She engaged with me first.
I don't care. Go get
If
your
I answer
citation. Look, I don't want to engage with liars. So either get your citation or just concede on that and move on before you engage sidebar shit.
I answer that question. That is not going off in a sidebar. Someone
Yeah, you're still doing it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The next thing that you should do should either be to provide the citation or just concede on that point. Don't say anything else.
Then don't ask me a question. Pretty simple.
What?
Okay, just gonna sit you down.
500,000 feet. Like, what's going on? Where is it?
That's exactly just like a Glober. Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. That's right.
Yeah. He won't even concede. He won't even just be like, I don't have it actually, bro. No, he's just gonna dig in his heels and be a liar about it. So
He could have just said, "Oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I misread it." But no, he's like, "I'll find it." We're still waiting.
He doubled down, so he just
Yeah.
dug himself. You pigeonholed yourself into a fucking grave, dude. Like, why?
And then he
Honestly,
keeps trying to
maybe,
get off the hook by jumping on these other topics that come up. It's just like, I see you, you clown.
I think your pride's killing you a little bit, Navy.
No, I
It's
remember
okay, dude. Just
distinctly. I will
Like
find
I'm not trying to jump on you for it or anything, but like
I am.
So listen, if we could just admit that we misspoke and we can move on.
that'd be great. What do you say, Navy?
I mean, can I still look for it?
Well, yeah, please do.
want,
But
sure.
we're gonna move past it. You know, just
This
give
was
it a
like years
mulligan,
ago,
and if you
so-
find it, man, bring it right back to us and say, "See, I told you so 100 times."
Yeah, exactly.
So we got other people in the chat right now. We got Creekite, Left Lane's joiner, Jaybird. You're fairly new to this room. Jen
Hi,
and
yeah.
Nick, how's it going? Welcome, guys.
Thank
We're
you,
still
thank
asking the questions that we started with Navy, but it was kind of a shell shock at the beginning because he said, "But we're gonna go to space in 2025. Don't worry about it, guys. We got
I did-
space travel coming up."
Yo, quick question. Is this
I
the
said
new
we already
version of
are
the...
going.
Oh, we already are going there. Sorry, Creekite, go ahead.
Yeah, is this
Galactic
the new version of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
That's not a new
Is everyone here
version.
now,
This
or-
is like an away base. So we have
Oh, okay.
politics is gracious enough to let us have a room here. So
Gotcha.
we're camping here. We are the #1 room in this politics. So because of everybody in here, you guys have all contributed to that. Thank you so much for people who been in here, giving us great conversations, and those who are joining in brand new. We appreciate you guys coming. It gets a little heated in here, but that's the nature of the beast, right? Because this is a very controversial topic. So, times it might get a little heated, but bear in mind, this is a whole paradigm shift. So the conversation won't be easy. Yeah. So does anybody have any evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of measuring it, or any axial rotation? Any evidence that the cosmic vacuum exists like they tell us? Go ahead and bring some evidence if you guys have any. I'm going to open up the floor to anybody that wants to bring some evidence forward. So if you're there, let us know what evidence you have for the Earth being a globe. Anybody can chime in. Floor's open. Don't all rush in at once, guys.
Yeah, that last conversation focused pretty heavily on sky stuff. Could we try to get some direct measurements of the curved ground?
That would be great.
We have found a concave curve in the chats, guys. It's a concave.
So we're inside the ball.
Well, that makes a lot more sense to me. Pack it up, flatties. It was fun.
We did find the curve.
Hollow Earthers only come out during Halloween. Haha. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
That deserves.
Are we telling bad jokes now? Because I got a bad joke. If you
Yeah,
want
let's
to hear
go.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Okay. What's the difference between $1 and a pound? I can't dollar your mom.
It's ridiculous.
Dang.
Very good.
Anything but that globe proof.
So you guys are like
Exactly.
retarded or something?
No, atheism
Wait.
plus. Atheism plus. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Atheism plus.
What are you retarded?
Is that your only thing that you can say? Are you stuck on that?
I
Like,
think
can
that's
you
a
use,
yes, though.
Can you use better words or use words that are different from the nose?
Holy shit! I think this guy's retarded.
Oh my God.
Well, that's some
Hey, at
compelling
least
damn proof.
hold on, those were different. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we'll credit him with different words. Is that all you're gonna contribute to this conversation? Is that it? Hello.
Hi.
I guess so.
Hi.
Atheism plus ran out of gas or something.
That was quick.
Atheism plus solipsism.
Dude. Fucking glad, dude. The plus is just like Disney Plus, you know. Just
Yeah,
plus.
he's extra. He's atheism and then some.
And then some.
Why would I talk to a bunch of retards?
Oh,
I don't know,
come on
man.
now.
Why do you talk to your family in the mornings?
Oh God,
people, you know, I don't.
Dude, I got you. So you don't want to go there. How about we talk about the Earth?
Yeah. These long pauses in between, I don't know. They're just not working out for me. Maybe we can go somebody else.
I used to
I
be
don't
able to
know
do that crickets impersonation really well. I can't do it anymore.
Let me post something in the chat here.
Oh, we got Floop in the house. Floop, are you there? No Floop. How about Jackie?
What's it like being retarded?
I don't know. Why don't you tell us? Yeah, Jinx.
Jinx. Damn it.
So atheism plus, Mr.
That's fun.
Do you think that we're retarded because we understand something that perhaps you haven't understood yet?
No, I think it's because you got too many chromosomes or something.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh.
Just check.
Strange. So when did you check my my skin
20
cells, my blood for that?
He knows, dude.
You didn't. Well, that's all right. So atheism plus is a prime example of somebody who doesn't want to take the combo seriously. But for those of you who do want to take the combo seriously, we are all eyes and ears, looking, searching for why somebody would continue to believe that they live on a spinning ball once they admit that there's no movement and we treat the world as flat and stationary.
I got a
Once
newsflash for
that's
you guys.
admitted, sorry, Mickey. Once that's admitted, and then the person still, you know, it's like they understand that the world isn't a globe, but they're going to defend it anyway. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Navy slid out the
Wait,
back
how do they
door.
do that?
How or why?
Both?
Oh. Well, okay, so there's people who are in this argument that are very, very versed and smart enough to at least regurgitate a lot of stuff, right?
Yep.
Smart enough to sound maybe like they got a little common sense.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been in this discussion for years and years. And again, they seem like they're smart enough to get it. But they continually defend the globe. So it's it's obviously at that point a choice, right? They're smart enough to get it, but they're just too stubborn to admit it. And so I think that's how they do it. Why they do it? So many reasons.
Wait,
One
so
doesn't
what
want to become
makes their
ostracized.
ego get in the way? I mean, so much of the time.
Yeah. So people don't want to be ostracized, right? And especially people, there's so many people out there that
I've been
understand it,
ostracized
that
before.
that probably
Why?
have lives, relationships, all kinds of things that would be violently interrupted or changed negatively if they were to even look into the Earth not being a globe, let alone start like thinking it might be not be a globe and talking about it and such, right?
Right.
But we're not those people. We're the people that immediately saw smoke and ran with buckets of water to put out the fire, not saw smoke and asked the guy next to him, hey, does that look like smoke to you? I don't know, let's check the experts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cool. Floor is yours.
It's always been hard for me to understand why.
No, I get what you're saying.
Says that they're smarter.
And this
than
whole place is ridiculous.
Okay.
Where there's fire, there's not always smoke.
Cool. So then you would just sit around and speculate while the smoke was going on instead of go check to see if there's fire?
No. I'm saying when there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Oh,
Where
right.
there's
Yeah,
smoke,
exactly.
there's fire. But
something's
I'm
burning.
saying where there's fire, there's not always smoke.
Oh, sure.
Sometimes
Can we ask him
fire
if
is
he knows
burned clean.
if there's any evidence of Earth curvature? Because waffling's one thing, but getting
Yeah.
right to the meat. Let's go.
And you know what? Fire actually is what is.
All right.
Sweet deal. Curvature. I want to see it.
Let's get to it.
Borealis, how there's this magnetic, it's in the electromagnetic spectrum where it's this discharge, right? This ionic discharge. What is a fire? A fire is ionic discharge. It's the fifth phase. It's plasma, right?
Who is it? This voice
So this
sounds
plasma,
so familiar.
this ionic discharge, this fire, this sunlight is actually an electrical phenomenon that isn't exactly a particle discharge, but is a field anomaly where there's a discharge. Like it's an ionic. You look at a fire that's running slow. There's like blue flames on coals, right?
I'm trying to keep up with this.
And you see the flames lick up the log and all this, right?
I'm so sorry,
This
man.
is electric. This is electrical discharge, electrical ionic discharge.
Yep. So, what we try to do is find evidence of the globe Earth. I think that it's really cool that you know a lot about fire and electrical discharges and such, but we're going to keep it on topic. If that's all right.
No. Well, sunlight, the way that sunlight works.
So,
it's very important.
Did you not hear what I said, or did you just ignore it?
You guys are all wrong. Can I post a picture in the flat Earth?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I don't have permission apparently.
Well, I'd give them to you. Somebody help out, please.
Please.
Think that's given over time that you're here, or something like that. You have to spend time in the chat.
Okay. What is it?
I just
he needs perms to post.
Yeah, a picture in 24/7 if that's okay.
Your volume is really low if you can fix that. But I'll try to request some perms for you.
Thank you.
You could try to send it to someone who has perms already, maybe, if that'd be easier.
Do you know the sun has discharge?
Yeah,
What the
fuck?
That's kinda
I kind of get that. Yeah. Yeah, could someone let me post something? I'm actually getting really tired.
Yeah, it'll take time, but just be patient. But Red is complaining in the chat that he's being muted. Nobody has muted you, dude. You can speak.
You're locally muted, Red. You can unmute yourself.
The world is actually it's a different type of shape. Actually, it's not flat all round.
I can't hear what you're saying, or is it just me? Or
No, he sounds okay. He's not that low for me. I hear
let
him.
me just put you up. Maybe it's from my end.
He's loading up for a big troll. Watch.
I know.
Can I post something yet?
I don't know, dude. You have to wait until they give you perms. All I can do is request it for you.
If you want, you can send it to me and I'll post it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The world is actually that shape. If you could put that and put like creds, you could say that I asked you to nicely, please, please. I said please.
Owls, if it's like something, I don't know what is like profane or whatever, do not post it. Obviously.
No. I would never do that.
So it's like a
Yeah, no, it's a carrot. It's like a carrot.
yeah, no, it's like the Earth except
Yeah, it's a carrot. Like actually,
except
the
it's
world is
male.
Yeah, don't post it.
No, yeah, don't
I'm
be
not gonna
rude.
post
I'm gonna
it.
report you to the
Okay, I'm
vagina
gonna retract
society.
that request for your
And,
chat.
hey, look, if you have anything against that, I'll report you to the vagina shaped Earth.
Yeah, he can get
Facility.
actually banned for this, right? I'm just muted him.
Just mute him because I don't think he was able to post anything directly.
I think it's a bannable offense.
Just to send me a weird DM.
Has it been trolls
Probably
like
not.
all night?
Pretty much.
That's sad.
That's the nature of the beast, man. People are upset about it. They get in their feelings. They come in here, complain. Wait a minute. Are you for real? Are we talking about the earth flat? Like, that's all we get. Nobody's going to be like, you know, I question that if the earth is a globe or not. We don't ever get that. Of course not.
Yeah, you know
Trust
what?
me,
You're right. I'm just gonna ban him.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
better
not
to ban.
stupid
I
enough
did that
to
like a month ago, but
post
I guess
that.
I'm not like everyone.
So dumb.
They've been trolled by the globe, and now they're taking it out on us.
Exactly.
I mean, I was gonna be nice and post like whatever I was sent, but
Was it
fortunately I
like graphic
couldn't
or
post
something?
it.
As soon as he said that, for some reason, I knew it was just going to be a terrible troll.
I mean, it's not like it was terrible. It just was childish.
Huh.
Dang it.
That guy's really animated, isn't he?
Yeah, a little
We
bit,
all
yeah.
got haters.
The globe Earth is really animated too.
Is this thing
What
on?
Yeah, literally.
I felt that sentiment coming through the crowd. They're just looking at you like, God, not again. Keep yapping. I will say we have met some interesting characters tonight. That drunk fellow was a interesting character.
Yeah,
He was just
that guy was my favorite.
he was just swinging at everything. He didn't care.
one of the dudes in here was a major op of mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Booney?
No. It was someone else. I can DM it to you because honestly,
Oh,
I'll just DM you.
I just got to the DM and I saw an image. Oh man, I can't believe that's what that dude looks like.
Yeah, just wanted to relay the pro tip that Quad put in chat. I didn't know this feature until recently, so you can actually favorite a channel so it comes right up to the top of your server.
What do you do for that?
You click on, I think you right click it, and it should have like a favorite.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, when you put favorite, it goes up to the top, so you don't have to scroll all of the other channels to get to this.
Damn, that's a nice feature. Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently learned that too, and awesome.
It keeps it from like bouncing around when people are creating rooms and such.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'm
Cool,
like, oh
cool.
dang, where's our channel? Where'd it go? 'Cause, like, did Zero get his petition and finally got his wish?
Oh, because you couldn't find the chat. Nah, I mean,
Yeah, it was just at the bottom-ish part of it. Red,
you're not muted.
I'm gonna ban you for real. You're not muted.
You're not muted, dude. You're locally muted.
Jeez.
He showed a screenshot that shows that on his phone it looks like he's server muted.
Oh, then
No.
it's because he's banned. Yeah, you can't come back here in for 2 days. You can't unmute.
Oh, that's right. It removes
Yeah.
the privileges. Yeah. Well, no wonder. Look at his attitude right now. You should just reban him again.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, but you don't have to be. Well, because on our end, it doesn't look like you're muted, but. Put him on mute.
He's already on mute.
No, put him again on mute.
I'll just put him on
Double mute.
red mute so that people don't get confused. There we go. Now you can complain about being muted for real, for real.
Yeah, that's what that dude looks like.
What?
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
The
Did you
dude
send me
that Huh?
Were you talking to
The
me?
dude that no, that's not the dude I
Oh.
am talking about. That's not his picture. That's the soap guy or the guy that comes in here and yells about like soap is a sin and exercise is a sin.
Oh, PD.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, someone was in a VC in a different server, and apparently he turned on his webcam, and the guy took a screenshot of him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's interesting looking.
Yeah, it's his take on life is interesting. I've actually talked with him, thinking I could somewhat be able to reason with him, but it's futile. Frog. You must be talking about. I don't know who Frog is. Is that he uses? He has a lot of alt accounts.
I don't like him anyways. Oh, speaking to somebody else, not you, Lulu.
Aw, so sad.
No, I meant no.
I know. I'm just joking.
I was just responding to.
Yeah, I mean, if I see that dude, I'll try to remember to mute because this is my alt account. He doesn't know it. But at the same time, like, he might know what I sound like. I can't remember.
But it's. I mean, but still, he's a douche anyway. He
Yeah,
came in
yeah,
there.
yeah.
He was the guy that farted on audio.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He has a
That was
soundboard.
him.
He thinks he's like. He thinks he's funny. He's. Never mind.
So, Jaybird, are you a glower?
Sure. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Uh,
I'm not really like a. I don't know. I'm pretty agnostic about everything, but like, yeah. I mean, my world view would consist of. Yeah, it's a globe, but it's one of those things like when I start my car in the mornings, I assume it's not going to blow up on me. You know what I mean? It's more of an assumption, I guess, than like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you ask me for evidence or like calculations, I'd have to research that. Like I don't know shit about that. I just kind of
Wait,
Right.
like
quick question.
you know
Is
what
it
I mean?
spinning right now?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Oh, it's spinning right now. The Earth.
Yeah.
You need to stop drinking, dude. This is not good.
I wish I had drank more. Actually, it'd make this a lot more fun.
If you're in a moving car, do you feel it moving? Or...
Yes,
Yes, yeah.
I do feel it
Well,
moving.
No,
actually, it
you don't feel it
depends.
moving. That was a yeah.
If it's turning,
If it's going
if it like
constant speed, you don't feel it moving.
if it's going, say that
What?
again.
If
How
it's
is it
going at
going
a
at constant
constant
speed if
speed,
it's always
Oh, if it's
accelerating
going at a
going down?
constant speed, then
yeah, the
no,
Earth is
I
spinning
wouldn't.
at a constant speed. so
No,
you don't feel
no,
it.
No, it's
this
not.
analogy's gonna
No, it's
fail.
not. Nope.
It's gonna fail because
Yep.
you are accelerating when you're turning, which the Earth constantly would be if it's rotating. Change in direction, you feel that. That's acceleration. That's a change in velocity.
Wait, that's a.
Okay.
So is it rotating around you or me?
Wait.
No,
Well,
it's not
well,
moving. I'm just
here's
saying that's accelerating. Go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, the guy for the as Heretic said, for the guy that said it's a constant speed. The Earth is it's rotating and orbiting and in multiple vectors. So don't you think you should be able to feel at least one of the vectors?
No.
No. Okay.
Invigorating.
Well,
That's because we don't, right? We shouldn't feel it because we don't feel it. That's the logic behind it, I think.
yeah. Yeah, it's
I mean,
because you've been told that you're
certainly
not
part of
gonna
it,
feel
but
these. Go ahead,
Why
sorry.
can't we feel the
it's
Earth
certainly part of it.
spinning?
If
Are
we
you
felt
typing that
something, then
into
yeah.
Google, Jaybird?
Yeah.
Can
Jeez.
Nah,
Creek
I mean, I don't have an answer for it. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah,
can
I
you
know, but
speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Me?
No, the
Creekite.
other guy.
Creekite.
Oh, okay, okay.
Crikite.
What's up?
No, I'm just saying you're hard to hear. Maybe it's my
Okay. I'm just speaking.
headset.
Yeah, I'm not speaking loud.
I don't know. He's not. I don't know. He's not that low. I don't think. Lulu.
Okay, maybe it's just from my end. I just. All right. So yeah. It's moving in a circular motion, and so you should be feeling the acceleration, especially if it's like an elliptical orbit. That means it's changing acceleration as well.
I don't get this point that it's accelerating or decelerating. It's not.
It
well,
it is though.
It
That's what you're not
Can
understanding.
you explain that? I don't understand.
When things are moving in a circular motion, they're changing directions, and so you're accelerating at that point. So you
If
should
I
be
so
feeling.
You just
What
think it's
things-
not a straight line. It's not a straight line. You're constantly deviating from a straight line, so always changing
yeah, but the
direction.
motion is circular, and you're not accelerating.
No. Listen, this is the
but
part you're
no,
not
it's
getting. Yeah, but he needs to know that that is acceleration, because acceleration is not just change in speed, it's also direction.
Yes, change in direction. Exactly.
Yeah.
And let me ask the question to the gentleman who's asking about the Earth. So the Earth's rotation, is it slowing down, staying the same, or speeding up?
By the way, what happens with the change in direction is there's going to be a force pushing from under you, but we don't feel that because it's
Is this
constant.
thing on? Did you hear me?
What?
Who are you asking?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Is the Earth speeding up, slowing down, or staying the same?
It's staying the same.
No. Try again.
Okay. Well, that's my answer. So.
Okay. Well, here.
I guess I fail.
Yeah, because it's speeding up.
Yeah.
Why? And at what rate? What's your?
Well, that's not. I'm not saying it's speeding up as in me, but a quick Google search said that it's speeding up.
Oh well,
It's
the
speeding.
rate would matter quite a
What's the
bit
rate?
whether or not
You
we
just do
feel
a
it,
quick
right?
Google search.
So
You should get the
if
COVID-19
it's speeding up, wouldn't that mean it's accelerating?
Yes.
Ah.
But whether
Can
or
we
not
feel
we feel
acceleration?
that would
Can you?
depends on how
What's the
much
rate
it's
of change?
accelerating.
Yeah.
Oh, so
You guys.
so
You
now
guys.
it is accelerating, but it depends on how much. Earlier it wasn't.
If I drop an atom
It's
on your
changing
head,
I
are you
wasn't
gonna
saying
feel it?
whether it was or not earlier, just to
Ah.
No,
clarify.
I meant the other guy.
Okay.
If I drop an atom on your head, are you gonna feel it?
That's a
Yeah,
good question.
because if
I
a
thought
guy
so.
is named Adam and he's dropped on my head, I would feel it.
Good one.
Is this thing
Also
on?
true.
Didn't think I was going there, huh? Gotcha. I'm at the end of every line of questioning with a baseball bat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. I got more like a wiffle ball bat. So the Earth is speeding up, and you should feel acceleration. That's all it is.
Depending on how quickly it's accelerating, right?
Wow, you just keep moving the goalposts, huh?
I didn't have one
Just
to
give
begin
up.
with until now.
Just give up.
Ah.
Okay.
Guys are
All we
so
want is
rude.
numbers.
I
Like
see your
if
mental
you tell us our model
gymnastics.
don't work because we're, I mean, okay.
The mental gymnastics is strong with this one.
I'm flippity flopping, bruh.
Of course, you're not going to feel it moving in a model.
When I jump, I spin
Yeah,
faster
exactly.
than the Earth. Yeah.
You guys
And
are
then I land on my feet.
critiquing the model, no? You're saying it doesn't work in our view.
It doesn't work in any view, Craig Height.
Yo, according to
Reality.
this meme, we don't feel it because the Earth is big and we're tiny. Okay, so there you go. There's your answer.
So how did they detect it to be spinning in the first place? Hmm?
Because we're orbiting.
How did?
Yeah, look up.
Okay, what's an orbit?
Probably, yeah, probably.
What's an orbit? What's an orbit?
Astrology. Not astrology. Not astronomy. My bad.
Oh dear.
No, you can stay on
Listen,
astrology. I don't mind.
because I'm a
Honestly,
Pisces,
either.
I can feel the North Star, right?
I
So
know.
I know that the Earth is spinning because it's like
You know
I can
that
feel that tug.
you like when
know
you
what I'm
wake up
saying?
in the morning and you can feel the North Star. You know that feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're a Pisces too? That's crazy.
Nah, not a Pisces. But anyway, back to the question. How do we know the Earth's rotating? Who's ever measured that in history, guys?
What
Give me
if you're
one person.
Sagittarius? Galileo?
Galileo,
Astrophysicist.
Was it
No,
Galileo?
no, it's not Galileo.
Can Sagittarians feel the North Star?
Maybe. I want to
what time
say
in the
no just
morning?
because my ex was a Sagittarius and I don't like her anymore. So
Oh, that's
I want to
cap.
hope she can't. Okay, I
That's
don't want any
cap, bro.
connections to her.
Isn't there a whole branch of physics dedicated to this?
No, wait, you guys
Sagittarius
said.
is?
Listen, did you just say
How to orbit.
Sagittarius? I
Yeah,
know
bro.
you didn't just say Sagittarius.
With the
Sagittarius studies.
apostrophe and everything, yeah.
Bro.
Hey, astrology is more
Astrology
credible
is a
than astrophysics.
Whoa.
yeah.
wait,
It's geocentric.
That's a hot
it's
take.
geocentric.
I want to address
It
the
stands
guy
on
who said.
geocentric principles.
I want to
Yeah.
address the guy who said that Galileo was the first person to detect that the Earth was in motion. Did you say that? Who was the first guy?
It was a guess.
Oh, it was a wild guess. Oh, okay.
Was
So you don't know then?
Galileo a Pisces?
Yes.
Probably.
Only if he can. Did he say he felt the North Star in the morning?
I feel a strong connection to Galileo, so I'm gonna say yes.
God.
He's locked in.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You go, Lulu.
No, I just wanted to add to that one post that you posted, Mickey, about the Earth spinning faster on its axis, right? Uh, according according to the model, it's also in elliptical orbit. So as it gets closer to the sun, supposedly it speeds up and slows down when it goes further away from the sun and speeds up. So like I said before, you have multiple vectors of acceleration of these motions. So I
What?
don't know how.
Not making much sense.
You know, like one of them show rides. No, you don't call it a show. Fairground rides. You know, like at the fair.
Carnival
And
rides?
you know, one of the
Carnival rides.
Yeah, like a carnival ride, right? Okay, you know, like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
teacup, and it's spinning. You know, you're in it, and it's spinning around, and like it's rotating, and the whole thing's spinning around, as well as the arms, like doing an orbit as well. Like it's doing all these different movements at once. That's what they say that we're doing. That's what they say the Earth is doing in space.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a ballerina spinning around. So, do you guys think that's what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
What evidence do you have to support that? Like, I don't understand. Why would you say that you do believe that's happening if there's no evidence to support the case?
Because the stars of the night sky move and you can see curvature on the Earth
On
just
what?
standing on the ground.
Okay, how you see curvature? Where do you see curvature at, man?
Oceans, major Great
Oceans.
Lakes.
All right, so who's measured this curvature in history?
Holy shit, bro. I'm just
Yeah.
talking about my own personal experiences.
Well, I know, but if you're saying you're seeing it, then somebody can measure it, right? If you can see it, you can measure it, right? Is that
Probably,
crazy?
yeah. I mean,
Okay, then.
you can see ships disappear on the horizon when you're on the ocean or Great
Fantastic,
Lakes.
but
so.
how can we measure this Earth curvature that you're seeing?
I've heard of people doing it with lasers.
Well, I'm asking the gentleman. How can we measure it?
How would you measure it?
Just because I can't say that off the top of my head doesn't invalidate my argument.
Of course not. You
So
can
then
have your
what's
you
your
can have
point,
your
though,
globe
bro?
you can have your globe belief. But I'm saying if you can't if you can't validate it, what's the point, right?
Yeah. trouble is nothing you've said has actually validated your argument.
Yeah. You could just say things. Anybody can say anything. Until you validate it, it becomes real. But you haven't done that though. People say they saw the Bigfoot and Loch Ness monster and ghosts and all that, but does
All
that
right,
make
then
it
can
real?
I ask you a question? Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Because we can actually see the Earth flat, and we can know that it is because we can practically use it as flat, and we can also test and verify that it is flat because there is no curvature.
How?
By testing.
How do you measure that?
Long distance observations provide evidence that we can see line of sight at distances of like 10, 20, 30 miles. I mean, there's long distance photos that have been taken that are even in the realm of like 100 miles. But also laser targeting systems on military, was it Sea Sparrow systems that use laser beam pencil targeting systems that can measure target at 100 miles away. So yeah, Earth's pretty fucking flat, dude, because it's practically used as flat. So yeah, there's verification that we have line of sight for all these things, and we don't measure any curvature, so it's not curving anywhere.
Who is
What
we
else is it?
though?
Everybody, the whole human race that's living on Earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mic drop. Been doing this a long time, T. We know every single bit of the information we're telling you. That it's not just information, you can go and verify yourself.
Just
Because
like
that's
you
why-
can with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, well, like, remember, you said you saw curvature. If I was to ask you to go and measure that, you're not going to find curvature, bro. It's going to be flat as hell.
You can measure it with your eyes, though.
You're not measuring. You're not
What?
measuring with your. Well, how do you? Tell me. Tell me
How
the
do you
process.
you look
Yeah,
at it
tell me.
visually? You
Yeah,
look
and
at
what
it.
what numbers?
How
can you
does
attribute?
measuring mean
What
anything?
numbers?
You can
What
definitely
numerical
measure it,
value?
bro.
What numerical value
Measure
are you
with
going to
your
attribute?
eyes?
What numerical value are you going to attribute to your eyes seeing things? Give me some numbers when you're looking at things.
Wow.
Tell me.
It's crazy how a mod can
Oh no,
behave
it's
like
crazy
this.
how you're not giving me numerical values when you look at
I'm
stuff.
I
Right?
haven't. I never came here with numerical values, bro. I don't
You
sit
said
in
I
this
could
chat
measure things
24/7
with my
arguing with
eyes.
people over mass hysteria.
Yeah, you see? Answer the
Run
question. Why
Opticon.
can't you measure? You said you could measure things with your eyes.
Well,
How
what's
are you
up?
measuring something with your eyes? Tell me. Walk me through the process.
You can see it, bro.
Yeah, and how do you measure it?
How
Am
do you
I
measure? How do you measure with a measuring
Mhm.
tape? How do you measure with a
You
yardstick,
said you could
bro?
measure with your eyes.
You
said,
can definitely
"I can
measure with your
my
eyes because
Okay, then
distance
how do
is
you
a
do
thing.
it?
You
Walk
can
me
do
through the
that.
process. Walk me through the
Definitely measure
process. How
with
do you
your.
measure with your eyes?
Okay.
Walk me through the process.
Now,
No.
are you okay? I'll walk you through it. Walk you through it. Fucking use your feet, you dumb fuck. Your feet. 1 foot, 2.
Quiet. I'm
Or
not
a
talking to
measuring
you.
stick or a tape measure, bro. You can look from
No,
one point
no,
to another and
no.
you can see distance in between the two. Yeah,
You
you can.
said I could measure with my eyes.
You,
How
you
can I
most
measure with my
definitely
eyes?
can, bro.
How
All right,
can? Well,
let me
then
ask
tell
you
me.
this. Hold up. Can we take a step back,
No,
please?
I'm not going to listen. I need you to tell me how you can measure with your eyes.
I
right
just
now.
told you. You can
No, you
tell
didn't.
distance with
No,
your
you
eyes.
didn't.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can tell distance with
Yes,
your
lay
eyes.
out a tape measure, bro.
What's the distance? What
Just
was it? Then what was the distance to the horizon that day that you saw the boat go over the curvature? What was the distance?
I didn't have a rangefinder.
just
Your
eyeball
eyeballs
it,
are a
Mickey.
rangefinder.
Eyeball it.
Your eyeballs are a rangefinder.
But
Apparently.
I wanted to ask you a question though without you
Yeah,
like
but you didn't answer mine,
being
bro.
crazy about it. I
Yeah,
mean, to the
because
best
you.
of my ability, I did. Yes, I did.
So what was the range?
I did not have a laser rangefinder. I could not
I
give
thought
you
your
an exact
eyeballs were
number.
the laser rangefinder.
That's not what I said, though, bro.
Well, you said you
Yeah,
could measure
it
with your
is.
eyes. You said I could measure with my eyes.
You
I can
definitely
trust my
can.
eyes.
So wait, you
You can
did a
trust your eyes.
measurement.
Have you ever been to a large body of water like an ocean or a Great Lake
yeah,
in Michigan?
we heard you. We heard you. So
No,
you
but
did a
I want to
measurement.
ask. I
You
wanted
did
to
a
ask
meas-
him because unless you've seen,
Hey, hold on. You did a measurement that you got absolutely no numerical values out of.
man, the mods in the server are crazy.
Well, is that
It's
yes
funny how
or
you
no?
guys can
Not-
sit here and scream and raise your voices, but then when
Yeah,
other
that's
people
not a
try
nu-
to do the same thing, you mute them.
Not a
It's crazy.
numerical value either. You're crying and upset, but that's also
I'm not, man.
Yeah, you are, dude.
Yeah,
guys are
did you
really
measure a
funny.
horizontal distance or a vertical distance or a slope? Like, what'd you measure?
It's gonna get worse, dude, as we go along. You made a claim. Now you can't stand up to it. You can't back it up. That's the issue. You said I could measure with my eyes, and I said, no, you can't. You're like, yes, I can. No, you can't. What's the numerical value for eyesight? What?
You must think you're really smart, bro.
No, I know I
Come on,
am. I don't
bro.
have to think it. I know I
Yo,
am.
the ego on you
Just take the
guys is
humble pie,
crazy.
man.
I'm sorry, but
You
it's
guys
true.
must
Take the
think the
humble
world
pie.
revolves around yourselves, huh?
No, I think it
Just
it
take
revolves.
the
It doesn't
L.
revolve.
So
it doesn't
what
revolve.
if the Earth is flat? What if the government is lying to us? Like, what's next, bro?
Well, then we
I-
have
I
to
wanna hear-
start
I wanna
sharing
hear it
that
in your
information.
voice.
We have to start sharing that information and making people aware of it.
Oh, okay,
That's the
okay.
next
What
step.
happens if you go off like the edge?
What edge, bro?
The
Nobody's
edge. If
talking.
if the Earth is flat, there's
Okay,
an edge, right?
so
Right,
no,
you
it's not.
It's like there's like a drop.
Yeah, it's not an edge. It's a limitation. You can't go any farther than whatever the boundaries are. It's not an edge that you could fall off of.
I'm curious, bro. You're
I'm telling you.
awakening my mind here. Can
All
I have
right,
like a
so I'm
model
telling
or
you.
something?
Yeah, relax. I'm telling you. So what it is you're in an enclosed system. It's not like an edge where you could fall off.
It's like a
you're
terrarium. You just can't leave.
Basically.
Goddamn
Damn,
petri
bro,
dish.
this shit's crazy.
Well, maybe from your point of view, but not. From
No, I mean
mine.
like crazy
Not
and like
you.
interesting.
Not you. I'm talking to the other
Not
guy.
as
that's trying
crazy
to-
as a spinning ball with air and water stuck to the sides of it, spinning around in all vectors in a fucking vacuum.
Yeah, it's a
That's
bit more
crazy.
fantastic. So you gotta admit, it is kind of fantastic, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
It is, dude. Think about it. You're tilting, wobbling, twirling, spinning, hurtling through ungodly speeds through the cosmic vacuum, 66,000 miles per hour, shooting through the cosmos like a fucking cartoon and shit. Like all these numbers that are like the sun's shooting through the galaxy at 1,000,000 miles per. If you were to figure out all the numbers that they're telling you, probably don't even know. We've looked at it because we're researching this almost every day. They're putting out such fantastic ideas about the whole thing. Dude, I read an article. They talk about dark matter bullets that people on the ISS have to be watching out for them because you never know when one of those dark matter bullets could hit some of their equipment and it could be dangerous for these guys doing spacewalks. Listen, I've looked at so much space news that they put out as propaganda that it would make you be like, dude, I don't even know what the hell all this shit is. I want to be done with it. It's so
Can I ask a
fake, bro. All of it. I mean, I can go on with different stories that I tell you that I read. Like, you'd be cringing. You're like, dude, I don't want to even be a part of this.
Could I interject here?
Go ahead.
How is you saying that you've read things any different from me saying that I've seen curvature with my eyes?
Because first of all, you didn't see curvature with your eyes, sir. You didn't see it. You might have thought you saw curvature because you saw something happen in the distance, but it's not Earth curve. And I can tell you that for a fact.
What type of curve is it then?
It's not curving at all. Period. What you saw was an optical
Called the
phenomenon.
horizon, man.
Yeah, you saw an optical
Called the
phenomenon.
horizon.
If you saw anything in the distance that was happening, it was an optical phenomenon. It wasn't Earth curve. Earth doesn't curve, bro. You can take that to the bank. We know that if we wouldn't be here for years asking the same question to everybody on the internet. We're talking about just regular people. We're talking about astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs. It didn't matter, man. We talked to everyone, and it's the same question. The same answer. They don't know. They don't know how. No one knows. I asked 3 same questions to everybody, Floop. Everybody. And no one can answer. And I'm still here. Nobody's ever thwarted the questions. The truth is the truth. Nobody can get away.
What are the
Well, yeah, the
questions?
truth is the truth if you mute people.
No, it's not the truth if you mute people. We mute people because they're just dumbasses, dude. They're acting up in the chat. That's all. Or they start
Well,
getting too
I got
belligerent.
muted for interjecting when nobody was speaking.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
usually
kinda foul.
people want to say stuff and then it gets kind of heated. It's the nature of the beast, bro. There's no reason to cry about it. I mean, it's just another room that you get into that's moderated. Other rooms are moderated too. This ain't the only one. Anyway, back to the point. People don't have information to support the claim. It's just not how it works, bro. We're gonna keep
But
asking
what
the
are
question.
the
We're gonna keep never getting an answer to them.
what are the
I
3
could-
questions you
I wonder if he
mentioned?
can answer the
I
question.
could prove them to. I could prove this to you, Floop. If you just want to sit back and spectate, I can prove it.
Yeah,
To
I
you.
mean that was my whole thing. I
All right.
spoke up because
Well,
nobody was
check this
speaking
out.
about
I'm gonna.
anything.
That's fine. I'll ask somebody else. How about that? We'll see how they fare. And as many people as you think you want me to ask, I'll ask. I'll ask 100 people. You can keep a tally. Write them down in a little notebook. Okay, that's 1. That's 2. It's gonna keep knocking them down, dude. Nobody's gonna answer. So who wants to take the challenge right now, other than Floop?
Who wants
Not
to
me.
take the
I've done this
3-point
before.
challenge?
It's a 3-point challenge, guys. And if you know the Earth's a globe, it'll be a breeze.
I'll try it. I don't expect to
Okay.
pass, but I'm really curious what the questions
All
are.
right. So
the
if you're
highest
into
grade, the highest grade anybody ever got is 0%. Good luck.
Oh,
Good
bet.
luck.
All right, I feel better now. Okay.
All right. So I'll tell you the challenge, but I'm going to go ahead and just preface it with saying that you could answer the question with an intellectual, honest answer saying, I don't know. You can
Okay.
answer that way. Or if you say you know, then I'm going to press you on how you know. I'm going to ask you, give me the primary source, give me the citation, and then give me the demonstration of the thing I'm asking for. So if you really don't know, if you vaguely know, if you kind of know, I would say just say I don't know. It'll save us a lot of time. Is that
Okay.
fair, Jaybird?
Sure.
All right. So the first question is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance or elevation change? Now, if you don't know what that means, I'm just going to tell you. From my position, relative to me, a target distance in the excuse me, a target distance would be the horizon. So like from where I'm at to where the horizon is, what would be a drop over the distance? Because there would be like a slope, right? Because we're standing on a ball. So
Yeah.
who's ever measured that slope in history that you know of?
I don't know.
Okay. Second question. We're talking about axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis. So anytime in history, who's ever measured that axial rotation? Anytime. Whoever. Anybody.
I don't know. I
Okay.
wouldn't know who they were. Yeah.
All right, the third question. So we're talking about the cosmic vacuum or the vacuum of space. They're telling us that the cosmic vacuum is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So what we have to
Is there a lot of people in here, dude?
just sit tight. We'll show you in a little bit. Can you sit tight, or are you gonna?
My bad, dude. Hey, wait. Let me go.
All right. So basically, the third question is the cosmic vacuum is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. So they're telling us that on the surface we're breathing at about 14 psi, right? On the surface of Earth. As you go higher in elevation, there's a gradient air pressure, and it decreases until you get like a really super low pressure right above the exosphere. It tends to be about 10 to the negative 6 torr. It's a really super low vacuum, right? It's not a zero perfect vacuum. That's not what it is. It's just super low. But there's a high
Okay.
pressure differential from that area to where the surface is. So what we're going to be asking is, because we understand in the globe Earth model, you have like matter and energy can go exit and enter the system. So the system of the globe Earth, like rockets can leave to the moon and go to or put rovers on Mars. Satellites can orbit like other planets and stuff. So if it's possible that matter and energy can leave the system, what we're trying to figure out is that how is it possible that we have this gas pressure here on Earth without a container? Do you know?
Not confidently, no. But I would assume
Okay.
it has to do with gravity. But I mean,
Okay.
I don't know.
Because if you say, like, I'll give you a chance. If you say you know, I'll press you for how you know. But if you say you don't know, then I'll just go ahead and end it here.
So what would your response be if someone like knew their
But first,
history pretty
yeah.
well and like
But first, I have
yeah.
to hear you at least give us the finale. Did you know or
Oh
you did not?
no, I don't know.
Okay.
And not
So I'm just
confidently enough to
right.
actually like
I'll go ahead and conclude the 3 points by saying this: that the Earth as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a blind belief that you have currently. Not that you do know, but it's just a blind belief that you currently hold on the information. Because if you did know something as easy as who discovered Earth curvature, who discovered the spin or the axial rotation, and how we know that the Earth is adjacent to a cosmic vacuum, would be sufficiently answered in any way. But because you didn't, it is just like a blind belief that you have currently. That's all.
Okay.
So
I
that
put
was it.
those standard Glober answers in the chat if you're interested.
You guys have
Okay.
terms like
Then-
slurs for people that believe that the Earth is a globe. That's nuts.
Yeah, I'm a proud Glober.
Yeah, me
Honestly.
too.
Yeah.
That's fine. Listen,
Glober.
and Matthew learns this too. He's an educator as well, by the way.
Hmm.
And his refutal to the 3 questions are in the chat. Although they're not refuting the 3 questions. So, what we're gonna do is wait. Somebody's snoring away. Who is it? I just gotta find him so I can mute him. They're not lighting up. Wherever. Oh, got him.
So how do
Simply
those
can.
answers in chat? How do those not refute the
Okay,
question?
because number one, the curvature can't be directly measured, but it's relatively easy to calculate Eratosthenes. If you're looking into Eratosthenes, basically the answer there is sticks and shadows. But simply look up Eratosthenes. I would say it that way. To give you
Okay.
more information, I'll let you do the research on that. But Matthew's
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
yeah, Matthew's questions or rebuttals to the questions would be his way to answer what I've said. I've pressed him on the issue. He doesn't know. It's really just a blind belief that he has on the Earth being a globe. He's admitted this time and again. So we have him on record saying that it's just his belief. He doesn't know. But he would say that rotation can be measured with the ring laser gyroscope. Thanks, Bob Nodell. But Bob Nodell passed away not too long ago. But yeah, he didn't measure the Earth's rotation with the laser ring gyro. And you know, it's weird that Matthew brought it up because it had to be a flat earther to actually measure the rotation of the Earth and not somebody else in science. Weird, right? But that's what Matthew put as his second answer. The third one is atmospheric pressure is caused by the weight of air, not by a physical container. Now, what Matthew doesn't understand, him being an educator and teaching young people this information, is that gas pressure is defined by its container. That's how you define it. It's a conditional statement. So if the container is not present, the gas pressure cannot be defined. I'll put it to you like this. Gas pressure requires a container in a conditional statement. That's because the gas pressure that is the force per unit area exerted by the gas of the walls of its container. Without a container, there's no surface for the gas molecules to collide with and therefore no pressure. Matthew. So you need gas pressure to be defined by the walls of its container in order for you to have gas pressure in the first instance. But according to Matthew, atmospheric pressure is caused by weight of air. That is idiotic for him to be an educator and then telling people this, because that's ridiculous. You need a container every time you have gas pressure, every time. And this system that we are in is already contained. Therefore, we are already in a contained system. So he's incorrect.
I feel like that would be assuming gravity doesn't exist, though, right?
Well, that's the
Just
thing
kinda throw
too.
out the
No. What
Yeah.
we're looking for, like, let's just say gravity is a factor, right? That's holding the gas. So if that were the case, gas we'll take a look at one type of gas. So do you know the evaporation cycle of water, Jaybird?
Like the water cycle?
Evaporation. What happens in evaporation?
His last answer is pretty good, by the way, in chat. If you
No,
want to
it's not.
address it.
No, it's not.
Address it.
I am, but I'm talking to Jaybird right now about this evaporation cycle. You know when the heat, like the sun, hits water?
Yeah, I know.
What happens? What
Yeah, I
happens?
know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Like,
well, what happened? Tell me what happened.
I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for, but I'll say
When
the
the
water
heat
gets hot enough, it turns
Yeah.
into a gas,
and
right?
what
And then it
happens?
just
What happens? What happens?
it's lighter than the air around it, so it goes up.
It goes up.
Yeah,
Up.
because it's
Up.
lighter than the air around it.
But it
right?
goes up.
So does helium.
No.
It goes up.
No.
What do you mean no?
It
Do you
doesn't
know
go
about
up.
the evaporation cycle? I
That
guess
she goes
not.
down.
So
Gravity. GG.
no, gravity's not GG. Evaporation cycle, the gas goes up, Jaybird. You just said it yourself. What happens to gravity at that moment? Did it forget to turn on?
No, it's just because the air
Okay.
around it's denser, right?
So yeah, but the air around it's not denser. The evaporation of the gas, because it's light, it goes up in the air. So gravity doesn't
Well, 'cause
hold gas. It doesn't hold gas. It doesn't have anything to do
that's
with
like
gas.
saying if you put a buoy like below the water
No.
and
But
you're
we're
like,
dealing with
oh,
a
it
buoy.
raised up to the
Yeah,
surface. Well,
we're
now there's no
dealing with a
water.
buoy. We're
It's
dealing
almost
with
like
a
you're saying there's no
buoy. No,
water.
it's not analogous. Not analogous. We're dealing with a
How
buoy and water.
so?
We're dealing with a buoy and water. We're not dealing with gas. Air
How
that
is
you
it
and I
not
breathe.
analogous though?
Listen to me when I say air that you and I breathe is not analogous to a buoy and water. It's not analogous.
Why
You have to
not
use
though?
something because we're talking about gas. Is a buoy
I know.
gas? Is a buoy gas? Is water gas?
No,
Jaybird?
I'm saying a buoy
Is
is
a
the
buoy and
substance
water
that
gas?
is.
Is it buoy and water gas? Are they either one of those gas?
And analogous doesn't mean something's the same. It means that
Yes,
it's
it fucking does,
analogous.
dude. It means it's
No, it means
then,
it's an if it was the same,
all
it
right.
wouldn't be analogous, right?
So you're saying right now that a buoy and water can be analogous to gas?
In air, yeah.
No.
Like in the atmosphere,
What
yeah,
direction? What
absolutely.
if you were to drop a buoy? What direction does it go?
If
If I
you
were
were to
to
hold a
drop
buoy
it in
underwater,
the
No, I
water,
need
it
him
would
to
go up.
answer the question. I need Jaybird to answer. If you drop a buoy, what direction does it go?
are you talking about in water or just like in
No,
general?
in air. If
Oh,
you
it
drop
go
a
down.
okay, if I have some water and I drop water in air, where does it go?
It goes down.
If I drop gas in air, where does it go?
Depends on the gas.
Right. Right. That right there means that it's not fucking analogous. What you just said, yeah,
What?
it means that it's not analogous. You just
Whoa.
No,
made a statement. You just made a statement to
so
debunk that it's not analogous. Right there. Boom.
Okay,
okay,
so what does this prove?
Got it? Do you get it now?
so
I
helium
need you to,
is to like.
Jaybird, I need you to get it, Jaybird, before we
I
progress.
disagree. I
It
disagree.
doesn't matter. This isn't agree to disagree. This is right and wrong, sir. You're wrong in to say that it's an analogous. I've just debunked it right in that simple sentence, but your pride is stinging you right now. You don't want to say that you admit it because you got to save face, right? In the middle of all these people. But you don't know any of these people. So you just got to take a little humble pie and say you were wrong. That's all.
So what's your point though?
The point is when we're talking about gas pressure is defined by the walls of its container. So therefore, if you're saying gravity is a container, what do you think I'm going to need? If you're saying that the claim is gravity is a container, what do you think I would require?
I'm so confused.
Pretty simple.
Yeah,
if you
you,
say if
you
you
had
say
me up until now.
if you say gravity is a container, like Jaybird is saying right now, he says gravity is a container. And I said, no, it's not. Gravity is not a container because look at the evaporation cycle. With the evaporation cycle, you know that when heat warms that water, what's water going to do? Anyone?
Do you know
Evaporate.
that gravity does have
Yeah,
a pull
evaporate. And what's the direction of
gases, right?
evaporation?
You
What's
trying
the
to say-
direction? What's the direction that when the evaporation cycle happens, what direction does that gas go?
Yeah, it goes up. What's your point?
Okay. It's not going down like gravity wants to, right?
That's not how
Holding
gravity
things
works.
It's
Well,
because it's
how does
lighter than the
gravity work?
oxygen around
Tell
Why
me
do you
how. Wait a
think?
minute.
Why do
Tell
you
me
and
how
think
gravity
temperature
works.
has something to do with this too.
I
Why do
know,
you think all the
but
gases
gas
don't
isn't going down like
from the
everybody
atmosphere?
thinks. See, you
Why do you think that?
look at Matthew's. Look at Matthew's.
What do you think holds the atmosphere together?
Dude?
Holds all our
Can I
gases.
ask a quick question?
No, there's already 2 other questions on the table. Why are you gonna ask a third one? 2 people
So
are
then I
talking.
can switch the conversation to a
Can I
Not
ask him a
really.
question?
No,
Can I
you're
ask him a
gonna have to
question?
let the guy
You
actually
understand
answer.
that gravity pulls on the gas which forms our atmosphere, right?
Gravity what?
Gravity pulls on the gases which form our atmosphere. You know that, right?
You're cutting out, dude.
Sorry. The gravity pulls on the gases which form our atmosphere. If there was no gravity, the atmosphere would just keep on leaking at an
You're
exponential rate.
fucking cutting out like a McDonald's drive-through,
Yeah.
bro.
No, I understood that.
Yeah, he said something
Can I
about
ask you a
gravity
question?
pulling down. Yeah, T-Dub, what you got, man?
I was just going to ask the fella that was talking about the different densities of gases. Okay, so one goes up because the other's denser, right? And one's lighter. So it's going to ask him how you demonstrate that to us. How would you demonstrate that?
Are you talking about me?
So
Yeah, you were the one, Jay Bird, I was talking to. He's referring to you.
How would I demonstrate that? I'd
how would you
have
give us an example of that? For instance, like in a classroom.
in a classroom. I'd have to look up a dense gas. I'd have
Butane.
Mutane.
Yeah,
Yes.
describe how you'd show it to us. How would you show it to
You
the
could
class?
you could flick a
basically, I'd
lighter and
put-
look underneath and see the
Dude,
gases
stop
coming off
talking.
of
Let
it.
the man answer, for God's
I'd
sake.
put a denser gas in a balloon, and I'd put like helium in a balloon, right? And then based on their density,
so
if
in a
wait, go
container, the
ahead.
balloon's a container, right?
Yeah.
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 You're demonstrating gas pressure in a container, not gravity. Gravity has to be the container, Jay Bird, not.
I'm confused. I thought.
Yeah, because your example was
Gravity is
that.
a force, not like it's a
Dude, you're cutting out bad. You're trying to get in, but you're cutting out.
Wait, how would I? Okay. So, what I could do if you didn't want me to put it in a container, the balloons would be so you could see it easily. I guess you could dye the gas, and then you could just pour it out of a container. And with the one that's denser than air would fall, and you could see that. And then the one that's lighter than air would rise, and you could see that.
What are you talking about? Like, what are you?
What
What
do
gases?
you mean? What am I
What
talking
gases are you even doing? And what are you? What are you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Apparently, mutane is denser than air. That's what somebody said. I'd have to look that up to
Yeah,
be
but
sure.
why are you? You're gonna get sabotaged by somebody else's answers. This is why I don't like other people talking. Because if we wreck you for this, then you're gonna be like, dude, why did you feed me that fucking answer?
Well,
So
no. I mean, if he didn't say it, I can just Google one real quick. It would be no different. Like what I'm saying is,
okay, so
I would find
so
a
so you're
gas that
right.
is apparently denser than
I
air.
know that,
I would
but
color it.
the point is gravity has to be a container containing the gas.
That's not true.
That was what Jaybird said.
Well, the whole idea of
define
gravity isn't the
container.
almighty force. I mean, it
Well,
holds gas to a certain extent.
Dude,
That's
this
why we
wasn't
form an
what you. I
atmosphere.
know. Maybe that's what you're saying. That's not what he said, though. So you're saying another thing that he didn't say. Do you want me to address what you said versus what he
What, the
said?
atmosphere?
Yeah. He didn't say what you said. So you're making a whole other point. So I have to let him finish giving what he was talking about versus you jumping in the middle and making a whole other point. So
The true point, though. But yeah, go
the
ahead.
true point. Well, so his point's not true.
I mean, if it's going against that, then yeah, it's definitely unfactual.
Well, just wait till he. We'll get to you in a minute. But
So
Jay
let's say
Bird,
you
did you
have.
finish your? Give me your example real quick.
So let's say you have a very flimsy. Yeah, let's say you have a very flimsy spring. Okay, incredibly flimsy, very easy to like push inwards. Okay, and then you've got some kind of force. In my worldview, would be gravity. You could imagine maybe a really strong like air current or something, like something blowing on it really hard. When it puts force on that spring, it's gonna like bend inwards, right? So I'm imagining air density on Earth, like gravity is putting force on it and it's constricting the air to where it gets denser and denser. And then I'm also imagining that air works similarly to water, and different gases, the different densities of gas work similarly as if you throw like a brick into water versus throwing a buoy into water. Whatever is denser than air is going to fall. Whatever's not as dense as air is going to rise to a point. Does that make sense?
To a point, no, that doesn't make any sense. So I would say it
Okay,
this
well,
way. I would say it this way. If you're talking about gravity being a container, then that would be how do you achieve pressure? Like if you say, let's use gravity to
well,
achieve pressure.
so if you used air and blew on that spring, it's constricted slightly because it's so flimsy. It
No.
has pressure being
You
like
can't
forced onto it, right?
you can't maintain pressure that way. You don't maintain pressure that way.
What do
There's
you
no
mean?
pressure because like let's say you do that. What happens after a little bit? What's going to happen to the pressure?
To the spring?
The pressure that you put on the spring, like you said, let's blow on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's gonna happen in a little bit once you're not blowing on it?
Well, that's when you're not blowing on it.
I
But in my
know, that's
worldview,
what I'm
gravity would
saying.
always be enacting on
I
it,
know,
right?
and this is the bad analogy that you're using because when you blow on it, it's gonna stop after you stop blowing on it,
Well,
right?
I didn't say you're using your mouth though. I'm saying like it's
So,
it.
well, if you're
Okay.
saying a constant pressure, right?
Yes.
Constant.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
not showing me a constant pressure.
Oh,
Your analogy is you're blowing on it and only certain times it's getting pressure, not constant.
okay, let's say you had a device that was
You're changing your
always
analogy
on.
one now again. Here's the thing
I
though.
can't tell if you're being good faith or not,
You're
honestly.
jumping through hoops right now to try to figure out what sticks. And for now, gravity is not a constant like pull down to earth. It's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, dude. And I'll address you
It's
in a moment.
okay.
So
Sure.
Jaybird, you're saying
Yeah.
that with gas, right? But
Yeah.
I showed you if that were true, every gas will be pulled down, right, Jaybird, or not?
Every gas? No.
Every gas.
Well, it would be pulled to a point, but it wouldn't
Well,
all fall like to the
okay.
ground,
So
right?
is gravity the strongest on the surface? Yes or no?
Compared to like above the surface, yeah.
Oh my God. On the surface, is gravity stronger if you're going higher in elevation?
Oh, the higher you go, the weaker it is.
Okay, so it's stronger on the surface, right?
Yes.
Okay. So by that logic, then gravity should do a lot of work on the surface versus less work when it gets higher in elevation, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do we see that?
Yes.
No. I've already
Oh,
debunked it. I told you,
okay.
evaporation cycle, there's a gas going up. It should be strongest on the surface, but you got water getting heated by the sun and evaporation, there it goes up. It's not holding the gas. It's not
Like a buoy in
holding anything.
water.
Gases are not contained by gravity. There's nothing that you can say that's going to rescue this. However, I will say this, that denser gases will be moving in a different direction, but that doesn't negate the fact that other gases will actually rise. So in that instance, gravity that's supposed to be holding everything down will not hold everything down in a constant pressure. Doesn't do that. So you don't have, it doesn't work on gases. Gases move freely and omnidirectionally in all directions. Just that's the way it is. Gases move freely. So even the heavy gas you're talking about, at some point it will dissipate and it'll be going everywhere. So it's not going to just stay on the ground. Gases don't operate that way. You should know this if you understand gases. Even though the ones you say fall, what happens after some time? It dissipates and it goes back in every direction.
I would assume that's
That's
because
what
it's like
gases do.
dissolving. Yeah, it's like
That's what
dissolving.
gases do. They do not stay on the ground. The gases don't do that. None of them do.
It's like whenever you pour a food coloring into water.
I know
You
that,
know?
but
Yeah.
after time, the gas will dissipate and it'll go into any and all directions. It doesn't
Like the
have a
food coloring.
vector. Gas doesn't have a vector. It goes every vector, all directions. This is what gases do. Even the ones you think that are heavier than air, they
Well, then
still
why do you?
over time they will dissipate and go into any and all directions.
So why do you think some gases act differently than others?
All gases, Jaybird,
Sorry,
every single one.
let me rephrase. So why do you? How would you explain one gas dropping to the floor immediately when I pour it out versus another gas rising immediately?
A concentration of gases, right? Whatever it is, whatever type of gas you're using, will be more dense than air. Some are lighter than air. Either
Oh,
way,
okay.
either
Yeah.
way, either way, it's not an explanation for gravity holding gases because of the fact that over time, the heavier gas that was heavier than air will dissipate and then freely move into any and all directions still. And the gravity will not be doing anything to that gas over time. It will disperse into any and all directions, therefore debunking once again the idea that gravity is holding gases. It does not do that. Otherwise, we'd have a layer cake, a literal layer cake of gases, if that were true. You don't have that.
I guess I just disagree.
It doesn't matter. It's not a agree to disagree. You're just wrong. It's a right or wrong position.
I
If you were
promise you, it's
if
an
you
agree
were
to disagree.
yeah, it's not. Your position and your worldview, you don't want to be wrong, so you're going to hold on to your belief, saying I agree to disagree. But in this scenario, you're just wrong because gases, as I demonstrated to you, are not held down by gravity. Because even your heavier gases, if as they flow on the ground, over time will dissipate and then go into any and all directions once again. That's not gravity does not enact itself on gases. That is you can take to the bank. However, temperature does. Temperature can give
Unless you'd like
gases
to
variance.
debunk, unless you'd like to debunk. Now, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, and I'm not saying go down it, but unless you'd like to debunk climate change, you keep going ahead and thinking that your heavier gases just sink to the ground.
Yeah.
That is the worst argument I've ever.
But I'm telling you right now, guys.
I can't.
If you're,
I
if
don't know
you're
enough
clinging,
about climate change.
So many
I know.
people are just so
Like,
weird.
don't go to that right now. That's a little snicker for you guys. But listen, if you're thinking that gases are held by gravity, you're not just agreeing to disagree. You're actually wrong on this subject. You can look this up in any place that you want to. You're going to find out that your heavy gas, the ones you always saying, well, look, we got some sulfur hexafluoride and it just gets poured into a fish tank. Yeah. What happens over time? The sulfur hexafluoride will dissipate and then it'll go into any and all directions. Once again, defeating gravity. Again, your heavy gas. So yeah, gases aren't affected by gravity. It's just, guys, you really got to get with the times here. If you
Gas
had an
isn't
argument,
affected by gravity.
it's
That's the
not affected
craziest
by
statement.
fucking gravity, dude. Are you serious?
Okay, so
Are
then
you for
why?
real?
So then why does gas stay in our atmosphere then?
No.
Why does gas stay in our atmosphere then? Tell me.
Why does gas stay in our atmosphere?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why does it stay in our atmosphere? It's
Well, why is it all there?
It's produced on the ground level. Do you know that?
So why doesn't it just go to space? Just
I'm
keep
asking
on
you.
going
Well,
all
this is
directions.
sir, this is the issue. This is the reason why I'm talking to you guys because you think that there's a cosmic vacuum up there, and so
Oh, that's what you think? There's not? Oh my god, that changed a lot of things. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that you weren't here for that part of the conversation.
Okay, so then I'm sorry, I wasn't then. So then how would you I don't want to restate old conversations.
I mean,
how would you explain the sun then?
I know we just got out of it with Jaybird, but like so far as I'll wrap it up with this much because I really do have to get going. But I will say this much, that in order for us to have gas pressure, who am I speaking to?
Who, me?
Debate warrior.
Yeah.
Listen, in order to have gas pressure will be defined by its container, and I'll put it to you in a conditional statement like this, right? Because I actually have it written down, so I'm just going to go through my little spiel. It's very short, I promise. Gas pressure requires a container in a conditional statement. This is because gas pressure is defined as the force per unit area exerted by gas on the walls of its container. Without a container, there's no surface for the gas molecules to collide with, and therefore no pressure. Therefore, in a conditional statement, if the container is not present, then the gas pressure cannot be defined.
Well,
so
all you're saying is cool and all, but many of the factors that can debunk you, your whole argument is just saying, oh, that doesn't exist. Like space, right? Like obviously it does exist. And that's why things are atmosphere stay there because of gravity. But yeah, it's easy to, say, oh, well,
you're reading into it. Hang on, debate warrior. Don't read into it, dude. Don't read into it. What I'm telling you is that if you have a container for gas pressure, that means you cannot have a cosmic vacuum like they tell you.
Because what container? Why do you saying container?
I'm trying to tell you this. You can't define gas pressure without having a container. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to be contained. In other words, this system that we're all in right now is a closed system. It's not open like the globe would say, the rockets and
it is though.
All kinds of stuff. Well, that's what you imagine it to be. And I know why.
Can you prove how it's not?
I told you gas pressure is defined by its container. So this gas pressure that we have here on Earth is contained by the container. And there's no way to negate that unless you're trying to say that the second law of thermodynamics is bullshit. Because you're going to have to deal with how
gravity pulls on our atmosphere, which that atmosphere of gases forms a container, but no one's saying that the gravity itself is the container.
No, incorrect. You're
that
not
is correct though.
No, it's not. This is your assertion.
Prove it.
I just debunked
you didn't
other
actually.
gentlemen.
You just said there is no container. Or no, sorry, I said there is a container, and that's proven because there is no vacuum. There is no outer world. So because of that, it's all one system. I'm saying gravity isn't a container, but because it pulls on certain gases, those gases form a container called the atmosphere.
Gases, bro.
And so when gases go up into the atmosphere, they get trapped by it.
What gas does it pull?
Carbon, oxygen, hydrogen.
All right. Stay with that. Where do you see on Earth gravity pulling those gases?
I can't see gases.
Okay, so how are
With
you
the naked
defining it that
eye,
way?
I couldn't see it.
Then how are you defining it then?
Okay, can you see Ebola?
Dude, fucking answer the question. How are you defining
Answer
it?
my question. Can you see Ebola?
It's not analogous, dude.
Can you see cancer cells with your naked eye?
You're not a debate
Your
warrior.
point just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does.
Is that your defense? You can't see it, so it doesn't exist?
The defense is that you haven't defined how gas pressure
Can
is
you
held
see
by
Ebola?
gravity. Don't fucking talk about Ebola.
Well,
Stick to
okay,
gas,
that's
bro.
fine, but then don't make those like random ass statements. That
It's
didn't make
not
any
random
fucking
statement,
sense.
you dumbass. It's a fucking
You
to the
basically
point.
just said, "Do you see it? Oh, you can't. Doesn't exist."
Then how are you
the
defining it?
worst-
How
that's
the
the
fuck are you?
worst thing.
How the fuck all those gases you just said? How are you defining it that gravity is a container and pulling them down? How the fuck do you know that?
Gravity is a container. I never said that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know? I never said it was. I just said that.
You just fucking.
I
Oh my
said
God,
that
dude.
gravity pulls
Are you for
on
real?
gases, and
How
those
do you know
gases
that?
in form
How the fuck do you
create
know
a
that?
container
How do you know that?
through years and years and years of science.
Okay,
Done
that's
by
a blanket
amazing
fucking statement.
individuals.
That's a blanket statement. Tell me how. So show me the method.
Okay, so I'll show you. So I will
I don't
prove to
know.
you gravity pulls on gases. I'll prove to you right now. I'll send you a whole document.
This is called an elephant hurling fallacy. Tell me with your
Oh.
own words. Yeah, tell me with your
Well,
own words.
I don't think anybody in here is a PhD scientist. I mean,
Tell
if
me
they are,
with
you
your
can speak
own
up.
words, dude. How does
So
gravity
you're saying that
enact
because
on
I
gas?
don't hold any authority of science, I
asking
can't
for
speak on
you
these things?
I'm asking for you to provide evidence on how
I'm
gravity
about
is
to.
enacted.
I'm going to show you work done by amazing individuals.
All right, stop. I need you to tell me how. I don't need you to shoot me some long PDF or some damn citation. Tell me in your own words, because you know, dude.
Do you want me to give you like the math equation for it? Like,
no, bro.
proof are you looking
Listen,
for?
Listen. You just said certain gases are being pulled by gravity. Yes
Yes.
or no?
So you're asking me how does gravity
Wait.
pull on gases?
No. On those gases that you mentioned, right? Those gases you
Yes.
mentioned. How does gravity pull those gases? I need a demonstration. What
Okay,
are
so,
you going to
okay,
show
so the
me?
question is, how does gravity pull on those certain gases in our atmosphere?
Yeah.
Okay, I will give you proof of it right now. I will show you how it's done. I'm not a scientist. I
Right.
can't give you every intricate detail of how
I
gravity
don't
works
want
on
an
gases.
intricate detail. I want a demonstration of what you're saying is true. I don't
A
want an intricate detail.
demonstration? You want me to fucking
Yeah.
pull my camera on? Again, you cannot see gas with your naked eye.
Then how the fuck do you know
I
it's
can't-
doing what
I-
it's doing? How do you know it's doing what it's doing?
Okay, let me ask you this: does Ebola exist? Yes or no?
How do you know that gases are doing
How
what
do you
they're
know
doing?
Ebola is real?
No.
How is
that's your
COVID
cop-out.
real?
That's your cop out.
But that's basically what you're saying because you can't see it doesn't exist.
No. I want you to
Makes
provide.
no sense, bro.
I
It's
want
okay,
you. Yeah,
debate
you could
warrior. I
laugh.
got
You
you.
could laugh.
It's
You
okay.
could laugh. But here's the thing I want you to do.
This
You
is
just
the dumbest take.
You need to shut up and control yourself. I'm asking for you to demonstrate what you're saying is true. Your little buddies think you're funny and all that, but you haven't provided a demonstration of what you're saying to be true. So I'm the one that's actually having a laugh here because you haven't shown yourself to be proving anything. You're saying words, and then I'm asking you for your demonstration, and you're not providing. And what should I do? Look at Ebola. Ebola, dude, are you fucking serious? Stand up for your claim and give me some evidence for it. Go ahead.
Well, I was
Tell
about to
me.
give you evidence, but then you said, no, you do it. How am I going to
Do
do
you
it?
have
I'm
evidence?
I'm in my bedroom, not in a laboratory.
I know that. Do you have evidence for your claim? Yes or no?
Yeah, I will show you many articles. Sure.
Many articles. I don't need many articles. Tell me in your own
Why?
fucking
Is that
tell me-
evidence?
Tell me in your own words how it's possible. Can you do that? You got words. You can speak them. Just tell me in your own words. How does it happen?
So tell you in my own words how gravity pulls on gases.
Sure. How does it do it?
Okay. Why can't
Let me see
I
if I
just
can
prove?
help.
Okay,
Let
go
me
ahead.
see if I can help. Thank you. Gas has weight. The thing that is exerting that
God.
force of weight
You're not.
is
You're
what
not.
we.
Oogie. You're not gonna derail.
Just muted him, bro.
Yeah,
What?
because because this is your claim, not his. You need to be the one to say it, not him.
Well, he agrees with me though, so why can he have a say in it?
He agrees with you. How do you know what he's gonna say?
Let's hear him out. We should hear what he has to say.
How do you know what he's gonna say?
I don't know what he's gonna say.
Then how do you know he agrees with you?
Because he's obviously making a claim that gravity does.
You can't get away from this.
This is so he's about to explain why gravity pulls on gases. Why would he explain it?
It's your claim.
If he doesn't believe in it.
Yeah.
It's not his
You
claim.
explain
it's yours.
it.
It's your claim.
How do you know?
Why would he explain something if he doesn't believe in it? That makes no sense.
I don't want to talk to him. I want to talk to you.
You answer his question, right? You answer Veritas's question. How
I
do
don't
you know
the exact
gravity
to
pulls on
explain
gases?
why gravity pulls on gases. I'm not that level of math. But I'm trying to show you articles.
Thank you, debate warrior. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you very much.
So I can't have an opinion on any piece of science or any facet of nature if I'm not a scientist with a PhD.
Okay, you bloviate too fucking much, dude. Really, if you don't have the answer, be gracious enough to say, "Oh, I don't have the answer," and stop fucking waffling like you are. There was no answer provided, and you said I don't have the evidence. Good. That's all I need to hear, and that's all your buddy who was snickering needs to hear, that you didn't have the evidence. Now, on to Oogie. Let's hear what he's got to say. I don't need to hear you bloviate anymore, debate warrior. You can have a seat. I'm going to unmute you, but if you keep bloviating, I'm going to mute you again. I'm going to unmute you because I don't think you need to be muted. But
Who, me?
If you can't control yourself, I will mute you again.
Well, I just looked it up, so let me give my answer now.
No, you're not going to give a fucking answer. I'm done. We're done.
We're done now?
Yeah, we're done. You didn't give an
answer,
bro.
I'm about to. I just looked.
Sorry. I'm going to go to Oogie now because you didn't provide an answer. Okay. Oogie, go ahead.
Matter has a weight. The force creating weight is what we call gravity. Gases are matter that also have weight. Therefore, they have gravity because the thing that we describe, the causing of weight, is gravity. That's what we call it. That's what we call this force.
You know what we're going to ask for now, don't you?
Go ahead, T-Dub.
Nope.
Well, because you've invoked a cause and effect relationship in nature, we're going to have to go ahead and ask you how that was validated by experiment using the scientific method, because that's how you validate natural cause and effects relationships.
Things have weight, and the thing that is causing that weight, we name gravity. Like, what are you asking?
He's really lost in this, T-Dub. You're gonna have a long time with this guy. Is there another mod in here right now? Am I the only mod?
One. And
Lulu, are you
Heretic's in here.
Well, Heretic's maybe taking it.
Isn't he? Is he here?
Yeah.
I see him in the list.
All right. I'm gonna jet, so I'm just gonna leave because I don't know who's moderating right now, but I'm gonna take off. So.
Yeah, no worries. We got it.
All right. Peace. Later, guys.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
T-Dub, you got this right. Because I lied. I don't got this.
Right. It's all good. Yeah. So we're talking about cause and effect relationships within nature, right? We validate those cause and effect relationships by way of the scientific method, which is we observe a phenomenon occur and we do some research, and then we wonder what caused it, and then we propose a cause, and then we set up an experiment. So we develop a hypothesis, right? And then test that hypothesis in an experiment. Manipulation of the independent variable in a controlled environment. And the independent variable is what you think is going to cause the effect, the thing that you observed in nature occurring. So if you're going to invoke that gravity is the cause of weight, then you're going to have to go ahead and validate that with the scientific method.
Like, you can do science without changing an independent variable, right? All you need is a testable prediction, a novel testable prediction. That's all you need, right? You don't need to control necessarily in every type of scientific experiment. right? And so if I'm able to create a novel testable prediction, like if I drop this thing, it will accelerate the closer that it gets to a massive object, and it does that, then I've created and tested a novel testable prediction. That's the
No,
scientific.
you've just made an observation. That's just making an observation, sir.
No, that's making that's making a testable prediction using the scientific method.
No,
If you disagree, then you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. You're just making shit up.
No, I'm sorry, but it is you who misunderstand what the scientific method is. Because the scientific method strictly is observing a phenomena, developing a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis by manipulation of the independent variable to see if it has
You're
an
just
effect
making up that
on the
last part.
dependent variable. Absolutely
Like
not.
you had it all right until you added a manipulation of an independent variable. The fact that you have to add this
exactly
thing,
what you have to do.
the fact that you're adding this thing that isn't necessitated in science, right? All you have to do is have an idea, create a hypothesis, and test that hypothesis. You're adding this other
No, sir,
thing
because
to make
that
it
would be affirming.
unfalsifiable because
No, you've made it.
it's a
No,
dishonest
you've
debate
made it
tactic.
unfalsifiable. No, you've made it unfalsifiable because
No, it is
because you,
falsifiable. It is falsifiable
no, it is not.
because
You have
it's a
just
novel testable prediction. If I make a novel testable prediction, right, and it doesn't follow that prediction, then it is therefore falsified. It is not unfalsifiable. It is by definition falsifiable. If I make a prediction and it doesn't follow that prediction, then it is falsifiable. It's falsified.
what you've done is called affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
No, it's not. You're making shit up.
No, I'm not. So you give me an
How
example.
is how,
Give me an
tell,
example of this happening.
tell me how it's affirming the consequent to say that if we make a prediction and we are able to test that prediction and the prediction comes true, then that's evidence towards the hypothesis. How is that affirming the consequent?
Because it ignores
It's not a
other
prediction, mate.
possibilities.
It's a cause and effect relationship. That's what it is. It's cause and effect, not predictions.
Exactly. That's right. We're talking about a cause and effect relationship of something.
Zoidberg, wait, pause.
The cause of
Zoidberg, can you
something
mute your
you've
mic so I can hear
observed
you
occurring
eating?
in nature.
Testable
apologize.
prediction
Nothing to do with
grant
predictions.
credence
Nothing to
is
do with
evidence.
predictions.
What do you mean? Predictions are part of the scientific method. Being able to create novel testable
It's a
predictions
cause and
is
effect
part of
relationship.
science.
It's a cause and effect relationship.
It's a special kind of prediction where you predict that when you manipulate the independent variable, it will have a specific outcome, a dependent variable, right? The thing you observed occurring in nature.
He must have a crystal
Special
ball, that guy.
kind of prediction.
Have you got a
Right.
crystal ball, mate? Have you got a crystal ball predicting things, have you?
What I want you to do is go on your chat GPT right now and ask if a scientific experiment requires you to change the independent variable. Go do that right now. Please.
What is the independent variable?
Please. I just said that you don't have to change the independent variable. The independent variable is null. It's a red herring. You don't need to do that. Go ask your chat GPT. Go do that. If you're right, it should just say you're right.
Who cares what ChatGPT says?
And I've already done this. And
Can
it
do
said
you
you're
one
wrong.
better. Have a look in the chat. Ready? Okay. I'm going to give you some citations.
I'm driving a semi. I'm not.
I can read them out for you. How's that? So from thoughtco.com, a hypothesis is a tentative answer to a scientific question. A testable hypothesis is a hypothesis that can be proved or disproved as a result of testing data collection or experience. Only testable hypotheses can be used to conceive and perform an experiment using the scientific method. Requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, two criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove that the hypothesis is true. It must be possible to prove that the hypothesis is false. It must be possible to produce the results of the hypothesis. Okay. From Colorado State University, a scientific hypothesis. A special kind
nothing
of...
you said went against what I said.
Yeah, okay. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Right. Where's this one from? Anyway, I'll put them in there for you to have a look at.
Yeah, I would have to see the whole thing because
Here we go. A hypothesis. Hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts or predicts how changing one part of an experiment will affect the results. It is not a guess. As in a prediction. It is an informed and well thought out prediction that requires background information. You can also think of it as a cause effect statement, right? It's not just a guess. You don't just.
I never
It's
said
not
it was
just a guess. Basically, you were. Because without manipulation or variation of the independent variable, that's all you will be doing is guessing, and committing and affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
Yeah, the independent variable is the factor in an experiment that the researcher initially manipulates or changes to observe its effects. It's not a fucking prediction. Wind your neck in.
Very English of you.
What is happening right now? I feel like I'm tripping.
They seem to think that if you come up with a novel testable prediction without changing the independent variable, it must therefore be just a random guess. I don't know. It's just some
Affirming the
illogical
consequent
bullshit.
formological fallacy where you've said if this, then that, right? Oh, I observed that, therefore this, right? If P, then Q. Q, therefore P. Yes, that's exactly what you've said. You've made a prediction. If this thing that I think, right, then we'll observe something happening, right? Oh, look at that. We observed something happening. Exactly what we thought we were going to observe. Therefore, we were right. That's exactly what affirming the consequent formological fallacy is.
No, because I said it's providing evidence for that conclusion, not that that conclusion is necessarily true, given that the prediction.
Not a prediction.
Yeah, you say that, but you're wrong.
Crystal balls make predictions, son.
Isn't this the source that you put in the chat that says it is an informed and well thought out prediction that requires background information?
Special kind of prediction where you're going to provide an educated supposition, right, of what the cause of something that you saw occurring in nature is, right? Test what you think the cause is. You vary and manipulate it, and it will have the positive outcome or the negative outcome. You'll either prove the alternative hypothesis or your null hypothesis.
Positive or the null.
That's
the null.
Right. Yeah. That's what makes it falsifiable.
Falsifiability is just the ability for it to be shown false. Right? If you make a prediction and something doesn't, if the experiment doesn't match the prediction, then it has been falsified.
When you manipulate your independent variable and you either get the alternative outcome or the null outcome. Exactly.
Where are you getting this? That in manipulating the independent variable is the only way to test a hypothesis. Where you get
The Earth is flat.
How else are you going to know what caused the thing you observed occurring in nature?
you make an observation, and based on that observation, you come up with an idea of how that thing may be working. Based on that idea and the observations, you come up with a prediction.
Yes, a
Yes.
prediction of
So you see
how
water.
the independent variable will affect
Yeah.
the dependent variable. Sorry,
Holes.
Dick.
So I'm just saying you can use it with how water boils. You see water boiling. What's causing the water to boil? What's your hypothesis? Well, it's heat. So you can vary and manipulate the heat. Does the heat make the water boil? Yeah.
Well, the independent variable there is the
Yeah,
water, right?
we did this the other day. So yes, you can do an experiment by manipulating the independent variable, but that's not necessarily the only way to do it, right? If your motorbike isn't starting, you can make a novel testable prediction. You can predict that if the battery is the problem, then when you turn the key on, the headlight is not going to come on. You turn the key on, the headlight doesn't come on. You have tested the prediction. The
We're talking
prediction
about
has come
natural
true.
science, mate. That's not natural science. What are you talking about?
The fuck are you talking about?
I'm not talking
making
about fucking motorbikes, mate. I'm talking about fucking natural science, not a fucking motorbike.
Guys,
You
I
dumb.
think you guys agree with each other, honestly. I
No, they
think
don't.
if you defined no, I
Oh
think they do.
shit.
I think if you guys define what you mean by an independent variable, you're gonna find out that you agree with each other.
I
There's
did
always an
specify
independent
what that
variable,
is.
but it's very
I
vague.
specified what it is. I specified what it is. It's the thing that you think the effect that you observed in nature. And I read out in the citation that it must be something that exists in reality, and it must be tangible, and you must be able to manipulate or vary it.
Oogie, why are you saying there isn't an independent variable?
Need to
Or
be
doesn't have to be?
manipulation of an independent variable
Well,
in order to
with your
conduct.
example, wasn't pulling the battery out manipulation of the motorcycle, which was the independent
No,
variable?
that's just the test.
But the
It's not an
So
observed
I feel like
phenomenon.
that's the manipulation, though, isn't it?
It's not even an observed phenomenon. What are you talking about?
I mean, it does count as being like the scientific method. I think he's correct on that.
you're watching
No,
something fall,
no,
right?
it doesn't at all, mate. You don't even know what you're talking about.
What do you what you mean? No, it's literally you can use the scientific method with just about anything. It's a
Oh, my
valid
Use a
car's
test, so
similar
you just know what
method.
you're talking
hang on,
about.
hang on, my motorbike's not working. I'll just get the scientific method book out the fucking glove box.
Yeah, man, that's how you do it. I mean, honestly, that's how you debug code. That's how you
Use a
that's how you
similar
troubleshoot.
principle to try and help you find problems.
I won't phone the garage for the mechanic. I won't look at the service manual. I'll look at my scientific method book of why my bike won't work. You dipshit.
Well, as a car mechanic,
Yeah.
Agree
as
to
a car
disagree.
mechanic
Why do you
myself,
have
I
to?
can
Why do you have to
confirm.
insult him? Like this is so unnecessary.
Yeah, but as a car
Anyway,
mechanic
look,
myself, I can confirm we do apply like basic principles of like
Yeah,
scientific method.
because
yeah,
it's called Principles of Motor Mechanics or Motor Automatics.
Well,
It's the
you
name of
have
the
an
book.
idea of what is like
right.
malfunctioning, what is not
You're
working.
looking for a
That
solution to a
creates
problem, right?
predictions. Well, no, so
Yeah,
Fimo,
right. You're
like
looking for a
you're
solution to a problem. Okay, that's great, right? But getting back to what
mm,
Ugi was saying, right? We can watch something fall, right, in nature. Something could fall off a tree, like an apple, or a rock could fall off from a cliff, dislodge from a cliff, and fall, right? And then we can go, oh yeah, okay, I wonder what's causing that, right? And then we can start looking at the rate at which things fall in the medium of air, right? can start dropping things from different heights and counting, and then come up with an equation that predicts how long it will take something to fall from a certain height, right? Has that said anything, no matter what you think the cause is, magic fairies, bending of space-time, mass attracting mass, whatever you think it is, has that observation alone proved any causation? No.
I zoned out. I'm
It
sorry.
hasn't. You haven't proved any causation
You
just
see
by
something
simply observing
happening. You
something.
see something happening in nature. Yeah, you see something happening. You know, you want to know what caused that effect. Fucking simple.
And this is all to do with the whole idea that there's something pulling down on gas, right? Which we do not observe in reality. We simply don't.
So that with all matter, right? Things that have weight, right? If it has more weight, like a fluid, for example, the fluid with more weight will sink to the bottom, and the fluid with the lighter weight will stay at the top. Same thing happens with gases. It's all matter,
I
and
would
all
argue
matter
not.
has weight.
I would argue that it's more complicated than that, and that it's about density, right? And you're going to have to be specific. What's the area of what's the volume, the temperature? How much of one denser gas is there than the less dense gas, or vice versa, right? It's not going to be as simple as just saying that, right? Because over time, as Veritas explained to you, right? Over time, entropy is going to increase, and that denser gas, whatever effect you're observing in the moment, is temporary, and it's going to expand, diffuse into the larger available volume.
I was confused earlier about that. What exactly does that disprove? Or what is that supposed to challenge? It's a genuine question.
Gravity is holding gas down.
I don't see how that would. So it's like
Even
if you
if we
put
gave
Sphere.
you gravity.
you put a
Atmosphere. Sphere-shaped air. We don't have sphere-shaped air. Gas doesn't take the shape of the sphere unless it's in a spherical container. Gravity is not a container.
Our atmosphere is.
it doesn't have to be a container. You know, if you believe in gravity, I feel like it's well
You
explained.
lost me at believe. You lost me at believe.
Gravity does not affect gas.
Okay.
It's contained in the atmosphere.
If gravity exists, then a thing would have to reach escape velocity in order to leave. Any matter would have to reach escape velocity to leave that gravitation pull.
If.
Well, yeah.
Yes, if flat Earth is true and there is no gravity, I guess you would need a container. If right,
Sure, I agree with that.
Yeah, hypotheticals are a thing that we can do.
No.
Like if you're intelligent enough to entertain them, like
How about
they
this?
help us
If
understand
gas
things.
pressure, how about this, right? If gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container. That's a logical consistency argument.
I guess we just disagree
I think
that it
that is
needs a
affirming the
container.
That's called modus ponens, right? It's a logical consistency formal argument, right? It has a form. P then Q. P therefore Q. It's a valid argument. It's not affirming the consequent. I haven't said if P then Q. Q therefore P.
I think
well,
us saying
valid.
I think us saying if is just us extending an olive branch. I think it's just courtesy, right? Obviously, we believe that gravity, you know, exists. It's a given for us. So we wouldn't say if P to each other, right? But to you, it's like a form of courtesy, you know? I don't think
At
it
what
means
point?
anything.
Can
I
I ask
think
you
it's
a question?
odd that it's something you're pointing out.
Can I ask a gravity question? At what point or height does gravity start to pull the gas back down from when it leaves the Earth?
What do you mean? It would sink to the level of its weight in relation to other gases.
Gases,
So
the gas that's the gas that's
if
created.
you have a
I'm going to explain. You know, the
Right,
gas
go ahead.
the gas that's created at ground level and then expands out into the space to fill it and press upon its fucking walls. At what point does gravity start to pull it back down?
Well, it's just going to go to the level of its weight, right? Like if you have a heavy gas like chlorine gas, that's just going to sit on the ground, right? That's not going to escape into the atmosphere. If you have something really light, like helium, that's going to go pretty high in the atmosphere, but that's just not going to go up forever, right? If you release a balloon, it's only going to go so high.
What's the atomic weight of oxygen?
I don't know.
Don't know. Is it? It's 13.
I know it's got to be heavier than like ozone, right?
I think it's about. I think it's about.
No, it's not. It's not. That's what I was saying earlier, and you guys laughed at me. It's not.
Is it 400?
So it's 15.9 U, and O3 48 48 U, yeah.
What is that? What is? I don't know what atomic weight means.
So O3 is heavier than oxygen. You want to explain to me why people are worried about fucking the ozone layer and shit? Climate change? Carbon dioxide's heavier than oxygen. You know, why aren't we all breathing? Why aren't we all breathing carbon dioxide? Why isn't the oxygen all sitting on top of the fucking carbon dioxide? Why aren't we swimming in a pool of carbon dioxide and all the oxygen's up above us where we can't get to it?
Because there's so little carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, I believe.
Right, so what we observe isn't gas going down. We observe it expanding in all directions. What is this so-called atmosphere, right, in quotes? What's it inside of? What is it inside of?
T-Dub, can I ask you a question though, related to that?
No, yeah.
I agree that
Wait.
gas needs to be in a container to have pressure, but in the case of the Earth, we have only one side of the container, which is the ground. Where are the other sides? How can I experiment with them? How can I touch them? How can I see them? How can I do anything with them? Do I need to go in all directions to be able to reach the container walls? Like, what do I do?
That's just
You get muted for that kind of talk.
Why?
I'm not gonna
What did I
fucking
say?
mute. Shut the
I
fuck
never
up.
said anything.
You'll get muted for that kind of talk. How's that? Well done. Earned yourself a mute, dickhead.
No, but I agree with the premise that gas
Yeah,
needs to be in a container to have pressure. But how do I access the rest of the container besides the Earth, which is one side of the
unachievable.
container? Why is it
unachievable.
unachievable? Why?
Well, we just can't get there at this stage. I can't get high enough. I can't get far enough.
So are you telling me there's no way for us, like, we're gonna live and die without like ever being able to interact with it? That's terrible.
I am. Yeah, I am. I made my peace with that. That's cool.
So it's kind of weird that you guys have been kind of like demanding like this testable observation that we can change the independent variable in order to believe it. But now we have like this testable hypothesis of gravity, and you guys are just asserting that there's this thing because I don't know why this
You're
container.
asserting there's this thing. You're asserting there's this thing that is untestable.
What
I think
gravity
he's
is he
referring.
talking about? What gravity is he on about? Which one?
Let's not go there.
Well, are we talking about Newtonian gravity or?
Oh my God! So we're gonna go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
sorry. I didn't want to bring like anything up. Like I was just trying to guess a qualifying question. Jesus.
Well, last time this came up, I got muted for saying it's only one gravity. Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity are just two different ways of expressing the one
Yeah, I agree
gravity,
with
and
you.
I got
Yeah,
muted
sure.
for that.
Sure, I agree with you. The two theories describing the same evidential like phenomena.
Yeah, Newtonian
The other
gravity
guy
is
did to
the
get
law
muted by
of
saying, "I'm
gravity.
going to get muted if I say this." Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Newtonian gravity is the law of gravity, which explains what gravity does, whereas Einsteinian gravity is the theory of gravity, which explains why it does what it does.
What's the
I
difference
mean,
between
I think
neutronium and
gravity
plutonium?
is just the relationship between mass and between the masses of objects, right? That's what usually we mean when we say gravity, like how two objects interact with each other in accordance to
Yeah.
in taking consideration to the mass, right? I apologize,
Yeah,
I'm
but
sick.
in Einsteinian, there is no interaction, right? It's
Gas
mass.
doesn't go down, go boom, boom.
It's mass interacting with space-time, the fabric of space-time, right? It's not masses interacting with each other.
Yes, but functionally, it does act as if it is.
Mutually exclusive, dude. They are not the same in any way, shape,
I didn't
or form.
say that it was.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I didn't
Explaining
say
the same
that it
thing.
was. I just said that it acts as if it's a force. I didn't say it was.
Oh, so at the very least, can we agree that the idea of air not like falling off of the earth or whatever if it was a globe, can we agree that that's not necessarily evidence that gravity does not exist?
What?
So earlier, I think it was when I was talking to Veritas, he brought up gas not escaping the atmosphere as like evidence as to gravity not existing, right?
Look, what is what would tell you that gravity doesn't exist is the lack of scientific validation for its existence in the cause of anything.
I
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Keep going.
ignore that question. I'm tired. I think I got some things mixed up. My bad.
You keep going about atmosphere. You're going to need a radius for that, mate.
If you're holding a 10-pound weight in your hand, how much force is that weight exerting on your hand? 10 pounds, right? This is the way that matter interacts with other matter. Gases matter.
What does gravity have to do with anything, dude? Who gives a fuck about gravity? What does that have to do with anything?
It holds the ball together.
It does.
Has
It
anyone
keeps me
ever
on
seen
here.
gravity make a ball? Ever? Has anyone ever seen that?
I'm living on it.
Yeah, you're kind of living on it.
Have you ever seen a ball be made because of gravity?
Well, you wouldn't when you're in the gravity. Like
Okay,
you would
so
have to be
I'll take that
outside
as a
of the
no.
gravity.
I'll
I
take that
just
as a
said
no.
no. I
I
just
think if
said no.
I'd been close enough to see a ball create gravity, I'd probably be dead.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to if you're living on the Earth. Like
I'll take
if
that as a
gravity
no.
exists,
So
yeah,
why do you bring
you
it up?
should. You should take it as a no. Yeah, you wouldn't expect
Good.
to.
So why bring it up? What? I can't explain why things fall down. Therefore, the ground has to be a ball, right? Is that why you bring up
Exactly. Thank
gravity
you.
so much?
I never see mass attracting mass anywhere, ever.
You never
I have
see
a question.
magnet?
If I could ask it.
I'm kidding. Sure.
With regards to radius, on a flat Earth concept, how far is the furthest away you can fly? It's relevant to the question. I just need to know. So, how far is the furthest away you can get to the ice wall, so to speak?
When you say ice wall, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. Everyone has a different concept of what flat Earth is. You say the Earth is flat, so my question would be to determine a radius. Could you not fly around the world and use GPS to track the distance going from east to west all the way around? And as you got closer to the equator, the distance would be greater. And as you get south of the equator, the radius would be lower. Is the flight using GPS tracking a valid way to track the radius of what you were on? On a flat Earth model, wouldn't the radius constantly increase?
One thing you could do using Polaris underneath it at 90 degrees is keep moving back until you get to 0 degrees, and that'll take you to the equator using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
Is Polaris at the center of the flat Earth?
If you was underneath Polaris, you'll have a 90 degree. It'd be 90 degrees underneath it, be your zenith. As you move away from it, yeah, it appears to get lower. Appears to. When it hits the horizon, you'll be at 0 degrees. Yeah, that's the equator. Flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
So Polaris is the center of the flat Earth.
It's the center of a known point. We can like one Deg said, we can increase our distance away from that 90-degree point and keep measuring flat Earth elevation angles to it, which will slowly decrease until it gets to a point where it's 0.
Why are there two central points?
I don't know that there is.
I mean, there's Polaris and there's the Southern Cross. Like if you track the star trails, there are two central points.
Sorry. Yeah, I've got to correct you. I'm sorry. The Southern Cross is not a southern celestial pole. It just simply isn't. It's a misconception. It's a misunderstanding by northerners. You'd like to say northern hemispherians?
Well, I didn't involve that.
Yeah, you said the Southern Cross. It's not representative of the
Well,
Southern
that's just what it's called.
Yeah, it's not though. It's a constellation which is like it's like I don't know how many degrees away from the supposed celestial South Pole, right? But it's not. You're talking about Sigma Octantis, which is it's a star that isn't even visible with the naked eye, and apparently can only be seen with super high-powered observatory telescopes.
Sure, but that's not really what I was talking about. What I was talking about is the fact that if you do a time lapse of both the Polaris and what we call the Southern Cross, whatever you want to call that, you'll see a star trail, right? You'll see it going around in a circle, the stars around these central areas, right? That would be expected if Earth was a ball spinning on an axis. You would have two central points of star trails, right? Why would you have that on a flat Earth?
Because it's only from the individual's point of view.
You only
Right.
see that when you change your position. It has nothing to do with what shape you're on. Everything that happens in the sky is dependent on your position horizontally on the ground.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It's just optical. And the star trails only show one motion, which means either the stars are moving in one motion or the Earth is moving in one motion.
But if I go to, like, okay, if I'm at the North Pole, right, and I start heading in one direction, any direction you want, right, and I go as far as I can.
Mate, you're going to need an R value for a pole. Let's not beg the question of a North Pole. Yeah, we've not.
No.
You can't even tell us how R was measured in physical reality.
No, I'm assuming the Earth is flat for this hypothetical. There is no R value.
You said pole.
I'm just using words that we understand to describe what I'm talking about. Right? There's this area under Polaris that we call the North Pole, right? So we're there, right? That's where we are, right? And I start walking or sailing or flying or whatever in one direction as far as I can go until I hit that spot in Antarctica where you're not allowed to go, right? I just go as far as I can in that direction, right? I'll be able to see from that furthest spot that I'm allowed to go. I'll see the Southern Cross, right? If I started in the North Pole and I went exactly the opposite direction as far as I could possibly go, I would see the Southern Cross. Why would that be the case on a flat Earth? I'm going in two completely different directions on a flat plane and observing the same phenomenon.
What's your argument?
Where
That
is
this is something that this is something that would be expected on a globe, but not on a flat plane.
So walking in straight lines would be expected on a globe.
That what you would observe from doing that would be expected on a globe. What we do observe.
But you walked in straight lines, right? How do you do that on a globe?
How do you go in a general direction?
You can't. I mean, I don't. You're saying you can see the Southern Cross from any. You should be able to see the Southern Cross from any direction outwards from the underneath Polaris. That's what you're saying.
No.
You are.
No. No, you wouldn't see it from under Polaris, right? I'm just saying if you go in any given direction as far as you can possibly go, right? At that furthest point, you're going to see the Southern Cross. But if you would have gone the opposite direction as far as you can go, you're going to see the same thing.
Dude, there's no such thing as far as you can go. Okay, because you can
What do you
always go
mean?
further. Okay.
You can always go further than Antarctica. You can visit Antarctica. I thought you weren't allowed to do that.
You're saying you're going to see the same thing from every direction you move. How do you know that?
Yes. Because that's what we observe.
Why? Who's been in every direction out from Polaris and seen the Southern Cross? Who?
Yeah,
Who's done that?
Well, if you go to South America, which is on one side, you see the Southern Cross. If you go to Australia on the other side, the complete opposite direction, you still see the Southern Cross.
Yeah. So.
Well, it's visible.
If
visible in the
this
sky
is
from them.
if this is a flat plane you shouldn't be able to see the same phenomenon from two different directions that you could potentially travel from Polaris.
As long as it's above the 0 degree point, you would.
Well, it's not, because you're below or past what we call the equator.
So you change position horizontally and you see something different in the sky. You're proving my point.
Maybe you're just not getting it. I don't. What point?
No, dude,
How have
you
I
are
made your
walking
point?
because all you're changing is your location. You're not changing the shape of what you're on. You're moving horizontally. That's it.
In different directions.
Yeah.
You move in
You're
two
not changing
different
what shape you're
You're
directions.
explaining it as if you're on a ball.
Why is this hard?
It's not. It's pretty simple. You change your position, you see different shit in the sky. That's it.
No,
Has
no,
nothing to do with what
but
shape you're.
the problem is that you're moving in different directions on the
So
flat
what?
plane and seeing the same object, not different objects like you just said. You're
So
seeing
what?
the same object from different directions.
So?
According to you guys, the flat earthers, right? According to flat earthers, view is limited. You can only see so far, right? But you're saying you can double your distance and see something that you like you can no longer see Polaris, but you can now see the same exact thing that you would have seen in the opposite direction, double the distance from Polaris that you can now no longer see.
All you've done was change your location. You have not changed what shape you're on. You've moved
Oh my
horizontally.
God.
That's it.
Right.
That's all you have.
I'm
man.
assuming flat Earth. I'm not talking anything about the shape.
Let's assume
Horizontal
that
is.
let's not go to Australia. Let's go to Bolivia. That Salt Lake is 4,000 miles squared. Let's put telescopes
straight from Bolivia.
Yeah, let's put the telescope there, and let's watch the Saturn Cross or whatever stars. And then you look stars, and you say, "Oh, look stars in the sky." Then you come back and point that telescope down, and you are on the flat surface of 4,000 miles squares. And then you say, okay, I will not watch any more stars. I will watch this surface. Why this surface changing elevation in 4,000 miles only 1 meter? That means this surface is not spherical. Is that kind of logic can exist or not? That means everything what's happening in the sky doesn't matter. Let's see what's happening with the surface. Oh my God! But surface here doesn't curve. What shall we do? Should we watch Saturn Cross or Polaris now?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a typical, really dishonest
Yeah.
debate tactic. When I start showing something that would well, at least provide evidence for my model, and if I
Is it this
and if
tactic?
I assume
Is it this tactic?
if I,
I'm saying, is it this
it is
tactic?
it is
Is
a
this
tactic.
tactic?
I'm providing evidence.
Okay, listen the tactic. Bolivia.
I am providing
listen
evidence,
the tactic.
and once I
Please
provide
listen the tactic.
evidence, you're like, "Oh, I don't want to
Can I
talk
tell you
about
my
that
tactic?
anymore."
Can I tell you my tactic?
He's
Bolivia.
making he's making too much sense. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's
Trying
all
not
it
to
is.
speak over each other.
What model are you using? Excuse me. What map or model are you using for your
globe.
presumption? No. On the when you're talking about it's a flat Earth, what you're using?
Oh yeah, I'm just using that Polaris as the central point. I mean, you could use the Southern Cross as the center point and do the same thing. But all we know is all we know.
Can I say something now? It's not a tactic. My point is I'm on Salt Lake
Your point
in
is
Bolivia.
invalid.
Oh great. I'm on Salt Lake in Bolivia. Whatever is now is happening in the sky. You want to watch Polaris or Southern Cross? But I'm telling you, I'm on the flat surface. You know, what shall I do now? Whatever Southern Cross and Polaris is doing in the sky, that surface will not change. Are you agree? or this is tactic? Why I'm using tactic using the Salt Lake, the
your
natural.
point is irrelevant.
My point is irrelevant. I'm using the surface of the one country, and that's called Bolivia, and that's tactic. And that surface has 4,000 miles squared.
Dude, come on,
But
man.
and that's tactic.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Bolivia is not even a country.
This tactic is called a red herring. I'm making a very specific
Red
argument,
herring.
and
Let's do
you're
another.
saying
Let's
I don't
do
want to talk
another red.
about this.
Let's
You're
do
saying I
another
don't
red
want to
herring.
talk about this. Let's talk about something else because
No, man. No,
this
because
doesn't look good for my beliefs.
Okay. If you are saying like this, because of these stars, that mean that that surface is curving. Is that true?
No, I'm saying this doesn't make sense if the Earth is
Doesn't make
flat.
that doesn't make sense that this that means that sea level cannot be level because of that stars.
No, I'm saying this doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat. Do you not hear?
Do you not hear? That mean that sea level cannot be leveled.
No, you're trying to change the topic.
What mean sea level leveled? What that mean? Is that flat?
Why are you changing the topic?
No, I'm not changing the topic. You are saying that
You really
cannot work.
are.
You are saying that sea level cannot work if we
I
have
was
that kind of stars.
no, I didn't bring up sea level. I didn't bring up
You said
anything
it cannot work on the flat.
except
You said it
except the
cannot work on
stars
flat
that
Earth.
we observed.
Did you say that it cannot work on flat Earth?
I said this doesn't make sense if the Earth is flat.
Okay, if Earth is flat, the all sea are level. Did you know that?
I don't care.
How that then doesn't work, man? How then
He wants
doesn't
to
work?
throw that away.
You are saying that doesn't work, but we have sea level, you know.
Joe, but like, so what you're saying is, so I mean, you know, the Southern Cross can only be seen at certain latitude, yeah. So, but wait, what you're saying? You walk this to this place, you walk to that. If you had 500 people in them locations at the same time, all walking out, will they all see the Southern Cross at the same time?
Yes.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you go to opposite parts of the Earth, right, the furthest distances away, whether that be in what we call the northern or southern hemisphere, they still see it. But they don't see Polaris.
What I'm saying to you is, can they see it all at the same time? You know, the stars are moving overhead, you know, east to west.
Yeah, no, if everybody goes, I mean, like, obviously the sun will be out for some people, so they won't be able to see it. But like, if it were like hypothetically night for everybody in the southern hemisphere, yeah, they would all see it once they get to the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
Can you see
No matter which direction they went.
Can you see the Southern Cross in Chile?
Is Chile in the southern hemisphere? Yes.
Okay. Can you see it in Australia?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's peculiar. That's a win for the globe, right?
It's visible from locations south of the latitude 20 degrees north.
For crying out loud, can I please explain to you guys, right, again, the Southern Cross is not representative of the celestial South fucking Pole. It's a constellation which is off center of it. It's not near it. Sometimes it's over my fucking head at 29 degrees south latitude. All right?
Right. We're just calling it the Southern Cross because that's what it's called.
No, it's fucking not. I'm trying to tell you, it's a constellation that is not at the fucking celestial South Pole.
Well, not exactly. Like Polaris
It's a
is also not
misconception. I'm
exact
trying to
north,
explain
right?
it to you. I'm trying to explain it to you. It's a misconception. It's a constellation which is not at the celestial South Pole. It's off center.
Okay,
Significantly.
then fine. Then we'll just use for the duration of this, rather than calling it the Southern Cross to make you happy, we'll call it the Celestial South Pole. Does that make you happy?
Sure, call it fucking whatever you like, but not this.
Okay.
It's not a
Thank
constellation
you.
which isn't there.
So we've come back around to you can't explain the sky, meaning you. Therefore, the ground is a ball. Correct?
Yeah, this makes sense on my model. I know you don't have a model, but if we did assume the Earth was flat, this would make sense.
Well, in reality, you walked in a straight line, right? That's what compass headings are. Correct? Straight lines.
I'm not talking about straight lines. I'm just talking about a
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, because you have to throw those out just to be able to explain the sky.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Right. So you need to throw out logic and what is on the compass just to be able to say what's in the sky. What happens in the sky?
Oh, what's on the compass is a direction, not a line.
Well, that's a straight line heading, isn't it?
No, it's a direction, not a line.
Yeah, it's a straight line heading.
That would work perfectly fine on a globe Earth.
So you could have straight lines on a globe.
Again, it's not a line.
So
it's a direction.
North, right? That's a straight line heading, right?
No, it's a direction.
Really?
Why are we being so facetious about straight lines right now? I don't even understand why this point matters.
Well, because the only time that the sky changes is when you change your position. The only way to change your position is to travel horizontally. Horizontally is a straight line. That is planar.
He's
What?
trying to say
You-
that he's trying to say that if I travel in one general direction, then I must therefore be going in a straight line. Even though if I'm going in one general direction and the Earth is a globe, we would still describe that as a straight line, even though you're going across a curved surface. But
Yeah,
what we
that's
call
called-
it is
It
what
wouldn't even
what we're
matter. I
calling
don't
it is irrelevant.
That's called throwing out logic. That's what you
No,
have to
why
do.
does it have to be a
No, that's
straight
called
line?
throwing out semantics.
I still don't, guys. I still don't get why the line has to be straight.
Because the compass
It's
heading
throwing
is
out
a straight line.
semantics, not it's
Why does
semantics.
that Why does that matter? Why does that matter? So if I'm, wait, so
Because that's what you
you're
do in
telling
reality.
me, so are you saying that if you're genuine question? Okay, I don't think I understand what you're saying. So you're saying if you're walking on a globe Earth, if you walk a certain like a long distance, you're saying the sky won't change because it's not a straight line, or what exactly
I'm
are
just
you
saying
saying?
what happens in reality. In reality, when you change your position horizontally, the stars do different things. You see different stars, correct?
I think you mean laterally, but sure.
Yeah, that's side to side, which is horizontal, front, back,
Well,
left,
it's
right.
side to side and front to back, but
Right.
that's laterally.
So,
Horizontally is
yep.
just side to side. Okay, anyway, yeah, as you were saying.
Right. That's all you've done in reality. Now, he can't explain why the stars change. So he has to say, well, I'm not going horizontally. I'm going curved. Now I can explain the stars. Ha ha ha. Right?
I guess.
Yeah.
So what's
and that's
what's
funny
the
to me.
problem with that?
It's funny. That's all.
Okay, what's
It
incorrect about it?
it works though. That's the thing. It does work.
Yeah, that's I'm
Making up
confused
shit
as to
works
why.
all the time. Yeah, people make up shit all the time.
Why do
all
you
the
feel
time.
like that doesn't make sense?
Because straight lines aren't circles, dude.
You ever seen a hula hoop?
Okay.
You ever looked at a hula hoop?
It doesn't matter if it's
I
straight or a circle. This is a semantical distinction which you're trying to use as a gotcha.
Well, you're throwing out. Yeah, I know. Yeah, whenever
I'm throwing out semantics,
precise,
right?
No.
Because you can get the idea without me invoking curvature or flat lines, right? We don't have to use either of these terms in order to
said
come
north
to the same
and
conclusion.
south.
No, so I said what I said is that okay. So if you and I are both standing under Polaris, right, and we go into we're standing back to back, and we start traveling in different directions, as far as we can possibly go, right? You and I will eventually both be seeing the celestial North Pole, which should be, if the Earth is flat, should be very, very far away if neither of us can see Polaris. But now Polaris would have been half of the distance between us. Yet neither of us can see Polaris, and both of us can see the southern celestial pole. Why?
Yeah, you're presupposing a model, and I don't do that. I just talk about reality. So that's it.
I mean, you talk about what you believe is reality, which
No,
doesn't make
no,
sense
reality.
given what we're talking about.
Compass headings are straight lines in reality.
So in reality, you can't see something. You can see something twice the distance
Excuse me.
of something that you can't see half the distance.
The thing, the guy who
I
said the
didn't claim
compass
that.
heading, the guy who said a compass heading is a straight line. Let's just be clear about one thing. A compass is a line trying to line itself with the magnetic field of that's being generated by the Earth, and it's forced. Oh, well, let me finish. And so that pointer is confined within a flat cylinder, and it's forced to point in the direction that it's being pointed at in terms of the up and down. But it will point in the direction that the magnetic field is, but it's not, the magnetic field itself is not a straight line. In fact, the magnetic field, funnily enough, is curved, but the confines of the compass are forcing it to be pointed in a straight line. So let's just be clear about that.
Okay, so when you take out your compass, you're looking at two straight lines, right? East, west, north, south, correct?
Correct.
I rest my case.
Yeah, and I perfectly explained to you why the confines make them straight, even though the magnetic field itself isn't straight. It's squished between a piece of glass on top and a piece of metal at the bottom. Obviously, it's not going to be able to be curved because it's literally squished to be straight. And plus, even if it was curved, the curvature at that point is so little that wouldn't even be able to notice. But it's meant to be straight in that context, even though it's not reflective of the curvature of the magnetic field.
So imagine I take a ball, just a regular ball that I'm holding in my hand, and I draw a plus sign on the top of this ball, right? On a portion of this ball, I just draw a plus. Now, if you imagine yourself standing at the middle of that plus, shrinking down and standing on the middle of that plus, all of those lines would look straight to you from your perspective, even though they are all curving, correct?
I don't
Correct.
talk about that. I would say that the straight lines exist inside of the sphere, not on the surface.
Oh.
Sorry, I disgruntled. Did the guy leave?
I don't know.
I never saw their name.
He said, imagine first. Imagine.
Yeah, it's always imagine a ball. It's always start with the ball.
Imagine.
Never arrive at the ball through some kind of deductive logic. It's always start with the ball first and then go from there.
And you don't know what is reality.
The people who have trouble engaging with hypotheticals are statistically a lower average IQ.
Hypothetically, I can go in Narnia and make Gardaland and Mordor, man.
Okay,
Whatever.
wait. Adding on to the roundness of the Earth and shit, how do you guys feel about the polar ice caps?
A bunch of snow. Okay, now what?
Yeah. You know they said those things are gonna melt. It's gonna raise the sea level by like a few inches.
I'll wait until that happens.
Yeah, all I'm saying is say goodbye to all those little islands that we have on Earth. That's crazy. It's just a few inches.
You guys ever had ice in your cup?
Your mom.
You ever
Few
had ice in
inches
your
is your
cup
mom.
before?
Only when I'm feeling frisky.
Did you ever have that ice melt? Did the water spill out when it melted?
Yeah, did you ever order ice
That's
with your
not
drink and then drink it?
that's not the correct analogy though. The correct analogy though is you have ice that's been forever on the edges of your tub, right? And you have water in your tub. And so that when that ice melts, it increases the water in the tub. That ice was never part of the water, it is besides the water, right? That's the correct analogy for this.
Where is the ice that's been never part of the water?
It's on the
Arctic.
land. It's
What
on the
was that?
land.
Wait, okay, look, of all
The
look,
ice is on the
I'm
land.
gonna have to like I'm a flat Earth sympathizer,
The
right?
land is
But
on
there's
the
no
ice.
way we
Jay,
have
stop
to
trolling.
explain. There's
Stop
no way we
trolling.
have to explain, right, to a flat earther about water displacement. Do you really think that talking about ice in a cup is going to be equivalent to talking about ice on land?
Mm-hmm. He does think that, yeah.
Did you ever
They,
have a lot
they
of
didn't know
ice
the
in
ice
your
was on the
cup where
land.
the ice like sticks out of the top layer of the water?
Wait, Beta Veritas. So you're a sympathizer, or
I'm a sympathizer, yeah.
No, he's not.
okay?
He's trolling.
So what? Oh, okay.
Wait, what do you
actually
mean?
not trolling.
You mean
I
like a flat
think I'm a
earther?
sympathizer in the sense that I think people who are coming in here thinking they can prove a globe, they're living a pipe dream.
Okay, so
I
so
agree with
what
you
do you
there.
believe exactly, if you're comfortable with saying?
Wait, what did you say?
What exactly like is your belief when it comes to like the shape of the Earth? I guess,
We live in a globe,
if you don't mind saying.
I think.
You do believe in the globe, you said?
Yeah, I'm a sympathizer in the sense that I think a lot of the people here, a lot of the globers that I guess are new, are very cocky when they come in here, and I can see
Yeah,
why the
okay.
flat earthers get a bit agitated by them because
Yes, I've
they think they can prove globe when they can't, right? But then
I've
I've
been
just
saying
said to
this
the
for
flat earthers
ages
that you
though.
can't prove flatness either, and
I'm
I've asked them a few times, can you demonstrate? Can you give me deductive proof for flatness on flat Earth? And they still can't do it, right? So it's just
We've done it.
Okay.
Over and
I'm
over,
s-
we've done it.
I've been saying
Wait,
this
but
for
Over and over,
ages
we've
though.
done it.
But I
We
have a
have
question.
different standards of evidence. That's why we cannot prove our models to each other or our like theories to each other. We
So
just
here's
have
a question.
different standards of evidence.
You guys have probably
Outsiders
talked
in
about this a
theory.
lot, but what's the problem with pictures? What's the problem with the pictures taken from like satellites and all that? Why are those
Well, there's
invalidated?
pictures of Bigfoot. Like, what now? Is Bigfoot real? Is Star Wars
How
real?
many?
I've seen that. I've seen moving
How many
pictures of
pic-
Star Wars.
How many
Okay,
pictures of
so
Bigfoot do
I
you
guess
know?
you would have
okay.
to.
So
There's some people
basically,
I've
what
talked to
qualifies?
that
So
honestly
then my
tell
next
me
question is,
that Bigfoot
my
is
wait,
real,
please.
and I
Okay, I have to
don't
lower you.
see
What
why they would think
qualifies
that.
as a good enough picture to be used as evidence? Can pictures never be used as evidence? Like, explain that standard.
They
That's
can never be
Let's see the
used as
picture that
evidence.
convinced you.
Sorry.
Let's see the picture that convinced you.
The picture. I mean, pictures that I've seen from the internet or referencing from NASA, seeing Elon Musk's picture, video of what's happening up there. Those things convince me.
Okay, well, if those are good enough for you, then what do you care what we think? Elon Musk,
Okay.
more like
Because,
Curiosity.
well, why do I
Musk.
care? It's an interesting conversation. People, I'm having
Yeah.
fun. That's why I care. That's the only reason I care. I'm having fun.
Oh, okay.
How
How do you
is
personally verify
Love the
them?
energy.
Repeat. Sorry.
That means
How do
that
I
you know
personally
the
How do you
verify?
position.
verify them?
That means that you know the position of
Oh,
all these
I love
people
that
here.
question, by the way. How do I personally verify? So, for me, if I hear enough places that have some level of standing, reputation, whatever, say it, my mind is like, okay, in order for all of them to be lying or incorrect, there would have to be some massive
Can I
conspiracy
ask you
that is
something?
true.
Can I ask
Argument.
you?
So
Can I
And
ask you
so,
something?
so I've got it.
Can I ask you
Yeah,
something?
so
can in a
that,
Can I
sec.
ask you?
Wait a sec.
I posed
I'm
the
trying to
Wait a
finish
sec.
my
picture.
point. I'm
he's
trying to finish
answering
my
his
point.
Picture.
No,
question
you
one at a
can't
time,
finish your
please.
point.
Yeah, please let me finish my point. So
I
when
No.
posted
there's
the picture,
an,
man. Hello,
I'm
hello.
speaking.
I posted the picture.
Wait, I'm answering someone else or whoever.
Can you
like
watch the? Can
somebody
you?
else asked
Can
me a
you? Can
question.
you?
I'm
He's
finishing.
answering
Can
his
you leave
other
the
question,
picture?
you guys. Let's have respect. There's multiple
Yeah,
flat earthers asking him questions.
yeah,
We
but
can
he
wait in
said
line.
He said, why you people don't
I'm
believe in
not answering
picture?
your question. I'm asking the other guy. No, Stante.
Yeah,
You can
but
wait.
I posted you the picture. You said you believe in picture. Can you explain
Anyways,
me the picture?
I'm gonna wait until you stop finishing, and then I'm gonna. Okay.
Just
So the
give the
guy.
stop picture, man.
I'm mumbling. I'm sorry, but anyways. So
Yeah, you're
I forgot
mumbling
now.
a lot.
Fuck. What
Just
was I
give the
even saying? Where
picture.
were we?
Got
This
it.
was difficult.
You've got an argument from incredulity. We understand. Thank you. You've made your point clear. It's an argument from incredulity.
What does incredulity mean?
It's basically something that you find too difficult for you to conceive, believe, or the notion seems incredulous, incredible, right? Basically.
No, isn't it the opposite? The fact that if there's
Provide
enough
the evidence.
places
Provide
around the
your
world
evidence.
that have some level of standing
know?
that are saying that this is true, that I'm choosing
Some
rather
level
than
of
investigating
standing
myself.
according to, is this like an appeal to consensus
Authority.
or
Appeal to
popularity
authority.
or something? Appeal
Sure.
to authority. Right.
I don't think. I think you're downplaying yourself if you say it's an appeal to authority. Honestly, I feel like it has a little more to do with weighing the options or the odds between a, like you said before, a mass conspiracy across the world versus
That's an
like a
argument from
genuine
incredulity.
consensus.
Well, look,
right?
the idea of it being a mass
But
conspiracy, it
it's
doesn't
just
have to be a
not
mass
like
conspiracy.
authority, right?
Like a lie can be kept amongst a few people, and everyone else can follow. Like this
But
idea
like
of
an
it requiring to
entire
be a mass conspiracy is unnecessary. It doesn't have to be the case.
multiple world like organizations, like space
Only
organizations,
some
it's not a few
countries,
people
only
though,
some
right?
countries go to space, not all of them, right? Only some
Well,
countries say that they go to
well,
space.
sure, but there are like thousands of people that are involved in those missions, right?
Yeah, so
So are those
you
the
think you can't
few
lie to
people you're
thousands of
talking
people?
about? No, I'm saying, or you would have to be saying that those thousands of people are the ones lying, would you
Well,
not?
but not. But that's well, okay. But
All
Jace,
the people sitting at the
you're being
computers,
either
like
stupid or dishonest, right? Because in universities we have millions of students that get into physics, mathematics, geography, topology, all of those disciplines, right? So at one point, every one of those millions upon millions of students has to be invited to the sex and blood party where they get indoctrinated,
That's
right?
not true.
Into the
That's like I know
conspiracy.
that now you're being either stupid or dishonest because
Oh,
look,
really?
you can teach a whole yeah exactly right. I'm just using your own insult against you. You could
Gotcha.
teach a lot of kids about the about this is how the physics works and these are the parameters of which are going to do physics now, and it could be wrong, right? It doesn't have to be correct.
well,
Right?
no, what I'm trying to say
Of
is
course you could.
you
No, you
have those
can't.
thousands of people that are working on the ships, that are working on the computers, that are monitoring the ships while they're in outer space. They would all have to
Correct.
be in on that lie.
Yeah, look,
Those are
just
And
thousands
let
of
me
people
add to
just
that. Let
lying,
me add that
the
right?
to
idea
add
the
that
Not just the
somebody.
idea
people who are
They're all in
real
on it.
quick, not
what
not
you're
just
saying
thousands of people
is
who are
unlikely.
wrong,
I
but
get
thousands of
it.
people who are
It
lying.
sounds unlikely.
Not
And let me just say,
But you
necessarily.
don't. But like just basing it on the unlikeliness, right? I mean, yeah, okay, it's not persuasive, and I agree. I don't find it very persuasive at all. But um, it's not enough, right, to kind of just appeal to what like oh
It
And
is.
this
agree.
is an
I
unlikely
somewhat agree with that.
scenario, right? Think
I
about
disagree with that.
think about
Somewhat agree.
when a government takes an
Admiral Byrd.
action, a secret action, a covert action that's usually something to do with our intelligence agencies. Now, not everyone in our intelligence agencies know exactly what the deal is, right? There's a chain of command, right? And each step up the chain of command, they have access to just a little bit more information than the people below them, right? You know, so like in that sort of way, it's possible, right? It might be
Horrible
unlikely.
analogy.
Okay, but
However,
if we're
though,
talking, okay, but
when
Jace,
you
again, you're acting dishonest and stupid because if that is the case, why are we paying colossal sums of money to send people or technology into non-existent space?
Well,
Why?
so
That's
Why?
previously based on
So I
thousands
guess,
of years.
I guess what your response, you're only left with one response in this case, and
thanks
in
for
this case
responding
is
for me.
yeah, I will,
And by the
because I
way,
know you.
somebody said that there's
Because
only a few
shut up,
countries that
please shut
send
up,
like
I'm not even finished talking. No, Jesus, you shut up. the the You shut the up. The only thing you're left shut in up. then Maybe you is that right now there's an even greater amount of wealth hidden by the conspiracy or the lie, right?
No, you're just
Which,
saying you for some reason are basing this under the assumption that there's an economic incentive here, right? It could
oh
be that
really?
it's an economic
Do you think
sink.
it's an ideological? They're hiding God?
No. it could be, for instance, like a lot of flat earthers speculate, and it is just speculation, that it could be a method of control, right? And
Control of what?
And so there is, if you put CCTV cameras around your country, it's an economic sink. You're not exactly getting money from it, but you're able to control your population because of it, right? Like Foucault's prison, where you're always being watched, even if you're not, right? So I think in that sense, you're operating under an assumption where it seems unlikely, based on the idea that you think, okay, well, there's no financial incentive, so why the fuck would you do it? That's not the only reason governments act in certain ways.
Okay, let's talk ideological then. Let's talk ideological. What's the ideological incentive?
Let's not. Oh,
Well,
for
it's just
fuck's sake,
this is
please.
like
I
entering.
just wanted to say
No.
There's a
one thing.
reason why flat earthers don't talk about this, and it's because it's speculation zone,
God.
right?
Somebody said that there was only like 4 countries that send
Sure.
things to space. There's 86. I just wanted to make
Right.
that correct. Somebody said there was only 4. There's
Because
86. I just googled it.
right, your inability to fathom a potential motive or whatever to deceive for whatever reason, right, is inconsequential to the fact that on a motionless plane which is observable and testable and practically used as.
This hasn't been proven to the person you're speaking to, so you can't really use that as an argument.
That's not my problem. I don't give a
But
shit.
isn't it the point that we must be on the same excuse me for the expression plane for us in order to have this conversation? If we don't agree on something, then the conversation is pointless.
No, they're working. You're working in
It's
two
an
different
argument from
directions, right? So
incredulity.
one
I'm
person's
not
working.
making an argument of
One
incredulity. I'm
side's
asking
doing
like,
one side's doing this direction where they're starting from the motive and going backwards and saying, well, it's unlikely they have that motive, so Earth globe. And the others are saying, well, we see that the Earth is flat, and we could speculate all day long about why they've lied to us, right? But they're starting somewhere else, right? From where
yeah,
you're
but
starting.
that's not really what we're doing. We're like we're just tackling the conspiracy side of things, right?
Yeah, but if they suggest that it's still the case that the Earth is flat, regardless of what the motives are, then you really just want
Yeah,
to
but
get
the
down to
conspiracy side
really
of
just
things
want to get
tackles the shape of the Earth as well. Like
really just want to get down to
that's why it's a
business and
conspiracy.
talk about the curve of the Earth, right? That's really what you want to do.
Sure.
You want to
All
play
I'm saying,
Cluedo. We don't.
I don't want to play Cluedo. What?
Well, okay, cool. Then let's drop that then. That's right. It's speculation. We can posit a bunch and a multiple, number of reasons why it's a deception.
So, to
You
respond to
know,
what
I got something to add if anyone can hear me.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think the
Go
funniest
for it.
part about the fact that people say I'm no rocket scientist, like, that's a saying that we all kind of use. Like, oh, I'm no rocket scientist. Well, the thing that is that a rocket scientist is like the perfect specimen for the powers that be because he's smart enough to build a rocket. He's just not wise enough to know it never goes to space. And all of the stuff they're seeing on the monitors, by the way, that's just a graphic image, right? They're not seeing the ships in space. We're never shown that. Why?
It's not just a graphic image.
Wait a second. Yes, they do. What do you mean
It's
they don't show
data
that? What do you mean they don't
reading.
show it? They do show it. They did show the ships in space. There was a live stream of Elon's when he put people from the U.S.
It's
ahead.
very, very, very shady in what they're showing us, and there's no. First of all, there's no turbulence. The camera doesn't shake a bit. You would think, even with the best
They're in
stabilizers,
space.
the thing that's in space.
They're in
I know.
space.
I know. That's if that's adequate enough for you. I'm just saying it doesn't look real as far as what they're showing us, and it's just
If
the
we're talking
back.
about arguments of incredulity, that's the biggest
very
argument of
back at it.
incredulity I've heard so
You can
far.
call it incredulity, but it's a very obvious cut. Now you can call that incredulity, but it's a very obvious cut to most what looks like nothing that is what we were seeing take off. It is just a very back, and it's very, very like unbelievable as far as what they're showing us in space. They're not showing us all of the details that would make it
So
as
this is a
believable as
conspiracy.
I don't. But this is very difficult for me to grasp.
This is the
Because
conspiracy.
if someone provides you
not.
evidence and then the counter to that evidence is, I find it difficult to believe. Okay,
It's
you got me,
just
bro.
a
Like,
story on
that is?
TV that you have to take on faith.
No, that's the conspiracy.
we would have
That's literally
beyond
the
belief.
essence of it.
We would have
Just a
so many
story
angles,
on
so many things.
TV.
You call
It
it
would
the
be,
story, I
in my
call it the
opinion,
conspiracy.
it would be in my opinion, it would be undeniable. We'd have so many different things to look at, but we don't have much. And what they do show us is very, very questionable. I don't care if you believe it.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
just like,
then
okay,
why are we
if
having a
somebody provides
conversation if
evidence,
nobody
I don't
cares
think
like
that's
this?
a valid
It was
counter to
brought
the
up, it
claim.
was
You have
brought
to
up
at least
by
provide a
someone.
larger burden of proof than saying it's hard to believe.
No, like the issue here is that you're throwing a dolly
Tell
out
us,
the
Chase,
pram.
enlighten us.
You're throwing the dolly out the pram because they're not accepting your standard of proof or what you'd accept, right? Like I've already had this conversation
No,
months.
no.
Wait,
No,
pause,
it's not.
pause,
No,
pause,
you're incorrect. Wait,
pause,
I'm sorry to
pause,
cut you off
pause.
there, but this is
Both
important.
of these things,
It's
are
not
not.
about them not accepting.
Hold on,
It's about
hold on.
me not accepting their
Yeah, that's
counterclaim.
fine. That's
So
fine. So
they're by all means allowed to accept.
Pause for a second, right? There's two things here. There's two sides to this. One is that both ideas have been brought up so far, like rambling about how could this conspiracy theory be true, and also talking about why don't you believe these pictures and videos. They're not novel critiques, right? I've heard this so many times in the Flat Earth
So
VC,
what?
and they never persuade either, especially
So
persuade
what?
flat earthers. The second thing is when it comes to
But we're not here to persuade. It's obvious now
when it
because
comes
no
to
no side is
accepting
willing to
when it
persuade
comes
anything,
to
Chase.
accepting the proof of a photograph
You
or
know,
a
I
video,
honestly think there's only
that
one
is
side to it,
entirely
and that is
dependent.
that it's flat.
It's
See what I
entirely
did there?
dependent.
Oh.
It's entirely dependent on whether or not you trust the organization that's giving you
That's
those
for
photos.
you. That's for you. Yeah, that's for you. Look,
It's
they
not
show you a story on
necessarily.
TV. They show
It's
you a
not
story on
necessarily
TV of
trusting
Kirk.
the
Shut
organization.
up.
I
Entirely
feel like
dependent on your discernment and what you're like willing to accept as like definitive proof when there's not the extraordinary evidence needed for it to be proof.
Exactly. They show you a
I
story
don't
on
think it
TV of
has to
curved
do.
oceans. Shut up for a fucking minute. They show you a story on TV of curving oceans. So where do we see that in reality? Let's go and test that. Let's measure that. Can we? You all come in here and say, no, we can't. We just have to believe what we fucking see on
Well,
TV.
but
That's
that's the
all you
same.
have.
That's the same. You guys tell me. You tell me a story on Discord, flat earthers, right? And I'm supposed to believe you, right? There's the same expectation.
You have reality. The thing
Yeah,
that you don't
and you
see on
too.
TV. The
No,
thing
nobody
you
wants
don't
you to
see
believe
on
it.
TV.
And
I
my
am not believing.
reality is the same as I see on TV, unironically.
So Allah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just an original.
Isn't
What?
it? You cannot tell me
Doesn't
that
matter if an
you
argument is on
witness what you
original.
those
Like, who
curvy
cares
oceans
if
you've
it's not
seen on
original?
TV, right? You don't see that in reality.
What?
Like, imagine a scientist saying, "Hey, your claim is just so unoriginal," and then hence I dismiss it. That makes no sense at all.
Non-novel predictions, non-novel experiments. I mean, like, what are you doing?
Doesn't matter
So
if
make
it carries
If
weight.
you're
It
coming
doesn't
to a
matter if it's
call,
not
if you're
novel.
coming into a call, right?
The only thing that it has to do is carry
people,
weight. It
with
doesn't matter
people
if it's
who
not
have
new.
with people who have a view that's like flat Earth, for instance, and you're going to bring up the same thing they've responded to for 5 years, and you think that the 895th time you've told them, now's the
you don't
time they're going to
understand.
buy it, right?
The
Get a grip,
problem with
right?
your
That is not how it
understanding is when you're
works,
having a
right? If
scientific
you're going to be
conversation,
persuasive,
it doesn't
don't
matter
say the
if you're
dumbest thing that
packaging
can
it
come
the
out of
way
your
the other
mouth.
person likes. What matters is to be
So you're just going to
scientifically
continue to
consistent,
talk
to
over
be
the top of each
accurate.
other?
That's what matters.
Or
So if
flat
you don't like the way it's packaged, okay, that's too bad for you. But if it was packaged in the right way to prove that something is true, then that's it.
This is an advice for the one side for flat earthers. How could you convince Beta Veritas that the oceans are not curving?
You can't.
Because making an assertive statement, it could be true, but
It's not our burden of
how can
proof.
we prove it? How can he be forced to accept it due to proof?
He knows the arguments. He's been here long enough. He's seen
Oh, I
what
got it.
can be done in reality. He's been shown the examples, provided things, provided methods for going out and testing things for himself. All right.
So
He's heard all the arguments. He doesn't need me to preface it anymore. It's not our burden of proof. It is the persons who are believing what they fucking see on TV to go out and show how it matches what
I
they're
think that's just
observing in
dodging, don't
reality.
T-Dub.
So Beta Veritas, ignoring what you see on TV and what the scientists have told you and what you've learned in school and what you see in NASA, what part of the water is level and stationary are you
I'm
unable
the
to
globe
understand?
earther.
Yeah, what part? Wait, Beta is a globe earther?
I'm a globe earther. I just
Yes,
think it's
yes.
dumb. Some of these arguments are dumb and overdone and not novel, and you're not going to get anywhere with them.
Well, we're trying to get
Well,
somewhere
that's
with
true.
this
I agree,
argument.
Jason.
That's the case with everyone's arguments here, unless you're like
That's,
an
what's
expert
the best
scientist.
that's not
argument
true.
for the
There are
globe?
way better
No, that is
arguments for globe
absolutely
that you could
true.
deploy in this conversation.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
done that
like
many
Well,
times.
there are. I'm saying that you
Well, why
have
do
to
you
be
believe
like
in
an
these
expert on the
photographs? Like,
subject.
come on.
This isn't gonna get anywhere. Beta, what part of the flat earthers asserting the water is level and stationary do you not understand?
Sorry, do I not understand? What do you mean?
Like, do you not agree with?
Well, I don't think the water is flat and stationary. Well, stationary water moves, I guess, right? But like my issue with their argument, if they're talking about the let's say the black swan, right, is that I don't think it's necessarily the case that a geometric curve has to always be congruent with an apparent horizon, right? I don't think they have to be congruent. I don't think that they think that it has to be congruent. So you can easily sidestep that by saying, well, we could deploy refraction, we can demonstrate refraction using the exact same methods.
Claim.
Well, I could demonstrate refraction, so it's not just a claim, right? I can show you a video of refraction in action where a laser is hidden behind an obstruction.
Is the claim.
I can show you a laser being hidden behind an obstruction and changing the air condition just to show that the laser can pop up over that obstruction, right? That's far more convincing, right, than just saying, well, it has to be in line with a geometric curve, right? It's not convincing at all. And it's not necessary. So it's an unreliable test.
So, right, okay, got it. It's ad hoc.
Yeah,
That's not
That's not what.
Yeah, it's an ad hoc excuse. It's a band-aid fix for something that you haven't been able to demonstrate in the first instance. Just to hold your belief, your precious belief together.
When you say you haven't been demonstrate, are you talking about his claim to refraction, or what has he not been able to demonstrate?
The curve, for fuck's sake.
Us interpreting reality is not a religion. I don't know why you keep harping on the belief thing. Like, it's just silly.
Anybody who assumes that someone is trying to hold on to their belief, I've heard that like 5 times tonight, and it's such a red flag from anyone who says
It's just
that.
because people on one side, the flat earth side, wanna accuse the people of the global earth side of being just blindly religious towards some concept. They're just silly. It's not needed. It just poisons the well. No, they're not. They're interpreting reality the way you are.
Yes,
You're
they
sheeple.
are. No,
It's crazy. I can use the same arguments. You see how easy it is?
You guys, how is the world ever
only a
going to
dumb
learn about
person would
truth?
fall into the flat earth, you know.
Only a person with your accent would fall into the.
You guys, how is the world ever going to move on to this flat earth truth if we can't convince people simply on Discord?
True. Step up your game, guys. Damn.
No, think about it for a second. Like, what's our objective
coming up
here?
with a model? Like you really need to come up with a model. Like it really shouldn't be that hard. If Earth is flat, right, then all you should have to do, and all you should have to do is that's not a fallacy. What? How is a model a fallacy? Like literally, all you would have to do,
and it's no different to what you were trying to do before with your affirming the consequent formal logical fallacies by saying we can make predictions.
T-Dub, it's a
exactly what it
recommendation,
is.
man. He's not even making a claim. He's just making a recommendation.
Yeah,
we need a fucking model. We have reality.
Tell me,
That's all you globals want to do.
Hold on,
all you globals want to do is create models to try and explain shit that you don't fucking observe.
Okay, so tell me what part of this you disagree with. Did I get muted?
No, you're good.
Okay, tell me what part of this you disagree with. If Earth were a flat plane, the lands and the seas, right? If you would just shrink this down and plaster that on a map, you would have a model of the flat Earth, an accurate representation, a scale model, a not to scale model. That's a not to scale model.
No, we'd have a reification fallacy.
Oh my God!
That's not a reification fallacy. My God, I keep hearing this being brought up. It's so dumb.
Yeah, oh my God, it's Mez. I can't believe it. Mez, did you find out what a woman is?
No, you won't tell me.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find out if the Earth is flat now.
Gotcha.
To the guy saying it's a reification fallacy of a model, can you like post some like wiki article? And, like,
That's not a reification.
The
A
map,
reification
Of course
fallacy
it's
is
the
where you kind
map
of
is not the
misinterpret
terrain.
a saying or something as
Did
the
you
truth.
see India land on the moon?
Oh,
You
it's where
guys
you lend
avoid
concrete.
models
Kind of
like
It's where you
personifying an idea.
fucking
Did
shut the
you see
fuck up or I'll
NASA?
mute this whole fucking channel.
Fucking hell,
Right?
James.
Yeah.
A reification
Oh
fallacy
boy.
is where you lend physical concretedness to a fucking abstract fucking idea like a fucking model. You got it, you dickheads?
Wait, what?
Got it.
How
What?
how
You're
is
a
having
dickhead.
Yeah, but
Why are
that's
you
not
calling
what's
me a dickhead?
happening.
I
It's
never
going the other way
insulted you.
around.
insulting? How is having a model which is meant to visualize, represent what you think reality is? How is that reification fallacy? How are you like now treating the model as reality?
Because if you're saying it's an accurate representation of reality, then you're lending it physical concretedness, aren't you? The map is not the terrain. That is a specific definition of a reification fallacy
nobody-
by saying
and-
the map is the terrain. Well, the map
When
isn't
a-
the fucking terrain, is it?
When an
we're not
architect
saying that though. We're saying it's a
yeah, when
representation.
when an architect makes a model, right, of a project, right, of like a building, is he committing reification fallacy?
The reason why for that is because any attempt to model a flat Earth can easily be picked apart. That's the
Yeah.
reason why.
Yeah, because it has been.
Yeah,
How can-
that's why they avoid models like the fucking plague.
Like
'cause they know it.
take this example.
Because it's what got us into this problem in the first place, right? Leaving in these fucking things explanations, mathematical models or physical models or whatever you want, little dioramas of shit to try and explain things that we do observe with things that we don't fucking observe and experience. We don't want to do that. We don't want to commit that fallacy.
It's not a fallacy to try to create some abstraction of reality. Like you're the only person that thinks
It's
this is
fucking
bad.
wrong. It's wrong.
You
We
do
have
this
reality.
every day. You do this every
We
day.
have
Hold on, wait,
reality.
hold on.
We have
wait,
reality to explain reality. We don't need a
Oh
fucking
my
model.
god.
Wait. This is a simple fact that no one's
Hold on.
saying. The globe Earth doesn't even have a model. Show us your model. You don't have no model.
Don't like switch.
I mean, well, we do, but Tito, do you think like when people create simulations for
address
like
that point.
aerodynamics
No,
and
address
stuff?
Yes,
that point.
yes,
Show
yes,
us
we
the
do.
model.
Yes, we do. The
Show
most
it.
simplified,
Put it in the text
model
chat.
of the globe Earth is a globe you buy for your desk, like with a geographic indentations to it.
Great.
Right?
Where do I punch in my
model.
That's not a model. That's not a
What do you-
model. And
punching
it's
is
not
a
even-
model.
And it says underneath.
That is a representation
Not a
of
model.
reality.
We're talking about.
It is a representation. A model is a representation of reality. A simplified representation.
No, you only have parts of different types of,
Oh
of
my
the model,
god.
and you don't have heliocentric a model. You don't have one complete model. You have
Yes,
all
I
these
can
little
buy
ad
the
hoc
solar
things.
system in terms of
There's
like
all this
plastic
stuff.
balls
You don't have a model.
situated in specific
You don't have a
ways.
model.
Yes.
You don't have a model to show. You have just
We
as much
do.
model as
That is
matter.
a model.
We
Mike.
do.
I hate that I'm
Okay,
agreeing
then
with
let me show
Zoidberg,
you
but
with
he's
Frisbee
absolutely
instead of
right.
pinball.
Shit,
Can we
this
bring
is
down
agreeing
the-
with me. That's
hold
weird.
on, hold
I
on.
said,
Can
show
we
me
bring?
Frisbee with
Hey,
continents painted on it, and I can say that's our model. It's just as good.
Can we bring down the tempo just a little bit, guys? We're getting heated here. I appreciate it.
I mean, I'm fine. This guy was like chimping out. Like I don't.
Yeah, I can show you a Frisbee with painted continents on it, and it's just as good as your globe for a flat Earth model.
No, it isn't
Sure.
because it doesn't represent reality.
Yeah, if you could do that to where it represents reality, then yeah, that would be fine. I would accept that.
So you see curve and you
The
feel span.
globe
That's
represents.
reality.
If the globe represented reality, then every distance to the horizon measurement would be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we don't observe that. I guess your model's incorrect.
I don't know what you mean by this. Like, I
because
don't
then you
even
need
know what
to, like, if you want a
calculation you're
complete
making.
model, you need to add in things like atmospheric refraction.
No, first of all, you have to like
based on-
show me the math you're using and in the context you're using it. Like, I don't understand like what you're saying.
Well, it's not my
I mean,
claim.
yeah, that's
it's
true as
the
well.
globe's claim that thing
I don't know that
exists.
claim. I never made
Yeah,
that claim.
but in the globe's claim, there is also explanations for these phenomenon, right?
Ad hypothesis, exactly. Ad hoc band-aid fixes for things that we can't explain, so we have to make up something.
Wait, how is
Do
it?
they have explanatory value? Yes or no?
Don't.
Like no. So you're saying if what we observe, just using our base senses, if that doesn't match our idea, and we are able to figure out an explanation using observed
An explanation
physics,
to fix the thing that you haven't observed and measured in the first instance. Great. Thank you for that.
using observed physics.
It's everything
Right?
fucking
Things
better that now I have an
things that we know
explanation.
happen.
Now I have an explanation of why I don't see the thing that you claim exists.
Yeah, using things that we know that happen. That we can
Prove
test
the fucking
and
thing that you're
demonstrate.
saying exists instead of giving a reason for why we don't fucking see it.
Okay, but when I do that and you don't see it, right, then you automatically say no, it's fake, right? That's what you're doing. That's why you're a
prove
flat
it fucking
earther.
exists. I say
Yeah.
prove
Oh my God,
it
I heard you.
exists. How
I heard
fucking
you.
thick are you?
What did I just say? What did I literally just say?
I don't want a fucking excuse. I want the thing you're saying exists, not an excuse for why it can't be seen and why it can't be measured.
Oh, okay. So just any explanation you're gonna reject, even if it's testable, verifiable, and does have explanatory
What's testable
value.
and verifiable? The excuse? The excuse, is that testable and verifiable? The excuse. The excuse is verifiable and testable, is it? What about the thing that you're trying to excuse? What about the thing you are trying to fucking excuse?
Oh, we can measure it in other ways.
You're already showing that you won't accept it.
Because you haven't shown it to fucking exist.
Yes.
You stupid.
I can show you videos of like water
Dude,
bulging.
I literally just said I can't show you this because of this. And when I said, let me explain this.
Say what? Say what? Say what?
Oh my God.
Say what? Say what? No, shut the fuck up.
We have fun
Say
here on
what?
the Flat
Answer
Earth
me.
Show.
Say what? No, make me answer me. Say what?
I've been
Can't
trying to
say
answer
what?
you for. I've been trying to answer
Can't
you for the
say
past 4
what?
minutes.
Asshole.
What is this shit
Listen.
show going on?
Answer the fucking question. Can't see what?
You demand an answer, but then interrupt me
Can't
when I try
say
to give it
what?
every fucking time.
A reason,
Every
an
fucking
explanation, an explanation for why we can't see what?
The curve.
Thank you.
O'Brien.
Yeah, so I have an explanation of why you can't see it from ground level.
Don't give a fuck about your explanation.
Oh my God, will you calm the fuck down? Why are you so triggered, bro? The demon's coming out, dude.
Because you're a
Chill.
retard.
For the flat earthers,
Why?
for the flat earthers,
People
the
like you come in here and don't want to give an actual evidence or proof for their fucking claim. They just want to give excuses for why they don't have it. And I'm sick of it.
Triggered.
People have given evidence. I've given evidence here of like water, quote unquote, curving, like a large body of water, right? But it's kind of hard to measure exactly like what is it, the hidden height, right? Because it depends on atmospheric conditions. Because refraction is real, sir. Sorry to tell you.
Some strong delusion right there.
And you're just using circular reasoning, by the way.
I'm using circular reasoning? Are you fucking kidding?
Yes. No, you
Saying
literally
I'm
are.
using circular reasoning?
Yes.
You're the ones saying, oh, we have this thing that we can't see and measure, but here's the reason why. We know that the thing that we can't see and measure exists because the excuse for it exists. Oh, and we know the excuse for it exists. We know the excuse for it exists because the thing that we can't see and measure exists. That is a fucking classical example of circular reasoning.
Now you're straw manning in order to create circular reasoning.
Oh, right. So you can't tell that the curve exists because of the refraction. So why are you fucking arguing for it?
No, you can tell that it exists because of the refraction, and you can demonstrate the refraction.
Okay, you can tell the curve exists because of the refraction, and you can tell that the refraction exists because you can't see the curve.
You can't demonstrate.
No, you can demonstrate. You can demonstrate the refraction.
Yeah, you can demonstrate refraction
But
exists, but you
Jace,
can't.
Jace, I literally gave an experiment people can do, right?
Okay.
You can't demonstrate a curve.
Four times.
Pause.
Four
Pause.
times.
There's two things going on here,
Wait,
right?
wait.
First of all, you can
I was trying to
demonstrate
get something out.
refraction. You can
I was
demonstrate
trying to make a
You
point.
can demonstrate the drop off over distance as well. You can literally do that. You can get a standard coaxial phone cable for an analog phone signal, right? Which comes with insane amount of length sometimes, maybe even like 5 kilometers, right? It's gonna be a big roll of cable, but you can get that at a reasonable price. You just have to, right? Put the cable on a stationary pole and then put another pole, right? On a vehicle, let's say like a heavy truck, and then roll 5 kilometers away and keep the cable from not sagging. You'll see that the drop over distance at some point will be quite evident, right? In terms of distance from the ground.
You are just an idiot. I'm sorry, you're an idiot.
You're a retard.
Good argument, Doctor.
Trying to demonstrate something.
If he's gonna insult me, I'm gonna insult him as well.
No, you should.
Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate something though. So when I said, okay, you can't observe it with the naked eye, and here's why, you said you need to observe it with the naked eye, otherwise it doesn't exist, right? This is circular reasoning, right? I was
Because
giving
how else do you know it exists?
because you can demonstrate it.
You can see. I can show you like a video of like water bulging, like being obstructed, right? I can show you a video. Like we cannot. It's hard to precisely measure it in some instances because of atmospheric conditions, refraction, but we can see clearly
Tito,
things
do
are
you
being
think
obstructed.
do you think
Things
Africa
are being
exists?
disappeared, right?
Tito, do you
Things
think
are being
Africa exists?
things are being obstructed bottom up. Is that correct?
Wait,
Is that
Even when you
enough
zoom in.
confirmation for you? Is that
either or
enough
way that you're
confirmation
persuaded.
for you?
Oh, I mean,
I have a
what
question
else do
though.
I need?
Either or way that you're persuaded to argue for this topic, let's just take a step back and be like, take a step back from your beliefs and like your formed opinions and be like, can we claim to know for 100% certainty? You know what I mean?
Yes.
But you can't claim to know anything.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
look,
it's like
the
we
only
can
way
only
to demonstrate, look, the only way to know, I guess, would be to have a reliable way to test whether there's a curve or not, right?
Yes, I told you the test. I told you the test.
Look, I've already done theodolite stuff, and even Jaro theodolite stuff. It's not like they have. I've heard their responses. It's not going to be anything particularly.
Well, we
new,
cannot
right?
do that test. We just need a heavy truck and a bunch of cable.
I'm just saying that they have a response to that. That could cause doubt.
I mean, that's fine if they have a response.
I don't.
I'm just saying.
I don't
This
think
is how
that.
you do the test.
But
here's the thing,
I don't
though.
care. This is how
I
you
don't
do the
think that
test.
we
Like,
can know for 100%
regardless if you have a
certainty.
response or not. Sorry.
It's just like either or way that you're persuaded. I don't think we can know for 100% certainty unless we were to actually go up into space and observe it visually with our own eyes. And other than that, you're just processing information and whatever like fits in and caters to your
It's
niche
called
life experience.
inference. Yes, it's called inference. Yes, we all
It's
know
called
that.
epistemology. That's what I'm talking about. It's a
What?
philosophy quote.
Hold on. Why do we have to deal with epistemology when we're just
No
talking
reason.
about empirical facts that we derive through inference? Why
Because
do we
that's
have to
what all
engage
these
in
guys
philosophical
rely on.
through
All those arguments
observation
rely on
and
it.
measurement.
You can have
So, do you
epistemology
want to talk about?
in
Do you want to talk about like a certain philosophical framework? I can indulge you, right? But in the case of us just proving empirical things or deriving empirical things through practical physical experiments, there's no philosophy here.
Yeah.
By the way, I posted a video there with the experiment that the guy did, like a camera on like this contraption, which like makes the camera go up and down like a meter or so in the air, and zoomed in, and you can clearly see like when the camera goes down, like in slow motion, things at the other side, like the beach, the trees, the rocks, boats on the water get obstructed from the bottom. Right, then the more down it goes, the more obstructed it gets. Some of them disappear.
What were the measurements?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you can't measure that though,
It's
right?
hard
You
to
can't measure the
measure
curve.
exactly
You
because
can't
of
measure the curve,
atmospheric
but everything goes
refraction.
behind it.
No, we have measured. I mean, I think Zerberg mentioned we have like experiments for this.
We can do a cheap experiment. We just need to rent a heavy truck, a big truck.
It's just gonna there be some atmospheric conditions where somebody can go to the same place, right? Even at the same time of the day, right? But the atmospheric conditions are different, and boom, you have like looming, right, or towering,
Right.
or
So
some
is
other like
all you
refraction
have
phenomenon.
the bottom up obstruction, just something appearing to be obstructed from bottom up? Is that all you have?
Well, we have tons of auto evidence.
I was telling this to the other guy. I think it was Sasha. Was it Sasha? I'm not sure. Or get the other day, right? I went to Rimini, which is in Italy, on the coast of the Adriatic, with my P90. I bought, well, not mine, because I bought it from my wife as a present. She likes to do amateur photography. Sorry, Village. I just bought the P90. And we looked at the sea because Rimini is a port. We looked at the sea with the P90, with the Nikon P90, right? We looked at the sea, we looked at the ship, and it disappears bottoms first. Doesn't matter how much I enlarge or zoom, the bottom is cut off.
And the higher you sit, the more
I see of the ship. Yes, I did that basic experiment.
And you're going to conclude from this what? What are you going to conclude
that
from
there
this?
is some obstruction created by
the
water, right?
The curvature of the earth.
Oh,
Yes,
so the water is actually obstructing. Is that because there's a wave, a swell?
There was no wave.
What?
There was
the sea was no wave.
The sea was calm.
All right. So what are you going to conclude from that?
Well, it fits with the model of globe Earth.
So you're going
the observation.
So you're also going to commit a logical fallacy.
How am I committing a logical fallacy? I'm just saying it fits with the model. It fits with the prediction of globe Earth.
So that's what it is, a reification fallacy. It's also an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, as well as a begging the question fallacy.
How is it affirming the consequence?
No, it isn't.
Affirming the consequence.
Because if this model, then I will observe X. I observe X, therefore this model.
No, whoa! That's the scientific.
No, you got it the wrong way around.
Affirming the consequences if P and not P true, therefore
Someone
Q.
just said that the scientific method is affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
You can just study your fallacies, bro. That's actually
the scientific method is not affirming the consequent. What are you talking about?
I haven't gotten tilted.
Oh, that's what somebody just claimed. That's what somebody just claimed.
Who said the scientific method was affirming the consequent?
I just specified exactly what affirming the consequence
quoted what the fucking affirming the evidence even is, or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the shit is called.
He said based on your definition of affirming the consequence, then
basically. I mean,
and then someone said,
ridiculous.
and then someone piped up and
formula,
said,
right?
"That's the scientific method." Oh, please keep talking.
Yeah, it literally
I
is
love it.
to have a prediction and then to test it.
That's exactly what you're saying. Is making a prediction and testing that prediction is an affirming the consequent fallacy according to your logic, which is fucking retarded.
No, according to logical fallacy definitions, that's what it is.
Can you read one to us? I gotta know where you're getting this from.
Yes, citation, please.
Do you not know what affirming the consequent means?
Please indulge me.
Right. Do this. I don't know who was it. Zoidberg who had the syllogism?
Well, no. Affirming the consequence is if P and not P are true, then Q is true, and that's premise one. And then premise two is
incorrect.
Then
if P then Q, P therefore Q.
Yes,
Q therefore P.
Yes, but you can do
Q for therefore P.
Yeah, you can do if P and not P true, both true, then Q true. Conclusion: Q is true. Q is true if P and not P are true. That's affirming the consequence.
Well, I think if P therefore Q, Q therefore P.
Sure, whatever. That's
way to say
also
it
works.
than what you're saying.
I'm just gonna Google it because I can't visualize that. I appreciate you guys though.
So if model, then X.
A, then B,
X,
then you
therefore
have
model.
B being true, and then you say, well, A is true as well. But that's not what he was
So
saying.
if my model is correct, I will observe X. I observe X,
That is not
therefore
what he
my
said.
model is correct.
That's actually
That's not what he said. He said, I observed this one thing that indicates this model, so then there's a higher likelihood.
Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
still doing it. You're still doing it. Look, if you're going to
Doing
try and make a
what?
deduct, like this is purely a deductive
Shut the fuck
fallacy,
up,
by the way.
Jace.
So if you don't formalize this argument, if you formalize this argument in a non-deductive way, you might be able to sidestep affirming the consequent. You might not be able to sidestep begging the question, but you are doing that, in my view, at least. And I'm a globe earther, and I still think probably sounds like me.
I'm one of the good ones, guys.
Yeah, no,
I don't really.
I didn't. But like the thing is, I only heard that from I don't think it was T Dub who told me what the argument was. So I think he was trying to talk about what Zoidberg's argument was. So I'd rather hear what Zoidberg's actual argument was before I brandish it with affirming the consequent.
Well, no, my situation was that I told you I bought my wife a P90 for her birthday because she likes to take amateur photography, right? A Nikon P90 is a very expensive camera. And it's one of the favorite cameras of. By the way, I found this from a flat earther. I watched a flat earther channel, which was recommended by Crit, I think. And they're using a P90, and I said, "Well, that camera is amazing, right?" So I bought it because I listened to you guys, right? And then I went to Rimini for the summer, for a couple of days so we can enjoy the beach. And we took the camera and I said, I'm going to try this. I'm 6'1", I'm 186 centimeters, right? I stood on the beach with the camera on my face, horizontally holding it, watching at the ships in the Adriatic, right? And I was observing them for more than an hour and a half, looking what's happening to the ships. All of them disappeared bottoms up first. Even when I zoomed, the bottom was still cut, and they were like subsequently like going down. Like it sort of say like that's the practical upshot of like looking at a ship disappearing over
That's
the curve, right?
fascinating. Now you have to demonstrate
And I said, yeah, that seems like what the model for globe Earth would suggest. That's
because
what
that
I
was
said.
yes, it seems like it, right? From what the model suggests, because it was occurring at exactly 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's
I don't
height
know
in
this.
feet,
I didn't do the
as
calculation.
detailed as detailed by the model, right? Exactly right.
I didn't do the calculation. I'm just telling you my observation.
Right, so it's just based off an
We
observation.
all do
Yet
backyard science here, right?
Yet, when you look out and see a flat horizon, and you can see, and sometimes you can see things that should be obstructed according to the model, but they aren't, then observation's not good enough,
like
right?
what?
Then it's not good
Tell
enough.
me what to
Yeah,
watch.
exactly. But I'm going to hop off right now, and I'm going to apologize
amazing.
for losing my shit to the other dude. I really am not happy with myself about the way I reacted. So I do apologize.
That's fine, bro.
for
Everybody
that.
gets angry. You're human. Jesus, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to hop off now and pass the conversation over to others. So thank you. Good night.
So
Good night.
I don't know who was the one who was struggling with affirming the consequent. Was it Jaybird or was it someone else?
Do you still think that
I
is affirming the
was.
consequent?
I think I get what he was
Imagine
talking
this
about. I
scenario,
don't
right?
agree with
Imagine
it,
this
though.
scenario. If I said to you, Newtonian physics predicts planet X should be in Y position. Planet X is in Y position, therefore Newtonian physics is correct, right? Would you say that's affirming the consequent?
Based on what I'm looking at, I think that would be affirming.
Yeah, that would be right. So science doesn't do that, right? In its deductive process, what would science would say is that Newtonian physics, for instance, predicts the planet should be in X position. Planet X is not in not in X position. Therefore, Newtonian physics has been falsified. That's why people say science doesn't prove shit, right? Because that's not what their goal is. Their goal is to test it against falsification, right?
Okay, yeah. Okay. So then that guy was claiming that he said if globe Earth is true, then this will happen, this happened, therefore it's true.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. And was the consensus here that that was affirming the consequent or no?
If it was framed that way, then it would be.
Okay.
Because it's easier to falsify things with the scientific method than it is to prove things.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I appreciate your explanation.
The whole channel is muted, dude.
Because you came in.
Yeah, look at my ball, Spartacus.
My God, bro. It's the first thing you say in the morning? Amazing.
It's 8:45 at night, bro.
It's haram.
Yeah, I know, but like, it's morning in Italy, the only country that matters.
Italy, huh?
Uh-huh.
The most outdated country in the world. Nice one, bro.
Well, outdated. You call it outdated. We call it Italian optimism.
We call it history. That's a way to put it.
Is Mez still in chat? Mez, wakey wakey.
Nah, bro, he's asleep.
Mez is out of it.
As soon as he heard you speak, he's like, I'm out,
He
bro.
agreed with me, and all of his energy dropped because like that feat required like huge amounts of energy.
Me and
Are
Mez
you
have been
serious,
good
bro?
friends for a while. Since
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
been
I
on
get it.
we've been on this
You
flat
both
Earth
you
crusade.
both don't know what a woman is. Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, we're on a flat Earth crusade. That's all. You know.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well,
He's a
must be
very cool guy. He's very muscular. He's very fit.
what's your
Zoidberg, you
tertiary
can't help
experience?
yourself, can you? You
What's
can
my
never
what?
help but talking about other people and shit,
Yeah,
can
shut up,
you?
doctor. I'm talking. Did you study anything?
Yeah.
What did you study?
Postdoctorate. Well, computer science in general, and then my postdoctorate is natural language processing, deep learning.
Postdoctorate or postgraduate?
Postdoctorate.
As in a PhD?
As a PhD, yes.
The
Did you
fuck
know
is a
anything
post?
about
Why was
business
I
and finance?
muted?
What?
Did you know anything about business and finance?
No, bro. No. My wife is a business has a bachelor's in business management, but she doesn't work that. So.
Okay, so we're back to flat Earth.
Yeah, where's the curve?
My question is, the guy who said we're back to flat Earth, are you gonna stop insulting people for no good reason?
Are we back to trucks pulling on cables equal a globe?
No. And if you think this is
Can
what
you
I said,
explain it
then
for me,
you
Doctor?
truly are lost.
Can you explain the issue with that experiment, Doctor, please?
The stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, but can you explain it? The issue.
It doesn't even make sense. How can I explain something that doesn't make sense? Pull a cable so it's perfectly straight, which you cannot do, and that'll
That's why
equal
you
the
choose
globe.
a light cable, like a light coaxial, like analog cable, which is very, very light, right? And sagging there can be easily eliminated. And if there is sagging, we can take that into consideration, right? We can correct for that.
So you have to correct it by leveling it, right?
Well, whatever, right? We can correct it, and even if there is sagging, we can accept a small deviation from whatever the actual value is that we're going to discover from the drop over distance.
So you got to level it all the way, right? Make sure it's
We
level
don't
first.
have to level it. We can prove roughly the concept that there's going to be a major difference between the start of the travel of the truck, where the stationary pole is, and then eventually 5 or 6 kilometers down the road, right?
Well, if you don't level it, how do you know it's flat?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't need to be perfectly leveled. It can be good enough just to prove the concept that there's a drop over distance.
No, it can't just be good enough if you're going to go rent a truck and waste money on cable, dumbass.
Oh, amazing.
You're very aggressive, sir.
That's true.
If you brought this up in a meeting at my work, people would laugh you out of the office.
Well, so?
Is clown
I
school?
mean, you can't really blame the guy
Clown
for
school.
being cynical. I mean, everybody on the
I'm not
globe
being
is
cynical even. I'm
involved
not like opposing him on like some
No,
fallacious
not
basis.
you.
Like I just
Not you. Not you. The other guy, man. He's been like the entire globe has been calling this guy a retard for like his entire life. So
I'm
I
not
would be
even
angry
calling him a
too.
retard. He called me a retard first.
I know.
He
I'm calling him
insulted
a
me
retard.
first.
I
Yeah,
know.
sure.
I'm calling him a retard.
If he never insulted me, I would never have insulted him because I believe in decorum, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Don't say stupid shit then, and you won't get insulted.
So imagine being a flat earther, right? Like everybody.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Boogie.
Like,
dude.
what is that? Hi, Crit. Yeah, I see you back.
Yeah, it's
Hello.
like I'm sitting here just wanting to hear a conversation. You know, why was it so hard? It's really that difficult to talk about flat Earth.
I mean, it's
the
not,
content,
but like we all got triggered.
Yeah, the content goes
Crit,
back.
Crit. Hey, listen,
thousands,
real quick. I
thousands.
gotta leave soon, so you take over.
Okay.
Crit, I think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's observably, measurably, and practically used. The only logical conclusion: the Earth is flat.
I agree too.
No amount of sky magic is going to bend the surface of the Earth. Copernicus said it best.
Well,
As far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. Least he accept that the truth idea is conceived for another purpose, and depart from the study a greater fool than which you've entered. If you try to use the sky magic to divine earthly premonitions, you'll just end up a greater fool than you entered. Just come out. What is your goal here? What is you want to use all the heliocentric model to push what agenda? Nihilism, like some
I can
sort
tell
of
you my agenda. If the Earth isn't flat, if the Earth isn't a globe, then Star Wars can't be real. Star Wars is real, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I get you. It's sort of, long time ago in the galaxy far, far away, there was evil forces and good forces and magic forces and dark forces. Dark matter and dark energy collide to the ultimate battle of good and evil. But then later on, they rebooted the series, and it was a little bit more than that. And now you really don't know, who's really good and who's really bad anymore. It's kind of the
Exactly.
lines are blurred.
I need the Earth to be a globe. I need it.
Yeah, I mean that's like with the one people too. They need the Earth to be a globe because they got fantasy of making out with green alien shit. They hear
True, I
flat
want to fuck
earthers.
Orions, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, from Star Trek. Yeah, a telepathic, like.
Well, they have pheromones. They like enslave
Oh
their
yeah,
man,
yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, they just make men go crazy. Like in the one episode, they got the man separated from the woman for a while, and he's like, "I seek asylum." He's like,
By the way,
"For what?"
Zoidberg, on the topic of flat Earth, if you think your experiment demonstrates drop over distance, I mean, I'd show it to Alpha or someone because he said that's all
Drop
he
over
wants. Right?
distance. Drop over.
Yeah.
So, are you saying you could measure this drop over distance without having the water flow? That would be something.
Ask him, not me. It's not my test.
Oh.
Also, we're not doing that water flow thing again.
Oh well.
Enough of that yesterday.
Yeah, you might not want to talk about that. That's a killer.
Well, the thing with the drop over distance is not only you have to demonstrate that, but it's got to be the 8 inches per mile squared. It's supposed to match the curvature of the Earth. People can see things dropping in the distance for all kinds of different reasons.
I mean, there should be loads of demonstrations of from the globe side showing on a body of water, there's obstacles in the water at a known distance, and showing that they'll disappear at 1.22 miles away at a distance, a height of 1 foot. But I've never seen evidence of the horizon being where it should be, as in the claim.
I showed a video there of that happening.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, usually when there's a drop over distance and there's water there, that's called a river.
I hate that argument so much.
Drop over distance is called the rain, bro.
Zoidberg,
because it's a drop
argue this
over
with
distance.
Vasily.
Get it?
I'll argue it with Fusili, Zoidberg, right?
Fusilli, is he Italian? I can only argue with Italians. Everybody else is subhuman.
Oh, he's
I'm
American.
joking.
You
Obviously
actually,
joking.
you
Obviously
actually
joking.
should hear the argument because it like, I don't know. I think it's silly, but Fusili, tell him why. Tell him you do the water argument, and the sphere argument again.
No, if you could measure drop over distance that isn't accompanied by water flow, that would be the killer.
Do you, so it was, okay. I'm gonna say what the argument was. So and Fusili, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the idea is that water should fall, right? There's an up and down. Water should fall, right? If you're high up.
Well, it does fall, yeah.
Yeah. Water does fall if you're high up. Is that correct, Zoidberg? If you're up, water falls down, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what happens when you're on a hill and you have a stream? Where does water go? It goes down, right? Right. So where's down on the globe?
Where's down on the globe?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't argue that.
Well, can you do the argument for me? Because I can't remember the exact thing.
Well, I don't really have an argument as far as that goes.
Down is where your feet are.
There you go.
Level is it level with other people, right?
What? Well, down is in Sheol, in hell. That's down. So you dig until you meet the devil. That's down.
Up is the sky, right? And down is
Up
your
is
feet, right?
heaven, where God is, and down is where the devil is.
Is that what you actually believe?
Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't believe that. So yeah, but up is in the sky and down is on your feet on the ground, right? So it's level.
Well,
with
it's just
everyone
vertical.
else, right?
It's an elevation.
Vertical.
Yeah, up and down.
Level with everyone else, right? Level.
Well,
hold on, Oliver. In Islam, is there a Sheol like in Judaism?
What do you mean by that?
Like hell, Sheol, hell.
There is a hill, yeah, but something below us as like literal.
Yeah.
I believe in Tartarus. So.
Well, that is hell.
Yeah, but
That's literally the
I
concept
believe in
of
Greek
hell.
mythology. What are you gonna do?
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. You
only
still
works on
believe
a
in
flat earth
hell.
model, then.
What are you talking
It
about,
only works on a-
Jace?
Yeah, but you don't have Styx. You don't have Hades. You don't have
No,
Hades
it said
is
you
in
had any of
Tartarus.
those, though.
Aaron.
I think they call it Jehannam or something. Jehannam.
Jahannam,
is just Arabic
Jahannam
word
in
for hellfire.
Arabic. Oh, okay.
It's just the Arabic word for hellfire.
Okay, Zoidberg. So the ship's getting cut off from the bottom, right? I admit that we do see that. Now, how would you
Well, I mean,
explain that?
How would I explain that? That there's some abstraction
Yeah.
between me and the ship.
Okay. What is the obstruction?
I assume in the case of me watching ships in the sea, I see it's the sea. The sea is obstructing.
Okay, so what is causing that obstruction? Like, is the ship, like, what happens with the ship?
No longer shipping, brother.
Does it go
I think
lower? Does it
I
drop
think in the
from your position?
I think in my case, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I think it's the curve of the Earth.
Okay, which way is it curving?
In the sense of, from my standpoint, from what?
I swear to God, if you're about to be like, "Oh, it curves downwards," where's down even?
It's from my standpoint, it curves in all directions.
Does it curve up?
I don't know what you mean by up. Like up horizontally?
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. See,
Like up in the sky?
Up. See
Like
what I'm
up in
saying?
the sky? Like what do you mean up?
See, these are the mental gymnastics, dude.
These are. I'm gonna flip my shit, bro.
Okay.
Down is towards the center
Do you know?
of the Earth.
Do you know what's kind of? Do you know what's kind of insulting, Fusili? Like, first of all, you have an Italian name of Italian food, and I'm Italian, and this is greatly offensive to me. That I have to like kind of disagree with you on this one. And second of all, is
What do you disagree with?
you by saying this, Fusili, is you're basically claiming, or you're making the not the assumption, but the accusation that I'm lying to you when you say mental gymnastics. I'm lying to you, right? right?
He's
I'm
not
being
even-
dishonest.
he's claiming that you're lying to
He's
yourself.
trying to.
And that
he's
is
going-
greatly offensive to me that you
he's
claim
running,
that I'm a
He's
liar.
running his up and down argument. You should play
He's-
along with it.
He's claiming
No,
that you're lying to yourself, not
No,
to
no,
me.
no. The mental gymnastics is yeah, I'm a liar. I'm lying to him, and I'm lying to myself.
Can we just?
Thanks. I just haven't heard a logical explanation for what causes the obstruction. Is it a drop?
He's just answering
From
a
your
question.
position?
I mean,
It's the
Well,
sea, because they're. What do you
Okay,
mean?
well,
you
what
asked
is
the question. He
obstructing it?
answered. He said the curve
No,
of
he
the Earth.
didn't.
Yeah, he
He
said
said
the
that-
sea was obstructing it.
Did you not hear it, bro? Maybe you're not the one not hearing it.
Okay, so what causes that? Is the ship
Ask him, bro.
dropping?
The ship is going around the globe.
So
Hey,
is it
Jerry,
curving
Jerry, I have a
downwards?
question. Jerry, I have a
Is
question
it going
for you.
downwards?
Please,
that
please,
question
just be
doesn't
quiet
is
while they do
naive. I
this.
don't.
Jerry, I have a question for you.
No, don't interrupt.
Yeah, what's up?
Let this happen.
Jerry, so after the boat goes over the hump of the ocean, we should be able to send a boat to the top of the hump and measure that distance from where we are to that hump to get the curve of the earth, right?
Hmm.
Who
Well,
are you talking to?
well, how could it be a hump if it's supposed to drop from your position? See, that's the tricky thing there.
I don't think it's a. I don't. I
It's
don't
supposed to drop
understand
from
what
your
you guys-
position, right?
Drop is a very odd way to put it.
Well, you guys say curve, so which way is it curving? Is curve?
It's
does it just
curving
lose meaning, or-
inwards towards the center, like as you
Inwards.
travel
What
forward.
does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Earlier, you
Inwards?
asked what down meant. Down is just towards the center of the earth.
It,
In my
Okay,
world.
so you
be a
have no
change in
vertical. then.
elevation.
So I have what?
You have
There'll
no
be an
vertical. then?
elevation. There'll be an elevation change. That's all there is to it.
So, somebody's. I. One more time. Sorry.
So, does it not go down from your position, curve down, or does it?
Down. It goes around. Is the word I would use. And I feel like anyone
Around.
would understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't understand that. No.
Well, but you have a completely different worldview, fam. Of course, we're gonna.
No, I don't. Do
disagree
you
on
see
this.
when you
Yes,
say
you do. What do you mean?
when
You
you say
believe the Earth is
around?
flat?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Because you could
Oh, you
no, because
don't?
you could measure elevation changes, right? So when someone says around, I think like a circle, right? But
No, I
circles.
think like a sphere. What do you?
Okay, so which way is it curving from your position? Does the ground drop or does it go up?
Which way is a circle curving? If you start at the top of it and you go left, which direction is the circle curving?
You could put a circle horizontally so it won't curve in the vertical axis, but spheres
Yeah,
do,
sure.
right?
So
which
if
way?
it's not
Spheres are
like horizontal though, if it's just sitting, you're facing it directly at it at its base. Right?
Listen, does the
What
ship go
direction
down
is
from
the
your
circle
position or
curving?
no? Does
Does it
the
go
Earth drop
down from
from
my
your position or no?
Wait, from my perspective, the ship is going
Perspective.
down in that situation.
Perspective, then. So it's not real. It's just perspective, correct?
What do you mean it's not real?
Well, if it was really dropping, then you'd have a river, right? Then the water would flow. So it's
That's
just
not how that
perspective.
works.
Yes, it is. That's exactly
No,
how it
it's
works.
not. No, it's not.
So water doesn't flow.
That's why I prefaced it with "from my perspective," and that doesn't make it
Right.
fake. That makes it relative.
Right,
Right?
relative. So
Right,
not
exactly.
objective. Not objective.
Relative is not the.
Well, if it was
Relative.
objectively curving, then the water would flow. You'd be able to measure it. But measurements don't change because of perspective, right? If something is, a foot tall, it's a foot tall for everybody.
Can you give me your goal right now? Because it's not very clear. I
I'm
can't
just
tell.
looking for an
I can't
explanation
tell
of
if it's
what
like.
happens.
I can't tell if
I'm
this is
looking-
like a fun, like logical misadventure, or if it's like a troll,
I
or
don't
if
think logic is being applied very well here. Both of you aren't making logical sense.
Well, I'm just looking for
I
an
think
explanation of what happens to the ships on
Can
the
you
horizon.
challenge the logic I'm making? Because I really don't want to be grouped
You're not
in
making
with
any
like me
logic,
and
bro.
Kim are
Yeah, you're not making
not
any
making.
sense at all.
Neither are you,
Can
the other
they?
guy.
Okay, I am core. I can't. I don't know what the rest of it is.
How do
Core.
you
I'm just gonna call it
explain the
All the
core.
ships
words,
on the
Can you tell
horizon?
me
that's word
what's
for it.
illogical about what I'm saying?
Well, you're
You're not making
saying
any
that it's
statements.
perspective, so it can't be measured.
There's a
I'm
difference
gonna
between
turn him up a little.
perspective and relativity, right? If you say it's relative, it can still be objective.
Okay, how would you
What's
measure
that?
this?
How is that different
Would you
from what I
measure
was
it
saying?
as a drop from your position?
Oh, I don't hold
Wait,
these
wait. Would
positions.
you measure and what? So when you're asking the question, you say to you, right? Which is implying like my perspective, right? And then when I
Mm-hmm.
say from my perspective and give you an answer, you act like it's this ridiculous thing, and I don't understand.
Okay,
I
so
don't
let's say
understand what the purpose of this question. I don't know what you're doing right now. It's so
I've never
bizarre
had
to
a
me.
Honestly, trust yourself. It is a silly argument.
Thank you.
I've never had a logical explanation of what happens to the ships on the horizon from
They
anybody.
go around. Imagine you're on it. I know this isn't like good faith, but like, so imagine you're on top of a circle, okay? Or there's a dot on top of a circle, and you're facing
How
that
do you do
Is this
that?
a
circle.
horizontal
And now
circle
you
or a
have
vertical circle?
that you're facing the face of the circle. Does that make sense?
So we
Yeah.
have a vertical circle, or
Sure. I wouldn't call it vertical, but I think that's what you're talking about, sure.
Well, we're comparing space to circles. I'm a bit confused.
So
be more
you
clear,
have a
man.
circle, right? And you put a pin right at the very top of it, okay? Great. Now you put a pin right at the very right of it, okay? And you
Yeah,
try
mate.
you have a string tied to each one, and that string is cutting through the circle, right? So if you were on that circle trying to look at the other like pin, if you were on the top pin trying to look at the other one, your view would be obstructed by the rest of the circle, right? Because that
So it's
line
a
has to
hump,
go
right?
through the circle.
Yeah, you're describing the hump.
It's a hump depending on where you're at. Like I wouldn't
Is it a hump or isn't it?
necessarily.
Okay, yeah, wait.
It's not a hump
Yeah,
if
no,
you're
yeah,
on it because it's a circle.
Okay, so it's no hump.
you can call it a hump.
It depends on where you're
Should I
at.
call it, or
I don't know.
is it?
Okay,
Yeah,
he's not the
sure.
one. Move on to the next guy.
Yeah, we should.
Okay,
Yeah, just get
so yeah,
down.
no, yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, I know you're not like without bringing up the water and all that stuff, like because I know you're gonna say why doesn't the water fall off? But at the very least, we can agree if you held a basketball up to your face and there was an ant crawling on the basketball, the ant would and it was crawling directly away from you, the ant would disappear, right? Eventually.
Yeah, it would go down.
Yes, it would go down. Yeah, so yes, I will. Yes, the
So-
ship. So in this same sense, relative to you, the ship does go down.
So it's not actual then; it's just relative. Right?
No, it's actual, but it's also just like we could pick another frame of reference and speak of the ant and say to some things that ant is above, but to my frame of reference, the ant is below. In that same
So
way.
you couldn't be able to measure this.
Yeah, it's like an ontological distinction, I guess, or not, but
Right.
yeah.
So you can't measure the curve, right? It's impossible to do so. Correct.
Can you measure the curve of the basketball?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
wrap
can.
a tape measure around it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, let's wrap a tape measure around the Earth. Why not? Let's just fucking do it, man.
Yeah, but then you would just have a big flat circle, right?
Well, you don't believe it could go around the Earth, right? It would be impossible.
See, the thing is that a basketball has a vertical axis up and down.
I mean,
Right.
we could put a vertical act like we could say that the Earth has a vertical axis if we wanted to, and
But you would say that it's relative.
I mean, what would you say about the basketball? Like, if we make a vertical axis about the basketball, we could like envision that vertical axis like in a like a Cartesian sense and like put it anywhere, right? As we like manipulate it.
Yeah, but that makes a lot of sense.
When we speak of like the Earth's axis, we speak of its axis of rotation, and so like that's what we use to decide like north and south. I mean, if we're going to talk about like the magnetic poles and look at that as a different axis, that axis is actually offset from like the other
But
axis.
north to south is just a straight line, right?
If we're talking about like latitudinal lines or longitudinal lines in like that sense.
Well, that's just 2D, isn't it? Latitude,
Yes.
longitude.
Yeah, that's the in a sense.
Right. So
yeah.
you have a big flat sphere, correct?
Well, we're talking about like different principles here.
Yeah, you don't have a vertical. All you have is horizontal, and there's no curve in a horizontal, is there?
Now I've lost you.
Well, if all you have is latitude and longitude, that's 2 dimensions, right?
If we're talking about like a latitude or longitudinal like line, sure, but that's a different thing. Like
Well, you brought it up.
why are we going there right now?
You went there.
No,
I asked north to south is a straight line.
Oh
right?
yeah. If we're talking about like north to south lines, sure, yeah. Or in a sense, I would say.
Yeah.
If we're talking about those on like on a map, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about like the ant on the ball. And the boat.
Well,
and the boat
on a map, you could
and the boat relative to us.
You could represent all 3 dimensions on a map, couldn't you?
Well, let's say you're another ant on the ball, and you're watching the other ant go away. And
what's all these hypotheticals, bro?
Because
it's not that he's not understanding you, right? It's that you're not making any sense.
See, again, the
I think
main
it
problem
does
is
make
that
sense if we're talking about trying to illustrate perspective on a ball.
Bro, you can illustrate whatever you like. It's still not going to make any sense, man.
instead of trying to parse it out because of modelly affliction, just talk about the issue directly, right full on. Don't be like, well, I got to parse my comment this particular way because you know it's not going to work on the Earth. So just spill it out, let it go, man. Like you don't have to hold on to the ball that hard.
You're not going to die if you say, okay, you know what, I might be wrong here. Life
you
will
mean?
go on, bro.
No, I mean, I think saying that the boat disappears, and in a sense it does go down relative to us, but that doesn't have any bearing on why things are attracted to masses. That's an entirely separate concept.
But you can't measure that drop, right? Because it's relative. That's the problem.
It depends on how we're mapping it.
Well, in reality, maps are to scale, right? So they measure horizontal distances, and they measure distances with horizontal triangles, and all right, and then they represent the elevations with, the topographical.
Yeah, we treat
map,
things
like
on the
with
same elevation as a flat plane in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so if there is really a drop, it would be represented on a map as an elevation change.
No, because elevation is distance from the center. Like
No, it isn't.
Or distance from sea level, actually.
Right, which is a point.
Yeah, exactly, a point.
Yeah.
But if
So
I
up
pick,
and
but if
down
I pick,
from
but
that
if I
point.
pick different, but if I pick a different point system and I talk about it in a different, like from a different frame of reference or perspective or a different domain, then the up down and like those logical relations become different. And like this is the same in any like conceptual like space. I'm talking about like Euclidean space or Minkowski space or whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
I'm just talking about the area represented on any map, any scale map.
But you like fundamentally understand that even speaking in reality, right? If we're making relational distinctions, something can be down from one perspective but up from another, and these can be true if we change our frame of reference, right?
No, not with water.
What?
No, dude. Water always flows down, high to low.
Why are you laughing, bro?
Because
Can you explain why that was funny? Can water fly?
That's fine.
Because we're talking about like logical relations in like conceptual space. We're not talking about like even water. Even I could say that water, like from one perspective, was either like left or right of something else, right? Like up and down, left or right. Like we're not talking about Where this is separate. This is separate. These distinctions and these like conceptual relations are a completely different thing from like the observed effects of like gravity in life. And we can talk about that if you want. But like,
well, gravity is just vertical, isn't it?
No, it's gravity is just vertical. Explain that sentence. Flesh that out for me a little bit.
Well, it's a plumb line, right?
If you want to say that in some sense, like we can talk
That's
about
how
it like a vector, yeah, sure, but
yeah, that's how we determine vertical in reality is with a plumb line, correct?
it's a bit reductionary to say gravity is just vertical.
How would you explain gravity?
How would I explain gravity? Well, I mean, I'm sure this is like a common gotcha here, but we don't fully understand it. We create, yes, of course, models, which I do not claim to be true. Like no models are true. Models are always false.
So
Right?
every model of gravity we have is not true, but gravity
Every
is
model,
true.
no models are true. I agree with you guys on that. You guys bring that up all the time.
You're
No models
not
are
speaking to-
are
you're not speaking
ontological
to-
reality.
Mate,
They
you're not
are.
speaking to you guys. I just asked you a
Yes.
simple question. I'm not trying to get you or got you. What model of gravity do you refer to then?
Like, what do you mean?
Where does your understanding of gravity come from?
Like, what is the best accepted like model right now?
What is your understanding of gravity deriving from?
Oh Jesus!
Like special relative theory of relativity and yeah, theory of relativity.
Can you explain it to me?
I mean,
do we need to get into this? You guys don't accept it. Why do I even?
Who's you guys, bro? What is this you guys
flat
stuff?
Earth people don't accept
I
relativity.
never said
right?
I'm a flat earther or a flat earth person, did I?
I think I've been in this room before, and I believe you are. I might be wrong about that.
Well, you probably are wrong. Can you explain to me this theory of relativity?
nobody can explain gravity to you. It's a theory. We understand how it works. So, for instance, when we fire a rocket from the ground up into space, we understand how gravity works, like the physics of it, but we don't understand why gravity works. That's a fact. Like gravity's a real thing. It require like gravity and infinity go in together. They coincide. That's part of the way you can get like gravitational physics to launch a missile up into space and make sure it lands on a certain point on the Earth.
Have you ever seen it make a ball?
Yeah, I've made a ball many
Really?
times with a lot of different fucking materials.
Have you ever done it with just gravity?
No, we don't know what gravity is. We know gravity is a theory.
So why do you bring it up?
Gravity is a theory. Like we understand that we don't understand exactly how gravity works, but we know that, like for instance, gravity is important when we utilize it for space exploration. Because again, do you know how fast does a rocket need to go out off the ground to be able to go into the atmosphere?
I don't know, but what does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, it has a lot to do with the shape of the Earth because gravity
Okay, tell me.
forces the shape of the Earth. So when you launch a rocket that goes 5,000 to 6,000 miles an hour, and all of a sudden it's no longer going up and it's going around, you can traverse that. You can capture that.
Okay.
You can see how on the north side of the planet you can see the North Star, but on the south side of the planet you can't.
Okay, one topic at a time to its full logical conclusion.
Okay,
You're
sorry.
on
Maybe
rockets.
I hopped in too late.
No, you're okay, but you're on rockets and you teleported to like North Star.
No, you don't. The rocket doesn't teleport. The rocket traverses.
No, you teleported.
No, I didn't teleport. The rocket launches at the North Star. And you need the rocket. You need the rocket to go at 5,000 to 6,000 miles an hour to be able to get out of the atmosphere. Now the rocket can go and it will circumference the Earth.
He's saying that you teleported topics.
You jumped the shark. You're talking about rockets, and then you start talking about the North Star.
You're gonna need half.
No, that's
that,
part of rocketry is part of debunking flat Earth.
Yeah, you definitely debunked all
How
of us,
does
bro.
how
So.
does how does are you telling me that you shoot a rocket around the fucking sun in a circle?
Okay, so your argument is you can't explain rockets, therefore the ground is a ball, correct?
No. See, I hate
Great.
this. You flat earthers do all this shit all the
You
time.
flat
Here we
earthers,
go.
How
you
about
filthy flat
how about
earthers.
this? How about let's flip the conversation on you guys? How
Okay, this works, and you don't need to talk. If you're only here to listen, you don't need to talk. So you can
Amen.
flip it back on us. We'll talk about flat Earth until we're blue in the face. You'll listen as long as you want to. Easy day, easy money. Everyone's happy.
Amen. You filthy flat earthers.
Yeah, it's like they want to talk as their proof they're listening.
I don't understand it. Every time someone speaks, it's like, I already know you flat earthers. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know
Hey,
who the fuck you're
Fusili
talking about.
Jerry. Fusili Jerry, what do you think about that? If they got the boat that went over the hump already, let's park that boat there and let's send another
Yeah,
boat out to the top of the hump. That should prove it's a globe, right?
absolutely.
Anyway,
Everything
you want to
proves
make
it's a
that clear.
globe. Everything.
Yeah, if you presuppose globe and then end with globe,
Globe.
yeah, it's like anything you anything you can think of. The rooster's gonna crow in the morning. The Earth's a
That
globe.
should give us
The
the
roo-
exact size, though, not the 3959. It could be quarter of a million miles radius.
Yeah, if
Amen,
everything I
brother.
see confirms my belief that the ground is a ball, then the ground is a ball. Everything does confirm my belief that the ground is a ball. Therefore, the ground is a ball.
You know what I'm saying?
See, is it interesting? He left.
We'll see
I just
left.
want. I just want to talk. I want to talk. I just want to listen to all the flat earthers talk about flat Earth for once. You guys all talk about the globe. Okay, sure. We'll talk about flat Earth. You know, you don't need to talk. You don't need to be disruptive. He's like, I can't talk. Bye. And I'm
You
like,
filthy
yeah.
flat earth.
Inside your worldview, you said you had nothing to say. You only wanted to listen to what flat earthers have. And the flat earth content that you provided is deeply messed up. Like somehow rockets go up in the sky,
They're
ground
full globe.
curve. Yeah, it curves. It curves the ground if a rocket goes up. Because some other people that he doesn't know did something that he doesn't know about. Now that gives him all the intellectual firepower he needs to know that the Earth is a lava water ball, a ball
Slight
of lava
reach.
covered in water.
Must be the most reasonable glober I've spoken to.
Yeah, the best one too. It's like when I tell him, "Hey, dude, you're teleporting." Topics. The rocket doesn't teleport. I go, "Yeah, no,
It travels.
you are teleporting." You said, "I'll fire a rocket up in the air, the North Star, and the North Star be turning around the globe." You're like, I know it's not exactly what he said, but
Close enough.
it was a hot
Really.
mess, man. It was a literally hot mess. I was getting ready to post an article from the rocket and people talking about the towering rocket over the flat Florida landscape. So when did the rocket curve the Florida landscape?
Just
You know what
flat
I'm
and gorgeous
saying?
to see.
You know what I'm saying?
Great. That guy said they launch rockets at the North Star. So when they launch rockets out of Florida, they're launching them at New York.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that too. I know he put that down, and I was like, at first I was like, yo, that's so wrong, even if globe. And number two, it's like, dude, like, wow, like, okay, let me show you these different extra rotations based on. It's like, it's so pointless. Something like that's not going to learn anything. He's just really angry about flat earthers, and everyone in the room's a flat earther except for him. Yeah, that's the best part too. Like, I identify you as a flat earther. Like, why? Why would you do that? You're in a flat earther room.
You're one
Okay,
of them. You're one of them.
yeah, so run that back through your logic. Okay, inside your worldview, anybody in a flat earth room is a flat earther. You're in a flat earth room.
Also, check this out. So he said, what did he say? Rocketry is to debunk flat Earth. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, you know.
It's always you
Oh, by the
meddling
way,
flat earthers.
Crit, last night someone brought up that you could see the red spot on Jupiter like rotate, and that's some kind of evidence that the ground is a ball. But then I remembered, didn't you have some point about it rotates the wrong way
Yeah,
or something?
based on if you assume globe, right, and you say storms spin this direction to the north and that direction to the south because of Coriolis, and your causal agents are rotation and speed of rotation, mass of the Earth, it kind of like torques on the atmosphere and gets it to spin storm systems. So Jupiter is much bigger, much more mass, and its day is really short. It's like, I don't know, off the top of my head, it's like 12 hours or something like that. Let me double check that real quick just to make sure. So, 9 hours. Okay, so yeah, a little bit faster than, I think I said 11 or whatever. Whatever. So 10 hours, 9 hours, 56 minutes. So it's spinning very fast compared to Earth, and so you would see the Coriolis force effect multiplied by magnitudes. I mean, magnitudes more prevalent. So using that prediction, which way does a storm rotate on Jupiter? It's south of the equator, of Jupiter's equator.
Are you asking me? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, they say that so on Earth here, in in the northern hemisphere, storms spin counterclockwise. I think I got that right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It spins counterclockwise. I had to visualize in my head. It spins counterclockwise. In the south, it spins clockwise because of that. They call it the Coriolis. Like the old thing where it said, "Hey, flush your toilet." If you flush your toilet, you can tell what hemisphere you're on. Because if it spins this way, you're on the northern hemisphere. It spins that way, you're on the southern hemisphere. So even though that has been debunked many times, it don't even need rockets. As Jazza would say, you don't need rockets and science for that. Then you look at Jupiter, and if that's a storm, and everything you assume about it also, it spins counterclockwise. That is a direct contradiction in the model. Not only should it be spinning clockwise, it should be spinning very violently and quick, and a huge, powerful storm that burns itself out. Not, I mean, all of recorded human history, they say they got this red spot on Mars or Jupiter. So why the fuck is it still there, and why is it spinning the opposite direction? There's no answer to that because like the spokesman for NASA, William Shatner, said it's too theoretical. You can't observe. You're just making it's science fiction. You're coming up with a story to match some sort of sky magic that isn't based in any sort of reality. Which is why the physics of Earth talk about Coriolis effect. Astrophysics can do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can have storms spin any direction you want, astrophysically. And some of the explanations I heard from globalists are, well, it's a low pressure storm. And you're like, well, that doesn't really work because a low pressure storm pushes air out, away. So it wouldn't be a dark spot, it'd be a light spot for a low pressure storm, not a high pressure storm. And then they say, oh, it's relative from the ground level. Like if you're seeing a mirrored image of the storm. And you're like, what? Like, so you're seeing, how are you seeing a mirror? It's like a reflection through the atmosphere. It's like if you were to go down on the surface, if there was a surface, and look up, then you're saying it's spinning counterclockwise now, or spinning clockwise now, not counterclockwise. And they're like, yeah, huh. This is why it's interesting. I know a lot of flat earthers don't like to do it, but diving into the globe model and highlighting the contradictions, the blaring in your face, brutal contradictions, directly opposite, and see how the globalist reacts to it. Like they can just say, "Oh, yeah, it's a contradiction. I don't, but it doesn't really prove anything." You just try to like cope cope with it a little bit. Or B, like offer a straight up explanation. The reason why this is contradictory is because it's not contradictory. Because here's the real data to show how it works. It works this way because of A, B, and C. The person who was looking at it appeared to be a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction because here's the real rules. Or mostly what they tend to do is C. They flip out. They get really angry. Everyone's a flat earther. No one likes us. We like pineapple on pizza. Our mothers disowned us. Our fathers are ashamed that they whatever. It's like you get fired from every job you're in. You live in your mom's basement. You know all the
Horrible
random
people.
nonsense that has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever because they can't focus. They know it's a contradiction, and either A, they blame themselves, B, they try to think of some way to explain it, or
Such
C,
horrible people.
they blame other people. And that's generally what you'll get. You'll get them blaming flat earthers for pointing out contradiction in their model. Oh, go ahead, whoever's trying to jump in there. Thanks for yielding the mic and let me finish.
Hello.
Yeah, how can I be of assistance?
Is anyone here?
No.
All right, goodbye.
Adios.
Don't die, Jedi.
What up, man? How you doing? Sorry, did you hear me coughing? Do apologize.
Yep. Hope you're doing better.
I'm fucking dying, bro. Come down with something. I ain't feeling too
Yeah,
good.
NASA poisoned your water. I don't know why they did that to you. NASA poisoned your water, Will.
NASA did they?
Yeah. Saw it myself. It wasn't pretty.
What's going on here this morning then, guys? Or this evening? How's it going? Anything exciting?
Not really.
Who was the guy who came in there talking about rocketry and teleporting? What was that about?
Oh yeah, I don't remember who his name is. I put him on mute because he's like, I don't want to talk about flat Earth. I'm like, okay, fine. Then listen. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Okay, listen to it.
Yeah, he sounded way too energetic.
Yeah, it's like inside your worldview, you want to stay all within flat Earth, all of it. Okay, well, you've got nothing to add. So why do you want a mic if you're not going to, add anything? You know that you're just going to listen.
That's what I didn't get.
what he wants to do is have flat earthers talk, and every so often just open his mic and make a loud, abruptive animal sound, or laugh out loud, literally laugh out loud. And then if
Oh,
you
I
say,
talking about
"Well,
Alex?
is that who that was?" Yeah, I
I don't know. Reminding me of Alex though.
Yeah.
Alex is that British kid. Is that right?
Oh no,
Think
that's
he's British.
Zero,
Yeah.
Alex or Zeros. He's Alex, right?
Alex. He always butts into someone else's conversation.
Yeah. Obnoxious little shit.
Yeah, he was calling you big ego. I was sitting here laughing my ass off.
Yep. Oh well. This is another project of the British school system.
Yeah, that's a tough one to crack, that one.
Don't we love England?
Crit, do you actually sleep? I'll just check the time and I was thinking to myself, man, what's the time for you, bro?
Yeah, I get up really early. I'm like an old man dog that wakes me up to take him outside, and then he kind of lays over my lap sometimes, or I got like this cooling bed he lays on too, and then
I got
I sometimes too, like I get it's like my job. I do property management, so it's not really timed. I salary, so I can put stuff off, and then but if I like right now, if I turn some of the stuff in that I'm supposed to turn in yesterday, then it still counts for yesterday.
Interesting.
Yeah, the same thing like over the weekend too. Like if something's due Friday, if I turn it in before Sunday, it still counts as Friday.
By property management, you mean maintenance work or like rentals and leases?
Yeah, well, rentals I do. Well, yeah, basically the 99% of my job is low level maintenance. Like something breaks, and I come and go into the apartment and fix it. Because the deal on the lease is anything under $50 we pay. Anything over $50 they pay. Oh,
What's
crap.
on the
Never
50
mind.
bucks?
I said that backwards. Okay, no, yeah, that's way wrong. Okay, anything over $50 we pay for. Anything under $50 the tenant pays for. So,
What's
but
on the 50 bucks?
yeah, nothing. Literally nothing is I mean, sorry, everything's under $50. Like pretty much any contractor they call, it'll be exactly 59 or 49.99.
How come?
Because that's kind of like the deal that we got going. The maintenance.
Sounds like a really bad deal.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is I tell them I'll fix it for free, or you can have someone else fix it for $50. What do you want?
No, you fix it, nigga.
Oh, dude, come on! Did you drop the N word?
What's wrong with nigga? I'm black.
Come on, man. That was I am correct, right?
Yeah, he said it.
Okay. Oh, bummer.
I thought he was actually, being
Yeah.
sincere, but
Then I gotta go back to the live stream and clip it and post the clip and enter the log. Normally I can't I can't tell the hard R from the soft A or whatever, but that one was obvious, even for me. That was like he phonetically said that. You there, Jerry?
Be the best
Hello,
Yeah, what's up?
copy.
What's
Save
going on?
lives, Jaguar.
I think I got the news story of the day. A double black hole in a perfect binary system. Two perfectly two binary black holes are believed to be irrelevantly spiraling together because dark energy that is expanding the universe could help them maintain a safe distance apart and thus mimicking a single black hole.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Man, that is money well spent.
Yeah, whatever billions of dollars it took to do that. We can tell it's two black holes because it's one.
Great. How am I going to pay the rent this month?
Still got
Get a
like a rich
fucking
dad.
job.
Get a fucking job.
Fucking bum.
Funny.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like they spend billions on this bullshit that nobody cares about. There's people dying in the streets.
And here we are on Discord.
Save lives, Jaguars.
What's an activist?
You an activist? Save lives.
You fucking geezer, mate.
You sound like you're 12.
Maybe.
Right.
Oh, I'm just woken up though.
Right.
Huh?
I said, oh, okay, all right.
I thought you said why? Because I was asleep, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Obviously. So
I
what
was
made you
working
roll?
quite late.
Yeah, good. So what made you roll in here then, first thing in the morning? Or almost lunchtime?
It's got about an hour or so before I need to do anything, so I thought, see what's going on.
Have you
You know?
come into this channel before?
Oh, I don't think I ever have, no.
All right. Have you ever had any discussions about the flat Earth before?
I have. I was in the Flat Earth server.
Oh, really? What, the 24/7? Yeah.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
What did you learn there?
People are fucking mental.
People are fucking mental.
Lost the plot. They aren't all there.
Why is that
Spent hours a day talking about absolute bollocks.
What, like the Earth?
Yeah.
Where you live
They
and what it is?
supposedly flat.
Well,
or that it is supposedly the globe. I personally believe it's a box, a cube.
Have you found corners?
Yeah, I know where the corners are.
Awesome. Where are the corners, man?
I'm not going to share that information with you.
Why not? That'd be really interesting to know.
Well, if you don't know, you don't know.
Well, that's why you ask, to find out
Well,
from people that they do. Or you're
I'm
going to
not
be a
going to
secret.
share that information with you.
You're a secret. You're either a secret king or a bullshitter. Which one?
I would describe myself as a king.
You're a secret king.
Sounds like you need more sleep.
No, I just slept for 10 hours, dude. I'm well rested.
Do some jumping jacks or something.
I'm going to go to the gym. And they've got these boxes that you can jump on. Or should we say? A bit like the Earth, but like a cube. So,
Awesome. How big's this cube?
what, the cubes at the gym? They're about
No.
4
Obviously
foot by
not.
4 foot. But they have varying sizes. They have bigger and smaller ones.
Awesome. So the cube that we live in or on, what is it? Are we on it? Are we in it?
Well, we're on the cube.
We're on the cube.
Yeah, not to be mistaken by that TV game show with that paedophile.
Yeah. I was just going to say.
If you're familiar with the one.
I am indeed. But you've obviously come to the understanding that yes, a cube because the bit that you're on is level, right?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'd reach an accord then, because we say the Earth is flat. We wouldn't say that it's a cube or how big this cube is or anything like that, but we'd definitely describe the surface of the Earth as flat.
But it's not a constant flat. It has corners, right? It has edges, has faces.
According to you, it does. I'm not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. You're the one that said cube, mate.
That's right, I did.
You did. You got evidence of cubeness, like I said, corners or edges.
I don't have to share that information.
Okay. Like I said, Secret King. Probably bullshitting, but hey ho, I'm bored, so
Well,
I'll
I could
entertain.
say the same about the Earth being a globe or flat.
Well, if you wanted the information about the Earth being flat, I don't think we'd keep that from you. I think we'd be quite excited
I
to
don't
show
want
it.
the information. I know it's bullshit.
What, really? So, long distance observations, long distance measurements, practical use of the surface of the Earth, which demonstrates flat and stationary.
Did you ever watch that documentary that those flat earthers made where they proved that the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, yeah. I actually
Yeah.
know those people in that as well.
Do you?
hmm It's interesting because that's not exactly what happened, but I guess you believe anything that happens on TV.
What happened? I'd like to know.
Well, that would be a secret for me to keep to myself, wouldn't it?
Well, I won't be letting you in on any of the secrets of the cube.
Let's be fair, you don't even think it's a cube.
Of course I do. I bet you don't think it's flat.
I know it's flat. It's a slight
Yeah?
difference. Yeah. Like
I
I
know
said,
you're wrong.
what observed, measured, and practically used as flat and stationary.
I
Do you
feel
know
like
what a
I'm medium between the globists and the flat earthers.
Yeah, but you're making a
Because
claim
in
to show.
part, the Earth is flat, in my belief, by my knowing of the Earth. But it has edges, it has corners, it has faces.
A bit like a dice.
Exactly.
What side are we on? 6 to 1? The 4 to 2?
Don't be silly, it's not dice.
Okay. But you've come to that conclusion because the bit that you're on is level and flat, right?
Well, it would have to be unless you're right on the edge, or an
Like
edge, or a corner.
Like I said, then we would have an agreement because the bit that we're on is level and flat, measured and used that way. Is your cube moving?
The cube is moving.
Okay. So now we have a disagreement. You say that the cube's moving. We say that the Earth is flat and stationary, not moving. Have you got a direct measurement of your cube moving?
Who's we?
Flat Earthers within the server.
Do you all have like this consensus?
3 things. 1, the Earth is flat. 2, that it's stationary. And 3, the vacuum of space doesn't exist.
So you're all a little bit like what is it? The conspiracy theorists call people sheep, or you'll blindly believe something.
No, this is personal personal measurement and personal research into the practical
You've
use.
personally measured the Earth.
Not in its entirety, but over distances of water, the Earth curvature. No one's going to measure the entire distance of the Earth, my friend. How
You
silly
could.
would that be?
You could definitely measure it. It'd be easier to measure a cube.
How would you do that?
Well, if it's a perfect cube, you only need to measure one side, and then you can calculate the entire side.
So how would you measure one side?
Cube is a perfect idea. It's almost too good to be true, and that's why it's shunned by science.
Just help me out. How would you measure the surface of the Earth from one end to the other?
Well, you'd start at one side, and you take a measurement from that side to the other side.
Take a measure. How would you measure? What tools are we using?
You could get a really long fucking ruler.
Really long fucking ruler.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. What
Can't
about
go
a
wrong
laser?
with it. Good if the laser's straight.
Yeah. But that's what we've done. We've measured over distances of water to see if that water's curving with lasers and other signal propagation devices. And we measured the waters of the Earth to be level.
Does it account for waves?
Of course it accounts for waves.
Was that?
Of course it accounts for waves. What do you want us to say though? Wavy Earth. Welcome
What
to the
about
24th.
when it's a particularly wavy day? Or it's
Well,
not
like
very wavy at all?
well, doesn't have to be really wavy, does it? You can measure over I don't know, a lake, for example, 25 miles from one side to the other. See if that water in the
If
lake's
it's
curving.
really choppy, you can
Yeah,
take the measurement from low down. You may not be able to see the laser.
Yeah, but that would be because the waves were in the way, right?
So why am I going to trust this person with a laser?
Because you do it on a calm day.
They've
Not when
already
the wave.
got an ulterior motive. Alright, they want their bias to be confirmed.
What, by measuring to see if there's curvature?
With some
To test the
£15 laser from Amazon, yeah. It's goofy.
Yeah. About a £50,000 laser, but whatever.
Who would spend that much on a laser?
The military do. Have you seen the one that the Israelis are
Oh
using?
yeah, but they're powerful, you know.
Yeah, that's
They're
really
like
cool.
the most
That's
able on this cube.
straight out of Star Wars, that is.
Mm.
It's called Iron Sword. You should Google it.
Iron Sword.
Down. Yeah, it's a laser that shoots rockets down.
Oh yeah, like laser guided missiles.
No, not a laser guided missile. A laser. You know, like Star Wars. Pew pew.
They pretend that's new.
Yeah, not that new.
One day I might tell you the secrets of the cube.
Okay. Well, we'll measure
No,
the
I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll measure and practically use the surface of the Earth as level and stationary. When you want to divulge your information about edges and corners, you let us know.
We might be able to come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah, yeah. Is your cube in the vacuum of space?
I certainly believe it to be.
Oh wow. Have you got a dome around your cube to keep the gas pressure in, or are you just violating natural laws willy-nilly?
Yeah, the cube does what it fucking wants.
It's like a bit like a Borg cube.
The flat Earth, the globe Earth, the cube Earth, all of these violate natural laws. We shouldn't be here, okay? We're a statistical improbability.
Natural laws, mate. We don't claim there's a sky vacuum.
What about what the globe Earthers claim? They claim a lot of things.
Yeah, they claim the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space with uncontained gas pressure. That's stupid. How can you have uncontained gas pressure? That's stupid, right?
Well, I believe that the cube does have that.
The cube does something about it, does it? All right. Does anybody else want to chat? Crit, have we heard anything about Gem Server? Did they manage to get up and running again?
Yeah, they're mostly up and running again. They got about 100 members, and they got their bots going and everything, their server stuff, and the live stream. I am not sure about the live stream. I think the live stream never went down.
Oh well, fair enough. As long as they got themselves back up and running. I mean, I hate the fucking place, the majority of people in it, but I don't like the idea of free speech being closed down. But I understand why.
Yeah, what I think is interesting is the overall opinion is that flat earthers did that.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and I'm like, that's interesting because your first claim is flat earthers are a bunch of nincompoops who can't even function in society, and flat earthers did some sort of massive leather running campaign to Discord to silence servers that challenge our worldview. Like, which one is it, dude? Like, we're completely organized, we got our shit together, we're making stuff happen, or we can't even get basic shit to work. What happened was, I mean, there's always, when no one goes there, when no flat earth goes there, they just start attacking each other. And then someone got butthurt and decided to report.
A bunch of fucking hyenas in that place anyway, aren't they? Not surprised they turned on each other. If that's what happened. Not saying I know what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was some flat earther that reported the server.
Oh, yeah.
Because the flat earthers that go there like it. They think it's fucking hilarious. Like, I like going there because of that. You'll see people like constantly flipping out, and it's over a misunderstanding. Like I had said, Jem had asked me like, why do you do this in conference that you like kind of like a face off? You're like some globalists. I was going back and forth and filling the text chat, and they respond to me and I respond to them, and just constantly going back and forth. It's like, why do you do that? I said, well, first of all, I was just talking, minding my own business, in text chat or VC, and some dude tags me. If I don't respond, they say I ran away or I'm scared. If I do respond, they say I'm spam. So at this point, I'm just gonna like have fun at their expense. Because if I say something and they completely misunderstand it and then try to take the piss out of me, a lot of these guys are all text at gems. It's very few people who actually talk. That's the one thing you see. Like 40 people in the VC, like one person's talking, kind of, to themselves. So I I said at this point, okay, I said if I say something and nothing's understood, and then they still got questions, I tell them to use any answer they want. Just make your point already. And they still can't do that. At that point, I'm just gonna have fun at their expense. All right, maybe call it guilty pleasure or something. At this point, I'm just gonna have fun with them because they're not even trying to engage in good faith. And somehow that turned into this Dr. Brian Peck said, I'm only there to trigger people because I have autism.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this is supposed to be a doctor, right? So here's the medical misinformation for you. Here's a self proclaimed quote unquote doctor who misunderstands everything I just said. As if someone's there only to fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with them back. And he turned that into I'm only on the server to trigger people because I have autism.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about medical misinformation.
Yeah.
It's like, why is he pretending to be a doctor anyway? And number two, even if he was a doctor, it's like unethical to diagnose people over social media posts.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's all types of characters in there. I haven't gone in that place for over 4 years, so I can give a fucking shit about it, to be honest.
Yeah, generally they're just extremely triggered by flat Earth. They can't even tell you what it is.
I don't know, man. But we did have some traffic in here last night. I noticed a couple of that players came over here for a bit. I don't think we entertained them. I know McToon came over.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was pretty funny. He couldn't. Teals looked at his live stream, and apparently he wasn't able to talk because he couldn't figure out how to do the check-in process. And this is another thing too. Like, so you're the smart computer scientist, got all these things programmed and figured out. He can't even figure out how to use Discord. And then on top of that, he said on his live stream, the flat earthers have muted me before I even said a word. I'm like, dude, why? How come you just didn't test that assumption? Just go to another channel. Can I talk in this one? Oh, okay, well, yeah. So it must be something going on. He could have went to every channel on the server and realized he had no role, no perms, because he didn't do the check-in. Like, you agree to follow some rules and all that stuff, right? Like, he didn't do that, and then he blames flat earthers for doing something because he couldn't talk. I mean, this is definition of bricked. Like, dude, that is literally bricked.
Wow. Oh well.
And then he said that he was muted when Brenda was muted. And you could see Brenda had a red mic. He did not have a red mic. So how's he drawing that two together? Like, they muted me at the same time they muted Brenda. And they go, how do you know that? Oh, because Brenda's muted and I can't talk. Yeah, well, Brenda was muted because no one likes to hear Brenda. And you can't talk because you didn't do the check-in process. You got no perms. Okay? Like, holy crap. Just a little bit of science. Just a little bit of science type thinking. He could have changed variables, went to different channels, had troubleshoot, some level of troubleshooting. He could have unfucked himself. But he's that brick.
I mean, hands up.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, hands up high in the sky. That was me that muted Brenda. I can't stand to have any conversation with her. I really can't. I don't think anybody else.
Yeah, be like, hey, Brenda, you think flowers are dumb?
Should be entertaining. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't think we should entertain anti-flat earthers, especially ones from Gem server on this server. Otherwise, we end up talking to them for 2 hours and not the people that we're trying to reach, right?
Yeah. Brenda's whole skit is just telling flat earthers how dumb they are. Okay, you've done that now for what, 7 years? Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied yet? Like what given Mackie. I go, Mackie, here, you have an open mic. What do you want to say? He couldn't say anything. He just stood there dumbfounded. I don't know. I got nothing to say. Well, you're sure going to have a lot to say once we start talking to other people, aren't you?
Yes.
Come on, let's go. Get it out.
That's me again, hands high in the sky. If I'm talking to someone or we're talking to somebody else and Scott Mackey comes in to add some kind of global deflection, then it's not long before I mute him. I can't stand him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's like, I just want to talk about flat Earth. I keep getting muted. I'm like, okay, fine. Here we go. What do you got to say? You're unmuted. Floor is yours. Everybody has your attention. And he spurred out over me for about 5 minutes. I go, are you done?
Yeah, he did. That was funny.
Yeah, you got anything else to say? Because I've been called far much worse by far much better. Okay, what you said had zero effect.
Sure.
See, this is why I like Chris, because he makes it personal. Because he knows at the root of all this, it is personal. It's a personal issue with people who have a different opinion than you.
Yeah, he's right. He is absolutely right. Good to see you, Jerry, man. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, what are you, sick or something?
Yeah, can you tell I haven't been well for like the last 3 days, man? My nose is blocked up, my ears are blocked up, my throat is sore, so I try not to breathe and cough all over. I apologize.
Yeah. I hope you feel better, man. 3 days.
Yeah, I will do. I'll be fine, mate. I'm on the brighter side now. Definitely feeling better today than I was yesterday and the day before. So I'm on the road to recovery.
Good. That's good.
Have a double dose a night, nurse mate, before you get your head down.
Double dose of night nurse. Yeah, too right, man. I could do with a nurse right now, to be fair. That might cheer me the fuck up. How you doing though, One Deck? You well, man, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Jedi. Yeah, I've been in and out every day, really. Getting into some of the stupid conversations that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, there's definitely been some stupid people with some stupid talking points recently. The sun's following me. I've time traveled because I've been asleep and woke up 8 hours later.
Oh God, he was it. I couldn't understand what his point was. I mean, I was trying to say to him, I said, it's not. That's what I'm saying. I said, the sun travels east to west. If you're traveling west to east, it's not following you. You know, it appears to be in your sight when you're moving around most of the day if it's visible. I mean, I don't know. Crit sort of knew what his position was. I can't remember what you'd call that guy. What some reasoning is he? I don't know what his stance is on things, but Crit, what was he on about?
Sorry? Earlier today? You mean the guy who's talking about rockets prove the Earth is a globe?
No, the other guy. Yesterday or the day before, the guy who said the sun's following him.
Oh yeah, that's the cartel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's simulation theory.
Simulation. So what's all that about then? What does he mean?
Yeah, that everything is observer, like kind of like everything you witness is from your point of view, and everything else is like a computer program. Like he's a
right.
brain in a vat guy. Like literally,
right.
like maybe not. I don't know. But he's plugged. Like he thinks he's plugged into the Matrix or something.
So he's like on a computer game, like a Lara Croft. He's Lara Croft on the screen, and nothing else matters. Like he's just a.
Yeah,
everything
pretty much.
else is yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like he's inside the computer simulation, but he knows it, but he doesn't know how to get out. Like somehow he's like stuck in the Matrix. And one of the things is that when the sun always follows him, it always goes like front to back, but never side to side, or something along those lines. Like it won't go left and right. It only follows you through the sky.
Okay. I don't know.
No, neither do I.
Yeah, I've heard Cartel talk on some other servers too, so he's pretty consistent. So I don't think it's a troll. I think he's actually like a simulator.
I mean, I know what he was trying. I mean, we can all. I was driving down the motorway when he was talking to me, and I was actually looking at the sun as I was driving down the M60, and I was doing 70 miles an hour, and I was looking at the sun, and it was always in my window for some time. That's just how it is. It wasn't following me, but I could just every time I glanced out the window, I could see it. All right, I might change the direction, and then it might appear in my front mirror. It was still there. It was still with me, sort of thing. I don't think it was following me. Fucking hope it wasn't anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Just need to see some evidence that the horizon is at the distance away from the observer at said height that it should be.
Because one of the things that Cartel has said, you've seen those like video games with the car or whatever is constantly driving in the horizon, but it never gets anywhere. It never goes anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
That's kind of what he thinks. What's happening to him. He's stationary, and everything around him is moving. Like
wow,
by perspective, like you see what I'm talking about. Like on that computer game, it's like the car is stationary, the track is moving, but it looks like you're moving the car across the track.
Yeah, the trees and the mountains are moving away past you, but the car's just stationary. So Wow, I wonder. Is anybody else like? Is this a thing? Like,
Yeah, other people who do simulation theory. I'm not really sure. There's not very many of them, so it's kind of hard to really ask them a lot of questions.
Einstein actually put that forth one time. He was talking to some people somewhere, and he was trying to explain the theory of relativity, and he explained that imagine a wagon going down the street, and like someone could say that the wagon is moving down the street, but the person in the wagon could say that the street is moving underneath them, and then everybody laughed at him. I think that's from the book Kings Dethroned. I think that's in there.
Maybe Cartel will be in later with some more mind-blowing, I don't know, personal ideas.
Yeah, I just sent him a message. See if he'll come.
No, don't. He might be time traveling, mate. He'll get back to you when he wakes up.
there's always an excuse why the horizon isn't where it should be. In their case, why can't they just show us where it should be?
They do show us where it should be, but they have to draw it. It's not in reality. That's cartoons for it. They say it should be here, but it's not actually there. Why would you expect to see it there? Some other bullshit excuses. 2020 was a really bad year for fucking globe earthers.
Yeah, Black Swan.
Black Swan. Quite a few people in chat. I think Mr. Thrillers has joined us. What's up? Teos UK, buddy. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for live streaming like you do all the time. Super Spinning Monkeys in the house. Simply Cam is here. Rupert Cow, good to see you. Ringo. Right, Ringo. Is that Ringo? I'm going to call you Ringo. Quad's in the house. Perp Kush. Hello, Perp Kush. I don't think we've spoken before. But welcome to the channel, my friend. Cyclone, my man. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, you're having a good day. You might be at work or whatever. Old Space Goat, as always, good to hear from you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Julius J's in the house. Joe Smith 09406 is in the house. What's up, my friend? Get has joined us. Morning, my friend, or afternoon. I would have thought for you now, probably about coming up 1:30 for you, maybe. Usually Jerry's in the house. We know he's doing well. Paradox, Effie Batman, myself, Effie Jedi. What's up, Jedi? What's up, Jedi? Dr. Breathe, Dr. Barnyard Stud. Crit is obviously here, and Bet Onyx as well, and of course the one, the only one deck. So we got kind of a full room at the moment. I think we got up to about 50, just still a popular room within the political server, that's for sure. We're doing well, guys. We're doing really well. Cyclone is at work, man. Thanks for the text, buddy. Yeah, good to hear from you as well, mate. Holding it down last night. Some interesting conversations. Yeah, some good shit. Some good shit. But I don't know everybody's name in the server at the moment. It was looking at earlier. Perp Kush. You remind me of some strain of weed. I don't think we've spoken, mate. So if you've got any questions, you can open up your mic. typical. I cut off right then, just as I was going to start talking to Joe Smith. What's up, Joe?
I'll read you something if you want.
Yeah, go on, man.
It's called Anti-Flat Earthers.
Oh, topical. I like it.
Navigating on the open sea, finding location in reality. Sounds perfectly logical to me. But then we've got anti-flat earthers, you see. And this is what they say to me. We don't navigate the surface of Earth. Dip correction counts for the curve. Imaginary tangent lines work just fine. And my reply would go something like, do you really think when you're out on your boat in the middle of the sea that the surface of the ocean is just imaginary? Come on, anti-flat earthers, you're sounding very silly. And dip, if you check, is the height of eye. Curve correction is your made-up lie. And I've told you before 1,000 times, we're not using imaginary tangent lines. The horizon mirror works just fine. And this conversation will never stop. It goes round and round like a spinning clock. The difference between anti-flat earthers and me is they don't navigate reality. Whereas I, the flat earther, do as it's meant to be. You can talk and go over this until you're blue in the face. Anti-flat earthers are lying disgrace. They lie because they're caught in a trap. They lie because they want their globe back. They lie and deceive at any cost. They lie because their globe is lost. And the thing is, the thing is, it ain't coming back because we've destroyed the heliocentric common sense mind hack. The end.
I like that, man. That was quality. Thank you for sharing that. I do
Yeah,
like
well
your
done.
poetry.
No worries.
You're gonna publish a poetry book.
Sorry, mate.
Are you gonna publish a book with your poetry in it?
I don't know. I've stopped writing them. I've told you before. I've stopped writing them now. These are just ones I've written. I was thinking of maybe doing an ebook. I have contacted a guy in Manchester. I know who's well. I don't know him. I follow him. Lemsy say. I've not heard back of him yet. I've asked around to see what's involved with just putting something together. Just put like 12 flat Earth poems together, maybe. I've not done anything yet. So yeah, I thought about it. I've contacted a couple of people, but I've not pushed hard enough yet. Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of effort anyway. But...
You see, an anti-flat earther would say to that, have you got a degree in English? If not, how dare you do poetry? Where's your master's in English literature?
Yeah, that was Zero's yesterday or 2 days ago, where he's like, I can only understand content that's written in perfect English with perfect punctuation. If it doesn't have that, then it's not English at all. It's just some random words I can't make sense of. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, how about this? Let's role play. Some alien comes down to Earth and speaks some very broken language. It wants to communicate to you an important message for all of humanity before it leaves and never returns. Are you able to at least try to understand what the alien's saying, or do you just tell the alien, "You don't speak perfect English, so I can't figure out a single thing you're trying to tell me." And I go, what if the alien now it only communicates through like pheromone or sense of smell? Like somehow it produces a scent that causes an image in your brain to see kind of what it's trying to articulate to you. Oh, I can't understand a single thing. And then he said he was an English teacher, like he taught English. I go, dude, you don't even understand English as English. How the fuck are you gonna teach it? Like, so a kid turns in the paper, a student turns in the paper, and it isn't perfect. It's not picture perfect English, and you kick it back and say, I can't read this. You have to rewrite it in English.
There's a poet. There's a guy called John Cooper Clarke from Manchester, writes poetry, and his wording's not, you know, top of the literature game, things like that. But he gets his point across, and and when he reads live, his emotion comes out, and he expresses what he's saying, just using simple words. But he does manage to get the point across. And there's other poets which are on the other side of that. One of my favourite poets is a poet from New York called Frank O'Hara. If you read some of his stuff, he's magnificent. His wording and his writing, that's the other side of the coin. So there's different ways of doing things depending on how you want to do it and your ability to do it.
Are we having a sleepover here?
Yeah,
What's
we're time
that?
traveling.
We're meditating.
No, we're not time traveling.
Y'all just sit in here and have a sleepover?
One deck. Do you want? In one deck, do you want an invite to a poetry server?
Say that again. Sorry.
An invite to like a poetry server?
What server? Sorry.
A server that with just poetry. People post poetry and stuff.
Have I got one, or do I want to be invited to one? Did
Yeah.
you say?
Do you want to be invited to one?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay. I do a lot of poetry too. Because people get a kick out of those ones, like with the flat Earth and whatnot.
I've got a slot on Nathan's FED. I've posted a couple there. They put me a slot up there for my poetry. So I think I've only posted 2 up to now, but they've got little on the FED server. I go in there, so they've made a space for me there for mine.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's like in the talk earlier about the. I've only heard it a couple of times. The drop over distance over a body of water, and why the water's not flowing. Something along them lines. I suppose if you could detect drop over distance over a large body of water, it would be a river.
Do you ever get tired of talking about flat Earth?
No.
You don't ever get tired of talking about the same thing?
Nope.
For a whole year straight?
Nope.
Multiple years.
It's not like we don't talk about other things.
Just been talking about poetry. We've just been reading poetry and talking about poetry.
Think about it. You don't join a UFC server and tell the people, you guys ever get tired about talking about fighting?
But this ain't a flat Earth server. This is just a general debate.
There we
It
go.
don't matter, dude. The same principle applies.
Cartel. Is it dark where you're at, Cartel?
Nope.
Is the sun with you?
It's always with me. I mean, you guys can see it yourself.
What, that it's on you or it's
Which
on
is
me?
better? Just for curiosity, which is better to spend your time? Just putting this out there, talking about the nature of the Earth, or watching a bunch of fictional TV shows on binge on Netflix, eating ice cream. Which one is a better spending of your time?
Watching fictional shows.
Yeah, I think you fucked up when you
Why?
added the eating the ice cream part. That's pretty dope.
But yeah, but you can eat ice cream. The point is that many people spend vast amounts of their time doing vacuous nonsense that really doesn't serve them anything but mindless entertainment.
So, what are
You're
you gonna
talking
do
about
about it?
you're talking
Yeah, but
What
about
are
AI,
you gonna
nonsense.
do about it?
it stops you
That's
thinking, mate. It stops you thinking.
that's
What are you
ironic.
gonna do
You're
about it?
talking
Are you
about
gonna tell them how to
nonsense.
get what they want? Are you gonna tell them that they have to dream of what they want and live it inside their head for it to become reality? Is that what you're gonna tell them? No. You're on here just spouting your bullshit. You're retarded.
What are you talking about, dude?
Fuck you.
Hey, I
Yeah,
mean,
good job, bro.
you're not exactly here talking about actual shit. You're talking about fiction, right? So,
Like what?
fiction like the flat Earth.
How's that fake?
Exactly. This guy's a hypocrite.
I mean, I would like to see a fiction movie. I mean, a movie about the flat Earth. You see, it's an interesting concept, but like this whole fan club about fiction flat Earth. I don't know.
Dude, what are you talking about? Everybody experiences the Earth as flat and stationary. That's common human experience.
Hey, I experienced the sun following me. It's the same thing, but we can start this whole conversation again, bro. Don't start it
I
again, bro.
don't want to because
Bullshit
that's all
fucking
I
Well,
hear
dude,
sun.
about
if you don't want to start this conversation again in the room that's about this conversation, then feel free to take the door.
Okay, let's
But
let's
don't be
go around.
criticizing
Let's talk
people who
about
want
this
to talk
conversation.
about it.
Now
Capiche?
let's lie. Okay, since you want to talk about it, right? Since you want to say everyone experiences the Earth flat and not moving, hey, I experienced the sun following me.
That's got fuck
Okay.
all to do with the
No,
Earth.
don't argue me. You do it too. You experience that same thing. The sun following you.
Yeah,
Don't
that's not the
don't.
topic of this room, though, is it?
Okay. That doesn't matter.
It does.
Well, it's the
it. Dude,
perception. It's the perception of the things in the sky, right?
Oh, so
if
you wanna
you
you
Same
wanna
with
think
talk
you.
about
the
perception? So you
sun
wanna talk about
follows you,
perception?
you are fucking crazy. What makes you think the sun follows you? What
Hey,
the
I
hell
mean, I
are you
mean, I
talking
mean,
Oh
about?
when
my
I
goodness,
mean
dude.
when you're in the
I
when you're
honestly want to
driving.
know what you're talking about.
Okay, so every time you drive, right, the sun is following you. The sun is always in your vision. Like when you're looking at it, it's always gonna be on you, bro. There's no you can't escape the sun when it's up. You can escape a building, a cloud, a rainstorm, a tornado, anything else but the sun when it's up. So it's
What
following
about
you.
me?
So when you're
Yeah.
saying the sun follows you, you're saying the
What
sun
about
is
me?
moving.
Yep.
Brilliant.
I have no idea what you mean, bro.
I mean, when you look at a building, right? Is the building moving or is it stationary? It's stationary, right? Because it leaves your sight. It doesn't follow you all the time. So,
But
yep,
the sun is moving, you're saying.
yep.
Oh, I see what you're saying, bro. I know what you're
Hey, I mean, I
saying.
mean,
Okay.
I mean, I'm only comparing it to what they said, the flat Earth. Oh, we experienced the flat Earth the Earth not moving and flat.
Yeah,
Goofy
so you're
ass.
saying you experience the sun, you experience the earth not moving and you experience the sun moving.
And they have the audacity to
Yep.
say, "Oh, it's not true, not true." How
Dude,
can
it's
you
not about
tell?
audacity, dude. What you're saying is not uncommon. That people, when the sun is up and you have an unobstructed view to the sun, you can always see the sun, right? I mean, that's not a hard
Okay,
concept
so
to
yeah,
follow.
okay, it's following you exactly. It's following you.
Right, but that
What's
doesn't
the
that
difference?
doesn't translate. Listen, friend, that doesn't translate to following you.
It does because what's it
No,
called?
it doesn't.
If you can't escape it, it's following you.
No, that's not, dude. Who said anything about escaping it? Being able to
Oh,
see something has nothing to do with escaping something.
okay, I
You
can see.
can't
I
see
can
the
see
sun
something. I'm
from
moving. I'm moving. I can move any any miles per hour, literally 1,000 miles per hour, and the sun will still follow me. It's fast. It's fast as well.
See, but you're changing your language. What you mean to say is, I can still see the sun, and then you're switching it
It's
mid-sentence to
following
it's
me.
following me, and
It
that's
is
a non
following me.
sequitur, dude. You haven't presented any
It is following
logic
me.
why it's following.
What do you mean? It's following. It's objective reality, right?
Well, dude, there's actually actually is a phenomenon about the sun and the moon that's referred to commonly as it following you, which isn't what you explained.
This guy's an actual robot, bro.
Let me
It's not.
explain it to you.
Who has actually proven my point again? Who has actually proven it wrong that the sun is not following you?
I did.
Nope, you didn't.
Hey, can we get some
No, you
people to
didn't.
leave so I can turn my camera on? Can't do it over 25 people.
Yeah.
Kick some of these muted, deafened people.
Y'all just mad. Y'all just mad I had.
Listen.
You're just mad
cameras
I
Guys,
compared.
can I prove that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
I want to prove it for you guys, for the flat earthers. I want to
Why
prove.
does the sun disappear every day, guys? Whoa, why? Are we moving? Whoa.
No. You know what they claim?
Hey, what? Wait, hold
You
on.
guys sound.
Yeah.
All you
Hold
guys
on.
sound is boiling
You know
down
what I
to the
realized?
sun move.
Right, you know what I realized, right? You say that the Earth is not moving, but you say that
Wait,
the sun.
are you a flat earther? Please let me know first.
Okay. Listen, let me just say this,
Earth
right?
is moving.
No,
Flat
do you
Earth.
believe in flat Earth?
Hold
I'm sorry.
on, I'm talking to AI Overload or whoever was saying that the Earth is not moving. They said that the Earth is not moving, and then when I say the sun is following me and the sun is moving, then they're like confused. So how the fuck is the Earth? Hold on, how is the Earth not moving, but the sun? When I say the sun is moving, you're saying no, it's not. It's just fucking like
So
what?
you're
Are you
saying,
stupid?
the sun is
So you
moving.
contradicted yourself. So how? Okay, you
Can you
tell
hear
me.
me?
You tell me how the sun is able to move around, right, when the Earth is not is standing still, is not
You
moving.
just said the sun is moving. You just said you see the sun moving.
Yeah, okay. I said the sun is moving, and you said
Yeah.
the Earth is still, right?
Yeah,
So
that's what
okay,
you said. That's what you said. You didn't say the Earth is moving.
well, okay, listen.
You said
I
the
said,
sun is moving.
listen, bro. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I said, okay, listen. I said the sun is moving. You said no, the sun
Yeah,
is
the
not.
sun is
The
moving.
sun is not
No, we
following
didn't say
you.
the sun isn't. We didn't say the sun
You
isn't
said
moving. The sun
no.
is observably moving.
No. I said the sun is following me. You said no, it's not
No, I
following you,
didn't say that. I don't know where you got that from. The sun is moving.
bro.
We agree.
You all
So the sun
fucking,
is moving.
You
So
all
see when you say
fucking.
the sun is moving, yeah.
I said the
Hey,
sun is following me, and they was like, no, it's not following you. It's not moving,
Cyclone,
bro.
can
Like
you
what,
let others speak? Can you let other people
bro?
speak?
Make no sense,
Yeah,
bro.
well, listen
Y'all
to this guy speak.
contradicting
Because
yourself.
this
talking
guy's just, you
nonsense.
know, he's been talking for like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Doesn't let
Who's been
anybody
talking for
else.
20 minutes?
I haven't been here for 20 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, shut up,
But
Joker.
yeah, the
Anyways,
Is it nice
Man,
when
this
the sun
sucks,
follows
man.
you?
This channel fucking sucks, man. It's full of retards.
Is it nice when the sun
He
follows you?
wins.
Does it make you feel
Imagine
happy?
believing flat Earth.
yeah, it's nice.
Oh, that's great.
How fast do you think you guys are spinning right now?
Okay, let me speak. I want to prove
How
that the
fast
Earth
do you
is
think you're
round.
spinning?
What?
Tell us how fast you think you're spinning.
They think we're not we're not spinning on the Earth.
How fast do you think you're spinning?
They said that we're not moving, bro. The Earth is not moving.
Yeah, go outside. It's not moving.
Okay, the sun is following me, and you
What do you
guys said
mean?
no, it's not.
You are moving. It's just
You know,
relative, bro.
if you're in constant speed, you won't feel it. You only feel the change of speed. That's the thing.
Earth isn't going in a constant speed.
Well, he's a special guy. Listen, if the sun's following you, you're very special. Nice one.
It's
Well done.
following. It's following all of us, mate.
What is blood yapping about?
Or individually, the sun is
You
following
realize,
us.
like, if you sit in a car, you don't feel like the speed inside the car. Only outside. It's the same for Earth.
Yeah, the globies don't
No. Only if there's a
either.
change in speed. If you
Connect
drive in the constant speed, you won't feel that you're actually fucking. You won't feel a speed change because you're driving in a constant speed. That's the thing. You
Globies
only
think
feel
the
when
Earth
it
is moving,
changes.
but the car isn't.
So it's basics physics, guys. I don't know what the fuck
This
you're
is how
talking about.
retarded you all are.
Alright.
You think
Are
the
you
ground
the flat
outside
earther? Hold
isn't
on. Are you the
moving.
flat earther?
Yeah,
You think the
that's
ground
probably not
outside.
retarded. This is
You
actually
think the
pretty
ground
funny.
outside. You think the ground outside that
I
isn't
wanna
moving
prove
is
it to you,
moving,
but I wanna
think,
prove it to you.
and you're just gonna get muted. You think the ground outside is moving, even though you have no detection of it. But then when you get into a car that is moving, you say, "How do I know this car is moving?" So you've got no control over your sensory perceptions. So how can you expect to know where you live? You don't even know if a car is moving.
Cyclone, you when you sit in the car, you can't detect that you're moving. That's actually relativity, bro.
Cyclone, do you think?
Bro's never felt acceleration in a car. Good try.
Cyclone, do you think the sun is following you and me and everyone else?
What do you mean?
Like when you go into a car, right? You can always see the sun, right? The sun is following you, right?
Well, the sun's moving, yeah.
Okay, so if it's moving,
Okay.
is the Earth moving as well?
Well, where do you detect the Earth moving?
Okay, so do
You mean
you
like in
believe
an
the Earth is
earthquake?
moving? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is the Earth moving? Yes or
What do you
no?
mean by moving? Define moving.
Is it moving like is it
Like
like
the
moving
ground outside.
in any type of way? Any rotation, moving around us? Like is it moving?
Is the
Yes or no?
ground outside rotating? No, I don't have any evidence for that.
Okay, so you believe that the Earth is not moving. So okay, so
Well, I don't
okay,
experience the Earth moving.
so you
No.
said the sun. So you said the sun is not moving and the Earth is not moving. So how is
No, I
nighttime?
didn't say the sun isn't moving. I said the sun is.
No. You said you contradicted yourself, bro. Come on now. Everyone heard it. Everyone here witnessed it. I said, "Do you think the sun is following you and me?" And you said, "No, the sun's not moving." Like you can't.
I didn't say the sun
And then
isn't
in the
moving.
same breath, you said, "You."
Nah, bro. No one said the sun isn't moving. We all agree the sun is moving.
No, you did it, bro.
Is it moving?
Cyclone just said. He just contradicted himself, bro. Just contradicted.
I said from the beginning, yeah, the sun's moving.
No, you. Okay, yeah, the sun is moving, right? The sun is moving, but the Earth is. Okay, so if the sun is moving,
the sun is moving.
okay,
and the
hold
Earth...
up. If the sun is moving, right, and the Earth, no, actually, you fuck. Why are you trying to lie, bro?
Yeah, you're getting confused. You're getting
I'm
confused.
gonna record.
You're getting confused. So the sun is moving, like you said. Sun moves in the sky. The ground outside is not moving as you observe. Do you understand?
From your perspective, it might
Bro,
not look like
you
it's
just
moving, but
said
if you look at the moon, you can see the faces of the moon change, which is only possible if the ground was moving. So
Oh, really?
do your research,
How's
bro.
that? Explain
do
that.
your research, bro. I just told
Explain
you.
it. Explain it.
The moon is not static. Like it
Yeah,
moves,
the moon
right?
moves.
But not
Yeah,
only
the moon moves.
it moves, not only move in like the how it moves, normally on the Earth, but also the faces of it move. Like
What do you mean?
the types of craters that you can see, these also
All right,
move.
so you can
Now,
see.
how
So the
can you
whole thing
explain
spins
that if the
around.
ground
So
is
you
not
see.
moving?
So you think you see a different face of the moon?
It's proven.
So you only see one face of the moon. You don't see the other side of it. You don't understand your own religion,
Not the
and you've
others.
obviously never looked at the moon.
Let me send you a source right here. Send you something.
So you never see different faces of the moon? Yeah?
You're not going to see
You
like the
only see one
back of the
face.
moon, but you're going to see like different phases of the moon.
Face? Yeah? But not a face.
Hold on. I don't know how to say it in English, but I was going to send it to you.
So if the moon is a ball that's spinning, why do you only ever see one face of it? If it's a spinning ball,
The
why don't
moon
you see
is
the other
not.
side?
The moon is not spinning.
The moon is not
Or it
spinning.
is.
Okay. So you again don't understand your own religion.
Religion.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the moon is not spinning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
Yeah.
Weak stuff today, guys.
Can we talk about Venus?
Oh, it rotates on its axis. Okay, nice. Every day you learn
Oh,
something
okay,
new.
nice. So yeah, you're learning. See how you can learn when you come and speak to flat earthers? We can educate you on your own religion.
What do you mean religion? This is not your religion. You don't believe this because
Yeah,
you're
your
fucking.
religion. Your religion
It's
of the
not a
globe that you don't
religion, bro.
understand.
It's backed
It
up
is
by
a religion.
facts.
You didn't know that the moon was supposed to be spinning. So you don't
It doesn't
understand your own
matter,
religion.
bro.
So you don't
How'd
have
you
that
explain
basic
this?
information. So how can you be arguing? You don't understand the basics of what you're trying to argue.
Wow, bro, the moon is flat. The Earth is flat. Wow, you got me, bro. Yeah,
Well, you
are
just
you going to
exposed
ignore
that
every
you don't
other
have
fact?
any
Are you going
basic
to ignore every
From
other
information.
now
fact?
on, I am a
Yeah,
flat
you can
earther.
spaz out.
You have convinced me.
You can just spaz out. So he doesn't know even that the moon's supposed to be spinning, but he's going to tell us how the moon proves that the Earth is a globe. Fucking retarded.
Retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's less a religion and more the world's largest cult.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are in the globe cult.
Heliocultism.
Yeah, and they don't even understand the basics. The moon's
Yeah, bro,
not a globe.
do you not understand the basic? Bro, do you not understand the basic logic of the idea that you're trying to argue for a worldview that you barely understand? Like that's silly. Do you not at least get that?
Weird for Palestine. He's talking to you.
What?
Would you not understand that it's silly that you're arguing for a worldview that you barely understand?
No, I just didn't know the moon was spinning. Yeah, that falsifies my entire worldview, right?
That's not what I said. That's a straw man. But I can ask you a few questions. How far is the sun supposed to be away?
I forgot about that. I haven't taken physics in a long time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't know. How far is the moon supposed to be away?
I don't know, bro. I don't know the
Yeah.
exact.
So how far? Yeah, you don't even know. You couldn't
Yeah,
even give me a
how about you
ballpark
stop
figure.
asking me questions? How about you explain your worldview, bro? Why
Yeah,
is the
so the
moon?
thing is-
Why is the world flat and not like round? How do you explain lunar eclipses?
So yeah, well,
How do you
I'm not going to
how do you explain gravity being
try.
not constant towards the Earth?
I'm not going to indulge your red herring because I was still drilling home my point that you are arguing for a worldview you barely understand. The reason I know that is because I can tell you how far the sun is in the globe paradigm, even though I don't believe in it. But you believe in it and you don't know that. That's one of the most basic things to know about that paradigm. It's like level 1 of about 20 levels of knowledge about this paradigm, and you don't have it. So that's why I know you're arguing for a worldview you don't understand.
Like when you go for a job interview, you do some research on the company you're going for the interview for. You know their policies and where they evolved from and how they came
This
about.
is so
You do some
brain dead, bro.
research. Yeah, man.
You guys are actually cultists.
Yeah, so again, this is just rhetoric. You're not actually making
You
arguments.
realize like the Greeks like knew the world was round with fucking math. And you guys here in the 20th century still believe it's flat? You're fucking retarded. Yeah, go ahead and mute me. I can't even ask you a question without you muting me. That's how weak you are.
How did the Greeks measure the Earth?
Using the shadows.
That's not measuring the Earth. That's measuring shadows.
Yeah, this is all just
Have you seen
rhetoric,
the
bro.
Have you seen the Carl Sagan?
Have you noticed how you didn't make a single argument? You just made appeals to different fallacies. That's all you did. Do you have an argument based on logic?
He's got some proof of measuring shadows. I think
That's actually very basic. Like that's the most basic like experiment you can perform.
Talk
But
us
you
through
guys,
Eratosthenes then. Talk us through Eratosthenes.
how'd you
step by
explain
step.
if you sit on the beach
Yeah,
and the sun goes down just at the right speed? If the sun goes down, right, and then you go on a tower, you can still see the sun. How'd you explain that in your model?
Let me ask you, do you honestly believe that the Earth is a globe? Do you honestly
Yes.
believe the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
If
You
that is
honestly
the
ask me
case,
this question. You are 20th century.
I have a
You're a
follow-up
human
question.
in the 20th century, bro.
If that is the case, then why do you feel the need to use such dishonest tactics? Why can't we
I'm
just
not
stick
using
to one
any dishonest tactics. Listen, I believe in flat Earth too. If there was substantial evidence that you have yet to provide, I see that all the experiments lead
We're
to a
trying to
globe
dig
Earth.
in examples that you're giving, and you just switch to another topic. You don't want to deeply understand anything. So we can talk about Eratosthenes if you want to,
No,
But
you just keep
the
asking me
surface.
questions and not, like being bad faith, like, oh, you don't know the distance of the moon and the sun, bro.
The
Like it's
issue
so.
is that you don't have any kind of concentration to actually understand anything deeply, right? We can talk about Eratosthenes if you want to, but I don't think you actually want to understand. So what's the point in talking to you?
You don't seem to want to understand either. You just mute me whatever it suits you.
Yeah, you're just saying no. You're not addressing what I've said. So
What do
we
you
can
want
talk
me to
about
explain?
Eratosthenes.
I'm citing you like things that
I
happen
need you to
around the Earth, like lunar eclipse, like the shadows, being measuring the shadows, like into the circumference of the Earth. Like these are things that the answer to these things is like globe Earth. Like how does flat Earth explain them? This is your worldview. I've already explained mine. These
I don't need
experiments.
to explain. Right, if you're going to stop talking, don't just carry on again once you've stopped. I don't need you to explain anything. What I need you to do is actually understand what's being said to you. Right? So, if I say to you that using the Eratosthenes method, I can calculate the radius of a flat floor, does that intrigue you?
Sure, bro.
Okay.
I love math.
So,
I love math. Yeah.
fantastic. So, do you understand the Eratosthenes method? Can you tell me it?
By measuring the shadows, you mean?
Okay, so we measure the shadows, and then what?
And then from the length of the shadows, you see like one shadow is longer than the other, which wouldn't be possible if the world was flat.
I mean, that's actually not true, but regardless, that's also not
One
the
shadow
method.
is longer than the other, and the towers are the same height.
He doesn't know the story.
Right, but you don't even know the method, and also you've made a statement. You actually made a statement that's wrong in two separate ways. So the first way is that it's not possible to have two separate length shadows on a flat surface. That's just objectively not true. You could do that in your bedroom if you wanted to. And second of all, you don't understand the story. You don't understand what it's even
I don't give a
pretending.
shit about the story, bro.
The story is what you think proves a globe, bro. So if
Your
you don't
proof?
care, it's your proof.
I just said I don't care about the story, bro. Like, doesn't
But the
even
story
matter.
is your
Like,
proof.
you wanna?
You brought it to us as a globe proof, and now you don't care.
What do you mean?
Oh my god!
It's not about the story. I'm just telling you. Like, how'd you explain this?
You explain it.
You don't understand it.
I
So
need to
you
explain it. Why don't you explain it from your worldview? I already told you.
It's not about worldview. It's about assumptions and logic.
Sorry, your model of the Earth. That's a
No,
more
it's not
fitting
about
word.
model. It's about logic. So, what is the Eratosthenes method? Do you know it?
I've already told you, bro. Stop going in circles, bro. I'm getting tired of
Well,
this
I already
shit.
told you were wrong. Do you want to try again?
I've already told you, bro. You fucking retarded.
Give me the maths then. How is the maths calculated? How
I
do
don't
they
know the
calculate?
exact math, but it's pretty like logical. I've already told you. Like one shadow is longer than the other. The towers have the same height. That's how they fucking did it.
Okay, and then what do they do from there?
Measure the shadows at the exact same time.
So they measure the shadows at the exact same time, and then what?
And then one shadow is bigger than the other, longer than the other.
One shadow is bigger than the other, then what?
Then it proves it's a globe. The circumference of the Earth can be calculated through that.
But how is that done mathematically?
I don't know the exact math.
You don't know even close to rough maths. You have no idea.
No, I forgot all about it because I thought, this is pretty self-explanatory, This is like we're humans, bro. In the 20th century, we've already been like, okay, we've discovered that the world is round. This is pretty like common knowledge today. So I don't feel like going so deep into the mathematics of how they're doing it. It's still intriguing though.
Yeah. This is just rhetoric. Oh, you should know something because I say you should know something. This is all bullshit. So when we're talking about the
Not just me,
Eratosthenes,
like 99% of the world, bro. You're just here to like argue and find little like, oh, you don't know this, therefore your whole worldview is falsified. You're still a retard.
This is more rhetoric. When does the rhetoric end? Like when are you actually going to engage in a logical argument. So when we're talking about Eratosthenes, right? So what they did is they're taking the differential angles of two shadows. They then assume that they're on a ball to get 360 degrees. They then divide the 360 by the shadow differential, and then that gives you the portion of the ball that you're supposedly on, because you've already assumed that, right? You then times that by the distance between the sticks to get your circumference. That's how it's done mathematically. Have you noticed how you had to assume a ball twice in the maths in order to then prove the ball?
It's not true.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, within his
That's
maths.
objectively how that's done.
Sorry.
You don't know anything, mate.
You're dumb.
So now that I've shown you how maths is done, bro, can you at least accept that you have to assume that it's a ball in the Eratosthenes? Okay, then how's it done? How's it done then?
This is so boring, bro.
Yeah, so you don't know. You don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about, bro.
No, because you're just going in circles and trying to find like little.
I'm not
little
going
places.
in circles. I'm demonstrating knowledge, and you're not.
I mean, not really surprised. I didn't know that the moon's supposed to be spinning in his religion.
Yeah. Anyway, so I did take over a little bit, but obviously this guy doesn't know the first thing about what he's talking about.
How do lunar eclipses work in flat Earth model? Why don't you convince me? If I'm a neutral Earther now, I don't know if the Earth is round or not.
No, see, the problem is that no one here can convince you of anything because you don't actually understand things to a deep level. So in order for you to see it in a different way, you would
I
need
gotta
to...
watch a YouTube video with 3,000 views, yeah.
So, am I a YouTube video?
No, but that's probably what convinced you of the flat Earth.
Fantastic. So that isn't what convinced me, and yet more rhetoric. You understand how rhetoric isn't logical argument, right? So you're giving us all this bullshit rhetoric that doesn't mean anything. But when I actually give you information based on maths, you just ignore it and call it boring. That's why no one's going to bother with you.
Maybe we can use a hostile witness. So, do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? My friend who thinks he understands Aristosthenes but clearly doesn't. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? Globe Earther, whatever your fucking name is. No, gonna bow out, are you? Trying to be challenged more on your fucking religion? Fair enough.
Yeah, I think he's rage quit. It's all rhetoric. There's no actual substance to anything he says. Oh, it's 2023. Why do you have a different opinion to me on something?
His feelings are hurt. Someone disagrees with him, and that hurts his feelings, and now he's like that probably every topic. It's not just this one. Any topic he goes into, he's got a presupposed position based on some emotional status
So,
that he
Joker,
can't.
are you gonna come up again?
Hey, yo, Veritas, can I ask you a question?
Are you guys really in here talking about flat Earth?
Which Veritas you took to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yes, we are really talking about flat Earth. What?
Okay,
But
yeah.
the Earth
so
is round.
Yeah, I agree. It's round. It's flat and round, like a coin.
Like a coin?
Yeah.
What?
A coin's not round?
Hey, bro. Hey, let me ask.
Wait.
Veritas.
Ask him a question.
Are you being serious?
A coin's round?
No. I'm motherfucker. I'm asking you. Is the
No,
Earth?
I'm asking you. Are coins round? It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. I would have thought that'd be easy to answer.
Like,
are coins round? Yes or no?
When you say yes, they're round. But what does that have to do? I'm asking you: is the Earth fucking round? Actual sphere, a fucking sphere? Because I guess we're gonna play semantics today.
semantics. We're trying to get accurate with our knowledge. No, it's not a sphere.
So please explain to me logically how it's a fucking flat coin-shaped object.
Yeah, it's we know that it's a plane because there's no curvature.
What?
Hey, Veritas, about that, since you observed that, right?
We need
Have you,
curvature.
did
Do
you
you
did you observe that, right?
What I observed what?
Like a flat plane, like no curvature.
I mean, I've certainly observed things far further than would be possible on a ball of the
So,
dimensions we talk.
so let me ask you something. If the Earth is a coin-shaped planet, right?
It's not a planet.
It's not a planet. It's a what is it then? It's a coin.
Well, the Earth is the floor of the universe.
What the fuck are you telling me right now?
It seems to me like you don't have any idea how batshit insane every necessary explanation of cosmology is. If you think that that's strange.
No. I'm asking you. Look, okay. What is the benefit? What is the benefit of lying and saying that it's not a sphere?
Again, it's more like psychology questions. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What are you that in the heliocentric model they say that space is expanding into itself? Are you aware that this is what they tell you?
Okay.
So how does space expand into itself?
Those two words are both contradicting.
I agree, but that's the official story. So when you come to us and say, "Oh well, the Earth's the floor of the universe," that sounds a bit wacky. Yeah, it does sound a bit wacky. Space expanding into itself also sounds a bit wacky.
But how does that?
It's got to be one of them.
I know, but how does that correlate into Earth being flat? Like what? Like what? Why do you? Because look. You're gonna have to explain a lot of stuff if you want to get this. If you want to have some form of like quote unquote valid point to that statement, okay? Right? You're gonna first have to explain to us how over 2,000 satellites are just floating up there around the Earth. You're gonna also have to explain to us how the sun and the moon work accurately, besides like not rotating around us or around like the edge of the Earth, because that doesn't make sense whatsoever. So
yeah,
like,
so you make the question and then you strawmanned me. Let me ask you a question to hopefully elucidate to you why it's silly. If unicorns don't exist, then explain unicorn magic.
what?
Yeah, does that question make any sense?
No. Listen, you're not even. You're not answering any of my questions. You're answering my questions with a question.
Yeah, does the question make any sense?
So can you explain to me how we have over 2,000 satellites up on
Yes
Earth?
or no questions are really easy to answer. You can either say yes or
I'm not even giving you a yes or no answer question at this point. I'm asking you to explain.
I'm going to keep pressing you on it. Does my question make sense?
Bro, it doesn't even matter. What you're saying doesn't matter because you're not even answering the question.
Does
what I
the
just
question
asked.
Yes or no?
Bro, you're asking me questions. You're giving me questions about questions. Just let's start back. Explain to me.
We're going to start where I'm starting.
Oh my god, you're ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
Stop it. Just answer.
What do you mean? Stop it.
Here's my question.
You haven't answered a single question. You've only given me questions to talk about questions. We're not furthering the conversation at this point. So let's start back at center A, and let's
because I'm trying to lead you somewhere logically.
Bro, I don't care about your hypothetical.
Just stop talking. What you need to do is just follow the logic. Once you understand the logic, hopefully we can have a logical discussion afterwards. If I ask you to explain unicorn magic, if unicorns don't exist, does that question make any sense?
I don't care if it makes sense or not. I asked you, how do you know the things you know?
Stop talking again. Stop talking again. I don't care. It's 3 words. I don't care is 3 words. Yes or no are both 1 word.
Oh, you're a mod.
I don't know
That's
why
why you muted me.
I didn't mute you. I'm driving. I can't mute you.
No, I muted you because you wouldn't shut up.
What do you mean? I'm asking.
Yeah, you're
him
talking
to-
through him. You need to wait until he's.
Question which took 3 words when you could have answered the question with 1 word, which is why I know you're not here in any honest capacity. Can you please try and just follow what I'm saying?
Bro,
Is that question sensible?
I am asking you, bro. Look, at the end of the day, that doesn't further the conversation. So let's go back. Let's go back, bro. You've been nothing but dodging my questions. I've
You've been dodging me for 5 minutes, bro. Stop dodging. Just answer the fucking question. Does that question make any sense?
Yeah, this conversation's not gonna go anywhere. You're
Young
crazy.
Yeah, because it's not basic logic.
His point
You
is,
can't
we're
follow
not here to
basic logic,
entertain
bro.
you, man.
Yeah, the point is, young Donnie needs to answer the question that he's been asked about 10
bro.
times.
Oh, now it's
Is it
me.
yes or no?
Yeah, young Donnie. You need to answer the
hold up.
question.
Now it's me after being muted after I asked multiple questions, then being like redirected
No, you've been
to other
asked the
questions.
same question
So
about 10 times, and you keep just talking.
But then I asked like clear, concise. Then I asked clear, concise like questions, and nobody wants to answer.
Listen,
Besides
you're
giving
going
me
to
another question.
start answering.
What
You
he's
answer
saying,
both of them. No,
what
hold on,
he's
hold on.
saying,
That's
what
the
he's
fucking-
saying.
Wait. Stop talking. You just want to carry on talking, make all these stupid accusations. I answered both of your questions. I said that one of them's making the question, one of them's a straw man. They are answers. Now, you might not like the answers, you might not understand the answers, but they are answers. I then went on to say
Crypto, you're roboting really hard, bro.
about the unicorn question to have a conversation with you because you don't want to engage with logic. Now, do you want to answer any of that?
I keep getting muted, and then it's like it's kind of crazy how you gave really shitty answers, and then when I say I answer, you go, you're dodging the question. Like
You did dodge the question. Now,
you're crying about my answer. You're crying about my answer. I answered your question. I don't care. I don't care for what you have to say besides that because you. Look.
This isn't going anywhere, guys.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's not gonna go anywhere because clear.
The question. What does that mean to you? I need
okay.
to know.
Well,
if you
I'm just gonna mute
how
him really quick, and we'll like have a different conversation with somebody that's willing to answer questions besides giving me hypotheticals or something. So anybody that agrees with the Earth being flat.
Yep. Yes.
Bro, do you know making the question fallacy is?
Yeah.
Unmute.
I keep getting muted, bro.
What's making the question fallacy?
I muted the other dude because he's just been yelling.
Right. So if you're going to mute moderators, that's not going to help the conversational flow. Hold on, crypto. Hold on. Crypto. Fuck's sake, man. You're roboting really hard. He's muted you. You need to be quiet.
Yeah. Okay. Go.
All right. So if you're gonna, no worries. So if you're muting moderators, mate, that's going to get you muted because, like I've tried to address for the last minute, it's going to cause a lot of fucking issues because he's going to talk, you can't hear him. He's going to continue talking. Me and you can't have a conversation because I can't hear you. So we won't continue the conversation unless you unmute him. I've told him that
I muted him.
Good.
I don't want to have a conversation with them because it's not going to further. I asked, look.
Cool.
I asked a simple question.
Okay.
I said.
Yeah, I've already answered.
And now I'm being interrupted. Now are we gonna mute him because I'm being interrupted or like, what's going on?
You're saying I haven't answered it, but I have.
Bro, I'm no longer. Do you see? Like what?
I now need to know if you've understood the answer.
He's the only person. Like,
why is this so hard for you?
Why hasn't he been muted yet?
Okay, fine. What was my answer? If you don't tell me what the answer was, I'm just going to ban you. What was my answer?
I'm no longer going to engage with you. Like what?
What was my answer?
I don't care.
You don't care, so you don't want a conversation. Fine, fuck off.
I don't want to have a conversation with you.
No, you're not going to have a conversation with anyone unless you're going to be honest.
With you, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Are you upset about that?
What was my answer?
I don't like what. Anyways, the question was
Yeah, bye
if
then.
the Earth
See you later. Bye. You're
if
just
the
going to
Earth
get
is flat,
muted and banned, bro.
like
The thing is that anyone else who goes down a logical path with you is also going to have these same problems with you. You're just going to get banned anyway. You might as well engage with me. Anyone else, you can ask people here. I'm one of the best people here for logic. So if you're not going to do logic, you're going to get booted or muted anyway. You might as well engage with me.
Let me ask you a question,
it's
Veritas.
so funny how we have to be forced to engage with him.
Hold on,
I think
Donnie,
that's absolutely
chill,
crazy.
chill, Donnie. I'll talk to him. Yo, Varys, can I?
Go ahead.
All right, so Varys,
Yeah,
right? So you're a flat earther, right? Like you're the big boss, right? So how does things work on your in your point of view? Let me understand your point of view. How does things work?
Yeah, well, as I said before, I personally, and this is my personal view, other people might disagree with this. I personally see the Earth as the floor of the universe, and everything you see above you happens above you. Now, when I was asked about how does the moon and the sun work, he asked, right? How does the sun and moon orbit the Earth if the Earth's flat? Now, the problem with that is that the question itself is wrong because it assumes that the Earth's already a globe. So what he's essentially saying to me is, how do you explain a flat Earth if the Earth's a globe? Which is a stupid question.
Can I? Okay, so basically, do you take everything? Do you like see observable reality and be like that must be how it seems, like how it is, right? And then you basically explain from that. Is that like your logic?
You know what empiricism is? Which
You're
is
lagging a
the
little bit.
foundation.
Yeah, you're
Crypto, you
lagging a
might be
little bit.
terrible, dude.
Well, yeah,
Like,
the answer is
seriously.
yes. The answer is yes, but your science is based on empiricism, which is based on that principle. So it's not just me.
I'm saying right, like, so if I were to go outside, right, everything looks flat, right? So the next
But
logical
you didn't
thing
understand
was
my
to,
question. Are you friends with the other guy?
I didn't
You're
even
just
hear.
aggressive for no reason.
I
That's
didn't
what it
even
is.
hear what he said. How about you fix your
Yeah,
goofy ass
I'm
mic?
getting frustrated.
he's just aggressive, bro.
Understanding the answer.
I can't even
Yeah,
hear him.
okay, call me aggressive.
I
Call me
can't even hear
aggressive
you,
if you
bro.
want, but I'm getting talking over me again. I'm
Crypto,
getting frustrated.
Crypto, your microphone
Yeah,
is
go on.
shit. You keep lagging in and out. I've tried to tell
That's
you
what
2
I'm
times,
saying,
dude.
bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, sorry. Is it better if I just like pull back?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I would hope so, mate.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying nobody can hear
Okay,
you.
fine.
Like,
Look,
Dude is OD
here's the
aggressive.
thing. Here's the thing. I'm giving answers that I feel like you're not understanding. You're then moving on to different topics based on a misunderstanding of my answer, which is then very frustrating for me. Do you understand how the other guy then just started talking over me, didn't get anywhere? I feel like you might be a bit more reasonable, which is why I've toned it down again. But it's still important that you actually understand the answer I give you. Do you understand that?
I understand, but the thing is, you was lagging. Like nobody, even your own friend, was telling you that you're lagging. So how am I supposed to hear your answer if you're lagging?
Okay. So you said that
apologize for the lag.
you said that I assumed that the Earth was already round, right? When I gave you that scenario, which is right.
Yeah.
That is why I'm asking you to explain to me why you think it's flat. Any person that quote unquote says they're logical can understand why I would say it the way that I said it. And the fact that you're aggressive and attacking people because you don't understand is kind of beyond anybody in this call at this point.
Sounds like you're being
No, I'm not attacking anyone. No, I'm not attacking anyone. That's just a lie. But I've already explained to you what the problem was. I told you the pure logic answer, which is that he was begging the question. I've actually explained it to your friend that explaining the flat
He's
Earth
not my.
within a
I
globe.
don't know that guy.
Okay, fine, whatever. But I've explained it to the other guy, and hopefully you were listening, that explaining the flat Earth within a globe Earth cosmology is a silly question. I gave you the unicorn example of that you didn't want to engage. Now, I've tried to explain it to you in both a purely logical sense and also in a contextual sense. So if you don't understand the problem yet, I don't know how to help you.
Hey, Veritas, would it be reasonable if I were to go outside and see the land that's flat and then assume the Earth was flat, would that be reasonable?
I mean, it would be a good
Sorry.
first axiom, I guess, and it would also be empirical. But I mean, it wouldn't be the only thing you did. Anyway, go on, Jenna.
Can wait, who was
Yeah,
that?
so sorry, my friend, you've said that a few times, and that's kind of the first thing that we do. We observe, but then we confirm the observation by direct measurement. So maybe you've got an idea about what flat earthers think, and it's not just because we see the earth is flat and don't feel any movement, so therefore the earth is flat and stationary. We confirm these measurements, and then we do lots of other independent research into the topic. But yeah, Crypto's right, and you're right as well. We all observe the earth to be flat over distances of water. The next step would to be confirm the observation with direct measurement. Direct measurement of the surface of the water using lasers and other signal propagation devices demonstrate that the water indeed is level over vast distances. Sorry, Crypto Man.
No, you're good. You're good. But I think it's really important for you guys to understand what empiricism is. Can you Google a definition of empiricism for us?
Why? Sorry, you was lagging.
Am I back?
Okay, well,
Yeah, man.
Since he was lagging, I couldn't really hear. I'm just gonna move on. What's it called? Yeah, okay. So the first step is observation, right? So I go outside, I get in my car, and I go 100 miles per hour on the highway. Now I look outside the window, and the sun is basically tracing my car, it's tracking me, right? And I were to say the sun is following me, would that be a reasonable observation to say?
Yeah,
Because I mean,
is
the sun is following me, right? I look at the
no,
buildings, right? No,
no.
I look at I look at the buildings, and I can leave the buildings behind, right? I'm observing the clouds. I can literally leave the clouds behind, but I cannot leave the sun behind. It cannot. Like wherever I look at it, it's always gonna be. It's always
Doing
gonna
this
be in
again.
my side, in my view. It's always gonna be in my view. So by your logic, right? The Earth is flat. I observe that, and I also observe the sun following me. So that would be reasonable, right? Yes or no?
No,
Why
because
would it not be reasonable?
I'll tell you, because the sun is something in the sky, and at the moment you don't really know what it is. We can have this for every observer, right? The sun or moon appears to be following them. It's not actually following them, following you, because if you were going east and the sun's actually going from east to west, then obviously the sun's not following you, is it? Actually, it just
How okay,
appears.
can you give me any calculation to prove that I'm wrong from my observation?
Well, what direction does the sun go across the sky
I mean, I don't
throughout
know.
the day?
It's always following me, no matter what.
No, no,
It's
no.
always
Listen
following
to
me.
the listen
He
to the
got you.
question.
He got you. That's it.
No, no one's got
I
me.
mean, it's always following me, right? Hey, guys, please, guys, anyone here, right? When you go into a car, when you look at the sun, isn't it not following your vehicle? Like, doesn't it not look like it's following your vehicle? Please,
It's a
Look
scary,
like
I'm not.
it's a scary
guys,
boogeyman.
guys, please. Look like, yeah. I've already conceded that apparently, listen to the words, apparently, it appears to be following you. But being as the sun goes across the sky from east to west, and you could be traveling from west to east, and obviously the sun isn't following you. What happens if every observer on the Earth was moving in completely different directions, but they all had the same phenomena? Is it
I
following all of
mean,
us?
yes, definitely, yes.
So
Yep.
Okay,
wait,
so
so
there
let me
isn't just one sun. Are we
can
going to be talking about the sun, or can we get back to the shape of the Earth and
Yeah,
not the
yeah,
fucking thing in the sky?
okay.
we're getting to that.
I'm
I just want you. Okay, so you conceded, right? So basically, my observation is reasonable. Flat Earth is reasonable. Now, okay, next. Now that you conceded, now 1-0. I'm about to get 2-0 now. Okay,
No,
so
I'm not
hold on. No, Let's go
dude,
into something
dude,
else now. Okay, so now
dude,
we're at flat Earth.
dude. I'm not going to have you jump up and down and declare victory when obviously I've
Hold
explained my
on.
point.
Okay.
We
Listen.
already know where you're
Now,
going with
So what's
okay,
the next step?
hold on 1 second. Can you tell
What's the
me?
next step?
Okay, the next step is okay. Is the Earth moving?
No, no, no. The next step is confirmation of the observation.
Is the Earth moving?
No,
The Earth is not
Wait, so
moving.
What do you mean?
wait, can I just interject really quick? Can you guys
Could you please?
the both of Jedi and I don't know Gamma. So you guys both believe in flat Earth, is what I'm assuming.
Yes,
From like
mate.
the arguments, right?
That's what we
So a lot of things I'm hearing is I observe and perception, but like, can you actually provide us
Yes.
actual data to
Yes.
show that the
Yes.
Earth is flat?
Yes, because if you were listening, I literally said first point observation, second point clarification and verification of the observation.
I
With
heard that,
direct
but like
contact,
data,
good.
like actual hard print, black white
Yes.
data.
Yes.
Okay, can you like post that in
100%.
chat?
Yes, certainly. What I'll do is I'll give you a link to our server as well, so you can find the information for yourself. I'll explain about it though before I go and get you the reference material. So you understand what laser sight targeting is, yes?
Yeah.
Good. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, for example, a laser would be interrupted over distance, as in the curve of the Earth would stop it from hitting the target, right?
Isn't there like a certain? I think there's like a certain parameter. Isn't it like? Hold on, let me Google it really quick. Hold on.
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, right.
All right,
So
so it's quite an easy. Sorry, dude. It's quite an easy premise to understand. If you've got a curved surface between your laser and a target, eventually with distance, that target will be obscured by the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, being as we're told the size of the Earth, it's just a mathematical calculation away to figure out where that physical Earth curve would be. Now, that would be over a distance of water. If you can have a direct line of sight between a laser and a target over, say, a distance of 25 miles, where Earth curvature should interrupt the laser if laser and target are about 2 meters above the surface of the water, then we would understand that the Earth would be curved if there was interruption. But being as we have a direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles, this demonstrates that the water beneath the laser is indeed level. Now, I've only just picked one, that's 25 miles. I can provide more of further distances, 50, 100 miles. But these would be long distance observations, laser tests, and signal propagation. Things like radio, Wi-Fi, radar, those types of things. So using this technology, we confirm the observation that the water of the Earth is level, not curved.
Who did this experiment?
It's right. So lots of people, I'm just saying lots of people, there's been groups of people that have either been or not been flat earthers when they've done these tests. This is also military applicable technology used by the Royal Navy and the American Navy as well. So laser targeting systems from vessels at sea hitting ground-based targets up to a distance of 100 miles. So it's not just flat earthers. This is applicable technology that we use every single day. Same sort of thing that we use with radio signals, same sort of thing that we use with Wi-Fi, same sort of thing that we use with radar. Same thing. If the surface of the Earth was curved, this technology would be rendered useless. But the primary aspect is this: the waters of the Earth are measured to be level.
Hold on, give me like 2 seconds, really quick. So what you're telling me is essentially, right, with what you just said, is if I'm in China, right, I'm just using a hypothetical. If I'm in China and I take a laser and I point it at California, it's gonna be a straight line.
Dirty buggers.
Yeah, hypothetically, yes.
Why is it not? Can you explain that?
Because what do you mean, why is it not? You'd have to have a really powerful laser to shoot those thousands and thousands of miles.
Isn't that just
wait,
light? Like
wait,
light
wait.
is not going anywhere, right?
So
You're
let
saying
me.
the
Yeah,
light
no,
dissipates in the air? I'm trying to
yeah,
understand.
we understand that light does dissipate, and obviously lasers, they cone, they don't go in directly straight lines. This is why you need collimators to keep that light as narrow as possible.
Oh fuck.
Hypothetically, though, yes.
Why do they cone?
Say that again.
Why do they cone? Isn't that like Einstein? You know?
No, that's what light does. It starts at a point and it cones outwards. It gets
Yeah.
the
Why
beam
is
gets
that?
wide
the beam gets wider and wider. This is why on these devices you need something called a collimator, which keeps the laser as narrow as possible. But hypothetically, because the waters are level, then if you had the technology and a really powerful laser that could cut through thousands and thousands of miles of atmosphere, then yeah, of course. But this is why the short range distances have been tested. 10 miles, 25 miles, 100 miles, all with signal propagation, infrared lasers, dual and tri-band lasers, and other signal propagation like mentioned. Some radars, for example, ground-based radars, can have a radius value of 450 miles to detect vessels at sea. This requires the surface to be level, otherwise this technology again would be rendered useless.
I think that there might be a lot more math that goes into it besides like I feel like that's way too black and white. I don't know the full extent of it. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So I'm gonna do a little research really quick.
No worries. I'd suggest you start an Earth curve calculator.
But I just like to say, yeah, I mean that sounds amazing, mate. And if I was sitting on the fence, that sounds, from what you're explaining and what people have done, that indicates there's no Earth curve bulge in the way of the laser. And I'm listening to you giving evidence and explaining things how the Earth cannot be a globe. What I don't seem to hear when I come in here is people coming in using your sort of methodology, but presenting us with any Earth curve proofs, which makes sense.
Yeah, they don't, and they won't, because this is why I often use the word rhetoric, right? So you'll often hear rhetoric. You'll hear like, "Oh, you don't know, like that the Earth's a ball in 2023," and they'll use these kind of shaming tactics, and they'll kind of all sorts of manner of things other than actually addressing the subject matter. And this is what gets so frustrating for us, is that we just want to have the discussion, but you won't ever hear
Veritas,
proof. You actually won't hear them.
Jedi. Back to what we were saying, right? So in case 1-0, about to get 2-0. Hey, can I ask you a question? You believe heavily that the Earth isn't moving, right?
Wait a second. You didn't get 1-0. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I did. I get 1-0. He literally said he conceded the point that the Earth, the sun is following everybody. So I said, okay.
No.
So
No, he didn't.
yes, you did.
No,
Yes,
he
you did.
didn't.
Yes,
No, he
you did.
didn't.
Okay, so you're in your car right now. You can you see the sun? Have you escaped the sun? Yes or no?
Jedi, I want to ask Jedi a question, actually. Jedi, do you understand why I got...
Wait, hold on. Answer my question. Why are you trying to...
Jedi, do you understand why I got so frustrated earlier? Because you give them an answer, they don't understand it, and then they run with the misunderstanding. This is going to happen for your whole conversation.
Veritas, are you gonna answer my question? Okay, Jedi, Jedi. Actually, no, Veritas. Since you're in a car, right? You can see the sun, right? Have you escaped the sun? Are you escaping the sun right now?
I'm in England. I never see the sun.
So you never see the sun. So what? The sun. So it's not. Is it nighttime? Is nighttime by you?
It's always behind a cloud. It's behind a cloud right now.
Okay, so it's behind a cloud. Can you escape? Can you escape the sun?
Can I escape the sun? Well, I don't think I'm on or in the sun.
Can you escape the sun? Like, can you leave it behind? You know how you left your house, right? You're nowhere near your house. You can't see your house, right? It's not always trailing you, right? So can you escape the sun? You can escape your house, right? You can escape your house. You can leave your house behind, but can you escape the sun? Yes or no?
Well, again, they're not analogous questions. So this is why I asked you if I was on.
Yes or no question, bro. Come on now.
I can escape it. I can escape it.
Okay, fine. I'll give you a direct answer. The answer isn't a good. Sorry, the question isn't a good question. I can't answer it.
Okay, so there's never been a time in your life where it hasn't been cloudy and you've seen the sun and you haven't escaped the sun basically. So you're saying you've escaped the sun.
But the word escape implies that I'm either in it or on it, which I'm not.
Well, no, the word escape means that you've lost it, right? So
Those
you've
semantics
lost.
are crazy.
So basically, right? You see the sun and you've lost it. So like the same thing. I see my house, I'm able to leave my house behind. I'm able to escape my house by just going around the corner or going into another town. Right? I've escaped. I can no longer, no way, no reasonable way, no possible way I can see my house
It's no
from
longer on
a
site.
different country.
You understand? You are either in or on your house, and you are either in or on a city.
What?
Why aren't you arguing in good faith at all? Like, you know what he means. You know exactly what he means. You're not arguing good faith. You're doing this semantics.
You're being dishonest now. You're being dishonest.
This
This
is not good faith.
You were being dishonest, man. You were in here yesterday for 2 hours with the same fucking bullshit, man. Like, if you want to
Okay,
troll,
and you're
if you
being
want to
dishonest,
troll,
bro.
dude, go somewhere else, man. Fuck off.
Dude, you're being dishonest, right? You're being
Oh, you
you're
can
being
call me
untruthful.
whatever you like, brother. You and your little
I
fucking
am talking
band of
about
married men can
Listen,
fuck
guys,
off.
I'm talking about objective reality, right?
Listen, just let the fucking sun follow him. Let him follow him. Let him have it. Great. Enjoy the sun following you. I hope you and the sun have a fucking great time.
Anyway.
See you later.
Okay, so
Why are you guys so upset? I don't get it.
All right, guys.
In order to escape something, you have to be on it. Can you accept that?
This is semantics, bro.
Guys, so sorry,
The
Crypto.
meaning of words. Words always mean
semantics, bro.
Crypto, I've muted him. We had this conversation yesterday. He's already interrupted a conversation that I was having to bring up the fucking sun again. So the gentleman that I was speaking to earlier seemed relatively reasonable. I think I've posted about 5 or 6 demonstrations of the point. Direct laser targeting systems demonstrating the water that the laser is passing over isn't curved. I've put them in the side chat for you.
Okay, listen. I don't think you guys are arguing in good faith at all. Like people are getting very. Wait, hold up. People are getting very upset. People are getting very upset.
I haven't got upset once.
Hold on. Let me finish. People are getting very upset, including like playing semantics when it comes to hypotheticals, and I think it's extremely like bullshit to run around like if I go to you and go, look, turn the stove off or else it's gonna get hot, right? And you're like, well, if the stove was off or if it was at any different degree, then it has a you get what he's saying when he says the sun is following you. Like,
yes, we got it yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that, but it's like I feel it's semantics, bro.
You've already said something. You need to allow a response because otherwise you're not arguing in good faith. If you've made a point, then you shut up and wait for the response. All right?
It's like saying take off the sunglasses if you can't see. Like, I think I put the one because.
Do you want the response or do you want to just filibuster? Just wait for the response. The point I made that he didn't understand, that you're not understanding, is that something in the sky versus your house are not analogous. Because when you talk about escaping something, I've already said this twice, so hopefully it goes in the third time. When you talk about escaping something, heavily implies you are either in it or on it. You are neither in or on the sun. So when he talks about escaping the sun, he's talking about something that's not analogous with your house. Therefore, the question doesn't make sense again.
Yes, and following, he's got that incorrect as well.
These are all like this is still all lies under
That's why we kind of built them and
like
shit. You're giving
a
planet and a sun.
You're giving me a very literal like answer to things that like clearly are like all right, the sun is following me. What he mean? Like if I had to break it down to what he means is like you can't quote unquote. So, but okay, listen, wait. So if you understand, wait, hold up, hold on, wait. Let me finish. I'm getting interrupted. So if you understand what he's saying, then why are you bringing semantics into it? Because what you just said. Wait, hold on. But what you said, it's not furthering the conversation. It's just going in circles.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
so
like by you saying the question doesn't make sense.
Right.
Doesn't further the conversation and what he's saying because you know what he means.
Yeah, I heard you say
That's
that
not
already.
arguing in good faith at all.
I'm just repeating the same point 3 times. Just make the point and then shut up and wait for the response. Right. So here's how it does further the conversation. If he's asking useless questions that don't further the conversation, that should be pointed out so that he can maybe formulate a better question that does formulate the conversation. And pointing that out actually does further the conversation.
So we get back to the Earth and not what the sun appears to do.
Yep. Also, if you've ever played the Super Mario games, the sun does actually follow you.
That's true. It does. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, and everybody else has done this as well. So there's about 8 laser tests in the live stream text room if you want to go and look at those, demonstrating again that the water that the laser passes over is level and flat, as in it's not curving anywhere. If the Earth was a ball, that water would have to curve to give the ball its spherical shape.
So I'm curious about something. I have a question. So when it comes to
What's your
like,
question?
so if the Earth is flat, like how does it not? Do you guys believe that is not? If okay, so if it is rotating, that means it is a globe. That's what you're saying. So is the Earth not rotating?
Yeah, the Earth is stationary. It's not
Okay,
going anywhere.
so then how does then that comes my following question. Then how does nighttime and daytime works then? That's the case. I'm just curious.
The sun moves. So we've
The sun
always
moves.
had this. So we've always had this argument throughout history. Einstein himself, right? So you've got a few choices. It's either the Earth is moving, or the sun, moon, and stars are moving. Now the Earth hasn't been measured to have any motion whatsoever, so it's the sun, moon, and stars that are moving. Now we understand that obviously the sun moves across the Earth, only illuminating the portion of the Earth that it is over, and when it keeps going, it gives more light across the Earth. But where it left behind, that will be left in darkness. It's quite easy to understand. The sun only illuminates a certain portion of the Earth at any one time, and it moves.
So how does the moon work then?
Just quickly,
Same
in the interest
fucking.
of completeness of the answer, it's always important to understand that in the heliocentric idea, the sun moves more quickly than in the geocentric idea. And so when they talk about whether the sun's moving or not, well, actually, it moves regardless, and it actually moves a lot more quickly in the heliocentric understanding.
So let me ask you something.
there-
If
Oh,
is Earth
holy
the only
fuck,
planet? Is the Earth the only flat planet, or like?
Earth isn't a planet.
So it's
This is my point, though.
it's
This
a
is my
coin.
point. Jedi's
Okay, so
give
pretty
some
much like that
really
means
good.
like the Earth is
Jedi's give some
stationary.
really good information.
Oh, you're roboting, dude.
Yeah. So that means like if the Earth is flat, that means it's stationary, and then everything around is so the Earth, the sun, and the moon are the ones like going around. Holy fuck! Wait, hold on.
Yeah. So let me try and help you. The Earth,
Yeah.
that's the floor. No worries, dude. So the Earth, that's the floor, and all of the things that we see above us are above us, like your light
Okay.
fitting in your room. So it's that simple. So the sun, moon, and stars just move across the sky. Yes, they have a circular pattern, that's fine, but they're moving themselves. But just try and understand that the Earth isn't a disk in space. That's probably the best thing that you can do right now. Try and understand that the Earth, where you live, is literally the floor, and when we look up, that's where the sun, moon, and stars are. Same thing for me in the UK, same thing for you in America, and same thing for those people in Australia. We just look up. That's 90 degrees up from the surface being the floor.
So if I dig through the floor, would I fall through the Earth? No, I'm being so serious because look.
Yeah.
What
That's fine. That's fine. Don't know.
No,
Don't know.
I'm asking us. I'm being serious. Like if I
Yes,
dig
am
through
I.
the center of the Earth,
Yeah.
where will I be if the Earth is flat and we only look up?
Well, let's put it like this. Being as no one has done that, I wouldn't be able to tell you. The furthest anybody has dug down is a place in Russia. They call a super deep borehole that only got to about 7-8 miles or so. The Arianas Trench in the sea is about 12 miles deep. That's the furthest down anybody has ever been or anybody knows about. So I couldn't turn around to you and tell you what would happen because I haven't experienced it.
So what do you think would happen? Like what? Like if
I don't know, to be honest with you. There's a few conceptions. Maybe some people say that the Earth is set upon waters, so maybe you'd end up being in some watery deep or something like that. I don't know. Nobody knows how thick the Earth is. Let's put it like that.
So you feel like it's flat, but you don't know how deep it is.
Well, yeah, it's not. I feel like it's been confirmed with direct measurement and practical use of the surface. I haven't directly measured the depth of the Earth, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, would I?
I'm overthinking
Yeah, they're
the
good,
fuck
them
out of
laser
this one
test
now.
examples, but I thanks for them.
No worries, man.
Oh, that's
So,
What does the
so
gentleman
you
think
think?
about them? What does the gentleman? What do you think about the laser tests? What do you think about that then?
I haven't seen it yet, but I think that
Of
if
proof.
it's only been done like 25 miles, I don't think that's like a
Right. Okay. Now listen to this. So this is just as far as our lasers have been able to go. There are other ones, but like I pointed out earlier, this is military technology, laser line of sight targeting systems that can go up to a distance of 150 kilometers from vessels at sea hitting ground-based targets.
Okay, so when you put it like, do you? I don't. When you say it like that, right? Do we know if the laser is like how? I don't know how this works. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how this laser is working because there could be a bunch of functionalities that are intertwined with what you're saying. Like, I don't think that it's just a straight laser beam. You know what I'm saying? Like, there has to be some form of like component to understand. So, like, the way that I think about it is like, all right, so let's say you're on a battleship, right? And so like you're 100 miles away,
Yep.
and we're trying to hit a base on land, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But in order to hit that, I feel like
Mm.
there would have to be some form of other person that is directing this laser or giving it a certain type of target or a
Three,
range in order
three
for it to be
systems involved.
detected. You said
Three
what?
systems involved. There's three systems involved. So
What is
one of
that?
them's radar. The other one is infrared cameras, and the third one is the laser targeting system. So, for example, if we've got a ground-based vessel that we've got a distance of 75 to 100 miles, the early warning system, the radar, is going to pick that up. So, vessel at sea is picking up another vessel at sea with a radar. We then get confirmation of the target by using infrared cameras. We can now see the target directly in front of us. We then use a laser targeting system to target the vessel that we can see and that we have a radar ping off of, and then we blow the shit out of it.
Okay, so
Yeah, but you won't be able to see that though,
let me-
Jedi, would you?
let me-
If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to see it, would you? 100 miles away.
No. So over 100 miles, the curvature between, say, these two vessels would be 1 mile. The target vessel would be 1 mile beneath the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see it. You wouldn't be able to target it.
So the Earth's not curved then, basically.
No. And I can point out other radar installations that have a radius value of 450 miles. The Jindalee radar installation in North Australia, for example, 450-mile radius covering 35,000 square miles, able to pick up and detect vessels at sea and planes in the sky.
So can
I can totally understand that. I can see how that works and see how there's no curve getting in the way. Why everybody else can't see that? I don't know.
So, can I ask why? What would be the ultra cover up of why the Earth would be flat?
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Like, what is
That's
the?
what you should be asking yourself, mate. That's what you should ask yourself very, very seriously.
Let me help him. So
I don't know.
That's fine. There's lots of speculation, and I'll tell you why. Because primarily nobody's gone up to these people and asked them why they would lie. But there's lots of speculation. Obviously, control. If
Hi
the Earth
guys,
is
my
big,
name's Aries.
that's brilliant. Can you shut the fuck up and let me talk to this guy, and then you can jump in? Good. I hate attention seekers, man. Sit down. All right. So
My name's
there's lots.
Aries. I'm new to the chat. It's my first
Good.
time here.
Then sit down.
It's in the middle of
Listen.
a
And when we're
conversation,
not
mate.
talking
Shut up.
to someone, just my goodness me.
Man, you
My
guys
name's
are
Aries.
no fun.
Someone mute him.
All right, Aries, we'll get back to you in a minute, sunshine. You obviously haven't got any situation awareness. All right, so back to the guy who asked the question, why would they lie? There's lots of speculation. If the Earth is bigger than what they tell us, then they might be hiding extra land or extra resources. Primarily, it's kind of mind control. They give you a cosmology, and within that cosmology, they answer maybe 3 or 4 of the primary questions: where we are, how we got here, what our purpose is here, blah blah blah. The spinning ball Earth gives you a creation story as well. It gives you a creation story from what is the common narrative of the Big Bang, where nothing creates everything, for example. When you come to understand that the Earth is flat and stationary and not floating around in a vacuum of space, your next question is this: How the fuck did that get here then? And you've really only got one choice, because we all understand that intelligence creates. So primarily, I would suggest that maybe they're trying to hide the creator from us. It would be obvious, right? If we're living within a created system, then there would need to be an intelligence that creates.
So can I? All right. So if the Earth is flat, right, and like you said, it's like a coin shape, right?
No, the floor of the universe, not a coin shape. There's lots of circular patterns, like this, maybe the circular path of the sun, but nobody could tell you the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface. Like I said, try and think of it as the floor of the universe with the lights above.
Just a quickie, Jedi. Sorry, I'm not being funny to the gentleman. I mean, you're asking a lot of questions to Jedi. What does he think? And Jedi is spending a lot of time answering you. And even with that last question he asked, why would he lie? You're not really staying involved with that rebuttal, saying that you could see that or understand it. You're just moving on straight to another question, like your question didn't really matter in the first place.
What? I can't ask multiple questions.
Can we unmute Aries?
It's more of to a point to like understand and then ask. You know, it's not really to like. I'm only going to like debunk things that I feel like I know.
So what did Jedi say about why it's hidden? Name the points on that and what you thought about it.
He just said that it was speculation, X, Y, and Z. How am I supposed to debunk that? That's kind of just like a thought. Like there's speculation. What am I supposed to debunk the speculation? Like what is your angle here?
Saying you seem very interested in asking questions, but when you get the answer, you don't stay with the conversation. You don't give us what you thought about Jedi's answer, whether you think it's acceptable or you can understand it. You move straight on to another question.
What do you want me to say? If somebody says there's a lot of speculations of why it's a lie.
Well, you asked why would they lie? Do you think that could be a possibility? What Jedi said.
I don't think the Earth is flat, but I've stated that already.
No, I mean, the Jedi's answer to you, why would they hide it? Do you think some of them answers from Jedi is acceptable, and can you understand them, why they might be acceptable?
I understand if he believes that, then that's his explanation of why he feels that way. But me rebuttaling that, why would I? Can you answer me that?
Not rebutting it, just staying in the conversation, having a normal conversation.
So what am I supposed to say after he says there's some speculation? I'm curious.
Well, just carry on with the conversation about it. Whether you think that's ridiculous, that sounds absolutely ridiculous, Jedi. Why people would be hiding land? Why would people hide land if it's got resources? And what would the point of hiding a creator be? I mean, where would that get us? I mean, these questions that there's immediate things that pop into your head when people are talking to you.
Well, that's not the same. Well, it's more of an understanding at this point because I already don't agree that flat Earth is a flat Earth.
But like I said to Jedi, Jedi's coming out with a lot of information about the radar, and he'll probably talk about celestial navigation. We don't get any people on the globe side coming in with any evidence whatsoever, unless you've got any.
Didn't I just say earlier that like I don't know much?
I'll tell you what, let's try and keep this going until you've run out of questions, and then we'll see what happens when I've answered as many of your questions as I can, all right?
Okay.
Let's just go that direction.
I have another question. So if the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Does it end?
Unmute Aries, bro.
Oh, right. So, no, I'm not going to unmute Aries because Aries has already demonstrated he hasn't got any situational awareness. Me and this gentleman are going to continue the conversation, and then when that conversation is finished, we'll move on to somebody else.
No, I mean, you muted the wrong person.
Do you want me to mute you?
I'm just asking you to unmute him.
Well, no. And if another moderator wants to do that whilst I'm talking to this gentleman, that's fine. But if he continues to interrupt, that moderator will then mute them. So
Yeah,
I
Aries hadn't even talked a single time yet. You got him confused with somebody else.
Doing that, not him.
Okay, so again,
I was just
now
asking you nicely to unmute Aries.
No problem. I'm sure another moderator will do that. Not a problem. So this guy who just asked, does the Earth end?
Kind of rude.
Well, unfortunately, that's what happens around here. People just butt in. So my friend, who am I actually talking to anyway? Who asked about does the Earth
Young
end?
Donnie.
Hello, mate. All right. So we've only got two choices, right? The Earth is either finite, which means it stops somewhere, or it's infinite and goes on forever. Now, I would suggest that yes, the Earth is finite, that it stops somewhere. But have I been to the end of the Earth? No, I have not personally.
So, if the Earth doesn't end, right, or it's endless, right, and the
That's
sun.
not what I said. That's not what I said. I said
Okay.
we've got two choices. It's either finite, which means it stops, or infinite and it goes on. I would suggest that it's finite, but I haven't been to the end of the Earth.
Okay. So you think it's finite? All right.
Yes.
I was gonna say if it's infinite, then where does the sun go after it gets? Is it like? We already answered that question. Okay.
Yeah.
Like what made you come to this conclusion that the Earth is really flat and made you believe in it?
All right. Okay. So there's 3 points, and the third one I'll have to explain. So first one, observation. Right, how we sense the world. The Earth across distances of water looks to be level, and I don't feel any motion. Validation of this first plane, direct measurement, like I said, laser tests, signal propagation, radar, the technology that we use on the Earth would only be applicable if the surface of the Earth was flat, because that technology would be interrupted if the surface of the Earth was curved. So, observation and measurement. Practical use as well. This gets broken down into three categories: aviation, engineering, and navigation. With regards to aviation, engineering, and navigation, the Earth is treated as a flat stationary plane. For example, aviation. I can probably dig up about 40 to 50 documents from NASA, aviation authorities from around the world, which demonstrate that they have to treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane when flying across it. Engineering as well, if you want to talk about long distance dams up to like 34 miles, canals, for example, the Suez Canal, anything that is built upon the Earth has to treat the Earth as a horizontal plane. There's no curvature in it.
I've just put one in chat, Jedi, from the NASA stationary.
Cheers, buddy.
So,
Thank you very much.
I just googled the curvature of the horizon, right?
Yep.
And it says as the ships sail away from the coast, they gradually disappear bottom up, and their mats, I think that's what it says, mats, are the last thing to vanish. The phenomenon is explained by Earth's curvature. Can you debunk?
Yep.
How do you debunk that?
Right, I'm going to post an image in the live stream chat for you. It's got six wind turbines, and I'll go through the math with you so you understand. So you are correct, right? If the surface of the Earth was curved, then eventually with distance, if you were observing a boat from sea, the curvature of the Earth would stop you from seeing that boat. Now, this would mean, please follow the math, I'm trying to make it as simple as I can for you. If we know the size of the Earth, right, we're told it's got a radius of 3,959 miles, then it's just a mathematical calculation away to figure out where the geometric horizon would be for an observer standing on that curved surface. That calculation is 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, for example, if you're a 1 foot observer, the square root of 1 is 1, and you times that by the distance 1.2 miles. That would mean for a 1 foot observer, the physical geometrical would be at 1.2 miles. Same for a 6 foot observer, right? Use the same calculation, the physical geometric horizon will be at 2.9 miles, 3 miles to round the numbers off. So, yes, that's the claim that we're testing. Now, do you see the observation I've posted with the bottom of 6 wind turbines?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So this is an observation that's taken from, I think, 3.5 foot above the surface of the Earth. With regards to what I said earlier, using that calculation, and the physical geometric horizon should be about 3 miles away. Now, the reason why these wind turbines are in this observation is because they're at known distances from the observer. I can provide you with the video if you want to, because it's a still shot taken from a video. There are many like this, but this one is mine. Now, with regards to these wind turbines, the first